Good morning and welcome to Johnson Valley, California. We are in Hammertown. I am Miles Hasselquist and we are about to take off for the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tires, powered by Optima Battery. Today is the Everyman Challenge, another 2-lap race. 93 miles is the first desert lap. Lap number 2 is 73 miles in the rocks, 166 miles in total. The 4600 Curry Enterprise class, the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, and the 4800 Brant Motorsports Legends class. Let's see the action.
That's right, Miles. Today it's all about the Everyman Challenge. I'm Ian Johnson in the booth. With me to kick the day off is my good friend Miles Hasselquist. Today is the second big day of racing, Miles. What are you excited about today?
You just said it, the Everyman Challenge. These guys and gals are going to leave it all on the line. It's going to be so much fun to see. It's going to be a great, great day of racing.
I think for me, I am super excited to see. You know, yesterday we have that choose your own adventure chunk of the trail, right? 2 VCPs, multiple ways to get there. The UTVs, no one did anything other than what we expected them to do, which was the big long loop. I've talked to a few people out there today what their plan was. It's kind of mixed. I've heard some people say, nah, I'm just going to do the big long loop. But we don't know until we get there.
Exactly, and these cars are bigger than the UTVs. The UTVs, I do believe, are going to be a little bit faster, so I do think the times are going to be about an hour behind yesterday's pace of Kyle Chaney's, what was it, a 3-hour, 45-minute? Absolutely insane.
It was absolutely, you're right, that's exactly the great terminology for it. No one expected him to get back here in 3 hours and 45 minutes, so that was actually wild. But right now, we're going to be taking a look at some of the drivers that we're going to be watching today on the course. There's a lot of people out there that we want to keep an eye on, a lot of heroes of the sport, a lot of our big 4,400 guys are actually down in this class racing as well.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely amazing to see all these guys and gals take out. I think we have 163 competitors that are supposed to take the green flag, but you know how that goes on race day.
Yeah, it's always a mix-up, right? Some people have been thrashing on their cars all night getting ready, but right now you can see there, that is Hammertown right there. This is our starting lineup right here. So let's talk through who we're looking at right here. Right on the pole, Kent Fultz, Brent Harrell.
And that row number 2, Woody Rose and Derek Summers.
Then behind him, Michael Kelly, Logan Goodall.
Then Scott Foley and Randy Slawson.
Cody
Mike
Young.
Slauson's right.
Yeah, we just heard that it's actually going to be Mike driving in the desert and then Randy in the rocks. Behind them, Cody Young, Steve Graff, Jeff Martin, and then Jeremy Brown.
Then Jesse Oliver, Antonio Grujalva.
Brian Trempe, Greg Neff.
Shad Kennedy and Jacob Pacheco.
Brent Dixon, Nick Allegri.
Justin Hall and Jeremy Jones.
Sean Leonardi, Justin Miron.
Austin Thompson and Dustin Sexton.
Man, we could go through this all day long, Miles. This is a huge, long list, and we'll be calling each one of these drivers as they leave the starting line today. But you can see those are our competitors lined up and ready to rock. Now, as you said, Miles, 3 different classes today. So what are the classes that we're playing with today?
We have the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, the 4800 Brant Motorsports Legends class, the 4600 Curry Enterprise Stock class, and we have one in the Dana Spicer Electrified EV class as well. So technically 4, but if you're the only one in your class, I'll bet you're going to win.
I think you will. Well, you know, that EV car, I've been watching it for years. I'm a big fan of those guys over in that Test 10.
The Test 10, yeah. Was it Keith Silva, I believe?
Yeah, out there with Evolve Racing, I believe is who it is. So, yeah, we're going to see them leave the line. I talked to them earlier because friends with them, and I popped into their pits and talked to them a little bit. He said he honestly believes that if he had the batteries, he could finish 2 laps.
That is insane, the technology that's coming.
The tricky part right there is obviously the battery technology. But, so let's talk a little bit about who out here, who should we be watching for in each class?
Well, let's go with the overall last year who won this was Jeremy Jones with an average mile per hour speed of 27.5 miles an hour. Right behind him was Scott Foley and then Duane Garretson. So it was 48, 1 and 2, and then 45 in that 3rd position. So it's going to be a great one to watch. And then the 46 class, it was Loren, Healy, Brad Level, and Bailey Cole, the Broncos sweep. But I think there's some guys and gals out there that could give those Broncos a run for their money.
Yeah, there's actually one really fun story in that 4600 stock class.
Oh, there's more than one fun story.
Oh, there's lots of fun stories, yeah.
But what's your favorite?
My favorite is actually, if you look through that 4600 stock class, you and I will recognize this name, but most people at home won't. Neil Hollingsworth is in a stock class car.
I forgot about Mr.
Yukon. Yeah, so Neil is I don't know what his official title title is, but he's the guy that I call when I need free stuff. So he's pretty high up there, you know. But
he's been supporting us here at King of the Hammers for a very long time, and he is a King of the Hammers rookie.
Oh, yeah.
How crazy is that?
He is an absolute rookie. He just decided, he actually called me earlier in the year, and he said, hey, Ian, I think I'm going to race this year. And I thought he was going to get a Legends car or a modified car, and he goes, nah, someone's got an old stock car, and they're going to prep it for me. I'm going to jump in it and see what's going to happen. So kudos to him. You know, we have all these sponsors out here who support us, but it's good to see them getting in the car and also racing.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I mean, it takes a village to make all this come together. So the people that have been supporting us for such a long time coming out here and actually enjoying it, I just love that side of things.
Yeah, it's definitely exciting. But as we said, today, it's a lot of miles, 160 cars. That's crazy.
160 plus.
60 plus.
There's going to be a lot of cars out on course at a time. And don't forget the stock classes on 35-inch DOT tires. The 45s, the 48s are on 37-inch DOT tires. Yesterday we saw the UTVs on 35s as well, so we do have a little bit more ground clearance. But the trails are getting beat up more and more every single day.
You know, we saw it play out yesterday over on Chocolate Thunder. I think we saw that trail became the deciding factor in this race. And I'll bet you we see the same thing today.
Oh, 100%. It'll be a parking lot. The first few, that's why qualifying was so important a few days ago, is getting in front of those bottlenecks, because we saw a few of them develop yesterday, especially there in Chocolate Thunder.
Yeah, Chocolate Thunder, it's right outside Hammertown. You can actually see it from here. Miles and I can see it from the booth looking up there.
You can see it better at night from here, too, because it is lit up.
And that's why it gets kind of tore up. It's sort of become the local adventurous time in the evening with some rigs out there having fun. But it's going to be, if you're in Hammertown and you're looking for a cool spot to watch the race, Chocolate Thunder is definitely the spot to be.
Absolutely. There's multiple locations out there to go spectate. We have Jumbotron, so, you know, right here in front of the AccuAir General Store, we'll have the fire lit later on this afternoon. It's a great spot to watch your favorite racers, but you can go out in the desert. You can go out to Chocolate Thunder, go to Backdoor, go to the bottom of the Hammer Trails out there. I think we have 6 Jumbotrons, and don't forget about the Outpost. Go grab a burger and a beer at lunch. Stay tuned in.
There's even a shuttle that'll take you to these places, isn't there? Yeah, there's a shuttle out there rolling around. You'll see them. They were here the other night rocking some quality 80s music out of it.
Tourzilla, if I remember correct.
Tourzilla, yeah. So there's a shuttle that can get you out there if you don't want to drive out there, or you can't have the ability to drive out there. But yeah, there's a shuttle that'll run you around to these viewing areas. If you do head out on course, well, I just want to give you one little piece of advice, and that is, number one, stay safe. Remember, this is an active race course. Pay attention to where you are at all times. What you can do is you can take advantage of one of our sponsors, and that is Onyx Off-Road. Get Onyx Off-Road, get the map into your phone before you go out, then you'll know where the live race course is, and also those viewing areas are out there to tell you where to go.
Absolutely. And yeah, I mean, common sense goes a long way. So we're out here to have fun, but it's absolutely safety first. We see Kent Foltz out there and Brent Harrell on that starting grid. As everybody's getting lined up, we're flying high and wide above Hammertown. We got 163 competitors getting ready to take off for the Everyman Challenge during the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tires, powered by Optima Batteries. And we are about to kick this off here in hopefully about 10 minutes or so. All these racers are getting their helmets on, they're adjusting their belts, they're checking their gauges and making sure everything's ready to kick off.
Yeah, I think, Miles, unless I'm mistaken, one thing that we're going to see is the same thing we saw yesterday. I think our motorsports director, Ben Napier, is going to get everyone out of their cars, get them out for the national anthem. You know, we talked about this. We always put a lot of pomp and circumstance around that 4400 class, but we kind of wanted to draw that down and let everyone share in that same feeling of being out here racing King of the Hammers, because, as we said, you know, there's all these classes. If you finish, then you're a King of the Hammers champion if you win these races.
Absolutely. I mean, like I said, there's always about 20 or 25 people that can win this thing, but just to finish is a win in itself.
Yeah, we saw that last night. I was here until late in the night where we were waiting for our caveman in his UTV. He was cutting it close, and he was coming back into town trying to get here, and he made it just in time.
But before we get all of this action going, we're going to throw it out to Chappie Steve to keep everything going, and then we're going to sing the greatest song in the world about the greatest country in the world. Chappie Steve, it's all yours.
Please bow with me as we pray for this 2024 King of the Hammers Everyman Challenge race. Father, we are just so blessed to be out here in Johnson Valley and Hammertown, to be able to put on a show and just showcase the talents and passions you put in our lives. And I just pray for all these racers that are out here that are embarking upon this challenge, Father, that you would bless their lives both on and off the race course. You keep them safe and keep their families and all their chase crew safe as well. And Father, we do just thank you so much for the freedoms that we have in this great country and the men and women that protect those freedoms, both in our city streets and home and abroad. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Awesome. We'll plan on that same thing tomorrow. Oh, say.
Our day here of racing, we had our national anthem. All of our drivers are in their cars on that start line. As you said, over 160 cars getting ready to take the field today.
Absolutely, yeah. I just got the little goosebumps going on with the the prayer of the national anthem, and now we are gonna go racing once again. I absolutely love this part.
Yeah, we're going to have just a few more minutes before we're ready to kick off racing. I believe we're going to be starting in about just under 8 minutes, but cars should be leaving the line at 8 o'clock. Leaving how far apart, Miles? Or 30 seconds, 1 minute apart?
2 at a time every 30 seconds. So we got 163 cars that are getting ready to take off. But before we take off, we were able to catch up with Brad Level earlier on.
I came from the mud. There's dirt on my hands.
King of the Hammers has always been a family affair for us. My mom and stepdad came out for years and supported us. I've raced with my brother out here, now racing with my son. Both my boys were out here when they were barely walking around. My son Adam, who's out here with me, my other son Brian, and myself, we won the series in 2022. So this is Adam's shot. Let's see what he has. He did the UTV race and he's getting good experience there. So it's time to throw him in the right seat. He's good at rock crawling. He's good at spotting lines, and we spent some time out in Moab practicing recently. So he found a few lines that I didn't see in the rocks, and we tried it and we made it. So our goal this week is to come out and win the 4600 class. That's why we're here. That's what we want to do. We've qualified on the pole for the last 3 years. Last 2 years we've come in second. But we don't give up. And if things aren't panning out our way, we're not going to give up. We're going to keep fighting until we get to the finish. I think the best advice I can give my sons is to be patient. Don't race the first mile any faster than you would the last mile. A lot of times you just have to wait for the race to come to you, and you pass a lot of people when they're pulled over broke. I'm real excited, but it's more than just a father-son thing. We're going into battle, and I think we're equipped to win.
That is great to see Lovell's out here, basically extending on that tradition of family racing. Now he's got his son in the right seat, so it'll be fun to watch them out there on the race course.
Yeah, passing the torch. I mean, that's how Ultra 4 and King of the Hammers started. A lot of the old names we have in our sport, now their kids are racing with it. So I absolutely love the whole family that comes out here and plays.
The only thing that I miss, Miles, is I miss seeing that Lovell Ford Ranger. I think that was one of our oldest racing vehicles on the lake bed now that he's in that stock class Bronco.
Yeah, you're right, and he still has it.
Why would you get rid of it?
Well, one of these days, maybe the boys can race it.
That is a great call, Miles. I would love to see it. Brad, if you're listening, get that truck ready, would you? We'd like to see the kids out in that.
I don't think he's listening to us.
No, he's not listening to us. I personally, I remember, I think one of the last years that thing raced, I was out here helping them weld cracks on that chassis right before the day of the race, which was kind of fun. So, because to me, that car's got such history, not just here at King of the Hammers. I think it was a OG rock crawler before it became out here and turned into an Ultra 4 car, which was super cool to see. And they just kept racing that car.
And that's a great, because it used to race 4,400, and then they climb up with the Everyman Challenge and then went through the paces there, and really cool to see all that come together.
You know, Miles, that's a great little segue there, because we talked about how people were retiring 4,400 cars into 4,800, but now people are building specific cars just for that 4,800 race.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great way for the 4,400 to retire, but yeah, like you said, there's a lot of new ones coming out.
That's why we have 160 of them, but right now we're going to take a quick break before we drop the green flag here in Johnson Valley. We'll be back shortly. Don't forget, if you don't want to miss any of the action today from the Everyman Challenge, subscribe to that premium feed. You're not going to be disappointed. This is the 2024 Progressive King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto, powered by Optima Batteries.
You know, when I take the bike out like this, all my stresses just melt away.
I hear that. This bad boy can fix anything.
Yep, tough day at work. Nice cruiser sort you right out.
When I'm riding, I'm not even thinking about my painful cavity.
Oh, you shouldn't ignore that.
And every time I get stressed about having to pay my bills, I just hop on the bike, man.
Oh, come on, man. You gotta pay your bills.
You don't have to worry about anything when you're protected by America's #1 motorcycle insurer.
Well, you definitely do. Those things aren't related, so...
Ah, yee! Oh, that is a vibrating pain.
Boggs on top of the box, baby.
Welcome back. We're about to kick off the EMC, the Everyman Challenge for the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tires, powered by Optima Batteries. We are just about a minute and a half away from waving that green flag and getting this party started. And speaking about the green flag, we have our one and only, our Major General Thomas Savage is going to be waving that green flag. I love seeing these special guests out here.
Yeah, Miles, it's great to see these guys. You know, we push up right close to that military base here, out here racing, but we are about to start racing. Here we go.
So off the line right here is the 381 of Kent Fulton, A.J. Stratman out of Pacific, Missouri with Hot Rock Express and that Liberty Mountain Fab chassis.
And right beside him is Brett Iceman Harrell. He's in a 2022 Horschel chassis Ford front clip with a Denso LS7 underneath the hood.
And Fultz out in front of Harrell with a drag race right there. They will be taking off 2 at a time every 30 seconds. This race is on adjusted time, so you can start here in about an hour and still win this race.
You know, we see adjusted time come into play all the time. All right, off the line next, Miles.
Is number 22, Woody Rose with Elvis riding shotgun out of Sparks, Nevada with Trent Fabrication.
And right beside him is number 1006, Derek Summers. That's a Jimmy's chassis. It's got an LS 427 with 700 horsepower underneath the hood, pushing through a turbo 400.
What a great shot of the American flag and our start line. Up next is going to be the 707 of Michael Kelly with Kate Hunt riding shotgun number 707 out of Cancun, Mexico with Team Indiana in a Jimmy's 4x4 48P chassis.
Right beside him is 1950 of Logan Goodall. They're out of Phoenix, Arizona in a Stearns chassis. K-Line LS7, zero gravity 4L80E transmission.
We are watching the bottom right is our current race leader, Kent Fultz and Brent Harrell. And then our top left, we're getting ready to take off. The 75 of Scott Foley out of Norco, California with that Bomber Fabrication chassis.
And right beside him, well, the driver of record of this will be Randy Slawson, but I've been told by the Slawson pit that that's actually Mike Slawson in the driver's seat for the desert lap. Randy will jump in for the Rocks. They're out of Gardnerville, Nevada, obviously Bomber Fab. This is a brand new Bomber Fab chassis. Love these chassis. Great chassis for a 4800 car.
Oh, absolutely. And that car will race tomorrow in the 4400 with Amber Turner as well. Next off the line is Cody Young and Guy Miller, number 4862 out of King City, California with Young Blood Motorsports in that Miller Pro chassis.
And beside them is the 4806 of Steve Graff. That's Steel Nuts Off-Road out of Litchfield Park, Arizona.
We have some great racing ahead of us. 163 competitors will be taking the line. Up next is going to be Jeff Martin, number 1470 with Mike DeVore riding shotgun out of Martinsville, Indiana with Martin Racing in that Miller Motorsports Pro chassis.
Right beside him, Jeremy Brown. Jeremy Brown in a Trent Fab chassis out of Rio Linda, California. Brown's Motorsports.
In a new livery on the far side is Jesse Oliver and Randy Cole, number 4517 out of White Lake, Michigan with Oliver Racing in that Oliver chassis with that Mass Motors LS 427.
And right beside him, 449, our first rookie off the line, Antonia I can't get that. Grijalva, thanks, Miles. Out of Mesa, Arizona in an OG Let's Roll chassis.
A great shot of Hammertown. It has been growing by the day, and tomorrow's going to be the biggest day we have. But right now it is the Everyman Challenge. Up next is going to be the 896 of Brian Trempe with Colin Morlock riding shotgun out of Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan with Shallow Pockets Racing in that Jeep Armory chassis with 650 horsepower.
Right beside him, Greg Neff, number 73 out of Denver, Colorado. Neff Motorsports with one of their own Neff Motorsports chassis, LS3, 525 horsepower with a 6L90 behind it.
You can see on the top left is what we've been running all week long. And there's lots of desert out here. Lap 1's desert, lap 2 is rocks. Next off the line, number 29 of Shad Kennedy with Jeff Cooper riding shotgun out of Prescott, Arizona with Summit 4x4 Racing, that Poison Spider chassis.
Beside him is Jacob Pacheco out of San Martin, California in the Trent Fab chassis with an LSX 630 horsepower, part of the VP Racing team.
In our bottom right, we got a great battle in the cross grain. But off the line next is the number 224 of Brent Dixon and Travis Crowell out of Santa Cruz, California with Dixon Racing in that Jimmy Spec car with a Hemi horsepower.
Right beside them is Nicholas Allegri. Nicholas out of Santa Cruz, California in a Jimmy's chassis, 4800. They are Allegri Racing.
So far, it's been a clean start for everybody. And up next, oh my God, it's Justin Hall, number 13 out of Morgan Hill, California, with Rock Hard Racing and that single seat Samurai with a Grom racing engine. I think he's the only single seat they'll be running today.
And right beside him is 4837 Jeremy Jones out of Laramie, Wyoming, in that Doc Jones racing machine. Trent Fab top shelf chassis, LSX 454 underneath the hood.
Both of those have a great shot at winning their class as well. Two of them are a lot of fan favorites for sure. But everybody's a fan favorite out here for the Everyman Challenge. There's a great shot of number 7, Sean Leonardini, with Rodney McCraw riding shotgun out of Hollister, California, with Hollister Racing. And that Trip Fabrication machine, he's been racing with us for 10 years now.
And that's Justin Miron leaving the line. Another one of our rookies, number 193, out of Traverse City, Michigan, with a goat-built chassis, LS 6-liter, 400 horsepower with a turbo 400. Right behind that, Miron Garage Racing.
I love this they come out of this short course, hit this little 2-split, and then it goes into one lane up and over this first little hill. Off the line next is the 130 of Austin Thompson, Bam Bam Jr. with his dad, Brendan, riding shotgun out of Nevada City, California, with Outcast Racing. This may be one of the oldest UFO solid axle machines racing with us.
And right beside him, Dustin Sexton. We watched him in qualifying. Sexton Off-Road Racing, Team Yukon driver out of Kamas, Utah. Dustin's OG Bronco guy, been a Bronco guy forever, spends a lot of time restoring classic Broncos in his shop.
Off the line next is Peter Doolin, the 353, with Jeff Perkins riding shotgun out of Dublin, Ireland, with Hibernian Racing in that Genrite machine, and he is racing for cystic fibrosis.
Right beside him is another Yukon driver, Mr. John Matthews. John Matthews, we see him out here every year. That is somebody that we are going to want to watch all day long. He's always been close to the top in that modified class, and this could be his year. Off-track Motorsports out of Auburn, Washington.
Next up is Rick Lavezzo and James Mahoney, the number 4549 out of Fort Worth, Texas, with R-Squared Racing in that Get Bent Fab Ford Bronco.
Right beside him, I should say, Jesse Lee, 4819 J. Lee Racing out of Prather, California. Some tube with a few Toyota panels and a junkyard supercharged V8 underneath the hood.
I had a fun chat with him yesterday, and he's excited to be Toyota powered. Off the line next is the 4894 of Ryan Hawkins, with Patrick McCarthy riding shotgun out of Peoria, Arizona, with 2-Tech Auto with that Trent Fab chassis.
And beside them, Christian Thorson, 4803.
So far, so good. They are in Turkey Claw, the first rock obstacle, about race mile number 2 in your bottom right. We saw this could be a little bit of a parking lot too, but so far, so good. Off the line next is the 628 of Corey Allison, with Brian Kaplan riding shotgun out of Carson City, Nevada, with Don't Be Like Corey Racing in that bomber chassis.
And right beside him, Matt Trebino, Jimmy's chassis with an LS3, Trebino Brothers Racing out of Gonzales, California.
Look at this. Kent Fultz is on fire, physical race leader. I hate to see that in that Liberty Mountain Fab chassis.
Yeah, where that fire is, Miles, that is more than likely transmission fluid. If I'm going to assume that it is looks like it may. No, it is not out. It is still. Technically, if he blew a transmission line, Miles, and they pumping transmission fluid out of that thing, if they shut it down, hopefully that fire would just basically self-extinguish because you're not feeding it anymore. But it doesn't look like it's smoking right now.
Both cars both driver and co-driver are out. As Steve Crawford, number 4532 out of Paso Robles, California, with SC Firestorm Racing.
And right beside him was Trent Robert, 4811 left the line. 4811 out of, I can't get my sheet fast enough, Miles. I'm working on it. Carlsberg, California.
So tough break for Kent Fultz, who was on the pole with such a great run underneath his belt.
He was moving along really, really well, too, and put on a great show in qualifying, too. See a little bit of a traffic jam out there in that single track that we're.
And Josh Sowell, one of our rookies, just took a tumble in the infield, so this could be a little tricky to get the start line going. That is right in front of Rufus Racing. That is 200, maybe 150 yards into the race. So
that is a unfortunate situation for sure. I feel bad. You don't want to put on that kind of show right out of the gate, Miles.
Yeah, so Ryan Taylor and Josh Sowoloff. Right behind them is going to be James Hubbard and Larry Bagwell, but I'm not sure if we're going to have to delay the start for a minute or how this is going to shake out. Remember, this is on adjusted time, and there is our new physical race leader, Brent Harrell, and that Paul Horschel, beautiful built machine with Justin Marquardt riding shotgun. This is probably the nicest 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class car that I have seen out here on the lake bed. It is an absolute piece of art.
Those cars, they're so, he does such a great job, Paul Horschel, on those cars. They're absolutely beautiful. We saw him put on an unfortunate good show qualifying for the 4400 in his car.
So it does look like we're holding the entire field for just a couple minutes while we get this righted.
Yeah, we certainly can't let anybody leave the line. That car's laying right in the middle of the race course, but you can see, Miles, they're working on getting it turned over pretty quick.
Yeah, tough break for Josh Sowell. That is not how you want to start your race, and this is perfect for Brent Harrell because now he's just getting more and more time between them. Obviously, it's nobody's fault, just accidents happen, but Brent Harrell is looking good on this every-man challenge. Patiently awaiting up next should be 48-46 of James Hubbard. And you know they're just sitting there watching the clock. So I hope I didn't do my split time, but I'm wondering how much they're going to add to this. Is this probably a 3 minute now? We have somebody else upside down, and another competitor did stop to make sure they are okay.
All right,
so that
Miles,
is Michael Kelly checking on. That's good all it looks like.
It does, but I think right now, Miles, we got to look at, look at that. Just got tied up.
Yeah, that's Rubbings Racing. 2 lines go into 1. And Goodall gets right in front of him. It looked like, was that Slawson possibly?
I couldn't tell. I don't know, Miles. I couldn't tell from that shot. It was hard to see. But here's some action we got inside Turkey Claw right now.
See Jeremy Jones in the mix?
Yep. Look.
And while we have a little course hold, we have our another one of our team members, Mrs. Pam Hall. What do you got for us, Pam?
I am down here with Cody St. Clair, getting ready to take the green flag. Are you ready to go out and run a great race and hopefully be up on top of that box?
Yeah, I'm ready. Dad said, what's your strategy for this race? I said, don't break anything. So that's the strategy I'm going to stick to.
Well, we'll let you get going. You guys are staging up here. Good luck out there. Smooth as fast.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Pam.
Back to the booth.
Thank you, Pam, and it looks like the course is about clear, so we should be sending the next 2 out here very soon as we see Mike Slawson make a pass in the desert, and then he'll come into the hot pits here and switch with his brother, Randy Slawson.
Yeah, same course that we saw yesterday, Miles, so if you were with us yesterday, you're going to be able to see these guys out racing. They've got this big desert loop that they have to head out on. That little bit of rocks, we're going to stop through Turkey Claw, out to remote pit 1, and then we'll watch them make their way back to here in the main pits, as Miles said, where we'll see what happens with our leaders. We do have some unofficial split times going on out there as well.
And off the line next is the 48-46 of James Hubbard out of Orangevale, California with Lumberjack Racing. And right next to him was Larry Bagwell, number 48-45 out of Alberta, Canada with Abe Racing. Did I say that right?
And it's close, Miles, but it's A.
I'll keep trying.
How's it going, eh? Oh, I hear we're getting, look at this. We got some on-car action from inside.
Physical race leader,
yeah,
I believe.
Physical
that
race
Brent
leader.
Harrell.
Brent Harrell out there in the on-car live, coming from you here in the lake bed.
Off the line next, number 44 of Caleb Bocci with Gordon Martin riding shotgun out of Orangevale, California with Havoc Racing.
Right beside him is Chad Jesse leaving the line as well. Now Chad Jesse out of New River, Arizona in that Jimmy's 4x4 chassis, slanging Motorsports.
Off the line next is the 48-13 of Rory Romero with Chris Lawrence riding shotgun out of Lake Davis, California with MS 4x4 Racing in that bomber chassis with an LT1 horsepower.
Kevin Condon right beside him out of Santa Rosa, California in that 2022 Jimmy's 48 chassis. Grom Racing LS 427, pushing 690 horsepower.
That on-car we just saw is absolutely amazing. Don't forget, you can go to KOHultimate.com to get the premium, and you can watch whatever feed you want. Off the line next is the 489 of Christian Bassey, with Jake Maloney riding shotgun out of Hurricane, Utah, with Bassey Racing in that Sasquatch Motorsports chassis.
It's pronounced Sam Squanch, just so you know, Miles, but that's all right. It's and right beside them was Kimberly and Hunter Sparrow. Sparrow Motorsports out of Loma, Colorado. Home-built car, Wasabi LS 408.
We get to see them race tomorrow as well. And off the line next is number 717 of Ryan Rollover Webb, with Chris Branton riding shotgun out of Bossier City, Louisiana, with Kryptonite Racing in that Jimmy's chassis, 680 horsepower.
Right beside him is Jeff Hadamaki and Joey Webb out of beautiful Kelowna, British Columbia, Canada. Team Angst Racing with a Miller Motorsports chassis, Gen 3 speed LS 416, and a whole bunch of Tim Hortons coffee and ketchup chips in the back.
A little maple syrup to go, huh? Off the line next is the 4531 of Sean Rance and Chuck Richardson out of Farmington, New Mexico, with Mud Nut Racing and that 1976 Ford Bronco that's been racing with us for a very long time.
Duane Garretson right beside him with Jeremy Tipton beside with Come Get You Some Off-Road out of Ama, Arkansas, with the Jimmy's 4x4 Bronco.
Off the line next is the 680 of Colin Hornick, with Austin Hutchison riding shotgun out of Sedalia, Colorado, with UC Motorsports and another Jimmy's chassis. And side by side was Jeffrey Bradford taking off. Off the line next is the 4853 of Andrew Gorman, with Brandon Sloan riding shotgun out of Bell Canyon, California, with Locked and Loaded. And then right next to him is Justin Barth, number 417 out of Springfield, Missouri, with Barth Racing and another Jimmy's chassis. Off the line next is Justin Reese and Bobby Lindgren riding shotgun out of Ridgeway, Colorado, with Rusty Nail Racing. And Josh Bylerly, 4884, with Aaron Rupp riding shotgun out of Great View, Washington.
Yeah, sorry about that, Miles. I stepped away just to check our tracker here because I'm seeing some action out on this first desert loop. I'm seeing 48-48. Now that's going to be Randy Slawson, but actually Mike Slawson driving. It looks like he's pushed all the way up into second position already.
Wow, what a great run for Slawson. Off the line next is the 4854 of Loop Campton, with Greg Mendez riding shotgun out of Orland, California, with Sal Racing in that Go-Built chassis.
And right behind him is Russell Brandon Boggs, 421 out of Portland, Oregon, Raven Motorsports. But I hear Pam is down on the start line with some more information for us. Pam, what do you got?
I am here with Jim Martison. Out here, you're racing in Jimmy Jack's car. Out here, you were pre-running, had some issues, but here you are at the start line. Jim, how do you feel?
It's always fantastic to be on the start line at Hammers. It's a dream for everybody, and to be sat here right now is absolutely fantastic.
You know what's really fantastic? Because I'm getting to interview you while you're in a race car.
Yeah, it's a bit of a role reversal there. I'm really super stoked to be here. Thank you to Jimmy and Amy for giving me this opportunity, and to my entire crew. Yeah, we just got to go out there now, keep it clean, try and keep the tyres under this thing, and see how it rolls out.
Well, good luck out there. Hopefully we see you up there at that finish line.
I really hope so. See you soon. Have a great day.
All right, back to the booth.
Thank you, Pam. And it looks like Steve Graffs and John Dykus are pulled over the left front flat tire. We missed Cody St. Clair, Brandon Goodwin take off, and Johnny Valadez and Daniel Gutberg. And off the line now, it looks like it's Billy McAllister and Kim Madsen.
Kim Matson is out of Ashton, Maryland with their Bad Advice race team in a Jesse Haynes Fab chassis with an LS3 under the hood.
So the attrition is already setting in. We saw our leader pull over with a fire. Now John Dyke is pulling over with a flat tire. Steve Graff, man, what a great race so far. Is that Slawson?
I believe
yes,
that is.
It is. I see the Freight Factory on the side of that bomber. Off the line now is Eddie Oliver with Justin Lyons riding shotgun out of Federal Way, Washington with Fueled Racing.
Right beside him is Greg Johnson. Greg Johnson, number 5759. 5759 coming to us from, of course, we're on the very last piece of paper I got to get to. Here we go. 5759 coming to us from Salt Lake City, Utah. Forced Family Fun Racing in a Jimmy's chassis with a Junkyard 5.3. All right, and off the line right there, that is 801 of Anthony Vinoy, and right beside them in the 4500 is Diesel Krentz.
Anthony Vinoy out of Hickory, North Carolina with FSU Racing. And Diesel Krentz racing for the Cool Kids Club.
Diesel's a fun guy to hang out with out on the trail. I go wheeling with him occasionally during the year.
Off the line next is Chance Rollover Holloman with Corey riding shotgun out of Sumner, Washington with Brink Fab in that Brink Fab chassis. With minimal seat time on that car, but it's great to see. Oh, we're back on car with Brent Harrell. I'm guessing, I mean, how fast is he cruising? Probably 80 miles an hour through the rough desert?
He's certainly moving. Miles, if we could get in on that GPS, we'd know, but it certainly looks to be a good speed. That is a section where they can get out and really stretch the legs out in that car, and you can see him picking through the lines out there in the desert. Multiple lines to choose from on this part of the race course as they head out on this, what we refer to here as the big desert loop.
Off the line next is the 1018 of Anthony Ice Cream Taylor with James riding shotgun out of Lake Bay, Washington with Redhead Racing.
And right beside him is the 525 of Michael Henn out of Israel. MH Racing Israel with a Jeep CJ with a Chevy 350.
There's Dawson Allington taking off. The late entry, I didn't quite get him in my notes, but he's been racing with us for quite some time. That's Matt Howell's old Tribe 16 machine out of Park City, Utah.
Right beside him, 216, Bob Hamanchuk. Bob is out of Cleveland, Ohio, with a Jeep with an LS3, Nocturnal Motorsports.
Off the line next is Ross Glave with Dalton Hamilton riding shotgun out of Redding, California with Nexon Tire in that Liberty Mountain Fab chassis.
Right beside them is Curtis Harriman and Robert Pryor, the Squirrel they call him. They're out of Marysville, California. Cal Rocks Racing in a Trent Fab FJ40.
Off the line next is the 4889 of Patrick Jones with Dirt Road Journey Nate riding shotgun out of Southern California with Death Proof Racing.
Don Stein and Dylan Stein right beside him out of Camano Island, Washington. It'd be way cooler if it was Camaro Island. Trent Fab Chassis LQ9. That is Stein Motorsports.
We are halfway through the field.
Oh, so many cars, Miles. This is amazing, though. All right, what do we got here?
Off the line next is Richard Fenton, number 4852, out of Roseville, California, with ITR Racing in that Rich Works chassis.
Right beside him is the 4881 out of Arlington, Washington, Auto Off-Road Bomber chassis. Jay Schwab with Pete McLeod in the other seat, wrong seat, passenger seat.
Other seat, yeah.
Other seat.
There's Mike Slawson that's battling for the lead, trying to catch up to old Brent Harrell. And off the line next is Tanner McGrath, number 4586.
And who Pam just talked to, our co-host is out there, Miles. There's Jim Marsden is about to leave the line, number 63, out of Tonbridge, the United Kingdom. Pip, pip, cheerio. A cup of tea and a full English before he leaves the line this morning.
Absolutely. Oh, it's going to be a lot of fun to watch him race and then a lot of fun to hassle him throughout.
Oh, it's going to be great. I already asked him this morning, did you get in the wrong side of the car? And he admitted that he accidentally did.
So the 4562 of Gary Henderson with Drake riding shotgun out of St. George, Utah with Team Jeep Cast Racing.
Right beside them, I believe, was that 45, 33 miles left? I think it was.
Yes, sir.
Jesse Balter. Jesse Balter out of Forestville, California. Balter Built Racing. Emily Balter in the passenger seat in a 1953, well, I think it used to be a 1953 Willys pickup truck.
Up next is the 55 of Matt Weiss with his son riding shotgun out of Meade, Colorado with Silver Fox Racing.
Right beside him is Randall Holmes in the 4820. Randall is out of Lewisburg, North Carolina, race mile 1 Motorsports with John Rice in the passenger seat in that Liberty Mountain Fab chassis.
And look at Turkey Claw. That's race mile 2 giving some effects already. Up next is the 4863 of John Holtzman with his wife Jody riding shotgun out of Newcastle, California with Holtzman Racing in that Jimmy's 4x4 chassis.
4877 of Rob Graham. Rob Graham and Jeremy Husky out of Austin, Texas. Graham Racing in that Jimmy's Podium chassis with a Brian BTR Racing LSX 454.
Josh Sowell, we saw him tip over early in the race. He is pulled over in Turkey Claw. Up next, we saw his dad, Trevor Foltz out front, or Kent Foltz, sorry. Now it's his son, Connor Foltz, and Jake Reed riding shotgun out of Pacific, Missouri with Hot Rock Express with that Wolf Creek Customs chassis. There is action all over the course there, Ian.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of action. This is what we're seeing in your picture-in-picture right now. That is Turkey Claw. That is the first rock trail that they kind of get to, and they leave town right there. And I believe that is the 4800 of Justin Castillo.
Right next to Matt Bradley with Ryan Poor out of Ron Hurt Park, California with Last Minute Matt Motorsports and that Liberty Mountain Fab chassis.
Justin out of Salt Lake City, Utah in a Jimmy's Podium chassis.
Up next is a brand new UFO 4500 car built by Joe Thompson and his team. No, I'm off on my sheet. We're missing Dan Wyrick. So it's Terhune versus Sean Reisky.
All right, and I hear we got Pam down on the line talking to another competitor. Pam, what do you got?
I am here with Russell Raven's pit, Brandon Boggs. You are the co-driver. Russell's back there working on the car. You guys have not taken the green flag, so what's going on right now?
Well, our fan wiring came apart, so we got looked down, seen the gauge was starting to get hot, so he's back there rewiring it really quick. As he was a little bit more nimble to get out of the car, and I'm just running the switch in here.
Well, you guys are sitting here working on it. Hopefully you get it going and get it to the start line.
Yeah, I hear the fans turning on, so they're probably just tightening it up now.
So that's a bonus for you guys, but good luck out there. Hopefully we see you guys take that green flag. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Pam. And we missed Jonathan Terhune, Sean Reisky, Eric Brinker, Chuck Crossland, and Jeff Watson.
Yeah, that's Jeff Watson just leaving the line solo. We kind of got out of order a little bit there, but it looks like we're getting it all fixed up right now. So that's Jeff Watson leaving the line.
And look at Turkey Claw is already a bottleneck, and we are sending another 60 to 80 cars that way. So this is going to be interesting to see how this plays out. Remember, Brent, Harrell, and Slawson are out front. There's Trent Roberts. Look at the chain we have going.
Look at this. We've got multiple vehicles. We've got one vehicle onto the recovery car, pulling themselves through. Another one fully flat-bellied out, all four tires up in the air. And like you said, Miles, we're going to send another 60 cars up into that mess. We did not expect Turkey Claw to be an issue.
Yeah, but
this
again,
morning.
all these trail wheelers out here beating it up at night. So off the line next is number 5337 of Ben Ertl with Mike Jury riding shotgun out of Oklahoma City, Oklahoma with Gear and Gadgets Garage.
And beside him should be Buddy Cartel. Buddy Cartel, number 4896. He's out of Greenville, South Carolina, Carlton Customs. Buddy Carlton with Matt Long in the passenger seat.
And then up next should be Craig Allen with Bones riding shotgun number 595 out of Norco, California with Allen Racing and that Liberty Mountain Fab chassis. As we're back to our leader, number 56, Brent Harrell.
And beside him should be Nestor Camacho. That's a great name, Camacho. 45.75. 45.75 is out of Oviedo, Florida. Camacho Motorsports with Brady Overly in the passenger seat. But right there, that's number 75 on course. Scott Foley.
Up next should be the 8115 of Adam Ellington with Dustin Grooms riding shotgun out of Concord, North Carolina with Ellington Racing.
Timothy McLeod beside him in the 45.64 out of Elk, Washington. 2-1 Racing in a 1985 Toyota 4Runner. First KOH was in 2024. Been a huge fan for a long time.
Got the crowd getting excited for their favorite racers. Up next is the 4313 of Holly Fowler with Yolo Freeman riding shotgun out of Hurricane, Utah with HCF Motorsports.
Her unofficial team name, Miles, is Scottish Hammer Racing, all the way from Scotland originally.
I like it.
But beside her will be Josh Ebel in the 48.31, leaving the line. There goes Holly Fowler right there, and that you can see that Scottish tartan on it. See that us former British people like that there.
Getting a little bicycle on turn number 1, but kept her under control. Bottom right is our physical race leader, Brent Harrell. Team obstacle out there running strong with change order. Russell Gamble and Arturo Soria took off.
Arturo Soria and, oh goodness, they're out of AOK Racing, Indio, California, 48.98.
So there's the 421 getting ready to take off of Russell Raven and Brandon Boggs out of Portland, Oregon with Raven Motorsports. Got a little out of order on my sheet. I do apologize. There's the 8115 of Adam Ellington and the 4831 of Josh Ebel and Joseph Rebel. We're on board with Bob Humanchuk in the parking lot. That is called Turkey Claw. And look at that. I mean, there's 20 to 30 cars coming through there. So this is when you need to help your friends help yourself. Wow. So if I was at home, or if I was in the pits right now watching the live feed, I would tell your teammates, as soon as you get in there, get your co-driver out and have him run to the front of the pack and help get through there, because this is an absolute parking lot.
Yeah, we did not expect to see that so early in this race, Miles. We didn't see that earlier, but leaving the line right now is the 4528 out of Alberta, Canada, Broken 4 Racing. That is Mitch Broken 4 and TJ Hart with a TJ with a hot cam LS3 headed out into the desert. They are part of the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle modified class.
Next to Russell Gamble out of Cedar Hill, Tennessee with Team R Racing, that wide open design chassis. On the line next to the number 4 of Travis Riley with Mike Bozzi riding shotgun out of Auburn, California with Rough Stuff Racing in that Rock and Road Performance chassis. On board with Brent Harrell,
our current race leader right now. The question will be, if we jump over to the tracker here, Miles, well, it's going to be hard to see what's going on if it's starting to get packed up into Turkey Claw. But I can see Harrell is still out in the lead. He's at race mile 25 right now, so waiting for some split times to come through him and Mike or Randy. Well, it's Mike Slawson, but Randy Slawson, driver of record.
And there goes Steve Adams with Mikey Adams riding shotgun out of Mesa, Arizona. But it sounds like Pam Hall has somebody else to talk to. Pam, what do you got?
I am here with Sergio Pinillos. Here you are in this brand new 2024 Jeep, getting ready to take the green flag. I know you're ready. You are always ready to go. But how are you feeling right now?
Pretty excited to be here. I'm really glad of Jeremy building this solid rig. We're going to be testing it. We're going to have fun. Main thing is having fun. If not, why the hell we're doing this, you know? So we're going to go have a Sunday cruise and enjoy the race.
Right here, I know that you have little time in this Jeep, but here you are getting ready to take the green flag, so good luck out there. Hopefully we see you at the finish line.
Thank you, Pam. I hope to see you there, too.
I hate to see
back
that.
to the booth.
Thank you, Pam, and I hate to see this. The number 923, Luis Gallardo, is stopped on the short course. So we got another victim.
Yeah, looks like our recovery crew is headed out there to find out what's going on. We saw him leave the line and then immediately stop, so we're going to assume that he had some unfortunate situation happen in that car for him out there, but they're going to get him clean off the course so we can continue letting vehicles leave the line.
Michael Kelly in your bottom right, hitting a big G out, getting a little donkey kick. But what a great start to this race, except for Turkey Claw.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting. You know, if this is the type of bottleneck we're seeing at Turkey Claw, Miles, Chocolate Thunder is going to be, it's just going to be terrible. Well, terrible for them, great for us.
Well, and great for Brent Harrell and Mike Slawson right now, as their lead just gets bigger and bigger the longer they sit in Turkey Claw. Remember, we do have 3 different races going on at the same time. We have the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, and the 4600 Curry Enterprise Stock class. There's Mike Slawson driving for his brother Randy Slawson, the 4848 Bomber.
Yeah, currently right there, that is your second car on course. He's just trying to catch up to our current race leader right now, being Brent Harrell.
So what do you think? Turkey Claw will be a parking lot when the leaders come through on lap 2 as well? Because we still have 50-plus cars to go, and there's a parking lot. This could be interesting.
The problem is, Miles, if we're seeing our modified class and our Legends class having trouble in there, we're about to throw the stock class cars in there. This could be cars on top of cars on top of cars. This is going to be, like you said, this could come into play for our leaders. It's going to be very interesting to see what happens. So the lead that Mike Slawson is going to hand that car off to Randy might be for nothing if they end up in a parking lot over there.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting.
It is going to be fun to watch.
I'm sure that our course captains up there are going to do everything they can to try to keep everything running smooth. There's the 628 of Corey Allison out of Carson City, Nevada, with Don't Be Like Corey Racing. And look at this 4-track out here in the wide open desert. Remember, this is a 2-lap race. They will be coming through the main pits. We do have a remote pit 1 and a remote pit 2. We have some of our hosts out there as well. We'll bring you some of the best action we can all day long. Thanks again to Hammer King Productions. If you're just tuning in, this is the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tires, powered by Optima Batteries. And this is the Everyman Challenge. 163 cars in total will take this green flag, and we'll see how many finish. At this rate, I'm going to say half.
It's going to be tight for these guys. You know, we saw the UTVs out there, our leader coming in under 4 hours. As you said, Miles, there's no way that one of these EMC cars is going to be able to match that pace, because that Can-Am was on absolute fire in the desert, and that's where I think he made up a lot of that time. But we're going to assume 5 hours for our winner, and then after that, it's just going to be how much time we leave the course open for these guys to get back into town.
Yeah, I think it closes at 6 p.m. plus your start time, so 160 cars, that's 80 minutes, so roughly 7:15 or so.
7:30-ish, yep. And last night we had our final finisher come through here with 4 minutes to spare before we closed the course.
Oh, they did make it. Okay.
Caveman,
I heard him talking about
Caveman made it. We made it with 4 minutes to spare, so his whole team was waiting for him here on the line. So it was good to see them make it back into town, which was nice to see. And I'm sure a similar story is going to unfold tonight as we wait for these cars. The one that is trying for that finish is Amber Turner in that stock class. She's been trying for years to get that Suzuki
This is her
in
5th
time.
year trying.
The 5th year trying to get that Suzuki back into town in time. So we're going to be keeping an eye on her. These bottlenecks are not going to help her in any way. But look at this racing. 2 tracks out there in the desert, but obviously we got 1 car on the right moving a lot slower. Looks to be shedding a lot of speed.
Austin Thompson, and he's faster than that, so I'm not sure what's going on. He's having an issue. His dad, Brendan Thompson's riding shotgun, and he'll be racing with us tomorrow as well in the 4400 Nitto Race of Kings.
Yeah, definitely off pace for the Thompson family. Normally they put on quite a show, but you can see in that left-hand track, 3 cars battling it out. A little bit of excitement, a little bit of Western going on up there. I think someone's being pushed around.
I like that.
I think someone's being asked to please get out of the way.
If I was him, I would, on this 2-track right here, right now, I'd take a hard right, try to get over that other one, and hammer down.
That right one looks so deep, though, Miles. Look at the ruts in there. We see this, just so many vehicles out there racing. And as we said, we had the Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy earlier, and it's just, and there's another shot of those same 3 cars just clipping through.
That's John.
That's John Matthews
right behind Ryan Taylor. So John Matthews in a 4500 car, giving old Ryan Taylor a little love tap, saying, "Hey, let's go."
He's like, "Hey, I got more shocks than you. Trust me, I can go faster."
2 great names in our sport out there having some fun. Ryan Taylor, part of Team Indiana. John Matthews, part of Team Yukon. And look at the dust. There isn't any. That rain yesterday, I'm not going to lie, it wasn't the funnest day with that rain, but it worked out. Looks like we're on board with Peter Doolin. I love this on board. It's so amazing what Hammer King Productions has brought to the table. I mean, there is nothing like off-road coverage than King of the Hammers.
Yeah, it is super amazing to see you step up this year with this onboard stuff. We watched it all week long. Getting a live feed from these cars as they're clipping across the desert is incredibly impressive. And that right there is the 707 out there.
Michael Kelly out of Cancun, Mexico, part of Team Indiana. And we got our drone out there chasing some of these cars. And we still have cars that'll be taking off the line for the next little while.
Oh, we see a little bit of action there, getting a little out of line, but you can see they're just kind of pushing through this 2-track.
Oh, we got a pass. No,
we didn't get a pass. We got a door closed. That was a reminder that, hey, I was going to pass you there. But looks like they didn't. I think they just got a little out of line, didn't intentionally slide back in there, and the next thing you know, they're getting a reminder that someone's trying to get around you.
That is Ryan Taylor on screen.
Yeah, in a more open section of the desert. You can see in these open sections, the drivers have multiple lines to choose from, and we're seeing it happen right here, right now.
Look at that. Ryan Taylor's getting past. I missed the number on that one. But Ryan Taylor still pushing strong through the desert, but does lose a position.
Yeah, it looks like was that Matthews, Miles?
No, I don't think it wasn't Matthews.
I don't think it was. That spare tire does not look like like John's car. That blue didn't get the number on that, but as Miles said, that's Ryan Taylor. We're going to see what kind of other action we've got here.
And look at Johnson Val. There's John Matthews.
I was
one car off.
Yeah, I knew he was out in that mix, but there it is. So now we're going to see John pulling a pass because he. At least we totally expect him to. He was pushing up hard on him in that single track, but I think
a left front flat tire for Ryan Taylor. Hate to see that. So Corey Day will be hopping out right now to change it. So it's probably been going low for a little bit, and that's why he was off.
That's what we were seeing because I think we saw him in that single track. I just think they didn't feel that was a good spot to stop yet, so they got out in this open section. But yeah, out there fixing
that. All right, Corey,
now.
get out there. Show us what you can do, buddy. Oh, they're both getting out.
Oh, I mean, sometimes it's faster to have 2 in there, but that's a Trent Fab chassis with an LS 6-liter underneath the hood.
Yeah, tough break for Ryan Taylor, but he pulls off course. They're going to get this swapped out and be back in action in just a few minutes. That is part of racing as Brent Harrell, and you see Justin Marquardt fighting the sun
Fighting the sun so he can see that GPS. Very difficult.
So that means he's already coming back towards us because they were leaving us away, so they're already coming back towards Hammertown.
Yeah, he's made the loop, so what I can do, Miles, I can jump onto the tracker and see if I can find him on here.
He should be the leader out front. Oh, part of our stock classes taking off. There's Brexton Glines and Brad Lovell heading towards the parking lot of Turkey Claw. We need to get a shot of Turkey Claw to see if it's getting any more freed up or not.
Miles, yeah, he has made the left turn. He's not necessarily coming back towards us. What they've done is they've made the loop, the bottom half of that loop.
Okay, so just he's coming back down.
He's changed directions, but he's still in the desert loop. But Slawson is right on the tracker. He's right.
There's Derek Ausler and Loren Healy taking off, and look at Turkey Claw. We have a few broke and stuck, but we're coming along. We'll see. We have all our course marshals out there trying to make it as best as possible, but hey, we're only doing what we can. Remember, there's no outside assistance other than your fellow racers and Hammer King Production safety
Miles,
crew.
look at the cars in there, and we're about to throw the stock class cars right into the middle of that.
I mean, there's 50-plus cars right there right now.
But Miles, I can't imagine a scenario where all of them get out by the time our leaders get back in there. That is a ton of cars to get through that trail.
I believe that was Alex McNeil and Jeremy Lucas.
Next one off the line should be Sergio Pinillos and Bryan McNamara.
This is the 4600 Curry Enterprise stock class. A really fun grassroots class. You can race a Bronco, you can race a Jeep, you can race a Toyota. Come on out and have some fun with us here at King of the Hammers for the Everyman Challenge.
I think that before you say that, Miles, you should actually wait till the finish line and say, hey, did you guys have fun?
Even right now, there's a lot of frustration there in Turkey Claw, but I'm sure they're having fun as we see Bailey Cole and John Rance take off. Bronco and Bronco. John Rance has a manual, Bailey Cole has an automatic, but these Broncos are going to be battling.
Yeah, as Miles said before, we had a 3 Bronco sweep of the podium last year, and we'll see if we could get another one of those this year.
There is Alex Fleming in the 4624 of Rick Randall.
And Alex Fleming and that Sherpa Motorsports, they've had bad luck this week. Miles.
They lost an engine.
A motor. They've been fighting that car all week long trying to get it ready.
No, Keith Silva would be battling a motor. He's battling an engine.
That's right, he's battling an engine, yes.
Possibly Sean Rance in our bottom right. And there's Doug Langford and John Williams heading out into the desert for lap number 1 of 2.
Oh, Miles, look at this shot inside Turkey Claw.
I mean, I'm trying not to laugh, but boy.
This is, we've never seen this in the previous years.
Well, I remember last year Dave saw something like this and said something that made me chuckle last year. There's Albert Contreras and this 4611 of Hurricane Hannah Felton.
There we go. 2 more of our stock class cars off the line. Yeah, it's definitely, I did not expect to see this much of a parking lot. But look, Miles, it looks like now they may have moved a vehicle because we got just a stream of vehicles moving through here. So I think they've figured out what the bottleneck was, opened it up, and now we've got racers being able to get through that section of the course. Oh no, I take that back. That is, that's the beginning of the race of Turkey Claw.
And remember, this is only about race mile number 2.
Oof.
It's going to be a long day for some of these guys and gals. We missed Sydney Stevenson and Nicholas Abed.
And that was the 3105 of Megan Miller. And then right beside her should have been, or that's Twitchy McGee. Twitchy McGee is on the starting line right now.
Yep, our sheet's off 1 again, but we'll get you the best we can.
Yeah.
Looks like there's Chance Holloman and Kevin Condon. So Twitch McGee right there.
So that is the 4600 of Buzz Bachman, and right beside them is the 4653, Miles.
I believe that's Tom Biddle. and Joe Fabrizio riding shotgun. So Toyota versus Jeep on course as we speak, and bottom right is Mike Slawson driving for his brother Randy Slawson in that Freight Factory bomber chassis.
All right, so now we have 4652 leaving the line, and one of the Suzuki competitors out there.
And the 4602.
That's Brad Barnett, one of our rookies.
What a great start of this race. Turkey Claw is interesting. We'll see how all this shakes out. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in to the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tires, powered by Optima Batteries. This is the Everyman Challenge. Don't forget, if you have premium, you'll stay with the action. If not, go to KOHUltimate.com, and we'll be right back with more racing action.
You know, when I take the bike out like this, all my stresses just melt away.
I hear that. This bad boy can fix anything.
Yep, tough day at work. Nice cruiser sorts you right out.
When I'm riding, I'm not even thinking about my painful cavity.
Oh, you shouldn't ignore that.
And every time I get stressed about having to pay my bills, I just hop on the bike, man.
Oh, come on, man. You gotta pay your bills.
You don't have to worry about anything when you're protected by America's #1 motorcycle insurer.
Well, you definitely do. Those things aren't related, so...
Ah, yee! Oh, that is a vibrating pain.
Boggs on top of the box, baby.
Welcome back to the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tires, powered by Optima Batteries. This is the Everyman Challenge. I am Miles Hasselquist. Alongside me is my good friend Ian Johnson, and we are underway racing.
Oh, Miles, I'm sitting here just laughing because I'm looking at this picture-in-picture right now at our poor competitors out in Turkey Claw while we send more cars off the line, and we're sending our stock class cars probably into one of the biggest parking lots I've ever seen in the history of this race with this particular course layout.
It's crazy. I haven't been up to Turkey Claw recently, but it's not that hard. There's Brent Harrell, and it looks like he's got a little puff of smoke on that right rear. Do you see that too, Ian?
I do, and look at how that right rear is reacting differently than the rest of the car through the desert. But right here in Hammertown, we're still sending our stock class drivers out onto this race course in some of the least capable vehicles to tackle this race at this week of racing in the 2024 Progressive King of the Hammers, and they're going to be heading 2 miles out to town into a literal parking lot in Turkey Claw.
We'll see how it all shakes out. And we've been talking. I mean, the leaders are still, I'm going to say, another hour or so from coming in. Well, maybe 45 minutes now. So Turkey Claw could still be an issue.
Yeah, Miles, that's going to be the question. You know, we're kind of looking at it and seeing what's going to happen, right? Is Turkey Claw going to get cleaned up? Because, as you said, our race leaders, they'll come back down here through Hammertown. If it's anything like we saw yesterday in our Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship, they might not stop. They may just get a splash of fuel and head back out. But with Turkey Claw looking the way it is, we could see some interesting lines being attempted by our leaders to get around that traffic.
And that is our physical race leader on the bottom right. There's Scott Farley taking off. What a great start to this race for our leaders, and then not so, and that's why qualifying is so important, Ian, that if you qualified well, you're starting in front of the bottleneck at Turkey Claw.
Well, and I think that the competitors who are going to feel that squeeze, Miles, is our 4,500 class cars. So a lot of the 4,500 drivers that I talked to, they would say, oh, there's no point in qualifying. There's only 35 cars in our class. It doesn't matter where we land in the field. I'm only racing another 34 people.
But now you're sitting in a parking lot racing while they're racing.
Now you're stuck behind 110 other vehicles because you chose not to qualify. But it'll be interesting to see what happens out there. I think that is going to be the class that gets most affected by that issue inside Turkey Claw. But the bigger problem here that I see as we look forward further into the race, if we're having this problem at Turkey Claw, what is Chocolate Thunder going to do to these guys?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, but we're going to have a lot less cars at a time as we see Mike Slawson and Woody Rose. They've been nose to tail for the last 5 or 10 minutes. While we were in commercial, if you had premium, you saw it. I saw a cow out on course. I hadn't seen that yet here at King of the Hammers.
No, I don't think I've ever seen just a random cow out on course. But yeah, I saw it as well, Miles. It was quite interesting. But as you said, probably more telling about that push between Woody Rose and Mike Slawson is that I don't see anywhere in that shot our leader in front of them. On the tracker, they look close, but it's hard to tell because, as you said, we see no dust.
I was going to say, normally you can see the dust trail, but it isn't there. It may start developing on later on this afternoon. You can see a little bit of dust, but this is just ideal race conditions for our leaders out front.
Oh, they're going to be so happy with the conditions that you're in because we got that rain yesterday, which unfortunately made the UTV race incredibly difficult for a lot of the competitors. But what it did is it basically pushed all that dust down into the desert. One thing that I thought was kind of cool that I noticed, Miles, is that little bit of rain, we get up into those canyons. It was funny. It was interesting to see, like, green bushes.
Yes.
It was
you don't
amazing.
See that too much this time of year out here.
No, but that's our current race leader right there making his way. So now comes the question would be how far behind him is Woody Rose and Randy Slawson / Mike Slawson?
So it's Brent Harrell.
Oh,
Mike Slawson.
There they are.
So I see the helicopter on the top right.
Yeah, you're right,
So
Miles.
we're within a minute or two. Probably within a minute.
Yeah,
of our top 3. Brent Harrell, Mike Slawson, and Woody Rose.
What's interesting to me, Miles, is we were watching this battle between Mike and Woody. And for a second, I thought we were going to see Woody go by him, but it looks like Mike has put a little bit of a stretch out on him right now, kind of walking away from him a little bit.
But remember, on the right rear, we saw something, something
hard to tell. But
I'm happy. Is it a shock or was it exhaust? I just couldn't tell. But I saw a little poof of smoke on the right rear of our physical race leader, Brent Harrell.
Yeah, it certainly would not be unreasonable for us to assume that there's going to be a tire lost by one of these 3 competitors. We saw this unfold yesterday with the UTVs, and even in qualifying, tires are basically going to be the story of the day, I think, as usual, because these trails are full of gotchas. But yeah, I think we've got, look at that, a backwards facing camera on Jeremy Jones. That's amazing. That's awesome to see live footage from the race course.
And I'm getting a live update from remote pit 1. Slawson was 50 seconds back through the pit. So thank you, Garrett Phelps, for the update. We called a minute and we were right there.
So that's it right there. So here we go. This is our current race leader. Let's take a look at that tire. The right rear is definitely doing something more than anything else on that car, Miles. If you watch the suspension react versus the left, it just sort of seems to be more.
Oh, look at that. We have all three of them in one shot.
Yeah, Mike will be so happy. So I think you're right, Miles. I think there may be something wrong with that right, or something on that car, because he's definitely reeled him in. If he was 50 seconds back, now he's 10.
And remember, they started in the 4th row, so on adjusted time, Mike Slawson is already winning this race.
And what I think we're going to see, if we stick with this shot for a minute, Miles, I think we're going to see a pass. Our leader is definitely off pace because look at Mike Slawson working that car up through that 2-track. Look, taking an alternative line, maybe up through here, which is super impressive.
Remember, you have to stay within 150 feet center line, of course.
Yeah, definitely a little bit more work to climb. Oh, watch this. We're going to drop into
different lines.
Drop into a little bit more wide open desert. But yeah, look at this. We're going to see a pass right here.
So this is where pre-running is so important. Mike Slawson just takes physical and on adjusted time over Brent Harrell. And Woody Rose is right behind him.
Yeah, I think we're also going to I think Woody's also going to be able to click in a pass as well right here.
And remember, they've already went by remote pit 1, so Brent Harrell does not even have the option to stop and change anything.
Yeah, so whatever's going on with that car is definitely off pace, and he's in that little 2-track down there in the bottom. But what we saw right there, Miles, you were right. That was definitely pre-running paying off, understanding that to get up over the top of that ridge and drop down onto that little bit softer material was probably a little bit better. But yeah, look at them. They're definitely pulling away. I think that we are watching something unfortunate happen with Brett's car, Miles.
Yeah, tough break. But hey, he's still pushing along. We'll see how it shakes out. But now Mike and Randy Slawson have adjusted time on their side and fresh air. So it's looking good. And remember, that car right there that's leading this race overall will be racing tomorrow with Amber Turner behind the wheel, as long as the Slawson brothers don't tear it up too bad.
Well, here's something that is even more interesting, Miles. Yes, Amber Turner is the driver of record, but tomorrow we're going to see the exact same thing happen. Mike's going to drive the car for lap 1. Amber's going to drop the car in for lap 2.
I love strategy.
So right there, Mike got probably the best pre-run ever at race pace in that
the same exact car.
Same exact car.
Because lots of them will do this in a UTV and then EMC or vice versa, but he's doing it in the same car.
Yeah, so what we just watched there was Mike Slawson make the pass in that 4800 car. He'll get it back into town where Randy will jump in for the rocks. But right here we are on in-car live with Brad Barnett.
With TWC. He's part of the 4600 Curry stock class. Has he made it to Turkey Claw yet? I don't know.
No, Miles. I believe this is still that rough section just outside of town.
Where we're qualifying all week.
Yeah, obviously our stock class cars are going to be moving much slower out to Turkey Claw, probably to their benefit, to be honest with you, because right now we still believe that Turkey Claw is just a mess.
There's one of our stock classes moving through.
That was a on-car camera stopped in Turkey Claw with another vehicle pulling in behind it. So it'll be interesting to see if we can get a big wide shot of Turkey Claw to see what is going on in there.
And there's our physical race leader, Mike Slawson and Woody Rose. And on adjusted time, Slawson has a minute over Woody on adjusted time, plus whatever he's got right there by a few seconds. So Mike Slawson already has over a minute lead of Woody Rose, but Woody's in a perfect spot. Chase him, because Mike Slauson's fast and has the knowledge. He's been around. Woody Rose is a young gun. He's a driver, but he just doesn't, he's learning. Practice makes perfect. So I would stick behind Slawson for as long as I can and just watch what he's doing.
And I think that's exactly what we just saw, Miles. I think Slawson knew that there was that alternate line, get out of that 2-track, get up over that hill a little bit faster. Car works a little bit harder climbing up and down that hill, but Woody dropped right in behind him and just followed him and was able to basically take over for the leader. But yeah, that was going to be my question. So Woody has to pass Mike and put a minute between the two of them.
Yeah. So right now, we're still way early in the game, so Woody has nothing to worry about. 1 minute can be made up anywhere, but it's just strategy.
Do you know where it's not going to be made up, Miles? Turkey Claw.
We'll see how it shakes out. And we're back on. And look, Justin Marquardt is trying to text his guys to see what's going on as he's bombing through the desert.
Well, what he's probably doing, Miles, is he's probably trying to text them to say, hey, here's what's wrong with the car. Get the following parts ready, main pit. We're going to get back there. This is what we got to do. And then we'll probably get maybe will you be down in main pit at that point, Miles?
Oh, yeah.
All right. So
I'll stay in here for a little bit longer, but then I'm going to hop out and go down there, get the wrench mic set up, and wait on Slawson and Woody Rose and Brent Harrell.
Yeah, I definitely want to find out, Miles, what's going on with that car, because I mean, you noticed it right away with that right rear, and it'd be definitely interesting to see get down that pit and find out what is going on. But right now we are chasing our physical first, physical second car on course, being Mike Slawson with Randy Slawson as the driver of record, being followed by Woody Rose.
And they are all top three are in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. Brannick's been a supporter of King of the Hammers for a very, very long time. Stan and Brandon are here on site supporting all of their racers.
Yeah, I ran into Stan in the VIP the other day. We caught up. It's always good to see him.
Yeah, Stan the Man Haynes.
Yep.
Out by Bessemer Road, and here is the parking lot called Turkey Claw.
Look at this, and you can see our stock class cars slowly basically pulling into the mess. But let's see here. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4.
I've got shoes on. I can't go that high. You're halfway through.
I've got 25 cars in the bottom. It looks like we have movement at the top.
We're on board with Jeremy Doc Jones. I believe Balducci's riding shotgun with him.
Yeah, so it looks, Miles, whatever the issue is, it's in that bottom half, and there's 25 cars hung up. We have this one car moving through the top section of the course. I can't see what's further up the trail, if we have another bottleneck or if it's just that one at the bottom of the trail.
But I know Benji and Abe are in Turkey Claw doing everything they can to help it go as smooth as it can. But remember, it is no outside assistance other than your fellow competitors. Oh, there's Anthony Vanoy and Justin Willis there, broke at race mile 2.
It looks like we've got everybody's co-drivers getting out, which would be the right decision to get through. I can see a Samurai in there, so it looks like and a couple Broncos. So our stock class cars are in that mix right now. So maybe our 48s and 45s have pushed through that section. So I don't think it's going to be an issue for our leaders when they get in there.
There is Shad Kennedy racing that old Poison Spider chassis. Been racing, that car's raced with us for a very long time, but Shad recently got it, and I think he raced with us in Havasu for his first time in a while. Great to see him back here shaking it up for the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tires, powered by Optima Batteries. This is the Every Man Challenge. We had 163 take that green flag, and we've got about 63 of them in Turkey Claw right now.
Well, I counted 30, Miles, so we're hoping that based on what I've seen.
There's
that
Loren
looks
Healy.
like
that's Amber Turner
on her side. That's Loren
Sergio,
Healy.
Fleming.
So what we have so this is obviously the section where we have an issue, which is right at this section of the trail, because this is where the bottleneck was going on for our 4800 Legends and 4500 Modifieds. Looks like they have maybe cleaned out right now, and what we're at right now is basically our stock class cars in the same problem area.
And there's Loren Healy winching through, or trying to winch through.
Yeah, we see a few cars basically pulled up off course. It looks like the rest of the trail might be pretty clear, Miles, once those stock cars get through there.
What a interesting turn of affairs here for the start of the Every Man Challenge. And I was actually able to catch up with Amber Turner and have a quick chat with her about her little Suzuki Samurai that could. Here with Amber Turner, this is your 5th time racing this little Samurai that could, and you finished this race just not in time, but you're hoping to finish this year, aren't you?
Yep, hopefully we get an on-time finish. The course seems super easy, including King's Veto, so this year we'll get it done.
Easy, huh? I didn't see that coming from you.
Well, it's rock crawling. It's fun. Dave wants to make it fun for us, and it is.
Absolutely. I love the smile. I love the determination, and can't wait to see how it shakes out on race day, so best of luck to you, Amber.
Thanks, Miles.
Well, I guess I wouldn't call it easy peasy there, Amber, but hey, you still got a smile on your face, and you're going to have fun out there today and tomorrow. That little Samurai's got 35-inch UTV tires on it. Oh, man, yeah, there's still a lot of cars. Look at that. There's a lot of – this is almost the entire 4600 Curry stock class, and there's Steve Graff and John Dykus grabbing a spare tire there at remote pit 1. We saw them pulled over early in the race, changing that one. Ian, do you remember what race mile remote pit 1 is? I have it in my head somewhere, but I just lost it.
I don't, Miles. We were looking at it yesterday, but I want to say it's 30 or 40.
I would guess right in that range. Yep. As we see our physical race leaders, Mike Slawson and Woody Rose still keeping nose to tail there. And again, no dust. Woody Rose is fine. You're not eating the dust. Usually out here in Johnson Valley, you'd have to step left or right to stay out of that dust. But a huge donkey kick, but he was able to save her.
Kept it in control. Good for him. But yeah, Miles, you're right. Right now, Woody's in a great spot. Just sit behind Mike, follow him back into town. But the only problem there is once Randy gets in that car on the rocks, it's gone.
It's going to be the little Billy goat out of here.
Yeah,
I remember 6 or 8 years ago, right about this time in this race, we had dead time. We didn't know what to talk about, but we haven't missed a single power to action. Hammer King Productions has over 30 cameras out on screen or out in the desert and bringing you the best action we can. Remember, if you get that premium at KOHultimate.com, you can see the multi-view, and there's literally 30 cameras you can watch right now. You can stick with the helis or the drones or whatever you want.
Yeah, we're sticking with our leaders right now, but we're also keeping an eye on what's going on inside Turkey Claw.
So mile 44, we're going to talk about some split times. Randy Slawson up in that first place by 3 minutes now. 1 minute behind him is Brent Harrell. And then Pacheco. How about Woody Rose? He's right in the mix there. So, sorry, I misspoke there. Woody Rose is second by 3 minutes. And then Brent Harrell is 1 minute back. Pacheco's 2 miles back from there. This is at race mile 44. So there's our split times out there. Really cool to see. And you can get the live tracking we have here also. Go to thekingofthehammers.com and hit the link.
And we're just watching Jesse Lee in that one drone shot. Obviously, they've obviously had a flat. There was a fresh tire on the front corner of that car, making its way through the desert. Whereas we're still dealing with a lot of traffic that tied up a lot of action over in Turkey Claw, which is, as Miles said, like race mile 2 on this race course. But it looked like a lot of our 4500s and 4800s had gotten through that.
We just saw Dawson Allington pop on the screen for just a moment, but we're back to second place of Woody Rose.
Yeah, watching Woody, but let's look for it now. Mike should be close to him, but good. Yeah, there they go. They're out there. So that is your current race leader of the 4800 Legends class. We're going to have to dig through a packed field to find who's leading the 4500 class.
Probably the best is John Matthews.
I believe it would be John Matthews. Probably the best thing to do will be we'll keep an eye on a few split times for the 4500s, but then we'll also watch for we'll know for certain when lap 1 is done.
There is Jesse Lee cruising through in his little Toyota budget machine. Back to the Pella Motorsports Freight Factory Bomber of Mike Slawson.
Yeah, very impressive to watch these Legends cars make their way through the desert. Incredibly fast considering we're dealing with all solid axle cars, all single shock cars.
And the wind is coming out of the west, and it's picking up a little bit.
Got a little bit of a breeze going on down here in Hammertown, yep.
I did check the weather, and it did call for a little bit of a wind this afternoon. We'll see how it shakes out, but it's a It was a brisk 40 degrees when we crawled out of the camper this morning, but it's warmed up and it's going to be a beautiful day here in Johnson Valley.
Yeah, I think we'll have good weather for the next 2 days, which is nice, Miles, after yesterday's terrible day out here for those poor UTV drivers.
It could have been a lot worse.
It could have been worse, but nothing would be worse than like getting out a pulling winch line in the pouring rain and then getting back in the car and driving 50 miles an hour through the desert with your soaking wet race suit on.
We're out by Bessemer Road. We just saw Jesse Lee just a moment ago, and I was able to catch up with him yesterday as well. Here with Jesse Lee, what are you excited about for the big day?
I'm excited just to be out here again. I look forward to it every year. I'm really stoked this year to see that Toyota's out here. They're doing a contingency. We're probably one of the few guys running in the 4800. I mean, even in Ultra 4 that's running a Toyota motor. We've been running it since day one in 2017. So here we are with the Toyota V8, and we may be the fastest Toyota-powered car on the lake bed.
We'll see how it all shakes out. The true everyman challenge.
All right. Good seeing you.
Absolutely,
Thank you.
buddy. Good luck. Thank you, Jesse. And we're on screen with Peter Doolin, raising awareness for cystic fibrosis, and switching to Jeremy Jones.
Yeah, I was about to say, I hope that camera's frozen, Miles, because it was just looked like he was sitting still. But, yeah, that was an on-car with Jeremy Jones.
That may have been Kevin Condon. Lots of cars. There's 163 cars that took the green flag. And during Jesse Lee's little interview, I looked at Turkey Claw, and I did look like Loren Healy snuck through there. So it looks like he was through Turkey Claw. As we're back to our physical race leader, Mike Slawson, driving for his brother Randy. Randy will be hopping in here at the main pit, so I'll hopefully get a chat with both of them. And Woody Rose still has him right where he needs him.
Yeah, we're just watching these two drivers. Oh, speaking of Loren Healy, it looks like we got some winch line coming out.
So he made it out of the bottom, but now is stuck at the top.
Yeah.
And hooking up to that worn winch spot. You can see they hooked up with a bunch of straps through here in Turkey Claw and up in Chocolate Thunder. So thanks, Warren, for giving these drivers these little winch points. And look at this, the ant trails we have here in Johnson Valley.
Yeah, lots of cars out here picking their way through the desert. Multiple lines for them to choose from as they're making their way through these big desert stretches. As we said before, we're going to see these cars out here on this, what we refer to as the Big Desert Loop. It's the first lap of the race before they make it back in here to Hammertown. And it certainly looks like the bottleneck that we had earlier today over at Turkey Claw has been taken care of. So we should see a lot of cars headed up to that remote pit one.
And then it's desert mainly from there to here. You do have to go through Resolution and then either drop back door or go around. But I don't anticipate any more bottlenecks until they head out for lap number 2 in the rocks.
On car right there with Jeremy Jones. We have an in cab. Look at that, doing 44.5 miles an hour right there, Miles.
Great pace in the desert. Woody Rose is sneaking up on Randy. But again, if I was Woody, I'd stay just about that, 10, 20 car lengths behind him and just roll with it. Unless it's a split lane. I mean, you can't pass in the same lane, right? So if I came to a split lane, I'd hop left or right and just see what happens. Worst case, you get lucky and catch a smoother route, and you do get around them.
Yeah, the question would be, we talked about it before, Miles, how much pre-running did they do? The amount of riding that just the entire Slawson camp does out here in Johnson Valley is extensive, so they know this place like the back of their hand. So it may just be a decision of his just to stick in behind him because he's going to assume that Mike's going to know the fastest line. And it's already proven well for him.
And just look at that last picture. Look at Johnson Valley, how amazing this place is. It's almost 100,000 acres out here of OHV land. We've been working with
right there, Miles, at the bottom of the screen. That was our new Yukon rookie CE. I don't know what he is, CMO, so whatever. Highfalutin fella, Mr. Neil Hollingsworth over at Yukon Gear and Axle. He's now into Turkey Claw.
Yeah, Brent Harrell is physical third, but you can tell he's definitely a little off pace compared to Slawson
and Woody Rose.
You can just see the car is inside that car looks different than it did before.
That was Johnny Valadez in the 4583 of Eddie Oliver. So we do have some split times we'll get back with you as the 4894 is pulled over.
Yeah, it looks like a left front flat on that car,
Yeah,
Miles.
Ryan Hotkins. Left front flat, it looks like.
Yep.
And that is, Amber Turner is back on all four.
Yeah, we saw her kind of, when we had that shot of Turkey Claw, looks like she's kind of poking around, trying to get around a few cars, and looked like she's done well. So she'll be happy to be back in her little Suzuki out there. Through her first of, what's the total rock trails this year for these guys, Miles? Like 30 some odd trails they got to hit on this?
Something like
Yeah,
that.
it's
A lot of the nasty ones, too.
Yep.
And then tomorrow we'll see a second rock lap. Look at Woody Rose. He had a little run going.
Yeah. Yeah, I heard one of the 4400 drivers say that they did the count, and it was 63 rock trails in total for the 4400.
Dave's a madman, isn't he? I love it. This is King of the Hammers, the toughest one-day race in the world, as far as I'm concerned. So mile 61, we got a split time on Slawson. So 1:16 is the split time over Woody Rose. Because remember, they took off 1 minute apart.
And right here, we're seeing a little bit of action. If I wouldn't be mistaken, I would say on the right-hand side of our screen is one of our stock class Broncos.
That is John Rance with Mud Nut Racing on the right.
And on the left is one of our Legends cars. It's definitely off pace.
John Rance with that Bronco with that 7-speed manual. I've never heard of that until he started racing with us.
But once again, we are back to our current race leaders. That is Mike Slawson in that Bomber Fab car with Woody Rose. And that's a Trent Fab car behind him, I believe. Is it not, Miles?
Yeah, that is the son of Derek Trent of Woody. And just, man, I just said it again, but look at Johnson Valley. Just a beautiful background to this race. I love it out here. There's Bob Humancheck. Looks like Shad Kennedy is in first on the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. And then 3 minutes back is Duane Garretson. And then 2 minutes back is Justin Hall. So there's 1, 2, 3 on the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. And I was expecting to hear John Matthews on that one.
I was as well, Miles. I'm surprised.
Wonder what happened there.
So he's fifth right now. Yeah, he's fifth right now, 8 minutes back from the leader with John Matthews. But we saw him get caught up with a little bit of traffic early, so that could possibly be why he's a little bit off pace. Now, the one thing about John Matthews, we've seen it many times, he's really, really good in the rocks. So we might see him make up that time later on in the race.
That looks like Trebino. Yep, the number 31 of Matt Trebino. He's been racing with us for a long time.
Yeah,
runs around with the Capraras, and we'll see Brian and Chase Caprara racing tomorrow in the big day, so I'm sure they're down in the pits waiting on their buddy Matt Trebino. That's what I love about this sport is in the pits, everybody will be all hands on deck. Yesterday during the UTV race, I'd be in one pit, and the pits on either side are offering hands. Do you need this? Do you need that? It's great. Oh, look, Harold. He's way off pace. Remember that we saw some smoke out of the right rear?
Yeah,
look at the steering.
They're certainly not moving at a pace that we would expect to see. It seems to be.
He's almost like off the course. He's just kind of making his own track. So maybe he's trying to stay out of other people's way, or
could be. We could only speculate right now, Miles. But yeah,
I hate to see that for that young man.
Yeah, he was doing so well out there. Oh, what is this?
Maybe we're in a speed zone.
Yeah,
I think we have a checkpoint. Yes.
Yeah, I think we're right, Miles. Had me concerned for a second because I saw Mike hanging over to the left. But yeah, so there are some speed zones out there on course where we have set speed limits for everyone to run, just depending on where they are on the course.
Yeah, that's 25 miles an hour, and you can see they just got out of it.
Yep.
And Mike Slawson throws a little bit of roost towards Woody Rose.
Yep, now he's going to be moving on down. You can see lots of nice, big, fresh, wide open desert track that he can run through.
And the dust isn't bad at all yet, but you can already see a little more dust coming out. So I assume by tomorrow it's going to be a little bit dusty, but it's not going to be as bad as it has been in years past.
Yeah, I think the difference would be, on these big, wide open tracks like this, Miles, there's not the ruts for that water just to sit in like we see in that 2-track. But look at the gap that Mike's putting on second place here on Woody's. Certainly stretched it out in this one section.
It's really tough to be the leader, so Mike's doing a great job out there because you don't know how hard to push. You're not chasing that next person. So Woody's actually in the more comfortable position right here. But Mike's driving a great race. He is definitely putting the pace down for sure.
He's in a comfortable position, but the problem is not only does he have to physically get past him, he's got to put a minute between himself and Mike, and more importantly, Randy when they get into the rocks.
So we just saw on board with Brent Harrell that somebody passed him, so Brent's definitely off pace. I just hate to hear that for anybody.
Yeah,
I'm one of the biggest Ultra 4 King of the Hammers fans out there, and I just want everybody to do well. But hey, if it's not your day, it's not your day.
Yeah, we always say to play this game in this race, you have to have literally to win this, you have to have the perfect day.
Yeah,
so
your prep, all the prep goes out the window because you have to. Your pre-running's there, the car's there, and then race day. If you don't have luck on your side, it's not going to be good.
Yeah, absolutely, Miles. But right now, those were our 2 physical leaders. We're waiting for them to get back into town. I can't get a number on this one, Miles.
I'm going to guess Balter.
Yeah, it looked like that old 53 Willys wagon that they've modified heavily.
So Harold's, again, a little off pace, but he's moving better than he was just a moment ago. So, again, we're just speculating. We saw smoke out of the right rear. I'm going to say that was a half hour ago. So, obviously, it's not detrimental, but it's definitely put him off pace. As Mike Slawson still physically out front and on adjusted time with that Freight Factory Bomber.
Yeah,
with Pella Motorsports.
Whatever happened with him, Miles, it cost him the lead, and he's kind of just been falling back slowly. So obviously not enough to end his race, but it is enough to put him off pace.
There is Chance Holloman's old car. Name just slipped me, but he just sold that car last season.
Yeah, and here you can see the difference in the 2-track. You can see how it's almost still wet down in that.
That's Jeff Watson, the 1776. That's the old PSC car that Tribe 16 built for Jason Scherer, I'm going to guess. What's that, 10 years ago now?
Yeah, that was a long time
I remember
ago.
when it first came out, it had the rolled tube, and I was like, man, that's a good-looking ride.
Yep.
And he drove for Jason Scherer drove for PSC in that car for a season or two. And then obviously has stepped his way into the IFS and has been through a few cars. And Jason Scheer's definitely one to watch tomorrow. He's been racing with us since, I think, 08, right?
Yeah, well, forever. Yeah,
forever.
It's been a long time. Yeah, Jason and I actually caught up in the VIP the other day, and we're reminiscing about when we first met, and it was almost 21 years ago when we were out, when he was back doing the We Rock stuff.
I love reminiscing for sure.
Yep.
Yeah. Speaking about the Warren VIP, if you didn't get it, you should plan for that one next year. I've dipped in and out of there a few times, and it's a great experience. They've got great food. They've got the race on the screen. And there's our physical race leaders, Mike Slawson and Woody Rose.
Yeah, they're basically coming down. And there's one of our stock class competitors right there. Can't catch the number on the roof of that, Miles.
Me neither.
All right now what we're speculating is our leaders should be back in town pretty soon, right, Miles?
Yeah, it's going to be a quick run for them. So I think Pam's going to be heading to the booth here shortly, so I can hop out and get the Speed UTV wrench mic tuned in, and it's going to be busy in the pits.
Yeah, we'll be waiting to see Miles. It's always fun when you're down there to catch up with. I want to find out. You got to get down into the Harold pit, find out what is going on with that car over there.
Absolutely, yeah. It's just such a bummer. But hopefully I can get there in a little advance and have a chat with Randy Slawson and kind of get his game plan for hopping in this car, as Mike will be hopping out here in the hot pits.
I'm gonna guess that Randy's gonna tell you his game plan is gonna be to drive over the rocks, and that's gonna be the end of the conversation.
And with Randy Slawson, with nobody in front of him in this bomber, like, it's his race to lose. I mean, it's going to be hard to beat Randy Slawson with clean air out front in the rock sections.
Yeah, tried and true platform. Definitely a hero car of the 4800 classes, those bomber chassis.
But one thing I'm thinking of is Woody Rose is not doing a driver's change, so that's going to
cost him a little bit of time.
Probably a full minute or so.
Yeah, it's definitely going to cost him some time. You're right, Miles. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. We'll see the two of them come into main pit. And then it'll basically be a split time as they leave. But as we said before, here it is right here, Miles. I believe this is the climb at the top of Resolution.
Well, Ian, I apologize. I'm going to leave you hanging for just a minute. Pam is on her way over here, but I'm going to hop out and head over to Slawson's pit and see what's going on.
No, Miles, it's probably better if you go do that. I want you to grab that wrench mic, get down there, and find out what's going on, because we got a lot of stories unfolding inside this race. And what we were just watching right there was our current race leader, Mike Slawson. He was making that big sandhill climb that we saw as part of our qualifying course, and that is the section that we're going to see them go up before they drop into Resolution, come down through back door, and then they're basically a minute and a half to 2 minutes back into town. So Miles going to jump out of the booth, which is perfect for us, because he's going to get down there and get us all the behind the scenes actions from inside that pit. Right here it is. These are our current race leaders right now. This is Mike Slawson and Woody Rose. This is the top side of Resolution as they come down. So if it looks familiar, that's because it is familiar. We've been in this section of the course multiple times this week through qualifying, and then yesterday through the UTV. They're going to come down through this rocky section, and they get to the bottom. They have a choice. They can either take the sand hill, which is to your right, our left, up over the hill, or they're going to go down and drop through back door. There's no question in my mind that we are going to see Mike Slawson drop down through back door. There is an advantage in time to head down to that back door waterfall. We saw some action in qualifying with the 4400 cars that section, and a little bit of issues with the UTVs. But if you're behind the wheel of a bomber headed into this section, that's this is your playground in that car. So there's no question he's going to make the right turn into there, and we're going to have him drop in. But right now, joining me in the booth is Mrs. Pam Hall. Pam, it's great to have you up in here. It's been a great so far.
It's been a great morning so far. Being down on the start line with the drivers is always so much fun, but I also have had to get the stage all set for our awards that we will be giving away later on. But Ian, catch me up. I see Randy Slawson there. I hear he was currently in the #1 position on adjusted time as well.
Yeah, even though that Super does say Randy Slawson and that who is the driver of record, this is actually Mike Slawson on lap 1. So what we're going to see is we're going to see Mike Slawson.
Oh, nice little nosedive.
There we go. Yeah, that is dug out at the bottom of that trail. But no problem for that bomber fab car to make quick work of that with Mike behind the wheel, and he's going to be headed out through the bottom of this trail. He is, I'd say, minute and a half, 2 minutes from Hammertown. Now, where's Woody? Woody should be making the drop right behind him, unless, no, there he is. Okay, yeah. Looks like Woody may have gotten hung up a little bit in Resolution. Now, as it is right now, Pam, just so you know, Woody is in second position on course, but Randy also has him on adjusted time. So in order for Woody to basically get the official lead, he's got to pass Slawson and pick up a minute between the two cars. And this is just the 4800 class. We obviously have our 4500s and our 4600s out there as well.
Yes, and so Kent Foltz and Brent Harrell, obviously I was doing some other stuff, so where are they at on course?
So Kent was out early, unfortunately. We saw with a fire, but we haven't got any more update on that. Maybe Miles can get us some information from down in the pits. And then we saw Brent Harrell. We couldn't tell if it was something on the right rear of the car. It looked like maybe a flat tire, but he definitely lost a lot of pace, and he lost it fast. So he is basically fallen completely off pace, and we're just going to find out what's going on. But yeah, Miles is down in there. But Miles is down in the pits. As we're watching Mike Slawson make his way through the Ford Performance short course with that Bomber Fab car. And we're coming through right now with Mike Slawson coming in. All right, Miles, it's all yours, buddy.
All right, thanks, Ian. And I'm down here, Randy Slawson, about to hop in physical first place. How you feeling right now, buddy?
Top of the world.
Awesome. So Mike drove a great race. Woody Rose isn't too far behind, but you got to be feeling good with clean air and no bottlenecks, hopefully, right?
Yeah, it's awesome. Beautiful day.
All right, well, I'm going to let you get in there because this is going to be a quick stop. I assume it's just a fuel and go. So Mike Slawson is in the hot pits. Randy's about to hop in. We'll do a walk around of the Bomber and see what's going on. But so far, so good. That Freight Factory Bomber fabrication car is looking like it's in great shape. They're ready to fuel, and we'll see what's going on. But so far, this car looks like it's in absolutely perfect shape. Nothing wrong at all with this Bomber car right now. All 4 King shocks look like they're in picture perfect shape, and it's a full. I didn't know that. Okay, driver and co-driver change. They're just checking over the car, and Woody Rose is our new physical race leader as he goes through. So that's that strategy I was talking about. We're going to lose about a minute or two, but hey, Randy's all smiles. He's heading to the rocks. I don't know about anybody who pre-runs more than Randy Slawson out here. 3-time king in the 4400 class. Can he do it again here for the 4800 Brand Motorsports Legends class? They're getting the belts on. They're getting full of fuel. So Mike Slawson went from driver to co-driver. All right. So it looks like they're getting ready to head out. Woody Rose has about a minute physical lead. So on adjusted time, it's going to be down to the wire. Mike's having a little bit of, I can't see Woody, but Woody's in the pits around the corner, just outside of the Gomez pit, I guess. I can't see it from my vantage point. So both of them are in the pits. Randy Slawson's getting belted up. He's full of fuel. They're checking all the lug nuts. But again, this Bomber car looks like it's ready to go through the rocks. What a great start to this race. And I'm kind of curious about Turkey Claw. Is there still some cars there or not? But don't worry, Randy will be able to pick his way through the field in that for sure. Oh, and it sounds like Woody Rose is out of the pits. So on adjusted time, they're going to be neck and neck. Can Randy chase down Woody Rose? Randy's getting everything checked out. Mike's in the passenger seat having a little bit of issue with a belt or something. But hey, they got a lot of rocks to go, and it looks like thumbs up from the team. Randy Slawson out of the hot pits. The race right now still is Woody Rose out front and Randy Slawson right behind him. So I'm going to send it back in. Take it away, buddy.
All right, we are up here. Great information from Miles. I love hearing him down in the pits. His excitement in the pits is amazing. Right now, though, we do have Kent Foltz. Unfortunate you are our pole sitter in that P1, but here you are up here in the booth with us.
Yeah, not a good day for us, but that's racing. Unfortunately, we had a oil line come loose going to our cooler. Sprayed oil all over the header, caught the car on fire. We were able to reroute some lines and bypass the cooler and got going again and made it about 2 miles, lost the rear drive line. So
Such a bummer. I know you were telling Ian about it, and Ian was asking what it was exactly, and there it is.
Yeah, we saw it here on the big screen. We saw the fire, but the most important thing, everyone's safe, everyone out of the car.
Absolutely.
Fire out, car's okay.
Absolutely, yes. Yeah. No, nobody got hurt. That's a big thing.
That's the most important thing. All right, well, hey, Ken, thanks for stopping up, catching us up to date here. Appreciate it. Sorry for your bad luck, but I'm sure you'll be back next year, right?
Absolutely.
All right, that's all that matters. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate you guys.
All right, so unfortunate for Kent to have that problem, but he's obviously back in Hammertown. Team is safe, he is safe, car is safe, and that is good. But the story that's unfolding for us right now in that 4800 class while Miles was down in the pits is we saw full driver and co-driver swap. Basically, now it's back to the old school team of Randy and Mike Slawson out there chasing down Woody Rose, but there is a 2-minute gap between the two of them. So technically, unless Woody can put 2 minutes between the two of them, Randy still has it on adjusted time.
Yeah, and I mean, Woody is a very fast driver as well, but you have Randy, who is like pretty much an expert out here in the rocks. So it's all going to come down to the driving skill in the rest of this race.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see when we get there he is right there. There's Randy Slawson. Be interesting to see what happens when they get over to Turkey Claw. Because the other thing that we've been watching is everything kind of bottlenecked up at Turkey Claw, but I don't think we were assuming right now it got cleaned out. It looked like all our 4800s and 4500s got out of there, and our stock class was moving through it a lot faster. This right here is that Sandhill climb heading up to Resolution. So these will be the next few vehicles that we see back into Hammertown. Yes, this is 3rd and 4th position on course with this Nick Allegri. Jacob Pacheco, yep. So this is a section where they're coming down into Resolution. Then they'll be dropping down into the 2 drops on Backdoor Trail. And then they'll be back into town. So this should be physical 3 and 4. And as I said, we've always talked about this adjusted time race.
Yes, and let's talk about over in Turkey Claw again. It looked like the 405 freeway in rush hour earlier on, but like you're saying,
it was terrible. I counted at one point in time there was 35 cars sitting still
my
in
goodness.
there. But we were speculating as to whether or not that was going to become an issue for our leaders. But based on what we've seen so far, it looks like everyone's been able to get out of Turkey Claw, which is good for both Randy and Woody. They'll be happy to get through there. But I'm speculating even more of an issue, maybe not for our leaders, but for the rest of the pack. If we had that much problem in Turkey Claw, when these guys get over in the Chocolate Thunder, we saw that just became a complete mess yesterday. It is not going to be easy for them. If they have trouble in Turkey Claw, Chocolate Thunder is going to be their worst nightmare.
Right, exactly. I agree with you 100% on that. So hopefully not, but we were talking this morning. Oh, and he did a little 3-wheel right there. The car right in the front. I can't make out the number. I know that I think it was Allegri. That was the car in front that we're watching.
Yeah, I believe that is Allegri out in front coming down through there. So this is that section of the qualifying course. This is just the Resolution. They drop down through here, and this is the turn. So that right-hand turn that takes down into Backdoor where we've seen most of our competitors go, which we assume most people will go today. It is a little bit faster. It's a high risk. It's a riskier line, but these 4800 cars should have no trouble with this particular part of the race.
You can see them bouncing right down there. They have that first slip they go down on Backdoor, and then the second one right there is the one that's getting really dug out.
Yeah, it's always dug out there. Look, we got a second line being tried here. Oh, looked to be pretty fine. Yeah, with that is the section of the race course where we were watching all of the 4400s and qualifying jump down it to make up time. So we expect to see that happen also on race day. So those are our next 2 cars that we should see back into Hammertown. The question is, where is Harrell? I should see him not far behind these 2 vehicles, but we just can't seem to catch him on camera. Maybe Miles can get over their pit, find out what's going on. I know he's down there running around.
Getting all that good information as he always does. I know Miles loves doing all of this, but I think that the pits is probably one of his favorite parts of this job.
Yeah, Miles always great down there, basically keeping us up to date on what's happening with every single race team. As we're seeing our next two vehicles come into pit and finish first lap here at the Everyman Challenge. Another pair of 4800 Legends class cars. That's Nicholas Allegri coming through the Bronco Arch. He'll drop down into the Ford Performance Short Course.
And again, this was a part of the qualifying loop the other day, so they've ran this quite a bit, making that left-hand turn, entering into the short course.
Nick Allegri with Evan Jesse in the passenger seat out of Santa Cruz, California, in that Jimmy's chassis, the Dart LS 427. And I think we're going to be jumping into some onboard All right, so this is on board with Jeremy Jones coming down currently 6th position right now. This is that drop section at back door. This is a great spot where you get an idea of what it's like from the driver's seat going through those 2 drops. That's your picture-in-picture. And the big upper lift, that is our current race leader. That's Woody. He's coming out of the top of Turkey Claw right there. And that now we've cut. That is Randy Slawson. He got nailed with some traffic down in the rocks. Those are 2 stock class cars. But as we said before, whoa, Randy getting a little fun there.
Taking that high line almost did not do him so well.
Yep, I think that little stock classer's got to get out of the way of Randy right there, which is probably what he's asking him to do, which is good. So we just saw Woody come up through the top of that. Now we're seeing Randy make his way through. Now on adjusted time, I do believe Randy still has this race, but he is dealing with some traffic inside the top half of Turkey Claw. All right, but we got Miles down in the main pit. Miles, what do you got?
Thank you. I can see Nick Allegri down a little ways. They were doing a driver's swap, but I'm here with Jacob Pacheco. They're just doing a fuel and go. Everything on this Trent Fab car is looking like it's in great shape. Everything looks pretty calm, cool, and collected. You go get him. And actually, I'm going to try to have a quick check. How's it going out there, Pacheco?
It's doing really good. Car's running awesome. I got to thank my crew, my family. Love them all. Co-driver Mike. It's pretty rough out there, but we're having a lot of fun. Trent Fab car is running great.
And it's you said it's pretty rough out there. You're about to go to the rocks where it gets even rougher.
No, I love the rocks. I'd rather do rocks than desert all day long.
I like your style. Here comes Brian Trempe, hot and heavy. He does have a left front flap. Pacheco, have fun out there. It looks like you're about ready to go.
Yep, we're good. Thank you very much.
All right, well, Jacob Pacheco about to head out, but Brian Trempe is here, but he has got a right front flat, and he is looks like pulling in the pits, so I can't quite get to him right away. And here comes Michael Kelly as well. He should be pitting with Team Indiana. So Michael Kelly is pulling into the hot pits down here. Lots of action here in the pits and even more action out on course. Ian, Pam, back to you guys at the Monster Energy Jumbotron.
Thanks a lot, Miles. Always great to get that information. But while we've got Miles running around, he's going to resituate himself into a new pit. We're going to take a quick break from the action here in Johnson Valley. Remember, if you subscribe to that premium feed, you wouldn't miss any of the racing action of today's Everyman Challenge race. It is all part of the 2024 Progressive King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto and powered by Optima Batteries. We'll be back shortly.
King of the Hammers Edition Bronco isn't just a graphics kit. It was developed for well over a year. Myself, Fox engineers, and the Fox Factory Performance Vehicle Development Design Team worked to build the ultimate trail conquering Bronco.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology.
Hey, old man, where'd you buy that monster hat?
What are you guys doing?
We're just trying to figure out who this old guy is.
You're asking the wrong question. It's not who he is, but how he got here.
Wow, no way. What the? Okay, that didn't really just happen.
And that's how we got here.
Okay, I guess he's pretty cool. Yeah, for an old guy.
Straight to the top. As I was steady, I won't ever stop. 'Cause I was born ready. Going straight to the
Wow, look at this, everybody. We are coming to you live from Johnson Valley. We are in the beginning stages of our Everyman Challenge race. So what's happened so far is our race leaders have finished our lap 1. That's the big desert loop. So we've seen Randy Slawson, which was actually Mike Slawson behind the wheel. They did a driver change, so now Randy is in the car. So now we can just call that as Randy Slawson driving. He is current race leader. Behind him is a Woody. Woody is a +2 behind him. But the story that's unfolding on your screen right now is that is Randy Slawson right there. He's physically second, but he is ahead on adjusted time, but he has a right front flat right now on that car. So the question will be, what do they do? Do they push it? No, I think they've already made, well, I could be wrong, but it looks, yeah, I think the decision's been made. It looks like they're gonna pull that car over and change that tire. Now, on adjusted time, he does have the race, but the question will be, how long does it take him to change that tire? Behind him is Allegro and then Pacheco with a +7 and a +8. So Slawson on adjusted time is.
Yes, exactly. But that 2 minutes, I mean, it can go real quick. So he has to definitely stay on top of his game for sure, with Slawson right there in the lead. And then Woody is a hard driver. He's going to not give up either.
Well, and the problem that we have is the fact that in our split times here that we looked at, those split times were when they came through basically the arch in town. So that's end of lap 1. The other issue that we have is the fact that we saw them out in Turkey Claw. We saw Woody get through that fast and clean, and he was gone, where Randy got hung up with a little bit of traffic. So did he lose his 2-minute split there? And now he also has a flat, or was he able to match pace with Woody and stick with him? But that's just one class that's racing today. On screen right now is one of our, we could call them the heroes of the sport. These are the stock class racers. These are the 4600 car that are out there right now working, as we cut to one of our Legends cars as well. That is Chad Jesse out there. We got Miles down in the pits trying to get information for us, because we did see earlier today, we were watching our leader got a little bit off track early on in the race, and that sort of we were trying to speculate what was wrong with his car, and unfortunately for Brent, it looked like he kind of fell off pace, and Miles is down in that pit trying to get some information for us because he has now been passed by up to 4 cars at this point. On screen right there is one of our stock class cars making their way up that 2-track. You can definitely see the speed difference between some of our bigger class cars out there, the 4800 Brand Motorsports Legends class cars, as well as our 4500 modified Yukon gear and axle cars. But they're out there racing their own race. I think there's like maybe 25 or 30 of our stock class cars out there on this course right now, trying to make their way all the way back. And for most of the stock class cars, the game has just finished the game. Another stock class car right there. Great option for a stock class car is that full-size Jeep Go. All right, so I'm hearing right now in our headset that we should have one of our 4600 cars back into town here shortly.
Yes, and it sounds like it should be Justin Hall in the number 13. And this is Shad Kennedy that we are seeing that has entered into the short course.
Yeah, I'm sorry. We got some. Justin Hall is actually will be our first possibly 4500 modified car. As we cut out into the desert, there's Mike and Randy Slawson. Looks like they finished up changing that tire. No pressure for them. They know they still have lots of racing to do, even though Woody is well out in front of them. They do have some adjusted time on their side, and they also have a whole lot of rock trails to get through today.
Yes, and Mike and Randy's down here quite a bit practicing in these trails, testing out his cars, so he knows these rock trails very well, and that's where he more than likely will be able to make up some time, even though Woody Rose has been out here racing with us as well. But Randy Slawson definitely, again, has amazing seat time out here on those rocks, so we'll see if it comes to his benefit.
And there's another bomber car making its way through our Bronco arch right now, coming back into Hammertown. That is the number 75 of Scott Foley out of Norco, California. So Scott will definitely be coming in our top 10. So we'll be looking at split times as they come through. Looks like he's going to go pit early before Mate goes through the jump on the Yukon launch to develop a split time for us. You can see all the competitors lined up here, ready for their drivers to come in and pit.
And we do have another person in the pits up there that we had seen right where he entered in. And that is just north of our Talladega turn.
Yeah, it looks like they are swapping out his spare, so obviously they got a flat somewhere out on course. They're going to pull that spare off and rack a fresh tire on there for them. So they get the fuel tower ready. And I think we've got Miles with our event motorsports director, Ben Napier, going to give us a little course update as to what's going on.
Thanks, guys. I'm here in race-offs with event director Ben. How's it going, buddy? One of those days.
G'day, Miles. I've seen you running up and down, so I'll take that. Mate, USAC and the race control team have given me an update. There are a number of VCPs that are being investigated, and the big news is that they're investigating both of the leaders, Woody Rose and Randy Slawson, for a missed VCP at 27.
That's the one that Kyle Cheney missed yesterday as well, right?
Yeah, I don't know if you guys can see on that screen, but the VCP sits right at the top of the corner, and the guys are actually shortcutting across and missing the VCP by more than 150 feet.
And that's why the VCP's there. It's a virtual checkpoint, and that's at least 5 minutes, right?
Absolutely. If the penalty is assessed by USAC, they'll go and investigate, make sure the data is right. Once the penalty is assessed by them, they'll let me know, and it would be a 5-minute minimum penalty.
Yeah, and that kind of shook it up a little bit yesterday as well. So I love seeing that on screen because, yeah, you can just shortcut that, and it's 150 feet either side. If you don't hit it, boom, at least 5 minutes.
Absolutely. We've got a great race, and we're keeping everyone honest this year, and we're getting some great data, and the USAC race controller giving me some great updates, so I'll share them with you when I get them.
Awesome. Ben Napier, you've done a great job. Appreciate everything you've done. You stepped in a couple years ago. You've raced this multiple times, but you've really helped Dave and our entire team. I personally appreciate everything you've done for our team and every racer out here.
Pleasure working with you, Miles. Now get back to running.
All right, buddy. Well, thanks that. So, Ian, back to you.
Thanks, Miles. That's some big news right there. But the sort of the bigger news is that both race leaders have watched it. Both Woody missed that VCP. Both Woody and Randy. And as Miles said, that is the same VCP that we had a bunch of the UTVs miss yesterday.
We did. We had both our leaders yesterday as well in our pro modified class miss that VCP. It didn't end up moving around their positions as they finished, but it definitely was a 5-minute penalty that they did receive yesterday.
Yeah, I think the big story for that would be we'll have to go back and maybe Miles can sort of keep it in the back of his head to check what's happening with position 3, 4, 5. What's going on down that leaderboard? Did they also miss the VCP, or was it just our first two leaders? If we see, yesterday, if I remember correctly, it was like 27 drivers missed that VCP. So if, just to play it out as devil's advocate here, if our first two vehicles miss that VCP, that's going to be a minimum 5-minute penalty. When we watch the rest of our team come through, our next vehicles come through the main arch here, there was only about a 6 or 7 minute split time between third and first. If you have a 6-minute split and then you get hit with a 5-minute penalty, that can change the race. That is big news for Allegro and Pacheco because they were, like I said, in that 5 to 7 minute gap between our leaders.
Yeah, that definitely can hurt our leaders that we have out there, as you're saying, but it is definitely an advantage for sure. That's where these other guys want to make sure they're driving in a clean race and don't have any issues, make sure that they are also going to be hitting all of those checkpoints, because at 5 minutes, it can come down to the wire. I mean, we've seen races come down to literally a second on who's going to win the race. So we shall see how this is all going to shake out here this afternoon.
Yeah, we've got lots of racing still left to happen. As we said, all we've seen is all right. But as we said, still lots. All right, so another member of our team out there right now. I got Miles down in the pit. I'm here in the booth. Pam's here in the booth. But we also have the infamous Miss Tiffany Stone out there as well. So, Tiffany, what's going on in your world?
This is mostly going to be a safety stop, but things have changed since we've gotten that, traffic jam in Turkey Claw. So they said now that a lot of the teams plan on stopping here, getting more fuel before they head out into the rocks, because they don't want another traffic jam and, of course, run out of fuel. They also said there's a possibility of getting some tires on there, re-racking, because anything could happen. However, I also talked to a handful of teams where this is actually going to be their main pit for them. They want to make sure that they can get their driver fueled up, new fresh tires, and, of course, in and out of the rocks as fastly as they can. I'll be here all day long at Remote Pit 2, bringing you guys all the strategies from the teams, and of course keeping you updated. Back up to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Tiffany. Appreciate that. So Tiffany's out there at remote pit 2. Interesting to hear some of the strategies that's going on out there, where some of our drivers have made the decision to basically make that remote pit 2 like their main pit instead of dealing with it down here in Hammertown.
Yes, whenever I used to go out and work the remote pits, it was very interesting to hear their strategies. And, some would choose that remote pit 1, but being out there at remote pit 2 is a lot more miles in. But that is the 48-12 that we are watching right now making a pass. That is Jacob Pacheco. Jacob Pacheco, as we were talking with the time splits, I mean, he right now with the time penalties, he's running a good pace, and you never know what will happen here. But that is our very fast little straightaway that he is on. There are some little whoop sections, but definitely a very nice smooth section, and he's running it very smooth as well.
Yeah, we're trying to get some additional information from race ops right now because, as we said before, we have a VCP investigation going right now with our 2 leaders. So that is Woody Rose, Randy Slawson. Now, the person who's going to benefit probably the most from this is this driver on screen right now, and that is Pacheco. Pacheco right now, when he came through the splits at the main part of Hammertown in our main pit 1, if he did not incur the same time penalty, that time penalty assessed onto Slawson and Woody would work in his favor. But we got race ops working on information for us to find out, did he also cut that pit? You saw in that shot when Miles was in there, Pam, you could see it's just a weird little spot in the course. It's a sharp right-hand turn, and everyone's just kind of sweeping it on the inside edge.
Yeah, and I mean, we have those. That's why we have VCPs, to make sure you're hitting your marks. So, and you don't want to miss them. And here we do have a couple, like we keep saying, being investigated.
Yeah, and that's what it's for. We saw yesterday. Obviously, if I was a 4400 driver right now, I think I'd be making a note in the GPS to watch that VCP, because obviously it's not an easy VCP to see or know that it's out there, because we saw it yesterday with the UTVs and we're seeing it unfold again today in this class. So if I'm a 4400 driver, I'm right now in my course notes and I'm making a note, because that could be the biggest difference tomorrow in our race.
Yes, for sure. And we have seen that happen. I mean, like we did yesterday, at least, it didn't change up the finishing order yesterday because Kyle Chaney did have quite the lead, but it can hurt you.
Now, this is very interesting right here. We're seeing 2 of our competitors make that big sandhill climb and avoid the drop at backdoor. This is the bottom side of Resolution. And here we have 2 other drivers coming down. I'm going to try and get numbers off those cars. We can tell you who they are. But this could be where we could see a pass. Now, these are drivers who are probably dealing with that bottleneck that we saw in Turkey Claw earlier today, and now they're finally out racing. So that's the 48.53 out there right now. .48.53 is Andrew Gorman that we're watching come down through there. So the question will be, do we see them basically make a right, head over to the backdoor drop where they climb the sandhill? And here we're seeing the second competitor took the right into backdoor, as well as our vehicle behind him. I'm trying to get some numbers off this car. I apologize. Right there, that is Woody Rose. That is our current physical race leader right now. Yeah, and just based off tracking right now, he did have a big gap between himself and Slawson, and that is partly because of the fact that we saw Slawson pull over and change that flat tire. So Woody's gapped out, but certainly I'm hoping that was just a little bit of an issue hitting that one rock, and there's nothing wrong with the steering on the car. It's kind of interesting that we saw him hit that spot, but this is I think this is out near Compaction Hill is what we're looking at right now.
And we did see that he, backed up on that ginormous boulder that he was just now maneuvering around.
All right, so as we watch our current race leader make his way up that climb, we're going to toss it down to our good friend Miles in the pits.
Thank you, Ian. And here's Josh Sowell, part of our rookie program. And if you remember, he was upside down at the beginning of this race. But hey, the car's still rocking and rolling. They're doing a fuel. They're checking the steering. The car still looks pretty good. The Freight Factory Bomber is ready to rock and roll in the rocks. Everything else looking pretty good. But again, the rookie program is so cool to be a part. So, Josh, how are you doing out there? You having fun for your first time here at King of the Hammers?
Absolutely, it's a blast. Had to get the roll out of the way, and then we're going to send it.
Was that on purpose or accident?
Always on purpose.
Heck yeah. All right, well, it looks like your team's getting you ready to rock and roll, but all in good fun. Josh Sowell will see him today and tomorrow for the Nitto Race of Kings, and he's all smiles out here having fun for the EMC. Again, man, these cars take a beating. He rolled in the first 100 feet, but everything else is looking pretty good. I see a little bit of fluid on the right rear. That's probably when he was upside down for just a tick. I did see Justin Miron come through. And, man, just a lot of action down here. It looks like I see Andrew Gorman coming in. There's Jeff Martin. There's a lot of cars coming in. There's Ryan Taylor. So lots of action in the pits. I'm going to try to bounce to the next one. Ian, Pam, take it away.
Thanks, Miles. Again, great information. And right now we are watching the 48-48 of Randy Slawson making his way very quickly through this super fast desert section.
Yeah, on the tracker, we show a little bit of a gap between Randy, who is now physically second on course, and Woody Rose, who's up on that basically first on course position right now. Randy does have corrected time on his side, so Woody does have to get, I think, at least 1 minute ahead of him, which I'm speculating right now, but based on the tracker, it does look like he has that minute gap locked in. But as we have said, we still have a long day of racing. We have only done our big desert loop with our leaders so far, probably about 10 or 15 cars through the main lap, and then they have to get out and run the deserts. Run the rocks.
And let's talk about this too. Miss Tiffany Stone down there in RP2, will Randy stop and re-rack that tire just in case he is having issues when he gets into the rock section? So that might be another little bit of time, or will he wait until he gets back to the main pit here? That is another question that will also take away from his time.
That's a very good question, Pam. I don't know. It'd be hard to say if you're Randy. Do you take the time to go in and get that extra spare? The other story that's interesting is I can't remember a time when we saw Randy get a flat like that out in the desert. So that's something that's obviously new to us. Randy is usually pretty clean when he's out there driving. It looks like we got a 4500 back into town.
Yes, that is the 4517 of Jesse Oliver.
Yeah, that will be our first 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle modified class coming in. Shad should be in there right after him shortly.
And there we are watching Justin Hall.
Yeah, no, that is a mistake on my part. So it's Eddie Oliver and Shad Kennedy have already been through. So those are our two leading 4,500. I believe that's Thompson out there right now, Brendan in the passenger seat of that car. But that's cutting right there. That is Randy Slawson once again on screen. And we're just watching to see what happens. Look at that left rear tire, Pam. That is another flat. And that is not good.
And we were just talking about this. Will he be stopping to do a re-rack or not? And here he's going to have to stop now.
He's going to have to run a few rock trails with a flat tire before he's going to be able to get a second tire into that. He has a flat tire in the back on his spare tire location, and now he has a flat tire on the rear axle on the course. Terrible luck for Slawson out there at the start of the second lap of our Everyman Challenge race.
So as a racer, his tire is coming apart. Would you take the time to pull over and put the other tire back on just to have a little bit of traction through the rocks?
Not until it's a bare rim at this point. I mean, the reality is to swap a flat tire for a flat tire is kind of a waste of time.
I agree with you on that 100% for sure, but it's once he gets down to the rim too, that's where if it gets too bad, he could, hit some rocks, not having that clearance and break a brake line off or something as well.
Yeah, it's definitely not friendly in a car when you have a flat tire. The good news is it being on the rear axle like that, it's not going to affect the steering of the car. The nice thing about the 4800 Legends class cars is they do have the ability to have that full hydraulic steering versus the 4500 Yukon gear and axle modified class cars. They have to have that mechanical steering. So either way, we end up in a situation where if you have a flat tire in any of these race cars, you want it on the back. It does slow your pace down, but you're headed into the rocks. If you're Randy, what option? You really only have one option, and that's drive on that tire.
Yes, and we were seeing that in qualifying the other day. The ones that were having the flats on the front was definitely more of an issue, like you're saying, because of steering the car and everything. But that is so unfortunate, though, that he has another flat tire.
Yeah, that's just bad luck for Randy, unfortunately, being out there in that car. And you can see from this shot on the helicopter what happens is that as long as that tire physically stays together, it's not that bad to drive on, because at a certain speed the tire almost self-inflates as long as the carcass of the tire is there. It puts a lot of extra load on the suspension components, but if the tire starts to come apart, that's when things get really, really bad.
And this is unfortunate for Randy Slawson, but that Woody Rose, if his team is on the radio with him, he already knows that this is going on.
Yeah, I think, Woody, he's got to put a gap in between himself and Randy. Randy did have this on corrected time, but I think, we'll have to pay attention to our next split time mile marker, because I'm going to speculate right now that I think Woody's taken the lead in the race, even on adjusted time, just with the unfortunate, the flat and the traffic jam that we saw in Turkey Claw for Randy.
Yes, and that right there that we are seeing, that is a 680 of Colin Hornock.
You went full Southern on that there.
I did.
That right there. I like that, Pam. Good for you.
Well, I hear your Canadian accent, so my Southern accent's coming out as well.
I got a mix of all the accents. And whenever I see Jim Marsden on screen, I'll give him a pip cheerio, just to make him feel good.
It was awesome to get him on the start line this morning, get him an interview.
All right, so right there, that is second car on course. We don't know exactly where Woody Rose is. We do know he is physically in front of him, and I'm going to assume that we're going to see a big gap between these two drivers. It is Randy Slawson heading up into. They have still a little bit of a desert and a couple shelf roads to climb before they get into any serious rock trails. Speak of the devil, there he is right there. That is our current race leader. That is Woody Rose. He is in Aftershock right now, coming down.
And Aftershock with those very large boulders, it's a very rough section. You definitely do not want to rush yourself through Aftershock.
Yeah, where we were looking at Randy, that was sort of, he was headed up through Compaction Hill, then they go down Aftershock, and then they have to they go up 1920. So this is sort of his first sort of real rock trail, but he is going down it. We're not going to see any major action, honestly, until I think we see them get up and over by Jackhammer, and then the big question will be when we see them headed up Chocolate Thunder. That's it.
So it sounds like we're getting some update on some time splits, Ian.
Yeah, we've got some basically split time sections out there in the desert, and we can get some data. Now, at one point in time, Randy not only had this race on physical lead, he had basically a 1 minute lead on Woody Rose because of adjusted time leaving the line. But as of right now, at our last split, Woody Rose now is physically leading and leading on adjusted time of 6 minutes.
Wow.
That's with adjusted time. So he's basically put the 1 minute that he needed to put between himself and Randy, and he's pushed 5 minutes out in front of that. So what you're seeing right now on screen is your physical race leader and also race leader on adjusted time.
So let's talk about that, Ian. He has a 6-minute lead right now, but if that penalty actually goes through, that is a 5-minute penalty, so he will only have a 1-minute lead.
Well, yes, but it's both of them got hit with the penalty.
Yes.
So it's Woody Rose and Randy Slawson. The big story here is Allegri. I'm still waiting to hear back. Maybe Miles could jump into race ops for us one more time and double check. But we did get, at the time of the penalty, we only had news from race ops between Woody and Randy. So did Allegri also miss that VCP? Because he's only 9 minutes back off of our leaders, and that 5-minute penalty will make a big difference. But right now, let's assume he did get the same penalty, it's going to make no difference in our leaders. If he did hit that VCP and it's clean, then he will basically possibly be jumped up into at least second, not necessarily first right now. But there we go. We just cut from Woody Rose, current race leader, and on adjusted time, and he was in aftershock. The bottom half of it, we kind of saw him go through all the tricky parts of it. And now this is second on course, Randy Slawson.
And where he's at right now, I'm not sure exactly how many miles he has to go before he gets to that RP2, but I mean, he obviously, we can see he can't go as fast as he would like to, but he will be getting into the rock trails that he won't be able to go very fast in anyway, so that'll also be to an advantage for him.
Well, I would never use the term Randy Slawson can't go very fast in the rocks, because he's going to push that car as hard as he can. You can see they still haven't addressed that left rear tire, but it is still, based on what we're seeing right now, it is still holding together. But right now, this is once again Woody Rose. He's now at the bottom of aftershock, and I believe from there he's headed over to Highway 1920 after that, which really should be no difficult for. No, there's no difficulty for these cars on those trails. They should be able to easily get through them. All right, so I hear that Miles has got some more stuff for us in the pit. So Miles, take it away.
Thank you, Ian. Down here with Dustin Eisenhower. He gave me a big old thumbs up. He's having fun out here. Around the corner where you can't see, we have Jesse Oliver with a broken right front shock. And he was saying without the dust, they're over driving. So they're actually going too fast because they can see a lot better than normal. And he said that they got the nicest nerf ever from Ryan Taylor that just came up and said, "Bump, I'm here, buddy." So they pulled over. But again, the dust, that's interesting. They're going faster than anticipated because the sight is so well today. So Dustin Eisenhower in this old 4400 car took off his shock, went down to 37-inch tires, and he's still racing with us. So far, so good. They're checking out the right front a little bit, getting some fuel. I saw Ryan Taylor and Jeff Martin coming through a little bit ago. I saw Chuck Crossland come in and blow a corner, go up over at Burn, but he was able to save it. I see Rick Lavezzo coming to town. There's so many cars coming through. It's hard to keep up with who's what and who's where and all that, but so far, so good. Again, these cars take a beating and keep rocking. So while we have a little break down here in the pits, we'll send it back up to the Monster Energy Jumbotron. Pam Ian, back to you.
Thanks, Miles. Again, love the updates that we get from you down there right in the middle of the action. So exciting to see. At least he had a driver right there. Dustin had given him a huge thumbs up. But unfortunate Jesse Oliver with a broken shock, so we'll see how he pans out. But still, we do have Mr. Randy Slawson on screen.
Yeah, Randy right now, as we've been talking about all morning, he is second on course, and Woody Rose is in front of him. Randy did have a good lead of a couple minutes on adjusted time, but unfortunately got one flat out in the desert section, and now we've seen him with a second flat. So if you're watching at home wondering why they don't pull over and change that tire, well, it's because the one that's on the back of that car is already flat. So he needs to get out into the, we're assuming that he's going to head out to remote pit 2.
If he does not head out there, that would be a very interesting strategy, but more than likely he will. I'm sure he's already radioed into his pit. If he has not, his pit has heard us if they're watching the live stream.
Well, they kind of have two times to get into that remote pit too, Pam. They can kind of drop in on their way out into the rock trails, then they can run a couple rock trails, they can drop back in as well. So I don't know if he'll hit remote pit 1 early or late, but I'm going to assume that based on how this car is acting, he's going to want to get out and get a new tire on that car and get out there, because still have to get into Chocolate Thunder, which is kind of where we saw a lot more of our action. We saw a lot of action this morning with our and that's Kevin. Sorry, that's Bryan. Is that Bryan Trempe?
Yeah, 896 is Bryan Trempe.
Okay, so that's Bryan Trempe that we just saw for a second. Once again, like we said before, we have 3 different classes racing today. We have our Brannick Motorsports Legends class. That's our 4800 series cars. Those are our single shock. Used to be, we called it the 4400 retirement class, but now it is a lot of builders are building cars specific for this class. Limited to 37-inch DOT tires, single shock per corner, but they can have that full hydraulic steering. Also out there is the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle modified class. Now those cars, they can have multiple shocks, so you'll see them with a coil-over bypass at each corner, but they are limited to 14 inches of travel, and no trailing arms. Shocks must be mounted to the axles to race in that class. And then lastly, we have the Curry stock class, which is out there. Now those cars are literally what they say. These are stock Jeeps and Toyotas and everything else out there. Very, very limited. Factory suspension, factory engine. They can make some modifications to the vehicle, but it can't be a lot. Yeah, you can see this is the exact same spot that we saw Woody Rose Jr. go through quite a while ago. So that 6-7 minute split, there is a huge gap between the two cars that are out here. We have our race leader being Woody Rose and Randy Slawson right behind him in that Bomber Fab car. So what you're looking at right now is sort of halfway through Aftershock. That's basically, they're going to head into Aftershock. They're going down this trail. That is our current race leader. That is Woody Rose right now. All right, so I'm hearing that Miles will shortly have our good friend Jim Marsden in the pits. All right, Miles, take it away.
Thank you, Ian. We've got Jim Marsden. You know, he's usually talking in the booth. He's better at running his mouth than a motor, but he's out here driving away. The car still looks like it's in pretty good shape. I see smiles from Jim. Getting a thumbs up. Once we get some fuel in this thing, I hope to have a quick chat. I do see a little bit of smoke, so they must be leaking a little bit of oil somewhere. But Helda DeRoches over here chatting away. But this Get Bent Fab car still looking like it's in great shape. All of these King shocks are in great shape. They are re-racking the rear spare, so we did have a flat out on course. But again, this car still looks like it's in great shape. So far, so good for Jim Marsden. Again, I can't touch this car while he's fueling, so I'm going to wait for that and hopefully have a quick chat with my good buddy. But I'm just keep walking around the car and everything looks great, except for they are leaking a little bit of oil. Rick Levezzo blows through, part of the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle modified class. So Jim is actually running a great race. So, man, I can't wait. I'm waiting. You're fueling, buddy, but I'm coming to you. But he's having fun. He's all smiles. They had to put a new transmission in this, get a couple of these King shocks rebuilt because he had a little love tap incident with Rick Levezzo during qualifying. Looks like they're looking for a strap to re-strap down this spare tire. Jim's having a little bit of a uncrustable snack as they're cruising along. So just keep checking over the car. The whole team's checking everything. Looks like Helda DeRocha said, hey, get this window net back down, or I'm going to be ready to take off here shortly. So looks like they're done with fuel. I don't see any more. Hey, Jim, how you doing, buddy?
I'm snacking on peanut butter at the moment.
So it looks like you did have a flat tire. Has anything else been going smooth thus far?
No, we had a flat tire out on track, otherwise real clean. Just keeping it soft and gentle in the whoops, trying to soak them tyres. Don't know where I picked up a flat. We made some good moves in Turkey Claw and just picking our way up through the field. Yeah, loving it.
How you like driving from the correct side of the car in there?
It sucks.
I love that. But hey, there goes Ryan Webb cruising along. But again, the car looks like it's in great shape. What's your strategy going into the rocks? Are you going to still keep pushing because you're in a pretty good position?
Oh, mate, we're going to take a nice drive out there. We're going to see where it positions. I don't know where we are right now. I know we passed a lot of cars, but I have no idea what position we're in. But that's unimportant. We're only at halfway. We've got to keep to the game plan, get out there, do our stuff. Got a great team here, and can't thank them enough for what they're doing.
Absolutely. It looks like they're getting close to getting going. So I'm not sure. I don't see anybody working on the car. Yep, they're just double checking it. So Jim Marsden is going to be ready to take off and head out into the rock trails. So I've got Jimmy Jack that's usually driving this car. How cool is it to have Jim out here driving your car for you?
Oh, it's awesome. I'm pretty stoked. He's doing an awesome job, especially for limited time he's had in the car.
Yeah, so this only came about 2 or 3 weeks ago. He sent me a text, he's like, I think I'm racing the EMC with Jimmy Jack. He's like, don't say anything, I'm excited. How'd that phone call transpire?
We were just, actually somebody was talking about renting the car and that all kind of fell through. And Jim and I were just talking about coming out to Hammers, and one thing led to another, and it was like, fuck it, let's race it.
Heck yeah. So you and Amy took a pretty good tumble a couple of years ago, so you're just not quite there. Again, safety first. I can't wait to see you and Amy back in the car, but at least you get to see your car back out there on track.
Oh yeah, it's hard to dip out of this 100%. One way or another, you got to still be in it.
Absolutely. Well, good seeing you, buddy, and the car's still moving. So Jim Marsden's out there. Like I said, usually he runs his mouth, but today he's running the car. So far, so good. I'm stoked to see him doing so well. I hope to see him on the stage later on this afternoon. Maybe this evening. We'll see how it shakes out. So Ian, Pam, give him a little heckle now.
Oh, that's just too easy to do, Miles. It's nice to see him finally enjoying that freedom side of the seat. He's not used to that over in England. He's probably dropped a couple sausage rolls and a full standard out of that car, and maybe even spilled. I think what you were seeing leaking out of that car was a big old cup of tea, Miles. That's what was probably going on. All right, well, we're going to take a quick break from the action here in Johnson Valley, California. This is the Everyman Challenge, all part of the 2024 Progressive King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto and powered by Optima batteries.
You know, when I take the bike out like this, all my stresses just melt away.
I hear that. This bad boy can fix anything.
Yep, tough day at work. Nice cruiser sorts you right out.
When I'm riding, I'm not even thinking about my painful cavity.
Oh, you shouldn't ignore that.
And every time I get stressed about having to pay my bills, I just hop on the bike, man.
Oh, come on, man. You gotta pay your bills.
You don't have to worry about anything when you're protected by America's #1 motorcycle insurer.
Well, you definitely do. Those things aren't related, so...
Oh, that is a vibrating pain.
Since day one, American Outdoors was built on providing active people quality products at reasonable prices. Our original soft-sided AO coolers are known for being convenient, durable, and keeping ice for over 24 hours in extreme heat. Over the last 30 years, AO has expanded our product lineup with high-quality coolers to fit any adventure, as well as a variety of marine, outdoor, and off-road products to complement your high-octane lifestyle. So whether it's the next trail run, the next fishing trip, or anywhere in between, be sure to AO and go.
You know, the thing that people don't realize about ARB is that they have been developing the parts as our series and our sport has grown to these new extremes. They keep evolving as the sport has evolved.
Break free from the daily grind with Sylvania LED off-road lights and put your skills to the test. because adventure begins with seeing where no one else has before.
Officially first place in the 4,500 Utah.
All right, everybody, welcome back to Johnson Valley. This is the Everyman Challenge race. That's what we're watching today, feeding to you live from the lake bed. We have tons of action coming your way. I'm Ian Johnson. In the booth with me is Mrs. Pam Hall. We have Miles down in the pits. Tiffany Stone out in remote pit 2, where we just got a little bit of information.
You know what? I actually, looks like Miles is following a driver through Hammertown right now, walking back to his pit. So that'll be a very interesting to get an update from him.
I think that was, he was down in the pits with Jesse Oliver and they had that broken shock. So I think what he's doing is he's running around Hammertown right now trying to find a replacement shock. But we did get word from Remote Pit 2 with Tiffany Stone that our physical race leader, Woody Rose, did not go into Remote Pit 2 on their way out to the rocks. He's in the rocks for this particular part of the race course. They do have the option to drop into Remote Pit 2 two different times on this race course. But the big news there is the fact that we fully expect to see Randy Slawson in that pit.
Yes, 100%. If he does not stop, then I'd be very surprised. But having a flat tire on the rack and one on the car as well, he's definitely going to need to stop. And we do have Woody Rose stopping just a second.
Yeah, I think what we're seeing there, honestly, Pam, is just a change between high range and low range. It looked like on that climb he stopped for a minute and probably slipped it into low range to take advantage of that additional gear ratio to get up. And now that he's going downhill, he probably slept. I could be wrong, Pam. There seems to be a lot of checking up going on down this section of race course that we don't expect. Oh, and what is happening here? We have Randy Slawson stopped on course.
It doesn't look like there's much movement on the inside.
I think it's the same thing. I think what's happening is they're just selecting getting the. He definitely doesn't have a choice. A lot of the time in these cars, when they're in good shape, especially these 4,800 cars, you can leave it in high range, hit some of this stuff, just basically power your way up it. But with that left front rear, he does not have a choice. He's going to have to get that thing into low range, take advantage of the multiplication inside that transfer case to make up for the fact that he's basically dragging a boat anchor on that left rear tire.
Exactly, and you can see that the tire looks like it's getting ready to start coming apart just a little bit, but it's been holding up quite nicely, honestly, from what he's been going through already.
Yeah, and right now this is Woody Rose. We're trying to. It looked like he went down this. He's going up the trail that he just turned around. I don't know what is happening right now. We're gonna have to get with our tracker and find out what's happening. Maybe he took a wrong turn and went. He should be heading over that. Yeah, I think that's what happened.
He did take a right at the Y, and I was kind of wondering when I was watching it because the line didn't look like it was really super burnt in.
Yeah, that is the top of Fisher Mountain. You can see that's Hammertown way in the background. That's the run. If you look up there, we might see him, Pam. It's a tiny little car up at the top of that mountain. But yeah, that's the view of Hammertown in the background. This is the one we got to see yesterday. So yeah, it looks like unfortunately just took a little bit of a wrong turn, but luckily I think he got it and got back on course, which is good for him.
I can tell you I can see the helicopter, so I know where he's at right now. But yeah, that's pretty cool to see this awesome view. I love seeing Hammertown in the background of it as well. But we do have Randy Slawson still making his way through the rocks. Looks like he is in Check Me Out.
Yeah, that's sort of a section of trail they're going to head up. He's just finished Highway 1920, come up to the top. He's probably 8 minutes behind Woody at this point. He's just losing time, and as you see, still hasn't been able to drop into that remote pit. Remote Pit 2. Maybe if Tiffany Stone's out there, hopefully she can get us a little update as to what's going on, because we fully expect to see him get into that pit and get a tire change. But, you know, as we said, yes, there is a gap between the two, and yes, Woody is in the lead, but we're still very early on in our race today. We do not expect to see a winner come across the line. Miles and I were speculating this morning that our 4,800 cars would probably be able to do this race course in maybe 5 hours.
Okay.
So that would put them back into town. Let's see, when did they leave the line this morning? 8 a.m. So right around 1 or 2 o'clock for 1:30 for our leaders right now.
Yeah, that's not bad timing of a guess there. I know that our UTVs yesterday, they did it. I think Kyle Cheney did it in what, about a 3:30 something?
He did it in 3:49.8, which nobody expected. The next fastest UTV, I believe, was over the 4-hour mark, and then everything after that was between that, or at least our top 10 were between that 4 and 4.5 hours. Normally the 4,800 cars can't do the same speed as the UTVs, so they're usually about an hour off pace of the leaders. So, as we said before, about 5 hours as we're watching Randy Slawson struggle up through this trail. You can see not only does he have to fight all the rocks that are in that trail, but he also has to fight the fact that he has that left rear flat tire on that car. Just bad luck for Randy. It's going to be a bummer for him, but he does have the ability, as we said, to get into that remote pit 2 and get it fixed.
At least, like you were saying, though, Ian, he has that low range, which will help him out getting through this. Sometimes, like you were saying, too, they don't always have to go into that low range, but that will help him make his way up through the rocks. He's going to be putting a lot of pressure on the right-hand side, but he definitely is going slow, as we see, but that also has to do with how steep it is, too.
Yeah, it's hard to see on camera because these trails, you look at them and you're like, oh, that doesn't look steep at all. But it is incredibly steep. As we cut to our current race leader right there, that is Woody Rose in that Trent Fab car. He has made that big, long push across the top of Fissure Mountain. What's really going to play out in the next little while, I think, is what we're going to see is the next trail we want to see on camera. We're going to see some action. It's going to be up in Chocolate Thunder. Based on what we saw going down inside Turkey Claw this morning, I think we're going to see a lot of action on Chocolate Thunder. Maybe not so much for these two cars being our race leaders, but throughout the day it's going to be a fun trail to keep an eye on.
Yes, it will. I mean, that place, that area always gets bottlenecked up a little bit, so hopefully, nobody else gets all bottlenecked up in there, but we do have the 4862, it looks like.
Yeah, this is once again that section of Resolution where they're coming down. This is kind of the end. So these will be the next few cars that we see coming back into Hammertown. So have to come down through Resolution. This is that part, once again, as we've said before, part of our qualifying course. So this is part of our qualifying course where they're coming down through. And then they will cut across at the bottom of this trail to make the decision. Do they take the sandhill to the left, or do they go to the right and head over to the two obstacle drops that make up a trail that's referred to as Backdoor out here in Johnson Valley? Very, very popular spot in the evening for rec wheelers to go out and play, both Backdoor and Chocolate Thunder, which is why we're seeing those trails getting so tore up in between the two races.
Yes, and can you imagine what it's going to be like tomorrow when our 4400s take the green flag? It's going to be pretty steep after we're all done out here.
Yeah, tomorrow is our basic. Well, we used to say it was the big race. We'd say, oh, the big race on Saturday. But now we've kind of changed our tune on that. Now we say that every day is a big race because all of these guys are out here competing in the King of the Hammers race right now. Now that, I believe, might be physically third on course. That is the 4806 of Steve Graff, I believe. Let's check my notes here.
Yes, it is.
So that might be physical third.
Yeah, so
4806. Yeah,
Steve Graff.
Yeah, Steve Graff, we haven't seen him very much. So the question is, what happened to? We may have missed him. We're still looking for Pacheco to come through, and a couple others that we assumed would be coming through this section, but don't see him. That would be Pacheco, and one other car. But it looks like we may have a new physical third on course. We're going to have to get to our trackers and figure out what's going on. We'll get back to you on that. But you can see right here, the 4806 making their way through that. This is sort of the intro to the rock trails. Oh, here we go. Nope, we didn't miss him. He was right in front of him. We just didn't have him in the shot. That's who we expected to see there. But it looks like we might see it looks like we're going to see a little pass. So 4812. I don't know if that's Pacheco.
That is Pacheco.
Yeah,
Jacob Pacheco.
Jacob Pacheco. We saw him come through, but it looks like he's pulled over. That Jacob Pacheco was our fourth car through, so we should see one more car in front of him. But as I was saying before, this is they go down Aftershocks. This is sort of the beginning of their day in the rock trails. They kind of have to work their way through. They head over to Highway 1920, then they head over to Fissure Mountain. That's where, there's Randy Slawson right there in remote pit 2.
Ooh, this will be interesting to get, hopefully T-Stone will get on that post-interview with once they go through.
Yeah, it looks like, you called it, Pam. You said he was going to probably get that tire early, which I think was, as you said, was the right decision, which obviously it was. But, yes, we got, you can see Tiffany Stone talking to the camera right there. That's not good. We're not going to be able to grab that as a true live feed, so we'll get an update from her shortly. So we're just going to hang a helicopter above Randy for a few minutes, and then we'll just see them rack. We're definitely going to see him do at least a tire on the left rear and throw a fresh spare on the back. Let's see if anything else goes on with this car right now. It doesn't look like they're doing anything else to it at all, Pam. I think it's just those 2 tires.
Yeah, just those 2 tires, just maybe doing a little bit of a walk around. But definitely re-racked, as we saw, that tire flat on the left rear, have that one already sat down. So you know that Randy's sitting here now in his mind, his strategy that he's going to have to pick up a lot of time. Hopefully Woody Rose doesn't have any issues, but Randy Slawson is probably thinking, okay, so where am I going to do this? Where am I going to pick it up?
Well, I think, we say this every year about Randy Slawson, that man knows the rocks like the back of his hand. This is basically where he likes to wreck wheel. This is where he's raced, multiple time winner of our Race of Kings and multiple time winner or podium finisher here in the 4800 class. So I think what we're going to see now is Randy will, as our good friend Jim Marsden would say if he was up here, but he's in a race car, so we can't say it, so I'll say it for him. He'll say that he's going to put on a clinic in the rocks right now. And so we'll see Randy basically turn up the heat and start chasing down Woody Rose Jr. out there.
What a great impression you just had of Mr. Jim.
Pip, cheerio.
And Randy Slawson is now, as you can see, pedal to the metal.
Yeah, he'll basically be stretching out of that remote pit 2. Be interesting to see what information Tiffany was able to get for us.
Yes, and that's Jeremy Jones, the 4837, our 2023 national champion.
Yeah, that Jeremy Jones is he's basically gone through that section of Aftershock through Highway 1920, so possibly putting him 4th or 5th on course at this point in time. We have some unofficial split times.
Jeremy Jones making his way through the rocks, started racing with us, I believe it was in 2018. Has a lot of success under his belt racing with Ultra 4. You can see him making his way up. That is a very steep area that he's in, and check me out.
All right, so what we're waiting for right now is out on course, which is super exciting this year. We have some sort of split times put out from our timing crew, so we can get you some actual times. And the cool thing is we can also factor in the adjusted time in that section. So this, based on the fact that you got a helicopter over you, you can kind of guarantee this will be our race leader. This is Woody Jones out there doing his thing.
Yeah, Woody Rose.
Oh, I apologize. That is not. I assumed, but that's Randy.
That's
the helicopter.
Randy Slawson, yep.
Yeah, the helicopter stuck with him as he left remote pit 2. So that is Randy Slawson. He's come out of that section, so he's going to head back into the rock trails.
And there we do see him making his way up. He'll be coming up to that area that we did see Woody Rose make a right-hand turn by mistake, but we ended up getting back righted where he exited course, entered back onto course.
Yeah, and what's super interesting here is you can definitely see the difference between how the car reacts climbing these hills with 4 good tires versus, oh, and look at this, stock class Bronco. I believe that is Bailey Cole.
Yes, it is.
And just so you know, Pam, if you're up in the booth, you have to say it right. Its sponsor is Jegs. That's how you got to say it like that. You can't say Jegs. Doesn't roll off the tongue right.
Well,
you got to get that Sunday voice.
That is his new sponsor on board with him this year.
So there's Bailey coming through in that Bronco. Pam, have we seen any other stock class cars come through?
I have not. We'll have to see if we can get an update to see if anybody has come through, but this is the first one, I believe, that I have seen on camera.
Yeah, so I'm just getting confirmation on that, Pam. Yes, this is our current stock class leader right now. Bailey Cole coming into town in that Bronco. So he's coming in here in that Jag-sponsored Bronco, making his way through the Can-Am turn. He'll go up over the Yukon launch. So as we've said all day, multiple classes racing. We've had our leaders come through in the 4800 Legends class. We've had our leaders come through in the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. And this is the first of our Curry 4600 stock class competitors come into town. And Miles is going to be down there in the pit, and I'm sure he's going to catch us up for us.
We are here down with Bailey Cole with this Ford Bronco. The front hood has a little dinger in it, so he must have got caught up in a little bit. But other than that, this Ford Bronco's looking good. All 4 tires holding there. The portals look great up front. And it looks like they're just going to do a fuel and go. Other than that, I don't see a whole lot of damage on this car. So far, so good for Bailey Cole. Just checking out the steering. Getting a big thumbs up from Bailey. He's excited to get out there and go. He is our physical first position leader in the 4600 Curry Enterprise stock class. I see Duane Garretson cruising through. Bailey raced this in the desert race last week and had an early break, but they were able to get it back in here and fixed. And this is looking good for Bailey Cole. Can he keep this up for one more lap? He's got a pretty good lead over the rest of the field. So Bailey Cole with a double thumbs up to crew chief Jack right now. They are full of fuel, and it looks like they're not going to touch the car. Waiting to see, yep. They're good. Oh, they're throwing something in there. Not exactly sure what they're putting in the behind the seat. They're shoving a trash bag full of something behind the seat, maybe some extra clothes for if it gets cold later on today, if they do have issues. Just a guess there. But just kind of still doing a car walk around, and it's looking pretty good. So they're waiting for a thumbs up. Looks like they're closing the door on this Ford Bronco. They're latching the windows. And it looks like clear. Bailey Cole first on the road out there in this class. So, Jack, it looks like everything's going pretty good down there, isn't it? Oh, we got another one coming in.
One coming through here. No, car looks great. We're just running our race and having a good time.
Yeah, sitting in first position's got to feel pretty good out there. And I didn't see much damage except for the hood. Did that happen in Turkey Claw, I'd assume?
I believe so, yeah.
What'd you think of the start of this race with, there's 60 cars up there parked. I'm sure you were watching the feed and knew you're taking off heading into a parking lot.
It is what it is, I guess. That's what we're here for. It's all part of the racing at KOH, so we'll just deal with it.
Absolutely. Well, I'll let you get your thoughts together, and we'll see you here at the finish line, buddy. Thanks, Jack. So Bailey Cole's first on the road for the 4600 Curry Enterprise stock class. So I'm going to catch my breath real quick and send it back to Ian to Pam. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Miles. You notice how Miles didn't try to say jigs. I had to teach him how to say that earlier. But that was good to see that stock class Bronco back out in the field. Sounds to me like Billy's got a good lead. But what we got going on right now is we saw this unfold. So that is 48-12 right there on course, and getting a path.
That's Jacob Pacheco.
Yeah, Jacob Pacheco, and
Steve Graff.
There's got to be, maybe he's got a flat. Like, I don't understand why he would let him go by. There must be something. We're going to assume that there's something wrong with Pacheco's car as Graff heads up into this section. Now, the good news is right after this trail is where they can kind of make that decision to get over into remote pit 2, where we just saw Randy Slawson go in and get racked up with fresh tires and head back out to try to chase down Woody Rose, who's out there right now leading the race on both corrected time and on physically first on course. We're waiting to see some split times come through. I think, honestly, our next mile marker for that is like a 120 miles. So this is the push up where they head over onto Fisher Mountain, where we're going to be able to shortly see Hammertown in the background, I believe, here soon with these guys.
Good. And now we are seeing Jeremy Jones up at Rocky Top. And here we do have Steve Graff and Jacob Pacheco. We did see Steve Graff get by Jacob. Now, if Jacob is having any kind of issues, more than likely what he did is he ended up letting him go by. But sounds like we have another update down here with Miles Hasselquist.
Thank you, Pam. I'm down here with Jason Scherer and Loren Healy, two of the tops that are going to be racing tomorrow. Loren, you're going to be racing here in a little bit, but both of you be out on track tomorrow. How's your week been here at King of the Hammers?
For me, this has been the best week here ever. We've had such a good time. The team's in great spirits. The car's been working great. So I'm excited for tomorrow. I think we got a great spot with where we all started. Got a couple of Broncos on those first few rows, and it's time to go have some fun and get this race going.
Absolutely. I mean, everybody always, who's going to win this race, right? Well, one of the Kings can. There's another 20 who's, that could, but you guys have 5 wins between the two of you. It's very, very impressive.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, I know we're both looking to get one more at least and keep this thing going, but for sure it's anyone's race, and I think you can put all the prep and all the stuff into it, and there's a million things that can take you out of this race. And so one thing we know is that we got enough respect for each other. We're not going to take each other out. We're going to let Mother Nature do that out there on the course if we have that mistake, but we won't be rubbing tires for a little bit, at least until the third lap.
Absolutely. Well, thank you, Jason. I'm going to chat with Loren right now. So you're Vaughn's out there in the Bronco right now, and you're going to hop in for the rocks, right?
Yeah, so that's how we've won this race the last 2 years is Vaughn runs the desert, and then I go run the rocks. It keeps us fresher for tomorrow and, lets us focus on certain areas. It's worked out really well. Unfortunately, he lost a half shaft in Turkey Claw. I'm sure you saw the mess right out of the start of the 4600 race. He just got it fixed in remote pit 1. Should be here in about an hour, and we're going to go see if we can chase down Bailey.
All right, so yeah, about an hour lead. That's a lot of room to be made up, but anything can happen because Bailey's car did look good, but it's race day. We'll see how it shakes out, right?
Yeah, I mean, we all know this race is lost in the desert, won in the rock, so we'll go see what happens.
Heck yeah, well, best of luck for you today, and best of luck to both of you tomorrow. I'm sure there's a lot of Healy and Scherer fans back at home, isn't there? Pam, Ian, back to you guys.
Thanks, Miles. Awesome information from these guys. They are experts out here racing, but speaking of an expert, Mr. Dave Cole is joining us in the booth. I'm doing amazing. How are you? Here.
Hi, Tim. Are we live now?
We are, yes. Dave Cole, welcome to the booth.
Let's start over,
Hey, how are we
Dave
doing
Cole.
today?
We're doing great, Dave. How are you?
I'm wonderful. It's been a great day so far. It's absolutely a beautiful day, isn't it?
It's absolutely great. Are you here to join us for the day? Or
I'm here to join you for the day. If I walk out again, I probably won't come back, so I'm going to stay here.
All right, sounds good. All right, so once again, as I've said last time Dave joined us, he doesn't know this, but he's the most requested host here to join us in the booth because he knows these trails like the back of his hand. So, Dave, from your perspective, I know you've been keeping up with this race so far. What is this? Are you seeing what you expected out there on the course?
Yes, yeah, absolutely. I still haven't seen a lot that's going on the rocks right now. Last I looked, Randy was having some tire problems, and then Woody was stopped up on top of Fisher someplace, right?
Yeah, well, I think what we saw was Woody missed. He took a wrong turn.
Yep.
Turned around, went up, got back on the right track.
Yep.
But we did see Randy go into remote pit 2, pick up a new left rear, fix the flat, rack a new spare in the back, and now he's back out on course chasing down.
But let's talk about this. Did you see Bailey came in? He was our first stock class to come in so far today.
I did see that, yes. I'm always proud of him, but it's good to see. How many cars have come through in the first lap? I think that's the thing that's probably surprising me the most is how many difficulty people are having on the first lap.
To me, what was shocking this morning was the difficulty we saw in Turkey Claw. That was the one that shocked me the most. I didn't think we'd see a parking lot at Race Mile 2 like that, but luckily for our leaders, we saw them get it cleaned out and move on. To what I'm sort of focusing on right now is, are we going to see the same issue in Chocolate Thunder that we saw yesterday?
I think Chocolate Thunder will be easier for Legends and modified cars than it will be for UTVs, mostly just because of the breakover right there. It's not, it's difficult on 35s. It's not that bad on 37s.
I think the other thing that's, at least in the Legends car, you do have I think in the Legends cars, you have a couple extra lines over in Chocolate Thunder. I think the UTVs, you're stuck in that one line all day long, whereas I think if we get in there with Legend cars, I think we still have the old pivot rock line. I think they could run that line.
That makes sense to me, too. I think that we'll get the first 20 cars through pretty easy, and then we'll start seeing the day get longer.
So talk us through where we are right now on course, since you know it so well.
Coming down Aftershock, this is a bypass, rock bypass, normally up. The lines down, depreciation knob is the rocks right down here to the left. But they've been taking that bypass since Walker was out there spotting them in 2009. So it's known, it's good. That canyon right there to the right, you see there? That's one of they'll be racing that next year.
Oh, wow. That looks like an interesting
Was anyone
canyon.
listening?
Turn right there.
Now, you say racing that next year for all classes as well?
I don't know.
Do you think, Dave, here's the question I want to know. Do you think you're going to see play out, I call it the choose your own adventure VCPs, the two mystery VCPs that you've placed out there with multiple ways to get it. Do you think we're going to see that come into play today or more tomorrow?
Probably more tomorrow. If anyone was going to step up on the bigger lines, it'll be tomorrow. I don't believe anyone is going to try to go up Medusa or Bigfoot in a EMC car. I'm surprised. I'm not surprised, but I'm happy with the rain that Sandhill is able to be still driven. So that's good.
Yeah, that's great. So I think what everyone at home wants to hear, Dave, because this was the biggest comment that I got from anybody having you in the booth, is just talking us through the trail. So right now, Randy is where on track?
Well, let me look.
Well, he's already done the ledge up Fisher, I believe.
Yeah,
he should be coming across Fisher now. Then his next thing will be dropping into this. Yes, yeah, we're going across Fisher. He's going to point out back towards the military base for a second. He's going to come around facing Hammertown, drop down to the second canyon of Sledge, and then over the top of Jackhammer.
And that's where he gets that turn. You can either go into Sledge or head into Jack. They're heading over to Jack.
Top three adjusted time across Fisher Mountain. Woody, 2 minutes and 41 seconds ahead of second place. Allegri, and then Slawson on adjusted time through Fisher Mountain.
Yeah, so we saw Allegri out there in the canyon. We definitely saw the Randy going in and getting those 2 tires that he had to get in remote pit 2.
He's coming down Jack now. He was already at the top. He was going up to the Jack Valley. He's coming down Jackhammer right now.
Now, we were seeing earlier Woody was kind of checking up going down here. We were worried he was having some issues for a minute, but he got going again.
All right, but as Dave said, right now we're watching Randy Slawson. So right now on course, on adjusted time, we have Woody, Allegri, and Slawson. Those are our top 3, but separating them is minutes.
We see Allegri. I'm hearing Allegri's down in Jack. That's going to be a great view down the canyon.
Yeah, we should be able to catch up to them pretty soon here.
If we have a camera at the bottom of Jack, right, you should see all 3 leaders come through that area.
So is this area right here, I have only been down it once and I don't remember, is this a very steep downhill section that he's going through?
There's a couple, once he got off the ridge on Jack, it flattens out. There's one little more steep, like a little draw that he's dropping down right now, and then he'll cut into Jackhammer proper where he's in the rocks and coming down to the spectator area here in about, he'll be there in 45 seconds.
And that's a great spectator area down in that area.
Yeah, and we, as David mentioned, we should see Allegri in here shortly because we're just kind of keeping up on the tracker. They're basically sitting right on top of each other on the tracker, so we should see them pretty soon. We should have our leaders on camera as well coming up, but Woody Rose is definitely put a little bit of space between himself and second and third on this race course.
Sticking with Slawson here.
No.
It was really interesting to see him going through. Dave, I know you were probably over in the race ops area, but he went quite a ways on. He ended up with a flat pretty much right after Turkey Claw. Then he ended up with another flat after changing it and had to go, I don't know how many miles it was, but down the backstretch wherever it's all the desert loop area style, and he went, how many miles was it that he went, Ian,
It's going to be at least 15 miles.
Yeah, I was going to say 15
across
to
the
20
saddle,
miles.
over compaction, down aftershock, back up 19 and 20, back into the pit.
Back into the pit. It was worth, and it definitely cost him a lot of time,
yes,
unfortunately.
One of the things this year was to try to I was trying to be, I guess, tactical in the way we didn't give him opportunity to go to the pits after the desert loop. You had to work through the rocks a little bit. You couldn't just, kind of limp into the pits and make it through the rocks. You had to work for it.
Well, he was your perfect example.
Yeah, definitely an exciting course that we got out on today. All right, now we said, we're getting from our live stream team that we have a drone headed out. This could be.
This is Randy coming down Jack.
Randy coming down
which
Jack.
Means Woody's through Tumbleweed, probably coming into Chocolate Thunder right now. Production, you're gonna start seeing Chocolate. You'll see the Woody.
Yeah, so right according to the tracker, Dave, you are correct. It looks like he's headed into Chocolate, so we'll be there shortly, and that will be if there's a.
Well, Ian, I just saw Brent Harrell going by here, and he's out of the race with a mechanical error.
Oh, that is terrible news. We
Brett
saw
lost the shock.
Yeah, we saw him lose a shock earlier and lose a lot of speed as well.
No, there's nobody in.
All right, so once again, this is what we're doing right now is we're kind of keeping an eye on our race leaders. So once again, this is physically, adjusted time, possibly third. We're looking for Woody Rose and Allegri coming down into Chocolate Thunder shortly. Roger. Okay, so what we want to do right now is we're going to take a quick break from the action here in Johnson Valley. This is the Everyman Challenge, all part of the 2024 Progressive King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto, powered by Optima Batteries. Don't forget, if you have that premium feed, you're not going to miss any of the action here today. All right, guys, we'll talk to you soon. We'll be back shortly.
Bottom of Jack. Chocolate Thunder yet.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Everyman Challenge. I'm in the booth with Mr. Dave Cole and Mrs. Pam Hall, and right now this is Chocolate Thunder. This is where we should see our leaders next.
Yeah, this is going to be the race right here. Woody should be. I have difficult seeing on the tracker right now, but if no one's come through Chocolate, and Randy's coming down through Tumbleweed right now. That means there's 3 cars in about a mile of dirt between Tumbleweed and Chocolate Thunder.
And to see all of the crowd over there, that is definitely a great place to watch the race as well. And we have a Jumbotron up there as well, so it's going to be very interesting once they get in here. Hopefully none of them struggle going up Chocolate Thunder like we were seeing yesterday with the UTVs. But Dave, you were saying, with these cars, it's going to be much more easy.
Yeah,
much more easy, but it'll be easier.
Easier.
As easy as it can be. The question will be is if we see our leaders get in there. If we see Woody get in there with Randy Slawson, Randy has adjusted time on his side in this race, so all he has to do is get up right behind him and just basically sit on his bumper.
Yeah, that's all he's got to do. That's all he's got to do is just sit on his bumper.
It's that easy, Dave.
Yeah. So sounds okay. Well, now we got Woody coming across. He's already done Chocolate. This is him coming across the valley towards Wrecking Ball. He'll go up Jack North. Is that front and left down?
It's hard to tell, Dave, from this angle, but it doesn't look happy. I think it might be okay though, Dave. So yeah, it looks like we may have missed our leader come through Chocolate Thunder, unfortunately.
He'll be heading up Jack North, coming down Bender Alley, coming down Wrecking Ball, and then going up our new trail, Winner's Choice, and back onto Wrecking Ball again.
That Winner's Choice that you're talking about, our UTVs yesterday, they were talking about that being one of the roughest trails that was out there for them.
Well, they didn't even get to drive the waterfall.
All right, so
it's pretty big rock over there. It's fun.
This is third on course, Randy Slawson right here.
That's going back up through Tackhammer. He's already come down Tumbleweed. He'll be wrapping back up around and then dropping down to Laser Nut Alley here in a second. Hi, Brian Caprera.
Just watching Randy Slawson making his way through. Now, David.
Hall, Marsden, and Oliver, top 3 in modified. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, in our 4,500. So that's where we're at right now based on the split time. That's just when they came through Hammertown. So we still have a few more spots to figure out after that.
And I believe that is a Leggery right there that we are watching.
Yeah, this is that big drop. Is that locked off now, Dave? Is that now called the Dave Cole drop?
I wouldn't think so, no. I didn't do it well enough to be named after me.
So you can see he comes down through this sandy wash.
Yep, so this will be going back up. He's going to turn right and go back up Tackhammer and then loop right back down into Laser Nut again. I've been trying to figure out a way to get them to go up this wash for a long time.
So based on where we're seeing this, Dave, and where we just saw our current race leader, how much time approximately, or miles or distance?
12 minutes, 10 minutes of decent going. He's got to go. He's got nuisance rocks for the next mile. Drops through Laser Nut, and then drops into idle issues. As long as he doesn't get hung up dropping off the idle issues, then he'll go through Chocolate Thunder, no problem.
And then up through. So
yep, but Woody's got a significant lead right now. He's got like a 3-trail lead. That was Woody through Jack North. We saw so Randy's ahead of Allegri then, right? Because we saw Randy drop in Tumbleweed before.
Yes.
So that would put Randy coming through Chocolate Thunder any minute now.
Yeah, so basically our 1, 2, 3 in that 4,800 class is Woody Rose, Legri, and Slawson. And right now we're just kind of watching these guys as they work their way. As Dave said, we did miss our current race leader, Woody, go through Chocolate Thunder, and we expect to see Slawson through there shortly. So there's Slawson there, Dave. So Dave, this is how far are we out from Chocolate Thunder here? We're pretty close at this point.
Yeah,
Just
he's,
over the
he's
ledge,
going
right?
up her problems right now.
Over into idle issues.
Over into idle issues, yes. And then so he's a couple hundred yards from the top. There's a pretty big drop off. Not going to hang Randy up. So that's Randy in idle issues. Allegri was just going up Tack Hammer, and Woody is going up Jack North.
So we obviously didn't, as we said, we did not see Woody go through Chocolate, but this is who we expect to see next is Randy Slawson and then Allegri. Randy's got a little bit of space between himself and Allegri, and we're assuming probably about a 10-minute gap between all three if we were add up all the distances between our top three right now.
I would think at that speed, Randy's 5-6 minutes down to Woody on time on course.
And then behind him, Allegri another 4, 5-ish?
4 or 5, yep.
So that our leaders 1, 2, 3 in that total 10-minute gap right now.
And that's quite a gap, but we did have some of those under review earlier penalties with the VCPs that will play a factor as well.
Yeah, we'll let race ops sort that out. We had a couple issues early on in the race. Same issue we had earlier in the UTVs. We're going to let them play around with that, and then we'll figure it out. But right now, physical on course right now, we're working through our 1, 2, 3 as they work their way through the course.
He's got an either or here. He could drop out to the left. It's a little bit longer away, and you can go up to the right. Excuse me, I got that backwards. That cuts over to the top of Chocolate Thunder, that right-hand turn. This is the drop in right now to idle issues. He's dropping directly down to people.
This is where we see them come down that drop. This was where we saw them qualifying last year, come down idle issues and hang that right in that loose sandy section.
Correct.
If it looks familiar.
Yeah, you'll pick him up on drone now coming down to Chocolate Thunder.
Yeah, so he'll be dropping down into Chocolate Thunder, and then he'll be in that big loose sandy wash. Look at all those cars out there with everyone watching. Great spot to watch the race. We saw lots of action here yesterday, but yeah, we should expect to see Randy pop around that shadowy rock any second.
Give him about 45 seconds.
You can see the shadow of the helicopter, and I believe that is Allegri right there.
Nope, that is Allegri, sorry.
Yeah, that's Allegri right behind him, so he still has to make his way up through all this rocks.
He's at the bottom of her problems right now, probably a minute and a half, 2 minutes back.
All right, as we follow Allegri through her problem, come up through the top, and as Dave said, they'll come up through the top of this, and then we'll end up over into idle issues, dropping down into Chocolate Thunder, where we expect to see Randy Slawson next. But right now, Woody Rose, obviously through all this section of the course, got a good lead in our 4,800. There's Randy right there. So this is Randy in Chocolate Thunder. The base is just kind of nuisancey rocks and really, really loose sand, and then there's a couple good climbs in here.
And Randy out here quite a bit, pre-running these rocks and testing his vehicles. Knows his way up these rocks pretty well, so
We
he's
just
making
call it having fun.
He looks like he's making this very easy right now.
Yeah, that section that we just saw him go up was the section where we saw all the UTVs having problems yesterday. And as Dave and I were speculating earlier, it's just the Legends cars, they got bigger tire, longer wheelbase.
Longer wheelbase.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's the biggest issue in that section of trail.
It's actually a good indicator of the drawbacks of independent suspension as well, because you don't get the weight transfer in Chocolate Thunder, and when you instead of putting all that weight into one tire and getting the dig to go up it, you just spread it around. You kind of wallow around on the rocks.
Yeah. Yeah, the nice thing about those solid axle machines is you have that effect of one tire across the chassis into the other versus it just basically absorbing it or moving it around. And as Dave said, just kind of floating around in there. You can actually use the passenger side to create action for the driver's side of the vehicle or vice versa. But that's Randy Slawson just through Chocolate Thunder right now.
dropping down across the valley, heading over to Jack North. Jack North's actually a little easier going uphill than downhill. There's a tricky downhill that seems to roll everybody over, but uphill it's not blind on you like that. You just drive right up it.
How far are we away from our basically where they have the options, Dave, of the two different VCPs that they cut through?
They still have to go through, come down Wrecking Ball, then back up Winner's Choice, and then out of the waterfall on Wrecking Ball, and then they'll be coming. Then they're just moving across the ridges down to Clawhammer, and they're pretty quick into that area. Maybe about 15 minutes after they get through Wrecking Ball.
And for those of you who don't know what we're talking about there's something different this year in the race. Oh, here we'll cut away from that right now. This is Allegri in Chocolate Thunder right now. This is where we just saw Randy Slawson come through.
And this is Nicholas Allegri making his way up Chocolate Thunder.
So how many races has Nicholas raced with this? Because
I have that paper.
Give me some data on this guy.
He's running a great race so far. Hopefully I didn't just jinx him.
Never.
Having to back down as we saw Randy Slawson making his way up.
So
Randy went the left line. From this angle,
looks like he's trying that old school pivot rock line, which I don't think is there this year.
No, so the thing is right where there's right tires at, there's a rock that has fallen off that ledge. You used to kind of lean on that with your right front, and it lets you carved around. But now this is that rock. The rock fell down to the right. You wash off of that. They can't make the line as easy.
They
wash off.
Yeah, as you can see, he did nail it, but it's not as clean as the good old simple pivot rock like the old days. But yeah, Dave, to answer your question, Nicholas Allegri, Santa Cruz, California. His first KOH was last year.
Okay, so I don't feel so green then.
Yeah, thanks, Miles, for these great notes that Miles puts together for us up here. Yep, first KOH 2023.
Now, where we saw him at, Dave, what is your opinion on the fastest line, the left one or the right one?
I like the left line. Left line's smooth and easy and predictable. The right line, you have to kind of nail your spot. Left line, you just drive it.
Saw a car just now peeking their nose through just a minute.
That should be Randy, should it not? I think it is.
I would think if this is a Wrecking Ball, that'll be Woody coming down.
Woody coming down Wrecking Ball. Okay, yep. So, yeah, there it is. So that's Woody coming down Wrecking Ball.
We never got shots like this before. Being able to use Starlink now and not being tethered to the Wi-Fi and being able to put the cameraman anywhere in the desert is...
Dave, we were having the conversation earlier that there's only a few of us who remember there was a time when there was a good 300 feet of LAN cable drug out to a router by the cell phone bush with text updates on Pirate 4x4.
This may be true.
So yes, it's definitely changed a lot. It's grown up, and it is great. 18, it's a grown up this year. It's officially an adult, right?
That's a way of putting it.
Get out of the house.
All right, so the story that's unfolding right now for us in these rocks is our race leaders. But right now we're going to jump back. I believe this is our basically the two drops that make up the trail back door, and this could be one of our the stock class car.
Yeah, 4586 is the number on it.
So that would be modified.
I'm going to step out to find glasses so I can start looking at the trackers. Hey, look at that. We have glasses.
I forgot mine. I was going to borrow them, but you need them more than I do.
Tanner McGrath.
You can look at the tracker.
Yeah, that is a Yukon gear and axle modified car. He is out of Idaho Springs, Colorado. And right here, this is Allegri. Physically third on course, we believe.
So far, that's what we have seen. Now, we did see Steve Graff earlier. He was letting people by. I'm not sure. We haven't seen him in quite a while.
No, we saw him earlier basically just pulled over to the side. Maybe and I don't know if we saw him head up into remote pit 2. We could probably get some information from Tiffany Stone up there, who's out in remote pit 2. I know she was there when Randy came through. Oh, next car through Chocolate Thunder.
That would be fourth, then?
I believe that'd be the fourth car through Chocolate Thunder right there, yes.
The crowd is telling us that is Cody Young. I didn't catch the number on that, but I think it was a 4582.
That'd be first modified?
4862, I'm sorry.
So that's another 4800 car. This is 48.
This is Doc Jones.
Oh, this is Doc Jones.
4837.
Yes,
yeah, so that would be the 5th car through Chocolate Thunder. We've kind of been watching that action. Looks like he slightly got hung up. And while we watch Doc make his way through Chocolate Thunder, we're going to take a quick break from the action here in Johnson Valley. Remember, this is the Everyman Challenge, all part of the 2024 Progressive King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto, powered by Optima Batteries. Remember, if you've got that premium feed, you're not going to miss any of the action coming to you live today from Johnson Valley. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
You know, when I take the bike out like this, all my stresses just melt away.
I hear that. This bad boy can fix anything.
Yep, tough day at work. Nice cruiser sorts you right out.
When I'm riding, I'm not even thinking about my painful cavity.
Well, you shouldn't ignore that.
And every time I get stressed about having to pay my bills, I just hop on the bike, man.
Oh, come on, man. You gotta pay your bills.
You don't have to worry about anything when you're protected by America's #1 motorcycle insurer.
Well, you definitely do. Those things aren't related, so...
Oh, that is a vibrating pain.
Since day one, American Outdoors was built on providing active people quality products at reasonable prices. Our original soft-sided AO coolers are known for being convenient, durable, and keeping ice for over 24 hours in extreme heat. Over the last 30 years, AO has expanded our product lineup with high-quality coolers to fit any adventure, as well as a variety of marine, outdoor, and off-road products to complement your high-octane lifestyle. So whether it's the next trail run, the next fishing trip, or anywhere in between, be sure to AO and go.
You know, the thing that people don't realize about ARB is that they have been developing the parts as our series and our sport has grown to these new extremes. They keep evolving as the sport has evolved.
Break free from the daily grind with Sylvania LED off-road lights and put your skills to the test. Because adventure begins with seeing where no one else has before.
John Matthews, officially first place in the 4500 Yukon.
All right, everybody, welcome back to Johnson Valley. We are bringing you live feeds of the Everyman Challenge race. Today we have 3 different classes on course: the Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, the Curry Enterprises Stock class, and the Brannick Motorsports Legends class. We basically have 3 of our Legends cars leading the race, which is what we expect, but we're also following the 4,500 cars, and the last split information we had on them was Eric Oliver in first, Jay Hall in second, and Jim Marsden picking up that 3rd spot. But as I said, we're basically watching some split times to see what is going on out there. In the booth with me is Mrs. Pam Hall and Mr. Dave Cole, who everyone loves to see in here to get his feed on the race.
So it sounded like Jesse Oliver was coming down in the lead over Justin Hall. Justin's coming down Fisher, should be coming down Jack. We'll get his shots coming off Jack here in a couple minutes. Woody is turning and going up Winner's Choice. Randy is coming down Wrecking Ball behind him. Allegri is clearing over into Jack North, but Cody Young is catching up to him, and Doc Jones is right behind him. So we got 5 or 6. I got the new czar of off-road, Bryan Trempe. I'm not sure if you guys read the memos, but he technically runs all of off-road now. And so it's good to see him doing well out there today.
Absolutely, yes. So those would be our top 5 in our 4800s. Dave, we've seen Bailey Cole come through stock class. Anything else out there stock class that we need to look at right now?
I saw a couple 4600 cars going through Turkey Club, but I'm not sure if they were first or second. Looking back through, I see Duane Garretson going across. I'm going to get some data for us, but I don't know that we have a second lap stock car right now.
I haven't seen one.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of we saw a lot of action in Turkey Club with those stock cars.
Braxton Glines has come through. He has come through. So.
Okay, so we've had 2 come through on that stock class, which is good to see. It's good to see those stock class cars still out there racing. But right now, we are full screen for you. Right here is the 4848 with Randy Slawson behind the wheel and Mike in the passenger side.
We did see a couple cars that were down. One of them had their max trucks out trying to dig themselves out. We'll hopefully get them going again here in a little bit. But right now, Mr. Randy Slawson making his way through.
So you would have to think that between Randy and Mike in a bomber and Woody in a Trent Fab car, the advantage goes, and then I'm just going to say it all, but the advantage goes to Randy for driving and the car as far as being in the rocks. But once they get back in the desert, the Trent Fab car is significantly faster in the desert, and it doesn't really give up much in the rocks. And coming full circle and back to what I'm trying to get at is Woody continuing to put space on Randy Slawson in the second lap is pretty impressive.
It's incredibly impressive. Yes, Dave, I know we are both fans of the Bomber Fab car. You have one, I have one. The trail cars, quite nice to drive in the ruck.
I have Trent Fab car too.
Oh, I don't have a Trent. Now I got to up my collection, Dave.
I've had a lot more success in a Trent Fab car in the races, but that's only because I've raced more of them than that one.
But yes, I think you're right. But you say that, Dave. But when we were watching them on that desert lap, now this could just be because of the fact that Woody maybe doesn't have the experience that Mike had. When we were watching them out on that big long desert loop, they were just running side by side out in there.
When I saw Woody behind Randy, I thought it was pretty rad because I'm pretty sure he had the power to go by him. And he was actually playing the veteran game against the veteran, which is pretty rad.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right there. Right now we're seeing, I can't get a number on who stopped right there on course.
Earlier on, we did see the number 7. I'm not sure if this is still the number 7 right here. That was Sean Leonardi. But there
Alex
was another
Fleming, potentially third on course for a stock, just came through.
Our main arch. So that's good. So that's 3 stock cars through main pits here in Hammertown.
Oh, look at this.
Don't fall asleep on that's coming up. It's actually coming on the going into Highway 19 and 20. Not check me out. That'll be a lap 3 trail tomorrow. I wouldn't sleep on don't sleep on Doc Jones.
I wonder if this is our traffic jam that we had earlier on in Turkey Claw. Now they're all still working their ways together.
Well, I think, as Dave said, this is still where we've gone into the rocks. We've come out. We're on to lap 2. This could just be a bunch of, we're into this kind of single track stuff. Not a lot of opportunities to pass in here for a lot of these guys. But yeah, it's certainly a lot of cars bunched up. As Dave said, this is not check me out. This is at Highway 1920 that they go into right after coming down Aftershock. Correct?
Yep. You know why it's Highway 20?
Tell me, Dave.
Walker Evans. Number 20.
Dave, in all honesty, this is why people love having you in the booth. You got this information. But here we go right now. This would be...
That's the 4812 of Jacob Pacheco.
And that could... Yeah, we saw him stopped earlier letting cars by, so whatever the issue was, they've obviously got it taken care of.
Yeah, he's the one that Steve Graff went by earlier, and yeah, we did see another couple cars go by him, but it's good to see that he is moving along.
Yeah, we couldn't see what was wrong with the car. I'm going to assume, based on how fast it's moving now, maybe it was just a tire. But this is them getting ready to be set up to head over into Chocolate Thunder. And I think, if my memory serves me correct, that might be our fifth or sixth car through Chocolate Thunder at this point.
I'll get you an update on that right now, Ian.
Okay, Dave's going to pull up his tracker and get us that information.
Okay, so Woody is coming down full of hate, dropping into Claw right now, or probably already into Claw, getting ready to go into that VCP area. And then Randy has now turned the corner at the bottom of Wrecking Ball, going up Winner's Choice. Nicholas Allegre is making the turn down Bender Alley into Wrecking Ball. And Doc Jones is up Jack North coming, catching up to Allegri. Somewhere in there is Cody, I believe, right? Cody Young is still showing in Chocolate Thunder.
And Doc Jones, he's making up some
Anybody
time.
got an update on Cody? Flat tire in Chocolate Thunder. Clear the top of Chocolate Thunder, making the change before they head up Jack North. Thank you, sir.
Now, the big question here, Dave, would be, you said don't sleep on Doc Jones. What kind of adjusted time number does he get to play with in this race? Because I believe he would have left the line. Am I reading that right? Was he 22nd?
That looks like 22nd off the line.
So he's got 10 minutes in his back pocket, essentially, around 10 minutes.
No, he started at 8:05.
Oh, sorry.
Every
yes.
30 seconds
Every
off the line.
Oh, two. Yeah, I didn't do my half. It's half. In my.
You don't even have to do math when it says it right there. So
I like to put some mystery out there, Dave. We don't even look at those numbers.
Okay.
So
where did let me look at that. So
Slawson was 8:01:30. So 4 minutes.
3.5 minutes.
Yeah.
And that's going to be about one trail, and he's about a trail and a half down to Randy right now, so he might have that on time. Whoever leaves pit 2 heading to outer limits, that's when they're in their home stretch. Right now we've got Woody coming down. He's got a significant lead. No one else has even gotten up out of winner's choice yet.
Yeah, I'm hearing on the tracker, Dave. Are you seeing the same thing, that Woody's showing 0 miles an hour for a little bit? But that is a pretty, like you said, he's in a trail. It could just be when it pinged.
It's the bottom of Full of Hate right there. There's lots of bypasses in that trail. There is some places to mess up at the bottom. We've got a camera over there that can probably pick him up. That's going to be waiting for him over on Blue Dot and Thor's. Yep, and he's already turned the corner. He's moving.
And I just saw Mr. Bailey Cole coming into screen. It flickered away, so maybe we'll get that camera back.
I think he's just behind that rock, actually, Pam. I think he should be coming up through here. So this would be our first stock class car physically on course. So where are we out there, Dave, in the mix?
He's off compaction. Confirm. Yeah, he's come off compaction, and this is the new trail that comes down to Aftershock.
So he still has to go down Aftershock, up 1920. So still early in the rocks, but for I think that he's in a great place, a stock class car. I don't know how much further back the other cars are behind him, but he's got a good gap.
He's in a good place for anyone right now because he's moving.
That's
Moving right now is a good place to be.
That is true, but that should be our current race leader.
Yes, that
is Woody Rose.
That is coming down. Excuse me, that's going up claw into Nightmare, I believe. It's hard to tell from that angle. Yep, that is coming up claw, turning onto Nightmare, and then down Blue Dot.
So at this angle, like you were saying just now, so he was climbing up just now, not going down, correct? Now he's on the downhill?
Yep.
No, he's still going up.
He's still going up.
Yeah, he's still going up. It's just a little bit flatter right there, but that's obviously one of our drone shots coming through there.
He's on the very top now, where you can drop that. The stock car's going to go straight to King's Veto. He's going to go right there, turn 90 left, and go down Blue Dot right now.
So what you're watching on screen right there is your physical race leader. That is Woody Jones out there, as Dave said, in that Trent Fab car, putting a little bit of space between himself and Randy Slawson and Mike in the Bomber. And these are my favorite shots of the week so far, these in-car cameras, and more, even better, is this an in-car chasing rear-facing camera shot at the same time?
It looks like it. So that's Bob Humachek with the rear camera and Peter Doolin with the inside camera on board.
To me, this is the most fun footage I think that we get out here, is these in-car shots. And as Dave said, can't now that these guys are running these Starlinks on top of these cars, they just keep keep a great feed back to us.
I'm sorry, I'm a little bit speechless right now.
You know what, Dave? Let's talk about this. With all the amazing technology we have out here, the Starlink site, we have so many more cameras that were brought in here by Hammer King Productions for all of these extra views. It's really awesome.
Those are cameras brought by the racers.
These ones are by the racers, okay.
Yeah, I mean, this is where things are really changing now because the teams become part of the production as far as bringing us the shots themselves.
Which is awesome, but we do have a lot of extra camera locations out there as well, but having the onboard is definitely awesome to let everybody at home see and us here see what they're going through as well.
So once again, as we jump out of that in-car, we're back to our current race leader right now.
This is Woody at the bottom of, I would say, probably at the bottom of Thor's. He'll cut, based on this angle, I would assume the guy's shooting from all the way down to Big Johnson, which means we'll get one long drone shot down and then up a sand hill into Big Johnson, assuming it goes that way.
Now this is part of that, as we talked about earlier, Dave, this is sort of the choose your own adventure section of the trail.
That's actually the top of NSA. He's come down Blue Dot. He's going up to the top of Thor's right now.
And this is where they have 2 different VCPs to choose from with really 3 trail options. Let's talk through the options that they're going to get to choose from in there, Dave. The 3 trails that they can choose from, and where are they going?
And there we are watching
there's Mr. Jim Marsden.
Yeah, while you're watching Jim, there's 3 trails they can choose from are Medusa, Bigfoot, and Big Johnson are the 3 that are known and have been driven, but they can go anywhere they want across that mountain.
As long as they pick up those 2 VCPs.
Except for the line that they made up before the race that was too easy. They took away.
You took that one away. So, do you, in your mind, what type of time difference do you think there is in those 3 trails, or how much time can you make up in that game right there?
I don't think anyone can drive the other 2 trails, so it doesn't really matter.
Challenge accepted.
I don't think anyone's going to touch them or look at them or even sniff them. I think they're going to drive by it, but for me, the opportunity was, instead of putting VCPs in rocks and having the whole driving by bypasses, I was giving them the opportunity to know what real rocks look like and where they're going to come from next year. So,
I personally like it. I think it's kind of a cool idea, like you said, to have that kind of thing going on right now.
This is Brian Trempe right there at the base of Chocolate Thunder. Looks like having a flat tire and going to be changing it out.
I'm not sure if I would like to have the crowd support there, or the heckling would just get too much.
No, absolutely not. I agree with you completely, Dave.
I think if I was a fit individual, I would feel all the love and everything. But my current condition, I would just be laughing at myself trying to change a tire in a sand dune.
Yeah, that is not a fun spot to change it. As we cut back to our current race leader, Woody Rose, but I'm hearing from basically on the tracker, it sounds like Randy's closed in the gap between himself, Allegri, and Rose, so we're going to have to take a look at who's where, but it sounds like they're getting a lot closer together.
Randy's made the turn at the bottom of Claw, and that is Randy, right? Nope, that's Woody.
No, that's Woody.
Yep, Woody coming down Thor's, and Randy's going up Claw into Nightmare right now. And Randy has kind of separated himself away from Nicholas Allegri, and Doc Jones appears to be stopped coming down. No, he's just doing 1 mile an hour. He's
just going down slowly, but
going
still
down
in
slowly,
the game.
Still moving. But that separation, Cody Young's still in Chocolate Thunder, changing a tire unless he got moving recently. No, Cody got moving again. Jacob Pacheco is stuck there in Chocolate Thunder.
Yeah, this looks like it's Slawson right here. So this is where we just saw Woody making the same climb.
Yeah, this will be going up Claw into Nightmare.
So gap between the 2, Dave, at this point, 3-4 minutes?
Yeah, maybe 5. Well, but we have another BCP split point just after just going into outer limits. So as they make that home stretch, they'll be able to get a new time split update and understand where they're at coming in.
Yeah, and as we said before, Woody will have to put 1 minute between himself and Randy when they get out.
And this is a great view.
So here you are here, Dave. Picture in picture right here. So this is current race leader, Woody. And then Randy, that's that left-hand turn that you were talking about.
Yep, and great shots. So Woody is coming down Thor's. That's the sandhill going up into to Big Johnson down there, down in his quarter mile in front of him.
And we have Bailey Cole.
Bailey.
Up
Bailey
in the top
dropping
left.
into aftershock. We had Randy's going to be turning down Blue Dot. They'll be in the same trail network again here. You're right. Randy's catching him.
It's yeah. We were watching on tracker, and he was making up a lot of space between the two of them. He's reeling them in. Whether or not he'll be able to reel them in inside that 1 minute mark is the question. As Dave said, he thinks that maybe the. Go ahead, Dave.
This is the hill. This is going. So he's coming down. He's going to pass Bigfoot right now. Bigfoot goes to the right. He's going to go up that burned-in line directly in front of him. He's going to run. Drops in, drops up, and you got to make it at the top of that hill. And I don't believe that. I would be surprised if that's still drivable by the end of tomorrow.
Really? Just because of traffic and all these
the
cars.
moisture's going to get run out by today,
Yep.
and then that's just going to end up getting more and more chewed up. And as soon as somebody loses momentum one time and digs like a 40-inch hole to the bottom of it, then yeah.
4 40-inch holes. That's the worst part.
I was going to say, it already looks like it's getting pretty soft in that area as well.
All right, so we just left Woody Rose Jr., our leader, and now we've jumped back. This is once again, I believe this is Randy.
Randy going up Nightmare, I believe.
Yeah, so he has put a little bit of space between himself and Allegri, who they were almost neck and neck.
Seems like Allegri had a second to stop too.
Yeah,
Not sure what the issue is. Doc Jones is still moving, going up Winner's Choice. Allegri is still moving. He's coming down. He's out of Wrecking Ball, which is probably the last real hard climb.
That is a great view, a great angle right there. Even though we can't really see the actual angle on it, you can tell that he's having to go up slowly. It's very steep.
Yeah, right. As Dave said, we're looking at this race course. You know, as yesterday we had our UTVs go through it. Now we've had 2 of our EMC challengers go through it. There's still a good 100 cars that'll be taking through these lines, chewing them up for the race tomorrow.
That is the 48.06, I believe.
That's Cody.
Yep.
Cody Young.
Made that tire change and heading up Jack North now. So we have 3 cars coming up 19 and 20. You have Kim Sparrow, Sean Rance, and I don't know the first name of Jay Bradford.
I think it's
Jay.
James.
James Bradford.
And here's Brian Trempe going up Chocolate Thunder. You can see that he had to put that new tire on the front left.
I don't think it's a new tire, Pam, because it still has a ratchet strap around it. I don't think they were changing a tire, Dave. I think they're running a flat on the rack, and I think they've ratchet strapped it from the looks of it to maybe keep it on the bead.
No, sir.
That's tape.
That's tape.
Oh, I apologize then. Yep.
That's tape to tell them that's their fresh tire, and,
Yep.
and the crew can see when they come by if the tire's still on the rack is good or bad, and now they've racked a bad tire. They have a racked bad tire.
So they're carrying a dead spare, and they've put 1 tire on as we are on board. Peter Doolin.
That's Scott Foley struggling on Chocolate Thunder.
Now Scott
if he turns left there, driver's left will be a little bit better off.
And Scott Foley was stopped just a little bit ago for something they were looking at the front end of the car.
Well done.
Yep. So now Scott's made his way up through Chocolate Thunder. This is up in remote pit 2. We've seen a little bit of action up there today.
That is Greg Neff.
We have Tiffany out there?
Yes, we do.
We do. Tiffany's been feeding us information all day out there.
It's great to have her back as well. What an awesome team we have out there today.
This is Ben Ezekiel, I think it is. And there we are. So that would have been one of our Yukon Gear and Axle 4500 cars as we jumped into this shot. This is our Bailey in the 4600 stock car with lots of traffic behind him.
Sean Leonardini's pacing him right there. Number 7's back there behind him. And I believe there's a modified car. Ryan Webb's in there with him as well.
So right now we are watching, this would be our current 4600 race leader right here, Bailey Cole, in that Bronco. We, I believe, have had 3 cars through main pits in that 4600 stock class. As I said before, we have multiple classes racing today.
But I'll tell you what, we can talk about this part.
I love talking about stuff with you, Dave.
At this part, so for the last 3 years now, we've watched the Broncos absolutely dominate.
Yes, sir.
Right? And normally this time of the race, it was just who was in the lead, or if it was Brad or Bailey or Vaughn.
Bronco. Yep. Not this year.
And there's a little bit. It had to be comfort in the fact knowing that if one of them failed, there was going to be another one coming. There isn't another one coming.
No, are they out?
No, yeah. Vaughn and Brad are both out. I believe Vaughn is out. I heard that Loren's car had a problem. Not positive on that, but I'm positive that Brad lost a rear gear set, so they're done or changing.
Yep.
So the pressure turns the pressure up. Now it's there's an entire class trying to take down the Broncos, and only one person left.
And only one Bronco out there.
Is John Rance still running? He's in a Bronco too.
John
Rance?
I think John's back a ways. I saw Sean coming down.
Okay.
Sean coming down Aftershock.
So John might be the only other Bronco still running besides Bailey then.
All right, well, while we check on that on the tracker, we have an update from, Dave just mentioned it, Tiffany Stone out there in remote pit 2. So let's see what Tiffany's got for us.
Just a little update from RP2. Now, we've had a total of 8 different vehicles make their way through here, one right after another. I think you guys saw that big lineup. Some did head out back into the rocks, but I did get the numbers 4532, number 44, and number 4862. They are pitting here. They are stopping. A lot of flats. We've seen front drivers. We've seen passengers. Plus, a lot of people want to make sure that they get a re-rack for that spare before they head out back into the rocks. I'll be here with some more updates. Back up.
Great to see that feedback coming in from Tiffany Stone up in remote pit 2. Lots of information out there. We saw the 4532 out there getting worked on behind her, and that is that is Steve Crawford and Jimmy Haragi out of Paso Robles, California, in the 4500 modified class.
Do you have the door opening over there on you? Someone coming in to say hi.
All right.
We do have the 1018 on screen.
And it looks like this should be... I didn't catch a shot of that number as it went by. Dave, you've got the tracker right in front of you. What have we got? I know we've been watching our Legends class leaders.
What we got is your dad jinxing his kid because now Bailey's doing 0 now.
Oh, no. We do have the 1470.
We won't tell him, Dave.
Character building.
So that's Jeff Martin that we are seeing right on screen. The 1470.
Let's check out where Woody's at. So Woody has cleared Big Johnson. He's now on... he's gotten past where Bigfoot rejoins, and he's on off-ramp. He'll be coming into Pam there in pit 2 in just a second. We have a stock car coming through.
Oh, stock car
finishing
coming
lap
in.
1.
Yep.
That might be 3rd on course. No, that's not sure. We had the third guy a little while ago.
Yeah, this would be the 4th stock car through our main pits here in Hammertown. But you said Woody is cleared. He's back into that off-ramp. How far back is Randy behind him?
Randy is coming down Thor's right now. I would say he's still probably about 5 or 6 minutes behind him again. Woody is holding the lead.
So he's been in. So we thought for a second, looking at tracker, that it looked like Randy was closing that gap, but right now it looks like Woody's been able to stretch it back out in front of him.
It looks like we have a little bit of a traffic jam here. Can't quite make out who those cars are.
Well, that's
Loren in the middle there.
Is that John? Is that? No, that's not. That's the one I keep confusing for John Matthews because it looks so similar.
1006.
So
Loren is still going, though. That's great.
Yeah.
That's Derek Summers in the 1006 and the 4491, I believe, or 94.
But where are we right here, Dave?
I'm
trying to. I'm waiting for a shot where I can figure out what rock trail we're on. This isn't. This isn't
it looks like Turkey Claw to me.
It does to me too, but I can't.
449.
That would mean that he's still that early on mile 2. Did they fix it and they're back rolling?
All right.
So Jacob Pacheco, we saw him stop for a little while, but making good speed.
Randy's made it up the hill climb into Big Johnson now. Woody should be dropping into see Tiffany in pit 2, and then carrying on direct out. We'll get our first time split.
Now, Dave, this might be
last time split.
So is he? Do you think he's going to stop in pit 2 or just a quick roll through and come back?
I mean, it's lunchtime.
Because we did see Randy have to stop in pit 2 earlier because of his flats, and I don't think we saw him put any fuel in the car there. I think it was just flat tires.
And that is the 707 that we were seeing making their way through.
I think it would take about a half hour to get from pit 2 back to town. I'm making maybe 40 minutes.
And Jeff Martin, we see he's taking that right-hand side. The left-hand side looks like it's obviously a lot smoother, but he is on that right-hand line.
Style points.
Style points.
Staying in the rocks.
Style points in the rocks, right, Dave?
My new favorite driver.
There should be a More Rocks award. Got to figure out how to come up with that one, Dave.
It's just called being cool.
All right. Lots of action from everywhere, all over the lake bed here in Johnson Valley. Trying to grab a number off this car.
I think it.
I
think that's Jeremy Jones.
So we think that might be physical third on course.
I'm pretty sure.
That is physical third, but Nicholas Allegre is right on Doc on the tracker, so still tight. Ian, Pam, thank you much for hanging out for a bit. We'll see you in an hour or so.
Absolutely, Dave. We'll be back up here to finish this thing out today. Great spending the morning with you. I'm going to hand the headset off to Mr. Miles Hasselquist. Going to come in. Pam and I will take a quick break. We're going to have Miles and Dave call this race for a little bit. We'll see you shortly.
And as they're doing their swap, I'm hearing that Woody is pulling into pit 2. We're going to try to get video of that. Production, if we can get a hold of Tiffany out there and just get an update as well. That would be just even a time split while he was in there. Miles Hasselquist.
Give me just a minute, buddy. I'm getting ready to hop in.
No, I purposely called you out while you didn't have the headset on so you couldn't say anything, just to make you feel. Okay, so I'll try to walk back through the course here. We have Woody Rose in pit 2, getting a last servicing before coming into the finish. Randy Slawson has made the turn through Big Johnson and is coming back down off ramp towards pit 2, assuming a 5 to 6 minute gap there, minus a minute on adjusted time. Doc Jones and Nicholas Allegri are in Clawhammer, getting ready to turn down into Blue Dot and Thors. That's 3rd and 4th on the road. I'm going to cruise back. I believe we're going to find Cody Young a little farther back. Sorry, Jacob Pacheco and Cody Young are both in winner's choice. They've come down Wrecking Ball. And Steve Graff is in Jack North, stopped currently, with Brian Trempe coming up behind him. Clear of Chocolate Thunder and going into Jack North. 48-13. You're going to have to help me out with some first names, Miles. 48-13 and 48. Rory Romero and I think it's Chris Bass, right?
Bassey, yep. Like fishing.
Right. They are both in Chocolate Thunder right now.
There's Jeremy Jones on screen. Dave, it's great having you in the booth because you know the course, you know the tracker, and everything else between Ian, myself, and Pam. We can chatter all day long, but having the knowledge from you that's been out here since day one is impeccable. I've been coming out here for a long time, but I still don't know the trails that well.
You should come out more often.
I'd love to. That looks like that's Albert Contreras chasing down John Schaefer on screen, part of the 4600 Curry Enterprise stock class.
Woody is getting back on the road, leaving pit 2. Randy has not made it off ramp yet, so Woody will be making dust, leaving pit 2. We got Tom Ways in the booth.
Nice. Tom Ways is hopping in once again. I love it.
It's on.
And I did see, I was taking a quick little lunch break just now, and I did see Justin Marquardt. They did break that right rear shock that we were talking about earlier in the day, and they are out of the race. So tough break for Brent Harrell, but that's, again, part of it is Justin Barth heading down towards Chocolate Thunder.
Okay, so going back on the course, we have, is it Jeff Martin?
Jeff Martin, yep.
Jeff Martin, Michael Kelly, 707 car. Justin Barth. Andrew Gorman is looks like he's coming down Jack. Stopped at the bottom of Jack. Justin Hall's been up on Jack for quite a while, stopped.
And he's doing pretty well in the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class.
I'm looking, he might be first on the course, quite honestly.
Remember, we do have 3 races going on at the same time. The Legends, the Modified, and the Stock. And then have we seen much of the EV?
You know what? Justin Hall's right there, but Jim Marsden's right there with him, and that would make Jim
I love
Marsden
that. So 1 and 2, Marsden and Hall. I love it.
And then Dan Wyrick's also in a modified car, isn't he?
And he's in modified.
That Toyota's a modified, so that makes the top 3 modifieds all together on Jackhammer right now.
And
is Dan in it, or is
I think Paul Wolf's racing it. Dan's driver a record, but I think Paul Wolf's in the rocks.
Okay. So Dan drove lap 1, and Paul's jumping in the car.
That was a strategy, I was told, but you know how that goes. If you're just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. This is the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers.
Peter Duane working his way up to Jackhammer right now.
Oh, and speaking about Jim Marsden, he comes into screen as we talk.
He's already been through Tumbleweed, then he's going back up to Tackhammer now.
Tumbleweed, is that where you took a tumble?
Yes, Miles, it is.
Paul had a heck of a day yesterday in the UTV race. He went from 98th to I think about 8th or 9th overall.
Yeah, he was driving his modified car and tore it up a little bit, so then had to hop in his open car. But yeah, he passed a lot of people yesterday.
I want to say I think James Cantrell was in on that effort as well.
Yeah, he started the open, and then when Paul had issues in his pro mod, I think they radioed and said, "Hey, stop wherever you're at. I'm coming to hop in."
Stephen Crawford, 4530.
Yep.
Oh, so that's 4th on course for modified. No, it's not, because Rick Lavezzo's right up in there with Marsden. Now, how about that? Rick Lavezzo, Jim Marsden driving Jimmy Jack's car, and Justin Hall.
Justin Hall. That's a pretty good battle for the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. I am Miles Hasselquist alongside Dave Cole and Mr. Tom Ways. This is great.
Couldn't resist sticking my head in here.
Hey, Tom.
These two know the trails like none other, that is for sure, as Jeremy Jones is still cruising along.
When are we going to get you to race the race, Dave?
I was asked to race lap 3 tomorrow.
So you're saying there's a chance? You raced in the Reno Nationals a few years back.
What you're saying, Dave?
But they didn't ask twice. They asked once, and I haven't seen him for 3 days. So.
Whose car?
I'm not getting in a car
No.
here. It was Mahoney's car, the old Paravani car.
Oh, nice.
Really?
Yeah.
Single seater then, huh?
Wow.
That'd be fun. Well, if you don't want to, I could.
That'd be badass.
But could you?
I don't know. I'd give her help trying.
Do you think you could find wrecking ball miles?
No, you're right. I need a navigator. Never mind. I'm not doing a single seater.
There's nothing harder than racing a single seater in this race.
And you've done that a few times.
More than a few.
I know Mike Boo's racing in your old car tomorrow. Or no, sorry, Ron Prindle.
So we got several cars in, it looks like coming up 19 and 20.
There's Justin Hall. We were just talking about him being stopped.
Looks like he stopped on course.
And he's in a single-seater as well. Part of the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle modified class.
And he's taking down the window net.
Oh, and there's Dan Wyrick, or Paul Wolf, the 218. Not sure. I mean, they're not moving. Left rear flat.
Hard to tell in the sand right there.
That left rear is flat, 100%. Good eye. And they're trying to figure out if that was the drop-off. That was the safe one. Now he's going to drive back over to that one. Actually, I know exactly what he's doing. He's realizing the VCP's on the outside, and he's worried that if he drops the inside line, he won't hit the VCP.
Well, it's playing strategy there. And you have to be, what, 50 meters to a VCP?
In the rocks, it's 50 feet, yes.
150 in the desert, 50 in the rocks.
150 in the desert, correct.
That's good to have some new clarity on that rule, because in the past, in the old days, your quote was in the driver's meeting, when you're in the rocks, you're in the canyon, take care of business. And when you're in the desert, there was actually a measurement. So now you've got clarity on both.
Yep.
Man, that new UFO built machine is an absolute work of art. I was able to go chat with Wyrick one night and check it out, and man, Joe Thompson built one beautiful machine. It's really cool to see a top-notch builder like that jumping into the modified class, building a specific built car.
So he's got, if that rear tire, if the spare tire in the rack is bad, which it looks pretty dusty, which I would think that's probably a used tire, he has to go through all the rocks to get back to pit 2 now.
That makes it pretty tricky with a left rear flat, because all your weight going up the hills is obviously on your rear tires.
Jack North will be much more difficult with the back left flat, yes.
And the risk there is if you're going to take out the brakes, the brake lines, and
winner's
everything else
choice
that goes
might not
with
be
it.
possible in 3-wheel drive.
Yeah.
Because the climb out the end of it is just horsepower dropping it for getting up to the top. And
oh, there's our physical race leader, I believe. Yes, Woody Rose out front still. It looks like a healthy car.
Trent Fabrication car right there. Woody Rose, son of Derek Trent and Lisa.
And it sounds like Slawson may be right hot on his tails, hearing some chatter through the PCI race radio.
We could really hope we could have a nice battle to the end of the finish there.
Absolutely. I love it. And don't forget, Woody Rose started 1 minute ahead of Randy Slawson. So
whoa,
Randy
yes,
Slawson
it's
does
showing Randy, maybe Randy didn't stop in the pits, and that's where he made up all the time, but showing Randy is literally, if we can back out that shot, we might pick up Randy Slawson in shot here, which should be first and second, coming down outer limits.
So there's about a minute, I would guess, right there. So on adjusted time, I still do believe it's Woody Rose, but I wouldn't. If there's one person chasing you down on the rocks, I wouldn't want it to be Randy Slawson.
Woody's halfway down outer limits. That's one of those old bypasses right there. He's down. He's coming down into Ridgeway. If you can get that drone guy to fly back up outer limits, you'd be able to catch up to Randy.
The thing about outer limits, a lot of people don't realize is how noisy and banging it is to drive down that trail.
Well, the other thing is too, it's your second to last trail. You're 20 miles from the finish. All the noises are louder, aren't they?
Yeah, no doubt.
Did you hear that? The frame just broke in half. The motor just fell out. All the tires are flat.
Bang, 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 bang.
Every noise is the worst noise.
Oh,
and there's
no,
Randy
here he
coming
comes.
down.
Here he comes.
So
we got a battle. It's going to be a race to the finish.
They're a minute and a half apart because
This is going to be a race, you guys. This is going to be something to see.
So on split time, that's about a 30-second lead for Woody on adjusted time. Wow, what a great run.
They're the sand highway apart. He's going to come down. He's got the sand highway here right now, and then he's going to go over and drop over that same bypass that Woody was on. When this pulls out, you'll see the sand go down. You'll see it goes into the rocks, and there'll be a bypass going off to the right. And when Randy crests that hill, he'll be looking down on top of Woody. He'll be able to see. Randy will see Woody about a quarter mile down the rocks in front of him.
So Randy, in my opinion, is one of the first guys that ever really worked gearing to his advantage and ran around in low range and always wanted to have a more affordable motor and make it work everywhere. And then in between is where he makes his most speed, in between the trails. A lot of people don't realize that. A lot of times that's where the racers won out here, because you can get a flat, but you can carry more speed, and that brings your average speed up in this race in the whole day.
Yeah, when we were talking about average speed, Jeremy Jones was 32.5 miles an hour average speed last year. It'll be interesting to see what it is compared to this year. Because, Tom, you're the one that asked me that a few years ago.
Yes, sir.
What was the average speed? So I've done my homework, and you really – I love that stat.
It's a really important one because it makes all the difference here, you know, coming in the 4,400 race to where we got out of the 20s and into the 30s. And then Dave throws you a curveball and makes it harder than ever, and we're still trying to crank it back into the 30s. That's where it really becomes impressive. And it really shows a testament to the speed of the cars now and the prep and the drivers themselves.
And sometimes that curveball turns into a knuckleball. But, yeah, look at that Trent Fabrication car. It still looks like it's very healthy. Looks like the spare tire's still full. So I don't think Woody's changed a tire yet today, has he?
Well, biggest thing to me is look at his side panels. They're not all torn up, so he's driving a smooth, clean day.
And when he was chasing Mike Slawson this morning in the desert, I mean, he was just pacing him and letting Mike set the pace, and Woody was right there the entire time. And in the pits, he was able to get around when Mike and Randy swapped. You know, it cost him a couple minutes, but that was the strategy they had going in. Woody hasn't gotten out of that seat yet.
46.54, Bailey Cole has moved through pit 2, going up on the top of Fisher Mountain. Twitchy McGee is out towards Emerson, getting ready to come over up on compaction, and John Williams is just behind him.
And how about Brexton Glines, because he came through the pits at a decent time earlier today.
Looking right now.
Thank you, Dave. So he's still in the mix.
Brexton is having problems over here getting back towards Turkey Claw on lap 2.
Oh, okay. So he came through and then hasn't made. Okay, I see it now. I was backwards on it. So he made it through the pits, and now he's stuck in the Turkey Claw area, or even before, because Turkey Claw's. Yeah, okay. Oh, now he's in the middle. So maybe
Actually, looks like Brexton Glines is.
This is unofficial, but it's not looking good for Glines.
No, it's officially. He's not.
Well, I guess you're right on the tracker.
Pretty straightforward. I'm not going to need any kind of review to understand the fact that he's not on a race course, Miles.
No, you're right.
You don't need to call the driver's review board today.
So tough break for Brexton Glines. We'll get an update from him later on, as Woody Rose is still making his way around. And look at the trails here. I love it.
So now he's crossing over now, down, dropping into Spooners. And there's Randy.
Yep. I love these long shots. Still don't see Woody in this picture, so.
Woody is a half mile ahead.
Half a mile.
And Tom's got his timer going right now.
With his big font on his phone.
You say my vision is a little shy, Miles?
I'm not saying anything. I just can see your font from here.
Again, this is Woody now in Spooners. He has gotten past the lower bypass. Randy was just hitting the sand, crossing over, so maybe 2 minutes back on time split.
And Dave, you can run any line on spooners?
Any line on spooners, any line in the rocks at all.
Yeah, this next coming S turn, I call it, is a tough spot. And if you're up on the bypass on the high right, it's a little easier, but it's still a pretty formidable side hill.
So we're right at that minute mark. So on adjusted time, Woody Rose still is in the lead.
There's Randy right there.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man, we got a race on our hands. Look at that. I don't know if Randy can quite see him yet or not.
Randy's not a minute behind him anymore.
Nope. But here in about 20 seconds, I believe he'll be able to visually see Woody Rose, and that's gonna really light the fire on Randy.
He knows.
He already knows. Yeah, he smells them now.
There's blood in the water.
I love it when it's neck and neck race all the way to the finish line.
That young man out in front, though, he's having a heck of a day.
Certainly
Absolutely.
is. Just the
future of the sport right there.
To see how he has come up. I mean, to me it's pretty crazy watching the kids that were running around, making their own little side fires in the fire pit, the camp when they're 10 years old, and now they're leading races.
Like your kid and the Knowles kid digging ditches for us to jump through and making hazards.
It's all urban myth.
I saw Dylan Trent walk through. He had a great showing in yesterday's youth class. Now he's watching his brother race today. They could both get podiums. That'd be great for the Trent family.
Okay, so with the leaders coming up spooners, we have the third and fourth. Excuse me, that we're going compaction. Looks like Doc Jones is having problems getting up onto Big Johnson, and Nicholas Allegri might have gone past him in Big Johnson. Cody Young is stopped at the top of Blue Dot, so it's starting to get spread out there. Woody and Randy have checked out a little bit from third and fourth.
And Randy's starting to reel in Woody. This is what we were waiting on. Randy has had at least one flat tire, possibly two. I'm not sure about Woody. But look at that.
So that's what we were talking about right there, is a high right line that you can miss a lot of that harder rock down in the gully.
We've been racing for just over 4 hours.
This is where the gap is going to get pulled in right here.
Randy, step right. Yep. Every place you can get and not hit a rock, you're going faster.
And I wonder if Woody sees Randy yet.
I would think his co-driver better be looking.
Because Randy's in the perfect spot. Remember, Woody did take off 1 minute before him, so on adjusted time, Randy's back in the lead on this race.
I'm just going to throw a prediction out here. Do you think Randy's going to drive behind him, or do you think he's going to be the true Randy and pass him and try to put the biggest gap on possible?
He might be passing him right now because Woody's backing up.
Yes, I love this part. There's a couple different lines right here, so if Randy can go up left, this could be a pass.
He's going to step left. He's going to step left. There he goes. There he goes, passing for the lead.
Can he make it up?
Passing
we got
for the
a
lead.
new leader, Randy Slawson.
Moving into first place here.
Yes, so now you know Woody's over there struggling just a little bit, and now he's going to be a little bit out of his element.
Race isn't over for him.
Now watch this. Watch rock start flying behind Woody's car. Does he drive it cool now? Or does he just lose it and try to get it back all in one shot?
So far, he's drove a very smooth race.
Like the veteran. That's watching him pace Randy earlier. That was
picture
experience.
Yep.
Experience. Now it's just a matter. He's got to close and take it back.
So a bomber versus a Trent Fab car, very similar.
How do you figure?
Yeah. What's the
I guess
what are you talking about?
Right,
they have 4 wheels, a motor.
They got straight axles, but that doesn't
They got
matter.
motors in the front. That's what you got in common.
Actually, it's got engines.
So there's different schools of thought. I mean, Derek Trent builds I believe it's the fastest solid axle car in the desert. I like the way that the leading arms are set up. And Randy has for the longest time built the fastest car in the rocks. Randy's cars are lighter. Woody should be able to put time on him in the desert.
He's getting the gap reeled back in right here.
15 miles ago, back at pit 2, Randy Slawson was down by 11 minutes.
And has made it up, obviously, in a round. Sounds like Matty Daddy's up at Chocolate Thunder listening, and it's his birthday. Moab Matt's having a happy birthday listening to us and having some fun.
I think everyone at Chocolate Thunder should sing happy birthday to Matty.
He's been here for a month helping us get everything going, so happy birthday, buddy. It's been a great time hanging out. I mean, working, whatever you want to call it. You said Jeremy Jones had slowed down, but we saw him on full race pace just a second ago.
I mean, just looking at the
he's
differences
bellied
between
out.
those new Trent cars, is it looks like they moved the spare down, try to get a little bit of better center of gravity.
Oh, he is high centered. This
rear,
is terrible.
Rear diff is hung.
It's right in the belly now.
I think it's hung on the back axle and it's keeping him from backing up a little bit with that back left hitting.
So now, the window net's out, so they are going to winch real quick, playing it safe to save the car.
Might be a spot you could stack some rocks and pop right up.
Turn passenger back up.
Yep, front dig maybe. Front dig reverse.
Getting out to evaluate.
It's real easy to say that from here.
Exactly.
I'd love to couch.
It's incredibly easy to talk crap from here.
As Randy Slawson still moving along, gaining a lot of time right now.
Sometimes it's harder to find that good anchor that works when the rocks are sloping and you're trying to rush and trying to get an anchor built.
All right, I heard Brad Level was out from his pit crew earlier, but that's him still making time.
That's them making doing a rear gear set. Then look at that.
Yeah,
Fantastic.
that's impressive.
Great work. Great work.
I love the never give up attitude. See a few more. There's a stock car. Is that Chuck Crossland possibly
coming across compaction?
And he's in a pretty, not a hard spot, and they got the winch out. So Chuck Crossland is having an issue. Hate to see that.
I would say he's probably got a mechanical if he's having a winch right there.
There's Rick Levezzo and Dustin Eisenhower in Chocolate Thunder, and look how dug out it is. We saw that in the UTV race yesterday, but Levezzo was able to motor his way up. There's Justin Hall. There's Jesse Lee and Josh Sowell. And this just is a perfect showing of how tough this race really is. Look how big those rocks are. Josh Sowell is part of our rookie program. He'll be racing today and tomorrow, and I'm pretty sure that's Dan Fresh's old car. I recognize those rear tail fins.
Doc Jones is taking a pretty commanding place as third place right now, moving down into outer limits through pit 2 the second time.
So Trent Fab second and third as we speak. We're on with Peter Duane.
I was talking to some of his guys, and is Doc actually in the car, or I heard he was running the pits and someone else was in the car?
I have not heard that. I've seen Doc a few times, and I don't have any updates on that.
That's the original Bomber 1, correct?
Doc Jones? No, he's in a Trent Fab car.
Who's the...
Scott Foley.
Thank you.
Okay.
Scott Foley, number 75, is in the original Bomber car.
Sorry about that.
Oh, we're allowed to make a few mistakes, buddy. You're good.
I'm trying to keep it real, Miles.
You're doing great.
Randy's looking pretty smooth here, you guys. He's got a nice tempo going, saving the car, but mixing it up, going fast enough to get a nice gap.
He's in a nice little flowy section right here, and is Woody still stuck in those rocks? I don't know.
Now, remind me, isn't that the car that's racing tomorrow? Isn't
Yes,
Amber
it is.
driving that car tomorrow?
Yep.
Correct, yep. Changing panels and putting 40s on it.
And it'll be racing single shock against everybody's unlimited suspension, which is super cool. And I'd be a little bit nervous in my head thinking I need to race the car that's racing today tomorrow. My prep's going to be terrible tonight. Well, so far that car looks like it's in great shape. So check some fluids and put some tires on it and hope for the best.
I hate to say it, though, but you send Mike Slawson out in the morning, you got a ringer on your side going out in the beginning of the day. So between the two brothers, you got some pretty formidable competitors right there.
Absolutely.
So I don't know if
There's
many
Jim
people-
Marsden. Look, he's in turbo speed. And he's in Jimmy Jack's car. Great to see him out there having some fun.
And I'm going to have to give Jim a hard time because he's got some BF Goodrich's on there, and he's been a diehard Maxxis guy for a long time, so there might be a few comments we could say about that.
There you go.
I believe that's Rob Grant.
Leave the guy alone. He's racing. We're sitting here.
There's still quite a few rock trails ahead of Slawson, right?
They are ahead of Slawson?
No. How many more rock trails does Slawson have? Quite a few, right?
Resolution and Backdoor.
Oh,
man.
so what's your ETA on coming in town?
15 minutes.
I'm going to stay in here about 5 more minutes. I'm going to get out of here.
Okay.
There's Loren Healy or Vaughn Gittin Jr.
That's climbing up compaction. It's going to be going just past where Chuck Carlson was a second ago. There can look from that angle as they turn left, the driver's looking directly down at outer limits. There's probably 10 or 12 spots on the race course that you can see your competition from a completely different spot on the race course. You're looking down and they're 20 miles away on course, but you can see them.
And look at the back screen back there. It's absolutely beautiful out there. Again, I'm going to hop into the hot pits here in about 5 minutes. My good buddy Ian Johnson will be hopping in once again we'll bring our winners across the line. How far back is Woody Rose?
Is that Loren?
Yep,
Loren's making a pass. Yep.
I believe Loren's supposed to be in now. What a wonderful day of racing it has been for the Everyman Challenge, part of the 2024 Progressive King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tires, powered by Optima Batteries. Remember, if you have premium, you won't miss any of the action. Go to KOHUltimate.com. You can get picture-to-picture, get all the helis and everything in between. So we're going to step away from the action for just a moment. We'll be right back after this.
You know, when I take the bike out like this, all my stresses just melt away.
I hear that. This bad boy can fix anything.
Yep, tough day at work. Nice cruiser sorts you right out.
When I'm riding, I'm not even thinking about my painful cavity.
Oh, you shouldn't ignore that.
And every time I get stressed about having to pay my bills, I just hop on the bike, man.
Oh, come on, man. You gotta pay your bills.
You don't have to worry about anything when you're protected by America's #1 motorcycle insurer.
Well, you definitely do. Those things aren't related, so...
Ah, yee! Oh, that is a vibrating pain.
Whatever you drive, however you drive. AMSOIL specially engineers lubricants to maximize power, performance, and protection in your vehicles, so you can work hard and play hard with confidence. Order online at amsoil.com.
You know, the thing that people don't realize about ARB is that they have been developing the parts as our series and our sport has grown to these new extremes. They keep evolving as the sport has evolved. King of the Hammers Edition Bronco isn't just a graphics kit. It was developed for well over a year. Myself, Fox engineers, and the Fox Factory Performance Vehicle Development Design Team worked to build the ultimate trail-conquering Bronco.
Welcome back to the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tires, powered by Optima Batteries. This is the Everyman Challenge, and Randy Slawson is coming on into town, hopefully in about the next 10 to 15 minutes. So we'll see how this all shakes out. What a great race it's been. Woody Rose has led a lot, but Randy Slawson did get around him. We'll see if he can keep that lead up at front.
So we had a time split that they just passed through. I'm expecting to get an exact time on Woody in about 5 minutes. We'll know the exact time split.
And that is Woody, so we saw him stuck. He is back moving. Great to see him back in action, trying to chase down Randy Slawson. Remember, Randy started behind Woody, so if Randy finishes first, there's no chance on adjusted time, as long as he hit all the VCPs.
Yeah, so as long as we have no penalties, it should be pretty straightforward. Hopefully we can keep it straight across.
Jeremy Jones now getting ready to cross over into Spooners. Nicholas Allegri at the top of Outer Limits coming down. So that's your third and fourth in Legends.
What a great race this is shaking out to be.
Cody Young is in fifth, but he's been stopped at the top of Blue Dot for quite a while now. And Brian Trempe's getting ready to catch up to him there.
Well, Dave and Tom, it's been great hanging out with you, but I'm going to bounce and head to the hot pits and call them across the line. So it's your show for a little bit, and I'll check back in with you.
You going to get the wrench in your hand, Miles?
Yeah, buddy.
Excellent.
Appreciate you, Miles.
Yeah, all in good fun. Been a great time.
So Tom, we're back into Brian Trempe in fifth in Legends. I'm going to keep trying to walk back through the field here and see what I can see.
So do you got an accurate split yet on Woody to?
Jeff Martin, Jacob Pacheco, and Michael Kelly are all on Wrecking Ball right now. Michael Kelly's dropping into Wrecking Ball off of Winner's Choice.
And how's our split going and our break between Marsden and that other group?
They were all side by side.
That's going to be a good race at the end. I know we're going to focus on the finishing with Woody and Randy, but it'd be nice to keep a close eye on that and not miss any opportunities.
So we got three Legends cars in Wrecking Ball right now. Jacob Pacheco, Jeff Martin, and Michael Kelly. Andrew Gorman has been stopped for a while coming down Wrecking Ball. Justin Barthers and Bender Alley stopped. Bart Dixon.
We got Ben Napier meeting us out here.
How we doing, Ben?
Doing really good, Dave. How about you?
I'm wonderful. Tom, can I tell you something?
I'd love to hear it.
Have you seen the fact that I haven't had to do anything this entire week?
You know what? I think having Ben Napier here is a great addition to the program, and I think we're really happy to have you, Ben.
I know every driver is happy to have you here. I'm happy, Ben.
Some of them might not be, but that's probably more USAC in a way. But I was going to give you a bit of an update on what's happening with this finish and what we need to look out for.
As far as the VCP type stuff, is there those kind of conversations?
So there are some VCP penalties that USAC will be applying that have been confirmed, and we'll be releasing them shortly, but both the leaders have VCP penalties.
Okay.
We also have a red card situation that's been thrown based on on-track incident, and there will be a CRB as soon as we can get the people involved there, and it is to do with one of the leaders as well. So we'll have to get a result of that to see what happens out of that, and the team have collected the CRB and will work that through. There's been another couple of things, so it will take us a little bit of time to get an official result on this one. But I'm also hearing through race ops that resolution is a bit of a mess. So these leaders are going to have to come through some vehicles that are being recovered. The track is not exactly clear at the moment.
In the pinch point?
It's going to be pretty interesting.
There's a high left line in there that the motos use, so it would be interesting to see.
There is a parking lot in Resolution.
Yeah, so we have quite a finish coming up, and these guys will have to be smart and not join the traffic jam there.
You might need a 50-foot tape measure.
There's 9 cars in Resolution right now.
Yes, I think this year, Dave, we've got some amazing ability to monitor course compliance. And the guys have worked through about 200 penalty reviews this morning.
Okay.
And a lot of them involve just teams cutting the course just before the VCPs. They're not going all the way up where they should. So that's created a lot of our our scoring changes. And then we've had a couple of trails where people have been either not in the rocks that we've caught them or some things like that. So the team are working very hard to get that all confirmed, make sure we're 100% accurate on it, and then we'll get it updated with the scoring.
Sounds wonderful, Ben. The data coming out and our ability to actually see the things is spectacular, and very thankful.
No worries.
I guess sounds like you got some work to do over there with the USAC guys. So
I'm going to head back to race ops and make that happen, and we'll be welcoming some finishes pretty soon.
Sounds wonderful.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks for being here.
Speaking from experience on getting penalties, I think it's really an amazing thing to be able to give these guys the information on the fly and give them an opportunity to do something about it if they want to push their tempo or settle back in, or to be able to have some strategy besides finishing it out at the finish line.
Yeah, I'm hoping that we'll be able to have that communication actually come. I believe that Rally Safe can support that as we get more comfortable with the system and we start to use it better. That we're going to be able to start sending comms like that directly to the drivers in the car too.
Yeah, I think right now we're just going to have to rely on the pit crews relaying that information, and that's huge. It's absolutely huge because I've always felt like it's the best thing for the sport to have everybody get to the finish line and apply things as necessary.
So, all right, Okay, so coming out of outer limits, we had a time split point, and Randy had a 4.5 minute physical lead over second place, which is a 5.5 minute adjusted time lead.
Okay, so we have Randy Slawson coming in the top of resolution right now, catching up to some other cars, and he's going to start getting creative here. And let's see how, you said there were 6 or 8 cars?
9.
9.
There's 2.
Wow. It's going to get interesting here coming into the pinch point. Let's see. I mean, there's a high upper left line that the Motos used one year that he might be able to squeak through there on.
And here comes Woody coming down to Melville Lake Bed. About 2 miles of dirt between him and Randy, all fast. But there's only about 2 miles of dirt between Randy and the finish line too. So,
and things can happen. I mean, watch,
Josh Weiler put it on the roof.
Almost put it over, that close to the finish line. So basically, right now, Randy's up in where I call it the King of the Motos line is. And that course worker.
So wait a minute. Then that means Randy's already passed there. That's resolution. No, that's out of the back door.
Yeah, I'm back in the booth, Dave. So here we go.
Hi, Ian.
Hi, Dave. Yes, you're right. Yeah, he's made the turn. Actually,
that's
no,
Randy
Dave. I think
that's Randy right there trying to sort around and get by him.
Yeah, that's Randy trying to get around some of those 9 cars that you said were up in there.
Well, that's good sportsmanship right there. That guy got his winch rope out of the way and moved out of the way and gave him a chance to keep going for the win.
Now, I think this camera angle, Dave, I don't think that this is actually into backdoor yet.
No, it's resolution.
That's still coming down resolution.
That's where the 2 UTVs were on their side.
That's the moto line.
Yep.
But I'm hearing from our ops trailer inside that there's about a 5-minute gap between Randy. So while I was having lunch, Dave, catch me up. I missed it. I was just grabbing a quick bite to eat. Where did Randy make the physical pass?
Happened in Spooners. About halfway up Spooners is a pretty cool little shelf obstacle. And Woody went to the right, got hung up, took one back up, and Randy shot left and went by him. It was nuts.
Yeah, it's a little crossover trail from Outer Limits to Spooners. There was definitely you could see where they could both see each other.
That's awesome.
Very cool racing.
It just shocks me every year. Every year we get closer and closer with these races. Over 100 and what are we at? 63 today, Dave?
163 racers today. Yes.
Yeah. And yet we come down to the end so close. But this is Woody in the big screen right now, trying to chase him down, trying to chase down Randy.
Put it all up, going up resolution right now. He's going to have to work around those same cars that Randy just got by. Woody's still pushing. I think we're going to watch Woody at the front of King of the Hammers races for a long time.
How old's he now?
Oh, too young. I don't know. 23 years old. I see proud dad Derek Trent over there. He's got the hood on. Are you holding your breath, Derek? Yep. All right. Be proud, man. Be proud.
So Randy's through backdoor coming down the wash back toward the short course track right now.
So that would put him about 2 minutes outside of town at this point right now.
Would have loved to see him go down backdoor, but yeah, he's carrying some speed right here. Hopefully.
And in about 5 seconds, you'll see Randy Slawson making the turn into the short course.
There you can see Hammertown right there at the top of your screen as Randy makes his push across that desert floor. He'll be driving up this hill, up through the Bronco Arch. So this is our first official finisher of our Everyman Challenge. There is Randy dropping down into the Ford Performance short course. Basically has a couple turns before he hits into the Can-Am corner when Miles will be there waiting for him to come home as our first unofficial finisher.
And it looks like it could be winning once again for Randy Slawson, the 48-48 with his brother riding shotgun as he comes around the Can-Am corner for the final time. 2 more corners to go. And then the Can-Am corner for the final time today, and then he'll do 3 laps tomorrow. What a wonderful day of racing it has been for the Everyman Challenge. Randy Slawson, last corner to go, hitting the Yukon launch, grabbing the checkered flag here momentarily. Randy Slawson just unofficially wins the Everyman Challenge in the 4800 Brent Motorsports Legends class. What a wonderful, wonderful race it was for Randy Slawson. His brother took off this morning at 8 a.m. driving. Randy took the rock lap. Mike hopped over to the shotgun, and they are here in Hammertown unofficially winning the Everyman Challenge for the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tires, powered by Optima Batteries. Randy Slawson just unofficially wins once again here at King of the Hammers. And on the big screen, I do see Woody Rose coming, so that's going to put him about 3 minutes back. So on adjusted time, I think it's going to be roughly 4 minutes, pending any VCP penalties or whatnot. But Randy Slawson just drove one heck of a race. I did see a few tire issues, but other than that, this car looks like it's going to be ready for Amber Turner. And I'm going to do a walk around. Everything looks good. Big thumbs up from Randy and Mike Slawson. I do see a huge rock in the belly pan of this car, but other than that, it's looking good as Woody Rose is coming through the Bronco Arch as I'm walking around Randy Slawson's unofficial winning bomber. This is the first time this thing has ever been entered into a race, and it is here in town as Woody Rose comes through the Ford Performance short course looking like he's going to seal it up for second place. Again, it is unofficial as USAC reviews all of the VCPs. Make sure there's no other incidents out there, but Woody Rose drove such an amazing race that he is within 5 minutes of Randy Slawson. Great job by that young man to be able to keep up with Randy Slawson all day long. One last corner to go for Woody Rose as he comes around the Can-Am corner to drive the best race he has ever had in his life. This young man has a bright future with King of the Hammers as he hits the Yukon launch and grabs the checkered flag within 5 minutes of each other. They've been driving all day long for about 5 hours, and Woody, he's not giving up yet. He's going out for another lap. We'll get him rounded up and bring him on into town. Yeah, he is going out for another lap. He must be heading over to his pits. But man, again, Randy Slawson, Woody Rose drove an amazing race all day long. And don't forget about Brent Harrell was up front until he had that right rear shock issue. Tough break for him. And then it was all about Randy Slawson and the battle between Woody Rose. I do see a little bit of fluid on the, maybe power steering fluid on the fronts, but they'll get it wrapped up. And they'll get this car back to the pits and get it ready for Mike Slawson and Amber Turner tomorrow. Amber's making her debut King of the Hammers 4400 race in this winning car right here. Again, that just goes to show you how amazing Slawson is as a builder on these bombers. First time out and unofficially just wins the EMC and will be ready for tomorrow's big race. Woody Rose is in town as well, so 1 and 2. So I'm going to send it back up to the booth while we get figured out 3rd and 4th. What a great job by Randy Slawson and Woody Rose. Actually, he just brought his car up, so I'm going to do a quick car walk around for Woody Rose. This Trent Fab machine is an absolute work of art, and it looks like it's equally as in good a shape as Randy Slauson's. I don't think he had a flat tire all day. It looks like the same 4 tires on. So what a great, great race by Randy Slawson and Woody Rose. All smiles, big thumbs up from Woody Rose. So we're sending Randy Slawson up to the stage. So Ian, Dave, and Tom, back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Miles. Good to see Randy back into town, and now he's pulling up on stage. Just an amazing finish to this race. We saw Woody push right up to the end to basically chase him down through Resolution and down to backdoor. Dave, what do you think? Great race. Great, always a good race.
Great race, yeah. No, it's watching talented people do the things they do in really cool cars. It's amazing, and to know they went out there for 4 hours and 40 minutes and came in. Very close.
That was going to be my next question. Was it 4 hours, 40 minutes? So it was. Miles this morning speculated 1 hour behind the UTV, and so if it was 4:40, he's basically right on the money there. But 1 hour after our UTV winner, so that's good to hear.
I think you got a little bit of the other classes being out there at the same time. They probably were affecting that overall time, where the UTV probably had a cleaner day with less traffic.
Well, and even then, I don't think anyone expected a 3:48 out of that Can-Am UTV yesterday. It kind of shocked all of us up here as well.
He's a wheelman, no doubt about it.
Yeah, so he came in clean. And as we get Randy out of the car up on stage for his post-race interview, we just got a quick glimpse there of our good friend Jim Marsden out on trail. He's behind that little ridge right there, so we lost him, but he should be popping back up any second.
We have Doc Jones and Nicholas Allegre both in Spooners, pretty tight to each other actually. Right about.
And that would be our battle for 3rd place in that Legends class, correct, Dave?
Battle for 3rd, yes.
Yeah, so we got Doc Jones and Allegre out there, but we saw them mixing it up all day long with our race leaders out there, but it looks like they're still out in the rocks, going to bring it back home shortly.
Coming back through the course, we have Brian Trempe's making the turn around Big Johnson and heading back to pit 2 again. And Cody Young has gotten moved at the top of Blue Dot, and Jeff Martin is right with him coming down Blue Dot into Thor's.
Sounds like we're ready to go to the stage for Pam Hall, talking to Randy Slawson and Mike Slawson.
Let's get it.
All right, right here with Randy Slawson. You're unofficially our #1 winner right now for our EMC class. How do you feel?
Great. We had a fun day wheeling Johnson Valley. The track was awesome. The rocks were fun. The shocks were great. The tires were killer. We had such a good time. This new car took us the distance, and I'm real excited about it.
Well, let's talk about this really quick. You at one point had a flat. got it fixed because you had the spare. Then you got another flat and had to go, I don't know, probably about 10 miles roughly on a flat tire to get back to remote pit 2. But then you got back in after you re-racked. You picked up a lot of time. Woody Rose was out in front of you. What was your trick for getting back? I mean, the experience in the rocks?
Well, I got a reality check that these aren't race tires early, so after that, I just really backed it down and took it easy in the rocks. And we kept getting updates, and every time they'd tell us where we were, we'd whittle them at 30 seconds here and a minute there. So we just kept digging, and pretty soon we had his tail lights inside, and didn't take too long to get by him.
Well, you got in and you did the desert, or you did the rock section. Mike did the desert section. You got a little bit of something going on with your hand here as well, but here you are, unofficially in that number 1 spot.
Yeah, tire changing got me, but not too bad, just a little skin knuckle.
Well, I know it takes an army to get out here, so who all got you out here this weekend?
I'd like to thank Freight Factory and King Shocks and BFG Tires and Trail Ready Beadlocks. And, oh man, the list goes on and on. My other car's sponsored by Pella Motors, and that's a new one that came on this year. We're really excited about it. If you guys need a new car, hit up Pella. He can deliver anywhere in the nation. So if you want a Chevy, Ford, or a Dodge, get it from Pella Motors.
Well, congratulations unofficially in this number 1 spot.
Thank you very much.
All right, let's give it up for Randy Slawson.
All right, thanks, Pam. Good to see Randy back here. And as we said, we also have our number 2 finisher across the line, so we'll be getting him up on stage. And then we are waiting on a look at this on screen right now. We have is that Allegri out there?
Nope, that is Doc Johnson.
Doc Johnson, yep.
Or Doc Jones, excuse me. Doc Johnson.
Doc Jones Racing in Johnson Valley. Yeah,
Jeremy
left front
Jones.
flat. That is not a fun tire to be pushing through on that right now.
Nor is it going to be fun to have to navigate resolution around
and then
the cars
come down
that are there
through back door, yeah, with that front flat.
It's a long way away to do that too. That's a wheel. There's lots of things. You're just going to keep that tire from wrapping that wheel.
Now you've been watching him, Dave, while I was gone. Is that a flat in the rack, or do we know?
I would have to assume it's flat in the rack, or he would be changing it right now.
Changing it by now, yeah. That's a shame.
Very quickly getting that wheel into the rotor and the caliper possibly. Is that Jim Marsden?
No, I think that's Allegri right there.
Allegri?
Yeah.
It's gonna be pretty easy to make up time in the desert with four tires.
4 good tires versus someone who's struggling with 1 flat. But like you said, yes, the big problem with that is him coming through resolution and down into back door. That's going to be a nightmare to get down through there with that front flat. And we can only assume that yes, the flat and the tire in the back of the car is probably also flat, or they'd be getting out and changing it as they battle for that 3rd place position. And right now in our are we still leading? Is Bailey still leading in our stock class as far as we know?
Bailey's still leading the stock class. That should be her problems.
Yeah, this is right before Chocolate Thunder, correct?
Yeah, he's gonna go a little to the left right here and drop into the top of Idle Issues and then into Chocolate Thunder. So all y'all up there in Chocolate Thunder, you're going to see the stock class leader dropping over the hill to your vision in a second.
And this will be our first stock class car through this section of the trail. How many have we seen come through town onto that? Are we still at 4 or possibly 5 now at the most?
There's just 7 more. I'm going to go back through the field here in a second. I'm going to catch up to see where the Legends guy, modified guys. You had Rick Levezzo. It looks like he had probably taken the physical lead in modified. Searching back right. Give me 1 second. So, yeah, Justin Hall was, I think, physical leading in modified. Came into Chocolate Thunder, and now he is coming back to Hammertown direct.
So it looks like
The
he is
not good way.
peeled out of the course right there, just based on
Correct.
what we're watching on the tracker. And he was leading our modified class. I've seen, while I was having lunch, I saw a couple other modified cars coming in back into town. It looked like I saw someone that we normally keep an eye out, which is John Matthews. So I haven't got an update from his pit yet, but I saw him basically taking the drive off of, headed back into in his main pit off the course. All right, I think we got Pam out on stage with another one of our finishers.
Thanks, guys. I'm down here with Woody Rose. You're out here in this number 2 spot unofficially. You were just telling me you made that wrong turn, got back on course where you exited. That could be what cost your finish right here.
Yeah, I think that might have been it, but all in all, it was a good day. We ran a good, strong pace through everything and didn't have any big hiccups, so that was a plus.
Well, you were running a great pace out there. We were rooting for you. You're a young buck out here racing, but good job on getting in this unofficial number 2 spot. What did you think about the race course?
I thought it was really fun. Through the rocks, I just glided through just about everything. Then when Randy passed me in the rocks, I got caught up and had to winch.
Unfortunately, that's why we have the big rocks out there, make it, big obstacle for you. But who do you want to thank for getting you out here this weekend?
I'd like to thank Trent Fabrication for building, an amazing car. Nexon Tires, because I didn't get a flat all day. We changed one that was compromised, and that's about it. Raceline Wheels, McMahon Alternators. His alternator held up all day, so that was a plus. Got us to the finish, so that was good. Warren Industries. I know, I can't remember.
SK Rod Ends, you said.
FK Rod Ends, ATO transmission. It held up great all day. Brannick Motorsports, so that's a big one. And Yukon Gear and Axle.
Well, congratulations unofficially in this number 2 spot. We'll be doing the awards later on. Hopefully it all holds up, but congratulations.
I hope so.
All right, let's give it up for Woody Rose.
Thank you very much, Pam. Good to get that stage interview done as we're watching. Right now we're waiting. That's 1-2 across the line in our Legends class, and we're just kind of waiting. We saw a battle going on for third, but I think that battle's changed drastically, hasn't it, Dave?
Yeah, with Doc Jones down a tire. Let me check back and see where we're at. So Doc is... The tracker hasn't updated for Nicholas in a minute. I saw him in the desert. It still shows him leaving Spooners, but Doc Jones is all the way around coming down into resolution right now. Timing, if you can get us a split on 48.37 and 19.49 coming out of outer limits, that would be helpful. There's Doc Jones. That wheel has gone further.
That tire is now on the inside of that front end. And someone who's not I should say is very familiar with coming back into Hammertown with only 3 tires on your rig. Mr. Tom Ways, what's it like when you're this close to the finish when you're down a tire?
It's not good, and that's why Heartbreak Hill is called Heartbreak Hill. Yeah, I did 27 miles on a front flat with no tire one year, and I don't recommend it.
Okay, so at this moment on non-corrected time, just on course,
yep.
Doc Jones is 10 minutes in the lead of Nicholas Allegre through our last time split, which is about a mile ago.
And Nicholas was the guy with the front flat?
Nope.
No, Doc's got the front flat.
Doc's got a 10-minute lead, sitting in third place over Nicholas. Not sure about adjusted time, but
yeah,
it's adjusted time.
Yeah, our splits are actually keeping up with adjusted time so far today, Dave, so that's good to know. Now, obviously, there might be any penalties there applied to that, but that would explain why he's still pushing so hard with that front flat, because he knows he's got 10 minutes, so he just has to get back into town and hopefully wait it out. But you can see
looks like
him
a good tire
fighting.
on the back of the car, doesn't it?
It actually does look like a good tire. It's not dimpled when the way it's strapped down.
That's what I was wondering, Dave, when we saw him in the desert. It didn't look
tell
like
him
a
he's
flat.
got a spare tire.
If at the very least he's got one that's a little bit better than the one that he's got,
Or
but he's
could
about
always
to
put it on the back.
Exactly. I could do get that tire over the back. I'd rather be driving down.
I'd rather be able to steer.
Yeah, with resolution into back door with a couple of good steering tires. This could be an interesting video to watch as he drops down into this section with only one tire.
I mean, he's got a challenge right there. If he was going to take the tire and do a tire, if it was wrapped around the brakes, how long is that going to take versus going for the finish line? I mean, the other option is he could drive off backdoor backwards.
You think you bumped your head? I mean, I know you bumped your head, but I think the problems are starting to present themselves now.
It's clear
from your head bumping. Yes, sir.
Yes, but what we're watching right now is Doc Jones coming down into this section of rock trail where he's not in backdoor yet. He still has to come through Resolution, and there's no tire on that left front. He has traffic to deal with. At one point in time, Dave, you said there were 9 cars in here, right?
Well, this guy's on his roof.
We've got a stock class car in the mix. We have a car on its roof, and we have our current 3rd position vehicle with a no tire on that left front.
I think I would probably want to go around backdoor and take the bypass if I was him.
But we saw he was struggling climbing the sand hill headed up. Is he going to have enough to get up the sand hill to get around backdoor is the question.
Yes.
I think so.
Yes.
I think with good rear wheel drive and both tires pulling, maybe a rim.
And a very healthy LSX.
Yeah,
never hurts.
That's a good point. Never hurts. There's no replacement for displacement. That's true.
The truth, Ian.
700 horsepower through 3 tires will make it pretty far.
But it will be interesting to get him up in here. When he gets up on stage, we can find out, Tom, why he did not change that tire.
I mean, if he's got a 10-minute lead over the next track position, I mean, it really would be a gamble. If it went sideways, he fell off the jack once or had any kind of a problem, it could go sideways on him. So maybe this is the right decision.
Only time will tell as we watch him. He make his way down through Resolution into, he's not even at the split where he pulls off to make the decision of Sand Hill or into the backdoor 2 waterfall drop-offs. But we're watching him just make his way down. He's actually doing really good for that dead tire and just basically a bare rim at this point. And here we have Allegri chasing him down. As Dave said, there's a 10-minute gap between the two, and obviously very different speed being carried through the desert right now.
Yeah, but he hasn't even gotten up into the entrance to Resolution yet.
No, he's still ways out for sure.
Got winching happening in Chocolate Thunder, who's on the end of the line. That is your leader in your stock class.
Yeah,
So got wheels turning.
That's Bailey Cole, and it looks like all 4 are pulling. I think it's the same thing that we saw with our UTVs, Dave. With the Bronco, he's just wheelbase challenged in that one section.
It's also probably just thinking of the fact I can take 5 minutes and winch or break a CV and be done for the day.
Exactly, and when you are leading that class, it's obviously the best decision to make. And it looks like, did we miss him going down through? Or no, that's the big. He took the bypass, didn't he?
Doc Jones took the bypass. He's in the wash and back door, heading back into town.
Yes, he's just a couple minutes from the finish line.
Yeah, he'd be 2 minutes out at about that point right there, based on what we were looking at previously. So we should have him shortly around the mountain, up through Bronco Arch, and down into the short course, and then it's just a matter of waiting on time.
Where did Nicholas start at? Oh, one row in front of Doc. So
no real adjusted time to play with there at all.
30 seconds. He's actually got to be going to finish in front of Doc by 30 seconds.
You can see the front end of that car is just fighting to stay together at this point. As he makes his way up through our Bronco Arch.
believe Brian Trempe is in 5th in Legends, and he is in pit 2, getting ready to head back in.
All right, Miles is down in the main pits, ready to welcome what we're going to assume is our unofficial 3rd place position in our 4800 Legends class car today. So we'll throw it down to Miles to talk him in.
Thank you, Ian. And yes, it looks like Jeremy Doc Jones should have this sealed up pending any penalties in that 3rd position for the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. Doc Jones has had that flat tire for quite some time, but that never give up attitude is bringing it home. And Tom made a good point just a moment ago. Strategy. Do you change that tire or not? It looks like he made the right decision and pushed on through as long as he can keep her on the short course, which he does. So Doc Jones, one more turn to go. Him and Balducci will be here in town, making his way around the Can-Am Talladega. Jeremy Doc Jones unofficially in that 3rd position for the Everyman Challenge here in Johnson Valley, California, here at King of the Hammers, and the checkers are flying. Unofficial 3rd spot for Jeremy Jones. And that tire is completely shredded. He's struggling to make this last turn, but he is here in town, and he's showing off a little bit, throttling through the checkered flag. So we'll get him up to Pam here in just a moment, if he'll get turned around. So Jeremy Jones with another great showing. He's been racing with us for quite a few years now and is always a top contender. And it looks like he landed on the podium. Not sure if maybe he's going to change his tire over there before he heads on up or not. But another great showing. So we'll see how far back Nicholas Allegri is. But on adjusted time, pending penalties, it's up to USAC. We've got to dot our I's and cross our T's. But it's looking pretty good for the top 3. Ian, Dave, Tom, back to you guys.
Thank you, Miles.
Cheers, man. So an update on Brexton Glines. We're running 2nd in the stock class, entering lap 2, and lost sprag gears and lost all forward drive and had to bring themselves home in reverse. Sorry about your luck, fellas.
Yeah, and I just got
Thanks
another
for being out here. We'll see you next year.
We just got another update. We were talking earlier about John Matthews in that 4500 class car. Broke a transfer case as well, so he's out of the race. But right now, we're going to take a quick break from the action here in Johnson Valley. This is the Everyman Challenge race, part of the 2024 Progressive King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto, powered by Optima Batteries. Remember, if you've got that premium feed, you will not miss any of the action coming to you live today from out here in the desert. We'll be back shortly with our next finishers across the line.
Built for those who answer the call. Made for those that push boundaries. This is the all-new Get It Done Nitto Recon Grappler. A true all-terrain tire for the job site, the campsite, and everything in between.
If you're wondering why we totally reinvented the fire extinguisher, we've got about 8 billion reasons. And if you're wondering why now, we've got another 45 million reasons. That's how many fire extinguishers have been recalled recently because they might not work. We created the Rousseau to keep people safe. It's easy to use, and most importantly, it works when you need it. Yes, the Rousseau costs more, but nowhere near as much as it's worth. Rousseau, the world's most valuable fire extinguisher.
All right, everybody, welcome back to Johnson Valley here. This is the Everyman Challenge, and we got a little bit of action going on out here with our fourth place finisher.
That's Nicholas on his front drive shaft and front diff.
On all of it.
Yeah, it kind of. If you had the premium, you did not miss it, but we saw it here in the booth. Tom, we saw him take what you had expressed as a possible questionable line through there.
I was recommending going all the way far left on the moto line, but he got in there and kept moving and didn't break the car, so.
Yeah, I think he was fortunate those course workers were there to help him out. They were probably already had the winch line probably out, getting ready, trying to help out that car that is still on its roof in there. That's about 3 cars have gone by while they're trying to get him back onto all 4 tires.
Yeah, and a huge shout out to all the recovery guys out here that are making it possible for all the racers. You guys make all the difference in the world.
All right, so what we're watching right now is our 4th finisher that we expect to get back into town. So that's the 4800 class. But right now we're going to jump back out on course. This is our current race leader, Bailey Cole, in that 4654.
Jack North. He's in Jack North right now. Heading up to the turn to come down Bender Alley.
So how, Dave, you're kind of manning our tracker here. What kind of space does he have between the next car that he's in the same class? It's a big gap between the two of them.
It's a big gap, but it's a long race.
I know it's a long race, yeah.
I'm going to opt out of commentating on this one.
Yeah, for those of you that don't know, Dave's kind of determined that whenever he says something nice about Bailey, it kind of jinxes him. So we'll let him, we'll give him a pass on that one, and we'll just leave it be. So yeah, Dave's going to opt out on that one. I'll chime in here. We got Bailey out here in the Jag sponsored Bronco.
Making a pass in the rocks.
Bright yellow car for this year, new livery.
You got to say it like that, Tom. You got to be Jags. That's just so you know.
He's getting a spot from his competitor.
Yeah, I can only assume based on the fact that they are out of the car, helmets off. That car is probably done racing.
This is the line. This is the hard spot in Jack North. This is where when you're coming down, where the co-drivers on the rocks. When your guys are coming down, that your front right falls in that hole. That's got that shadow there. That's yep. So the trick here is to get way out wide and then come back across the course and basically hit it at 90 right, as opposed to trying to side hill that.
All right, it looks like our next 4800 car of Allegri has gotten down through back door and is in the wash, coming back into town. I know we have Miles down in the short course ready to welcome him back.
What a beautiful day for racing today. Beautiful soil, not a lot of wind, beautiful blue skies.
Just enough water fell yesterday to make it where we had almost we saw very little dust all morning.
Looked like a great race course for these guys.
It did. That desert loop, we saw no one kicking up any dust. I think that the rain we got yesterday just watered it down just enough where these guys could carry a lot of speed out there, which was really nice to see. We saw a lot of, and actually we had a couple competitors came in and they said because the course was so clean, they were overdriving the cars, and we saw guys losing shock absorbers, losing tires, because they had never, every time they've been out pre-running, they hadn't pushed them that hard in the desert.
Yeah, you could really see it where you get that dark, beautiful looking loam in the rut, and that's just great racing conditions. Got to be really happy about that.
Yep. But even as Randy said, you forget what you're in and you realize you don't have race tires on your car, and the next thing you know, you got a couple flats to deal with out there on course. As we welcome Nick Allegri back into town. All right, Miles, let's bring him home.
We are here at the final Can-Am corner. Nick Allegri hitting the Yukon launch, grabbing that checkered flag, physically in that 4th position, and on adjusted time, I believe he's there, and he's coming in hot. He has got to be stoked. This is absolutely his best finish he has ever had. He's been racing with us for 1 year now, and he just got the best finish he's ever had. Great job by Nicholas Allegri for bringing it on in town. Remember, we think the first 3 should stand, but it is all unofficial. So I'm glad he came in hot all the way to the end, because every second matters in today's race. We were just chatting that the racing this week has been absolutely amazing. Passes everywhere. All the extra cameras out on course have been so much fun to see. As we see Bailey Cole out on course still winching away. I believe that's in that Chocolate Thunder area. But Nicholas Allegri's car, that 1949, still looks like it's in great shape. All 4 tires still in air. He's got those iBox Spring of the Hammers on there, still looking good. So I think we'll have Doc Jones up on stage here shortly, so I'll send it back up to you guys.
Thanks, Miles. Appreciate that. Now, Tom, you got a little update in the booth here, don't you?
Yeah, I got a little interesting info. Nick Allegri is actually moving up to 4,400 next year. He's got a Keith Beam car built on order, same car as Jason Scherer, and a lot of the roots of my car as well. So that'll be interesting to see him step up for next year. That's pretty exciting right there.
Yeah, absolutely. We just watched him do really, really well out there in the race. So if he's going to step up to 4,400, that definitely will be interesting. On the big screen right here, we are watching Bailey Cole winch up through this section of trail, but I do believe Pam is up on stage with our next finisher.
I am here with Jeremy Jones. You're up here unofficially in the number 3 spot. You were our 2023 overall winner out here for our EMC class, but number 3 out here. Give us a little rundown of your day.
It was kind of rough out there, especially the finish. I thought we heard a flat coming in before pit 2, but everybody said it looked okay. But I could kind of hear it thumping. We should have pulled in then because we would have been a lot faster coming in. But it came apart, gosh, right before resolution. Yeah, pretty much. The tire started to delaminate, so we were just like, well, we're going to run it in, and so we did. It was interesting.
But you're here. You're at the finish unofficially in that number 3 spot, so it's got to feel pretty good.
That does feel good. I mean, I like the number 1 spot better, but 3's okay too.
Got to share the love with the positions of the winning of the race.
Yeah, apparently. So I get it. Plus, the other 2 guys that beat me are pretty dang good guys, so I'm happy for them.
So let's talk about this. What is the reason for you not stopping and changing the tire?
Well, we had the conversation in the car, and Dom thought it might hold together, and it would be a lot faster if we didn't stop and waste how much time changing a tire.
Well, that's all about strategy and everything, but I know it takes a whole army to get you out here, so who do you want to thank for getting you out here this weekend for King of the Hammers?
Well, first of all, Dom, my co-driver, our whole crew, Rick, Scott, Bob, Debbie, Chris, Wyotech for being here, Ryan, Mike, everybody, Melissa, Deb, there's a whole crew of people. My dad, he's here. All friends and family back home that supported. Who else? I got a whole list here. Hang on. Mickey Thompson, Wyotech, Legends Transportation, Dynamic Motorsports, Warren Industries, they've been great. Neapco, JE Reel, Yukon, Raceline Wheels, Vital Motion, Alltech, Adam Fitz and his crew, Boogaloo Racing, Dave Schneider, I can't forget him. He's the guy that got me into all of this. Trent Fab for building a wonderful car. Warrior Built. Johnny Webster at Total Racing Solutions. Jim at ATO Transmission. Jeff Van Horn. Spider Tracks. Brannick Motorsports. Paleo Synthetics. Amsoil. Sparco. Corkle Oil. Fox Shocks. Again, my whole crew. Melissa, friends and family. Fans of Ultras 4. Media, you guys make us look good. I mean, thank you for being out here and doing all that. I know how hard it is to do this stuff. And then all the generous volunteers, too. We couldn't do it without you. Thanks to Ultra 4 for putting on this venue. It's great. It gives us a place to go play. So,
Well, congratulations unofficially in that number 3 spot. We'll let you get going, and congratulations.
Thanks, Pam.
Let's give it up for Jeremy Jones. Back to the booth.
Thanks a lot, Pam. Well, there you have it. Unofficial third-place finisher across the line. But as we said, we had Mr. Ben Napier in here earlier. He was basically explaining it might take a little bit longer than normal to get our official results for this race because we have a lot of things to look at inside race ops. All right, so we are just watching a little bit of action out here on course right now. What are we looking at here? Oh, we jumped out of that.
Oh, we bounced from outer limits to wrecking ball. What's wrecking claw?
I think that's just, well, it's just what we name the cameras sometimes up there.
Oh,
so,
okay.
Yeah,
okay.
So that's going to be, that we watched a little bit of action here before, but we got a couple competitors in rather precarious positions, I think just trying to help each other out.
Yeah, that's not looking pretty there on the high side, and looks like they're doing some winching and trying to pull forward, keep that big rock out of the door.
Oh, and here's a lot of action right in here. Basically following the leader up this trail. There's going to be some 4,500 cars mixed in here. I know that for sure, Tom. And this might even be, based on the aggressiveness we got going on here, Tom, I think these might be, yeah, that's 4533. That could be our 4,500 leader in the mix right there. That's Jesse Balter. Made his way up through that section. All right, so we're just watching all of our competitors out there. Once again, we still have multiple classes out on course. We have had 1, 2, 3 unofficially across the line for our 4,800 class. The next ones we'll be watching to come in will be our 4,500 Yukon Gear and Axle class team. But it sounds to me like Pam's got another finisher out there, so Pam, take it away.
Thanks, Ian. I'm here with Nick O'Leary. You've only been racing with us for 1 year, and here you are up here unofficially in that 4 spot.
Yeah, we had a great time out there, and I had a little help from my buddy because I had him drive the desert, and then we switched because I like doing rocks. He loves doing desert, and we're best friends, and he got me actually into racing in the sport a few years ago, and I just thought we'd share this moment if we ever could get up here close to being on the podium, and maybe we are, I don't know yet.
You never know. It's all unofficial right now, so congratulations, and who all do you want to thank for getting you out here this weekend?
I need to thank my wife and Allegri Electric, Grom Racing Engines, Total Racing Solutions, Maximum Tires, Method Wheels, Rugged Radios, Chevy Militia, and Cowboys and Kilos for putting their name on the side of the truck. You know, we stick out.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. Great smile. Co-drivers here smiling as well. So it was a great day. Hopefully we see you back up here later, but here you are in the unofficial 4th position.
Well, thank you very much. Hope everybody had fun watching.
Let's give it up for Nick O'Leary.
All right, thanks, Pam. So that's Nick across the line, unofficial 4th position. As we jump back out on course, we are looking at the 14:05. Now that is, nope, I must have seen that number wrong because I don't have them on my list. Oh, I think that was 15:04, Josh Sowell out there. Right behind him is the 7:17 of Ryan Webb. And out in Chocolate Thunder, oh dear, Tom, we talked about this earlier. This is driving into town on 3 wheels. Take a look at this. This isn't a wheel off the car. Based on what's in the center of that wheel, there's a hub in there still.
I think that's going to be challenging, Ian.
You know, probably the bigger issue here is where they are on Chocolate Thunder. That's that popular center line that we've kind of seen everyone go up. This is okay. So now we're going to see a little pass. No, they're not in the worst spot in Chocolate Thunder. So they're a little bit above that. But getting this car clear, this is the 4884. Let's grab my notes here. I'll get you a competitor name on that. That is Josh Byerly in the 4880 or 4884. But yeah, you can see course workers out there helping him pull that winch line out. Looks like they're trying to get a jack up underneath there, but it looks to me like they've lost the entire left-hand front of that car. So that's tire, wheel, knuckle, steering.
But that spindle's not very happy.
Yeah, everything is off in there. All right, now we're going to jump out. These are some of our stock class competitors. Oh, on the top of the screen, I was looking to see if this car was out there still rolling along. That is Mr. Yukon Gear and Axle himself. That is Neil Hollingsworth out there in that Yukon branded stock class car as he's plucking his way through. Looks like they're just following along together. Still a long way to go on that trail out there. This is just the beginning of when you're coming down Aftershock. That's just the start of your day in those rock trails.
Yeah, I wonder what he thinks about Aftershock right now.
Well, I did ask him when he told me he was racing. He said, this is going to be a one-and-done kind of thing. I'm just doing this one time to say I did it, and then I'm packing it in and calling it done. So I'm sure they're out there having a good time in that stock class car as we watch a bunch. Looks like we got one car coming over. Oh, and this is another one of our Broncos out on course.
Is that John Williams?
I don't know if that's John Williams or Loren. Let me just, or Vaughn, maybe 25. I can tell you in a second here. No, that is unofficially Loren. I don't know. I know that John and Loren, I don't know if they split up driver duties on that or if Loren's been there for the whole time.
Loren Healy.
So yeah, so Loren's in that car. Did he do lap 1 as well? Do you know, Tom, or did he jump in and out? I thought they had someone else in it for lap 1. I'm not 100% sure. The only reason I say that is because I think I had Miles interviewed Loren in the pit.
So I believe Loren started the race, and he's still in the car right now.
Vaughn started it.
Oh, he did.
Yeah. So it looks like Vaughn went out, did the desert loop, and now it's Loren in it for the rock loop. We saw him hung up for a long time over in Turkey Claw earlier today, so we don't know what went on out there. All right, I'm getting an update that they had a broken half shaft, but it sounds like they got it fixed and they're out there running. But yeah, that definitely would take some time to change out there on a rock trail in one of those cars. That is the 4819. That's Jesse Lee out on course. All right, so far today we have had our 3 finishers come across the course in our 4800. Brannick Motorsports Legends class. Our 4,500 Yukon Gear and Axle modified class would be the next vehicles that we expect to see come across the line. And then we're also watching for our 4,600 stock class car, which right now, from what we've seen on our tracker, is Bailey Cole is still out there with a good lead in that class.
Do you know where Justin Reese is, Ian?
We might be able to find him.
819. The Toyota that could.
Oh, according to the tracker, not where you want to be. So unfortunately, yeah, based on just on the tracker, it doesn't look like Justin is where we want him to be. Like you said, in that Toyota that could.
So, Tom, in my just walkabout, I saw some conversations happening regarding BCP penalties.
What do you got for me, Dave?
I don't have anything for you yet, but I believe conversations are happening amongst the people that are accountable for their actions.
Yeah. Well, that's a good start to the investigation about everything, as you put it. We're going to investigate it, talk about it, determine what the outcomes are.
Yes, sir. Date is king. So let's look around the race course.
All right, Dave's going to jump on the tracker and see what's going on while we watch a couple of our stock class cars pick their way through the rocks here. So, Dave, let's start with 4,500. We haven't seen any of our 4,500s across the line. So do we know who should we expect to see?
Well, you had Rick Levezzo and Jim Marsden were duking it out up front. Justin Hall, unfortunately, it looks like he broke something in the drivetrain related because he pulled out of Chocolate Thunder with so not sure what happened there with Justin. If anybody knows what happened to Justin, we'd love to hear your story.
Do we still have Dan Wyrick and Paul Wolf on course as well?
They were all together. Oh, I see Dan Wyrick coming.
Number 218.
He's out the top of Wrecking Ball now, moving down into Full of Hate. Rick Levezzo is on the off ramp. I'm trying to find Marsden real quick. Jim Marsden through remote pit 2, re-racking a tire. Just got that information from Tiffany Stone. That puts Rick Levezzo in second and Jim Marsden in first, going into outer limits in the modified class.
All right, so there we have our modified class update. Right now, obviously unofficial, we're just basing it off the trackers, is that Jim Marsden will have moved into first place position in that class. But as I said before, we'll just have to wait until we actually get him back into closer to Hammertown so we can get an idea of what's going on. And we were watching a couple of our stock class cars make their way through the rock trails.
Yeah, it looks like Bailey is at the top of Wrecking Ball's waterfall right now, working up it near that area now. Looking back and seeing who else I see back here.
We did just see Loren making his way back into the rock, so we know they're moving again. And I believe that's Cody Young on screen right now.
I have Loren second in stock class.
So
I have him going across Fisher Mountain right now.
Yeah, that would be where we just saw him.
Actually, John Williams is right with him, so second or third.
So
between Loren Healy and John Williams on across Fisher Mountain right now. They'll be coming down to Jack in the next 15-20 minutes.
All right. Good updates from Dave there. As a matter of fact, there he is on the screen right now, Dave. So there we have Loren, and I'm assuming that's John in front of him.
That's John Williams right in front of him, across Fisher.
Yep. So there's your that would be 2 and 3 in our stock class.
Great job, production.
Fisher Mountain is one of the most iconic trails you can race in this race. There's nothing better than ripping across the ridge up there, looking down at the whole world below you.
It's fun to watch even from here, Tom, because we can actually see. We can't see them, but we can often, even from the booth, see the helicopter tracking them across that trail, which is fun to see.
I'd say between that and the upper part of Jack, there's absolutely nothing better. And we should actually be able to see them Dave's pointing up there right now at the ridge, and we should be able to see some dust right now. They should be about in that saddle right there.
They're back around the main peak right here. They'll come at us on the right, to the right of it here in a second.
And we just saw a pass go on there, Dave. So we saw yes, it is Loren driving right now. Make that pass, and now he's physically second in that on that trail.
Yep, they're driving down past. That's the bypass of Legit. They'll drop down in, go past Dead Blow, and then into the third canyon of Sledge.
Do you think you're going to send us down Dead Blow again ever, Dave?
Yeah. I don't know if we'll be racing it, but we'll eventually go down it again.
That's good to hear. I think that trail, when you put that in the race, was the hardest race that's ever been on a trail in any motorsports race ever. I kind of assimilate that. If anybody's a fan of hard enduro, I think that is Carl's Diner in Erzberg.
Mm-hmm. All right, so we just jumped out of some picture-in-picture of a competitor stop doing some witching, as right now we're seeing the 951. That is Jeff Hodamaki, 4800 series, so that's one of our Legends cars. Looks like he may have had an interesting day based on what's going on the roof of the car.
I think he may have been on his roof for a minute.
I think you're right, yes. I believe they're out of British Columbia, Canada. All right. There's Scott Foley.
Oh, is that the A-team? That was the A-team, wasn't it?
No, that's not.
Another one?
Yeah. We have a few teams racing here out of Canada. But that's Scott Foley right there on camera.
That's that first bomber car right there.
Still out here racing. And we have, looks like we got some stock class work going on out here in the rocks. That's Jeremy Lucas out there in that Grand Cherokee. It's got the rooftop tent already up there. They may be deploying that shortly if they're there much longer. As we track, I believe we're still tracking our. All right, so now we're back in another stock class. So this, once again, this is Loren Healy in that stock class Bronco.
Looks like he's got Starlink on there, so he possibly could have a live feed going as well.
That would be pretty rad if you could go to the onboard of Loren Healy's car right now.
We did see a pass happen just a few moments ago with him.
For the people that don't know at home, we have the ability, so the premium show doesn't just give you the opportunity to watch the show without commercials, but you can also look at the map, see all our cameramen, all the drones, all the helicopters, and all the race cars that have onboard cameras, and you can pick your own show from every camera we have.
That's pretty incredible, Dave.
All right, and we just left Loren in the stock class, and now we're jumping to Bailey Cole once again in his stock class racer in the lead of this particular. We know that he's currently the physical leader in our stock class.
He's picking his way around Dan Wyrick, Paul Wolf right there.
Yeah, looks like assuming that they may have broke something in there. Co-driver out.
This should carry the front left a little bit as the front right walks up that rock. The front left should carry. Oh, nope, slid around, perfect.
What happened to the hood, do you think there, Dave?
That happened early in the day. We're assuming it happened in Turkey Claw. We saw him come in at the end of his first lap, and that damage was already there. The traffic that was jammed up in Turkey Claw this morning, before we had a single stock car leave the line, we had 35 cars stopped in Turkey Claw in a lineup.
Wow.
So I imagine it was a lot of work to get through there.
Little bumper cars.
Yeah, because we did see some people come out not in the order that they went in. So there was obviously some movement inside that trail, which was good.
A little of the iron horn, we like to call it.
Yeah, exactly. All right, well, we're going to take a quick break from the action here in Johnson Valley, California. Once again, we are watching the Everyman Challenge today, all part of the 2024 Progressive King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto, powered by Optima batteries. As Dave said, don't sleep on that premium package, because not only will you not miss any of the action, but you have lots of other things to look at and watch.
The racers get 75% of the gross revenue from the
All right, and Dave is filling me in right here. Anyone who subscribes to the premium package, the racers get a 75% of that amount. So you're actually not just supporting Hammer King Productions, you're also helping out your favorite racer out here by doing that. So that is good to know. We're going to take a quick break from the action. We'll be back shortly.
You know, when I take the bike out like this, all my stresses just melt away.
I hear that. This bad boy can fix anything.
Yep, tough day at work. Nice cruiser sort you right out.
When I'm riding, I'm not even thinking about my painful cavity.
Well, you shouldn't ignore that.
And every time I get stressed about having to pay my bills, I just hop on the bike, man.
Oh, come on, man. You gotta pay your bills.
You don't have to worry about anything when you're protected by America's #1 motorcycle insurer.
Well, you definitely do. Those things aren't related, so...
Ah, yee! Oh, that is a vibrating pain.
Everyone wants to know how to join the King of the Hammers YouTube channel to access all the premium content. Here's how it's done. Log into YouTube, go to KOHultimate.com and join. That's how you get all the good stuff. Enjoy unlimited race coverage, live production multi-view, and additional live camera feeds.
All right, everybody, welcome back to Johnson Valley. We are here in the Everyman Challenge, all part of the 2024 Progressive King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto, powered by Optima Batteries. We're getting an update from Remote Pit 2. What did we just hear, Tom?
We heard that Dan Wyrick and Paul Wolf, I'm not sure who's in the car right now currently, but they had a flat in the rack and 2 rear flats, and they're limping towards Pit 2.
And right now on screen, this is Bailey Cole right now, our current race leader in our 4600 stock class. He's out in one of those stock class Bronco race cars. Behind him, we believe the next car is Loren Healy, but there is quite a gap between the two of them. All right, this is one of the sections of the course where the stock class take a different line. They have a little bypass that they get to go on.
So we're still waiting on hearing the official results on everybody that's come in so far. See what's going to happen, if it's going to mix it up with the VCPs and if there's any other penalties that are existing. So we're still waiting to hear on that, and as soon as we hear, we'll be the first to let you know.
Yeah, we've had basically, I think it's like 4 or 5 of our 4800 cars across the line. We have had those cars come in, but as Tom said, we're still waiting for official results to come out of race ops, and then we'll be able to fill you in on that. But the next group that we're definitely want to watch is we're waiting for our 4500 cars. We're waiting for a couple split times from them. Right now, we based on the tracker and what we've been looking at before, it looked like Jim Marsden was in the lead in that 4500 class. Good for him. We'll be waiting to get some more information from him as we get him back into Hammertown. But that's our next class that we expect to see. We're going to be watching come back across the line.
Do you think we can find a hat big enough for him if he
it's
comes back up in here and he actually wins?
If he comes in and wins, Tom, it's going to be a long day tomorrow.
God, it'll be painful.
I'll still make fun of his Englishness.
I think that's only right, Ian.
No, it's just fair, you know. As I like to tell him, you know, we wrote him a letter in 1776, let him know we'd make fun of him, and he just has to get used to that. We all know how that played out, don't we?
I gave him a really hard time the other day, asking him why he was here, you know, making a half effort, and he quickly was explaining to me how it was such a great opportunity. So I'm excited for him. You know, I think it's really great that he can come out here and race.
Yeah, I know he's happy to be out there in the race car, and he was super excited, so it's good to see him out there. But right now, it's all about this gentleman right here, Bailey Cole out there. This is our 4600 stock class leader right now on course. He's in that new Jag sponsored livery. He's got that on that car, and I think he also has his 4400 car with the same wrap on it as well.
You know, that's an incredibly hard section right there for a stock vehicle like that. I mean, that's big rocks.
Yeah, this is big rocks, and I believe we'd have to get Dave in here to clarify this, but I also believe that it's only the stockers that are going down this section of the course, unless I'm wrong. We'll get Dave back in here. He can fill us in. The nice thing would have Dave in the booth is he gives us all that information because he knows these trails. He helps set the course and gets it all picked out, so it's good to see that. And speaking of stock class, this is Mr. Loren Healy. Now, they get a little bypass here. They don't have to go down idle issues.
So he's basically coming out of jackhammer right now, and up above is really the hardest section of it. And you come out here and you meet a really iconic spot on the track right here. You got the Jack Sledge sign right here. You can see it down there in the bottom right corner.
Yep.
That's one of the most famous iconic spots where if you went up and right there, you'd be running right into Sledgehammer and up to the plaque.
That's usually
up to the mailbox.
Yeah, when we come out here to Rec Wheel, that's kind of like the first thing we do is you run out there to that and then head up to the mailbox. That's the warm up for whatever time we're spending out here.
That's where I broke in my new car 4 years ago, and I always asked a bunch of people, where should I take the car first? And that was the first rock trail, straight up Sledge.
Yeah, that's always a good way to do it. That's normally what we do when we come out. But as we said, that was Loren. That is the only pressure that we have for our current race leader right now, Bailey. But that's still a big gap between those two cars. It is a long day in the rocks, but that based on where Loren is versus where Bailey is, there's still a good distance between the two of them.
I'm going to step out for a second, Ian, so I'll be back in a few minutes.
Sounds good to me, Tom. I'll be here, man in the booth, keeping everybody up to date as to what's going on. We are, once again, as we have said before, we're deep in our Everyman Challenge race. Now, today we've got lots of different... There's Diesel Krentz out on track in that 46.99. At least I believe that's Diesel. I could be wrong. That is not Diesel. I apologize. Yes, that is Doug Langford in a 4600 stock class. Diesel's car looks very similar to that, but I think he's a little bit further back. But that's another one of our stock class cars. All right, so what we're watching right now, this is Resolution. We got a couple people coming down Resolution carrying a good bit of speed. This is Bryan Trempe. So Bryan Trempe's coming down through Resolution. As we've said before, if this looks familiar, this has been part of our qualifying course for the past few days. So Bryan's come down, just made a pass on Scott Foley in that section. So they have to come down through Resolution and then back down at the bottom. They have that split where they'll make the turn either to come into back door into the drop, the two drop sections, the two little waterfalls, or hang the left and go up the sand hill. Bryan's making quick work of this section of race course, so it's good to see because you can see he's putting a good bit of distance between him and Foley. And right there, that is Mr. I believe that's Loren Healy right there. So we've watched this section of course before as well. So he's got a little bit of ways to go into this canyon. He's on his way, I believe, over to Chocolate Thunder where we saw Bailey Cole quite some time ago. So right there on screen, that is your second place car. There's the old Jason Scherer car. That's 1776 up there. That's up in remote pit 2. So that's Jason Scherer's old car. Right now, Jeff Watson driving. I believe that's the old PSC car, unless I'm mistaken. Miles would keep me honest on that. But that is 17. Oh, and here's another one of our stalkers, 4586. Tanner McGrath. Sorry, not a stalker. That's one of our modified cars. Apologize. So that's Tanner McGrath. That's one of our rookies. Whenever you see those red numbers on the car, it is it shows that they're rookies. Okay, and that 4413 out there. Apologize, don't have them on my list. But the latest information that we have for our 4500 class is Jim Marsden is still leading with Jay Hall about 7 minutes behind them. All right, so we are looking at our tracker updates. We actually do have a big shuffle in the 4,500, so I'll keep you up to date here. So it looks like we have Jay Hall got to the bottom of Chocolate Thunder and then called it quits and headed back to Hammertown. So if anyone is with that team, they can drop up to the booth, let us know what's going on there. But we're assuming he is out of the race. Jim Marsden, who was leading, he looks like he has been sitting still for about 15 minutes, which has let Sean Rance jump up into the lead. So we had a lead change in that 4,500, and more importantly, Jim's been sitting still for 15 minutes. So we're going to have to keep an eye on what is going on over there with Jim, because he was leading it, but it looks like for some reason he's just not ready. But I've been told that Pam is up on the stage and has got something for us. Pam, take it away.
I am here with Cody Young. We are up here at the finish. You just told me you had a little bit of an issue out there, so tell us what happened.
Yeah, we lost 2 front tires going up Chocolate Thunder. So we got up over the top and decided to change them. And got 2 good ones back on the front, and we drove all the way to pit 2. How many trails was that? Like 8 rock trails with a rear passenger flat tire. And then we got up right before, what was it, Blue Dot. We felt the vibration, and the co-driver got out and looked at the rear drive line, and it had a little rainbow to it. So we ended up changing that out before we dropped down Thor's Hammer, and then got into pit 2. Our pit crew did an amazing job getting tires on the car quick, and we were in and out of there, and here, before you know it, top 5, it sounds like.
Well, yeah, you're unofficially top 5 right now, and, you know, a little bit of issues, but top 5's not too bad out here. Who do you want to thank for getting you out here?
You know, definitely my mom and dad and the company Angie Pumping. I got to thank Paul from Yokohama Tire for supporting us this year. He's great to us. Jeff Ginter, you know, Maximum Off-Road Transmissions, Ryan from AccuTune Off-Road, Vision Wheel. You know, there's a number of people that help out. All the guys back at camp, you know, they stay up late and help us get the car ready. We couldn't do it without, and also my co-driver. He's on it all day long, and I really got to thank him.
Yeah, you definitely have to thank your co-drivers. They're the ones that, you know, are telling you which way to go, going out and winching for you and everything. But congratulations on your unofficial top 5.
Thank you.
Let's give it up for Cody Young.
Thanks, Pam. Great to get another finisher across the line. But right now we are still trying to figure out what is going on in our 4,500 class. So, Tom, but we're still showing Jim stationary on tracker, aren't we?
He definitely is. Seeing who is near him. Trying to zoom in here a little bit.
I believe that was one of our stock classers that we were just watching. There's Jim. Nope. So there's Jim. He is moving. So we had him sitting still for just over 15 minutes, and I guess if it was an issue, they've gotten it fixed, because this is Jim. This is Jim moving in the car, which is good to see.
I don't think his tracker's working because it's showing 0 miles an hour on the laptop.
Yeah, so there might be an issue with his tracker. Oh, and who's in front of him right there? If we can get... So that's Jeff Martin in front of him.
193, it looks like.
So that's a Legends car in front of him. So that is actually a car that Jim is not racing. I'm trying to just take a glimpse and see if we can see a flat. Yeah, I think that's Justin Miron in front of him. I'm trying to see if that tire is flat in the rack on Jim's car, because we did see him sitting still, but we don't know if that's a tracker issue or what's going on out there. But yeah, we're watching Jim Marsden. Once again, Jim is in the 4,500 Yukon Gear and Axle modified class out there racing. We have had a lot of our 4,800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class cars come through, and the Curry Enterprises stock class cars are still out on course as well. Oh, this is who Dave was asking about earlier. Team, how's it going, eh?
Yeah, it looks like Jim's going to be kind of catching up on Dustin Eisenhower and Sean Rance.
Yeah, that is the 46.75. So that is Alex McNeil out there in that full-size, or I guess it'd be a Grand Cherokee, not to say full-size Jeep Cherokee, but yeah, based on the tracker information that we're getting, we just saw Jim Marsden on screen. We think he may be actually second place in that 4,500 class based on the information that we're being fed. All right, this is Randall Holmes making their way. This is what you were talking about earlier, Tom. This is down that sort of like sandy wash over by near Sledge, but not on its way into Sledge.
I like calling that Sledge Dune. Because it kind of just is a false ridge when you're looking over at Fissure Mountain.
Yeah.
When you get to know this place, Sledge Dune is a lot easier to identify.
All right, so here's Loren into Chocolate Thunder. This is where we were watching Bailey Cole winch earlier. So just to give you an idea, if we were to come up with some sort of unofficial split time, oh my goodness, it would be 15 minutes between those two cars at least, if not more, based on when we saw Bailey in there.
Yeah, considering when they were together up on Fissure Mountain to now, Bailey's having a pretty smooth run.
Yeah, it looks like Bailey's doing really, really well. Well ahead in that stock class. From what we understand, talking to some people, Loren had, it wouldn't be King of the Hammers without somebody walking through the desert, Tom. There it is.
That's never a good time.
All right, I think Pam's got another one for us up on stage. Let's hear it, Pam.
I am here with Bryan Trempe. Here you are at the finish line with a smile on your face.
Yeah, we had a fantastic day. I don't know where we're at place-wise, but I'd like to thank my wife, my dad, my whole crew, my family. Like, just this thing doesn't get built overnight, that's for sure. This is a labor of love, and I'm so proud of everyone here that put so much time into it. And then our awesome partners, we got Mickey Thompson Tires. These things never stopped. Jeep Armory helped prep this car and just does an amazing job with it. Our Warren winch, I don't know what happened. I screwed up in Turkey Claw. Harlan's got good pictures of that. And pulled us right out and didn't use it the rest of the day. Our Vision wheels held up. We ran them pretty hard today. Dynamic torque converter, this thing, we left a 1.5 to transfer case in it, and it stayed ice cold all day. Tranny Tom built us a heck of a transmission. Off-Road Anonymous was jumping in, helping us with our pit support. Max Garage, Craig right here, helped us get our toter here, which broke down only 3 times. Good. Yukon gear and axles. I don't know how there's anything left in the front diff. There's no oil left in it.
It's actually dripping right now.
Oh, perfect. So there's still some in it. King Shocks, this thing rode amazing. We were holding 85 miles an hour our first lap in the whoops, no problem. Corey Carlton helped us get our comms. We had no problems all day. My awesome co-driver, Colin Morlock, and his family, Steph, and Sandy and Uncle Gene. I don't know where they're at, but I'd like to get a picture with everybody. And Ultra 4 for putting on an awesome event. And Trempe Racing Services really got us figured out. We had no problems. And Team Indiana for being right there. Love you.
Awesome. Well, congratulations up here on your finish. We'll let you get a picture. We have your team is up here, so congratulations.
And thank you to Randy Cole and Jesse Oliver and their team too. And special thank you to Big B. They've helped us out in the past, and we miss them.
Well, let's give it up for Bryan Trempe and his whole entire team. Back to the booth.
Thanks, Pam. Great to see Bryan make his way in here as we watch Loren Healy winching up through Chocolate Thunder. And right behind him is Johnny Valadez. And this is physically our second place car in this stock class. but it has been quite a while since we saw Bailey in here. I want to say 15, 20 minutes ago would be the last time when we were watching him winch to the same spot. So it's a good gap between those two. Right now we're going to take a quick break from the action here from Johnson Valley. Once again, this is the Everyman Challenge. This is all part of the 2024 Progressive King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto, powered by Optima Batteries. We'll be back shortly, live from the lake bed.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
If you're wondering why we totally reinvented the fire extinguisher, we've got about 8 billion reasons. And if you're wondering why now, we've got another 45 million reasons. That's how many fire extinguishers have been recalled recently because they might not work. We created the Rousseau to keep people safe. It's easy to use, and most importantly, it works when you need it. Yes, the Rousseau costs more, but nowhere near as much as it's worth. Rousseau, the world's most valuable fire extinguisher.
All right, everybody, welcome back to Johnson Valley. We are in the middle of our race week here as the 2024 Progressive King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto, powered by Optima Batteries. Week moves on today. It's all about the Everyman Challenge, and we are looking for a few cars out on track, aren't we, Dave? Who are we trying to find out there?
Right now, we're looking at the leaders from the modified class. They have, it looks like everyone is either in spooners or just clear. It's tough to tell on the trackers, but between Sean Rance and Jim Marsden and Jimmy Jack's car, and you also have Stephen Crawford in that mix as well in 4,500.
So we have our top three competitors in 4,500. all in, according to the tracker, in that same rock trail right now.
That's correct.
So what we're trying to do is we're looking at getting a camera out there to see what is going on, because this certainly, this is the race for these guys. As we said, there's 3 classes racing today. This is the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, and they seem to be all bunched up right on top of each other.
I would bet we're going to get a drone shot from Spooners, and we're going to show 63 in front of 4532 by a minute, probably leading a little bit of pack of cars. I think Jim Marsden just got through where Randy went by Woody at. That's at the right spot of the trail right there.
Yeah, so as we're coming out of Outer Limits, we got that little crossover goat trail that runs you over to Spooners, and that's where we're going to get that reveal.
All right, so as Dave said, we're keeping an eye out for our 1, 2, 3 in that 4500 class. That's our Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class.
Rick Levezzo is right there with him as well, so you have the first 4 modified guys are all in the same trail system.
So 1, 2, 3, 4 stacked up on top, and then Pam has another finisher up on stage.
Thanks. I'm here with Scott Foley. We are up here. You are an official finisher. Don't know your position right at this moment, but how do you feel?
Pretty good. We had a roller coaster of a day. It was nice actually being cold. We didn't get too hot. We got a flat right in Turkey Claw right away, which put us back, and then we had to catch a bunch of people back into the desert. And I just made mistakes getting stuck on stupid rocks that I shouldn't have been. So he had to get out. So just, up and down.
But you finished. That's all that matters.
Yeah, that mattered. We didn't know where we were sitting, but yeah, we kept going back and forth with Cody. And it was like swapping back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. So that was fun.
So good racing out there. You had fun. Who do you want to thank for getting you out here this weekend?
This guy, because he has to deal with me. Everybody behind you, my family, pit crew, friends, King, who helps get these shocks for me put back together, Warren, Maximum Transmissions, Randy for building the chassis. Oh, my wife and my kids. I don't know. Everybody that puts their fingers on this. All the pit guys last night getting the trucks ready with the fuel in the car and just double checking everything. I mean, that's how they keep this thing going all day. So, but yeah, just it's all one big family.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on finishing our 2024 King of the Hammers. We'll let you go celebrate with your family.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right, back to the booth.
All right, Dave, right at the top of our screen, I believe that is Sean Rantz, right at the head of that pack of cars. And that's who we've been looking for on the trail.
That means that Jim Marsden's out in front of him then, correct?
Yeah, I believe we obviously didn't see him get through here. So yeah, so if that's Sean, then Jim's already made it through this section. So where are we going to see them next, Dave, in this?
In the desert, and then Resolution.
Desert Resolution back door. Yep. Okay. So that's where we're going to be looking for next. So if that's Sean, we're going to be keeping an eye open for Jim coming through in the desert. Whatever's going.
We may see Jim and Spooners, but it's going to be the top going to leave. If we get that drone back up to the top of Spooners where we have the desert out, I bet you're going to see Marsden coming through there in a second. We could probably get an unofficial time split also. This is the top of Spooners now looking back in. So from this perspective, either you're going to see Marsden here or he's already through, and then just below that 2 turns down is where you just saw all those modified cars. They're right down in that canyon down there.
So just where we're seeing the sun break over here, that's where we were just looking. So we're at the top side of that. So we're assuming that Jim's already gone through here.
I'm not assuming that. I'm assuming that Jim's down in that shadow right there coming up, and that might be his dust.
Gotcha. Okay.
As that drone goes up, you're going to see 4 or 5 cars down in Spooners.
There's a car right there. Yep.
So we have.
There's a car down and left right there. It looks like someone's out of the car, and there's one right behind it.
There's another car moving. That's the Jimmy Jack car coming across right there, isn't it?
No, I think that's who we were just watching, Dave. I think that is at the bottom. This is that's not Jimmy Jack. That's
Lebezo?
Shad. That's Shad, possibly. Yes. Yeah, that's the Poison Spider car. That's Shad in that car right there. So that's Shad coming up the top. So if we look on tracker, where do we?
Is Shad in 4500? I'm not seeing a tracker for him in there, which means there's actually 5 modified cars. If that's Shad Kennedy in a modified car, then we have all 5 of the top 5 modifieds. Yes, he is. He was saying we're just looking to have a bad tracker on his car, but he is right in the middle of it with Marsden, Sean Rance, Stephen Crawford, Duane Garretson's in there. It's a modified party.
Yeah, it looked like all the modified cars got kind of jammed up in that trail section. The question for us up in here is we just still haven't seen Jim Marsden anywhere.
Is his tracker updating, Dave? Jim's?
It upgraded 4 minutes ago. Top of Spooners, set in that same group. Maybe he's one of the guys, but he's showing 1.6 miles an hour.
Okay, so his speed is updating because the last time we were checking on him, the speed was not working. So.
All right. Well, while we watch this modified car make its way through the desert, we're going to jump back over to Pam with another one of our finishers.
Thanks, Ian. I am here with Jeff Martin. You are up here at the finish of 2024 King of the Hammers Everyman Challenge. How do you feel?
Great. Wore out, but
wore out a little bit.
Yeah, it was a awesome rough course. Dave and the crew did a wonderful job.
Well, you said you guys only had to get out one time for a change of a tire, so that's pretty amazing. No winching having to be done today, so that's awesome.
Yeah, the car is obviously a proven platform. Did wonderful. Ahead of time to prep and
All right, thank you very much, Pam. Well, as we were watching our modified cars, as David said, we got all of them sort of jammed up together in there, and we're watching these guys make their way through the very end of our race here, but we still haven't seen Jim Marsden on screen, and we expected to.
Yeah, it seems that Shad Kennedy might have gotten around him coming out of Spooners. That's still Shad right there, right?
That is Shad, and we don't see the Jimmy Jack car anywhere over in that horizon at all. Oh, and it looks like now we're going to jump back over. This is Bailey Cole out here. He is our current leader in the stock class, and it looks like co-driver's out looking underneath the front of the car. I think it's a steering issue. Yeah, I saw him move that steering back and forth, give the symbol to move it back and forth. They're checking something. The grill's coming off.
Maybe they're going to stage 2 lighting of the car. It's probably going up Spooners. If they can shed 4 or 5 pounds with the grill, that'll help.
Yeah, we saw the co-driver out asking Bailey to shake the wheel back and forth to see what was going on. We're just speculating right now what's happening. Such a shame. Bailey is currently in a good. Oh, it looks like the door is being closed. All right, we're going to jump back over. This is another one of our. This is Shad. Nope. It's another one of our modified cars. Dave 4532.
Steve Crawford.
So Steve Crawford's in there, and I'm
hearing that we found Marsden on course someplace, but not sure where.
Yeah, we're.
So Marsden's just barely there in front of Stephen Crawford.
Yeah, so,
So you can see the 2 sets of dust here, so up and right and then over and left.
Up and down, over to the left is just people just moving around the desert.
Yeah, that's,
off course.
We're assuming that's Marsden who just went out of screen, that top right. So that would put him currently in Okay, I'm being told by my good friend Miles in the booth, not assumed, definite. So that would be Marsden, just left screen, top right.
What do you think the split is from him to, was it Lavezzo?
Oh, not too much.
They were all right on top of each other in that rock trail. So the next time we'll probably see them all bunched up will be when they're coming down Resolution.
Be pretty exciting if we could watch a race off backdoor, wouldn't it?
It would be. All right. Looks like our stock class leader, Bailey's moving again. So whatever the issue was, they've obviously dealt with it, and they're back moving up the trail.
That's going up Spooners on the right side bypass at the bottom.
Is that skipping the entrance rocks then?
Yes.
So to put it in perspective for you guys, like in a 4400 car going up Spooners, you're usually at race tempo averaging about 8 to 10 miles an hour.
Yeah, like 10 of you in the world.
I'll take that, Dave. Thank you.
Deserved.
All right, so on screen right now, we have just watched our current stock class leader making his way, as Dave said, through this section of the trail. We are still keeping an eye out for our 4500 cars. They all were just bunched up on Spooners.
Here we go.
Oh, here we go. Here they are all.
There's going to be some iron horn in here.
So that's Duane Garretson in the back.
Oh.
Dustin Eisenhower, Jesse Lee.
Follow leader. Not sure which leader.
Where to go.
Oh, God.
No one knows where to go. It's a party out there. All right, so this is that group of cars that we saw on the tracker that were bunched up. Now they're all out of the rock trail.
So Jesse Lee, 4819. Who else we got in that group, Dave?
Duane Garretson. Is that Duane up there in second?
Yeah, Garretson, Gorman.
Garretson, Gorman, and Jason and Jesse Lee. It's Jason Lee, right? Jesse Lee, yep.
Yeah, and that's Dustin Eisenhower up front. And this is the section that we just saw where Miles confirmed that we just saw Jim go through there already.
This section of racetrack here is just such a fun section. You know you're bringing it home. You're coming around back onto the MDR towards the crossover.
Is this when you start hearing all the noises, though, again?
Exceptional piece of race course. This is what I try to not do.
All of a sudden, your motor that's been running at 197 all day is at 198, and you're freaking out.
Did I ever mention the time my crank fell off my LS7 about a mile from there?
What's that?
I had my crank fall off my LS7 1 year right over there.
That's a necessary part.
The harmonic balancer was wobbling, and it fell off. I was like, that's not good.
So this will be Highway 20.
Yeah, we have a mix of cars in here. It looks like we have a couple of stock class. We have one of our 4800s. We've seen this group kind of sort of chasing each other around all day. Anthony Taylor is up there in the front. That's one of our modified class cars.
So in all the hubbub there in Spooners, what didn't come out was Sean Rance. Sean's still showing in Spooners, way down the bottom at 217. So not sure if that was the holdup. Sean was in the lead for a second there.
Oh yeah, you're right. That's what Dave's checking the tracker, and we're looking at what was going on. That we saw everyone stuck in Spooners, but it looks like Sean did not come out with everybody else.
Duane Garretson has cleared.
We Don Stein at 48.07 in front of us right now, coming out of Jackhammer.
All right, looks like we have another one of our, I'm assuming this is one of our stock class competitors here. Trying to grab a number off there. Oh, here we go,
now
Dave.
We got some racing.
That's who we were just watching. Eisenhower, Garretson. Jesse Lee and Gorman. So that's that 4-pack that we just watched have an interesting traffic altercation in that one section of trail.
That should put Marsden coming into resolution in about 5 minutes then.
All right. Well, while we wait for Jim to show up into that, let's go ahead and throw it to Pam up on stage because she's got another finisher for us.
Thanks, Ian. I am here with Michael Kelly. We got your pictures out of the way. We got a mic that's working. Now we get to hear your voice over our speakers. How was your race out there?
We had a great time. It started off really good. Right after Turkey Claw, we saw an incident happen in front of us. We helped some guys out. Glad you guys are okay. And we found our groove. We just did our thing. Main pit. We just took some gas and went back out. Turkey Claw, we got a tire on a sharp rock out there. There's a bunch of them. And changed that out. Went about 4 or 5 more miles. We had a sway bar issue, which we got to go pick up. And, that kind of slowed us down in the desert, but we just ran our race. We never got out to winch ourselves. We used the Warren winch a few times to help other people, but we didn't need it for ourselves, which is a big change from last year.
Well, you know what? That's good karma as well, helping other competitors out. But it sounds like you are, you came in with this amazing energy. Your family out here yelling for you. So who all would you like to thank for getting you out here?
Yeah, my wife and kids for the support with this ridiculous hobby. And thank you guys. I love you. They're here to support me. Team Indiana, there's no way this is possible without you guys. Thank you very much. My brother's out here and my nephew that came to support as well, fellow racers. It takes a team, a whole team to do this. Yokohama Tires, thank you. Like I said, that one tire, that was my fault. The rest of them, we had good traction. We moved along. So Brannick, love you guys. You're always there, help a hand whenever you can. I appreciate it. That's awesome. And Warren, like I said, we didn't use it for us, but we used it.
Well, you know what I love is you have stickers on your car that your kids drew for you. That's awesome. They're riding with you along the way. You're out here at the finish. You have one more sticker up there. I'll let you tell everybody.
I got Bill Murray from Groundhog Day. Today is Groundhog Day, and we figured we'd just live this day over and over till we get it right. So here we are.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on your finish. We'll let you go celebrate. Let's give it up one more time for Michael Kelly.
All right, Michael, thank you for you're back in Hammertown. Congratulations, Dave. We got some updates on our tracker right now. What's going on?
I see Stephen Crawford, and he's moving at 41.5 miles an hour, and I see Jim Marsden, and he's moving at 0 miles an hour.
Yeah, and this is where we're in the desert section. We should not be doing 0.
The trackers are on time. Marsden is over there in spectator area 2. In the whoops, actually very close to, I believe, where you and Mr. Schofield rolled a few years ago. And there's some cross grain there. I don't know what's going on.
We just got news from our good friend Miles. Jim ran out of fuel.
Jim ran out of fuel 5 miles from the finish, and okay.
He better go for a jog.
That's got to be gutting. Of all the things that can happen to you, there's so many things that are in your control, so many things that are out of your control, and you have everything dialed in the
fuel.
I've run out of gas on the backside of short bus before, right before the finish, and it's absolutely terrible.
It's the worst feeling in the world, I can imagine. Yep.
But we didn't do the mathematic wrong. We ended up having a pickup come apart, and we lost the last 6 inches of fuel in the tank. So
it'll happen. But while we wait to see what's going on out there on course, Pam has another finisher up on stage.
I am here with Brent Dixon, sitting here talking to you just now. I was wondering about your day, and you said you had to winch one time at Turkey Claw, and that seems like the running of the events today for everybody.
Yeah, we just had to pull the winch line one time, and we got through there, and it was clear sailing to the desert. We had a little bit of steering issues. I felt like it was loose, but we stopped at pit 1, and they said, everything looks good, keep going. So continued, finished, went to the main pit here, got fuel, and they looked at the steering again and said, you're fine. I was like, all right, we'll keep going.
Well, and here you are at the finish, so it's a great feeling, I'm sure. Who would you like to thank for getting you out here?
I got to thank all friends and family, mom and dad, my wife Julie, Mia, Bentley, definitely Travis, Katie, and Cade. They're just great people. I stand by the sport, and it's just so fun. So I'd like to thank sponsors, though. We got JB Precision, Santa Cruz Auto, Rigid Lights, South Bay Driveline. These Maxxis tires are awesome. We ran them so hard today, and I just kept asking Travis. I'm like, do we have a flat? We have a flat? He's like, no, we're good. And we just beat the crap out of these tires, and they held up great.
I think the ones that didn't have any tire issues definitely had a great day. I mean, Randy Slawson came through, though. He did have 2 flats at one point. But here you are up at the finish. That's all that matters. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
All right, let's give it up one more time for Brent Dixon.
All right, congratulations, Brett. Welcome back into Hammertown. Right now on our screen, we're watching a tire change going on out there in the desert. Dave, any tracker updates as we wait for our 4500s to come home?
Nope. It looks like we have still having the fuel issue from Marsden out there. That's not going to be resolved quickly. And that whole other train of Legends cars, Gorman and also Stephen Crawford in the middle of that, they're moving in towards resolution right now. Looks like we got a flat tire on the front of Josh Soul's car.
Yeah, I think they just got done changing it. So as we look right now, who are we expecting to see as our first 4500 car back home at this point?
At this point, I'm leaning towards Stephen Crawford.
Stephen Crawford is who we were watching?
Yep.
And he was part of that whole big group that was jammed up in Spooners.
He's in the middle of all those Legends cars. Duane Garretson's right there with him as well. Actually, it looks like Duane has fallen back a little bit off the pace from them, but Sean Rance is still behind them. So of all those modifieds that were in, wow, yeah, after all those modifieds were together in Spooners, the only one still moving right now out of there is Stephen Crawford.
Wow.
There's 5 of them together.
They were all, and they were moving at a good pace too.
Yeah. So.
All right, so as we break over into Chocolate Thunder, we now see another one of our stock class car competitors is in that same section that we have just seen, that we just saw Loren work his way through in his Bronco. So
Loren is moved through, and he's now into Wrecking Ball, I believe.
Yeah, Loren's made, as a matter of fact, speak of the devil, there he is right there.
Yep, Wrecking Ball Claw.
So on course right now, that is our physical second place stock class car. Can you see on the tracker, Dave, we did see Bailey stopped. Is Bailey still moving out there?
Moving through Spooners, yes. He's right around where Sean Rance was at.
Okay, good. We saw them stopped, and we were just concerned because they seem to be looking at the front of the car. So it's good to see that they are moving. But while we watch Loren pick his way through the rocks, we're going to jump over to Pam again with another one of our finishers.
Thank you. I am here with Justin Barth coming through for your finish out here at King of the Hammers. You're 1 for 2 out of here this week. How are you feeling right now?
I'm tired, but I feel good. Paul only had to get out of the car one time. We were turtled on a rock and winched, but other than that, we had a pretty clean day. Had a lot of fun out there. It's definitely a tough course. I've got to thank everybody back home for watching and thank my team and Abby and Jason and Matt and Paul for riding with me, and I wouldn't be here without them. So huge thanks to Brett and everybody else that was out in pit 1 for us too, helping make that all happen. So we we didn't need a whole bunch of pit support today, which is always a good day. But overall, yeah, pretty fun, pretty smooth day. Got to have a little luck on your side for hammers. So.
Well, yesterday out there, you were out there in your UTV. Great pre-run for today, but up here for the finish. Congratulations.
Thanks a lot, Pam. Yeah, yesterday was a little rougher than today, so we were glad to be up here today for sure. So definitely appreciate Ultra 4 and King of the Hammers for having us out and putting on a great race. So.
One more question. What was your favorite part about the race course today?
Probably the end.
The finish.
That's always the answer, usually the end or the straightaways. But congratulations, Justin Barth, on your finish out here for the 2024 King of the Hammers.
Thanks, Pam. Appreciate you.
Back to the booth.
Thank you very much, Pam. Yeah, we kind of laughed in here in the booth. That's kind of the overwhelming answer to that question. Is my favorite part is the finish. All right, so on screen right now we had just, I guess this time I jinxed him, Tom. I asked Dave to check on Bailey, and now Bailey's out here pulling winch cable, and it looks like they're both out of the car hard at work. I can only assume, based on the position that car is in, that there is something going on with the steering on that car.
Yeah, that doesn't look like a place they would have ended up unless there's a mechanical issue happening for them.
All right, I'm being told that our first 4,500 car is coming into town right now, so we're going to throw it down to Miles to bring our first 4,500 winner across the line.
Thank you, Ian, and it is Shad Kennedy in the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified, hitting the Yukon launch, grabbing the checkered flag. Shad Kennedy coming here all the way to Hammertown and bringing home the unofficial win for the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, and that Poison Spider machine that has raced with us here at King of the Hammers for a very, very long time. What a great run. We had a little bit of a tracker issue with him, so he kind of snuck in there off and on all day, but what a great run he had. Shad Kennedy bringing it home for the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. We just heard the heartbreaker update from Jim Marsden, who ran out of fuel 5 miles ago. And where is Steve Crawford? He should be coming through next. Looks like you got a little toed in, toed out on the front, but it's still moving. Big thumbs up from Shad Kennedy. And the crowd is stoked for him. We'll send him up to Pam, but what a great run for Shad Kennedy, part of the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. Unofficial winner. So I'll send it back up to the Monster Energy Jumbotron.
Thanks, Miles. Great to have our first 4500 modified car come in, and this is what we were watching right before that. This is our current stock class leader, and it looked like they were both driver and co-driver out winching, trying to get that truck, that Bronco, around that rock, or I'm not sure exactly what is happening out there right now, but when both driver and co-driver out of the car, it's not a good sign.
So he was trying to pull down. You're watching winch. He's pulling that rock down the hill towards him.
Yeah,
I'm not seeing the tires moving. That's the bad sign.
Yeah, they originally, Dave, when you stepped out of the booth, it looked like they were trying to use the winch to help make that left-hand turn. They had that winch line run all the way up to that big rock up there at the top of the screen, and it almost looked like they're trying to assist with the steering at that point. I'm wondering if when we saw them earlier and we saw the co-driver inspecting the front end, and wonder if there's something wrong in the front end of that, the front end of that truck.
I bet you Miles could walk by the pits and get an update from their team.
Yeah, certainly seems to be, as David said, they had that winch line hooked up a little bit higher, and were actually pulling that rock down the hill. When Tom and I were in here earlier, it almost looked like they were trying to use that winch anchor to assist in steering. But this is our current race leader in our 4600.
Back tires are spinning. They're trying to work it out of there.
It looks like the front's trying to do some work too, Tom, so it's hard to tell. But while we wait for an update from Miles, who's running over to the pit, we got Pam on the stage with another finisher.
Thanks, guys. I'm up here with our unofficial first place in our 4500 class, Shad Kennedy. How do you feel right now?
Whooped. we had a great race going. Just kind of raced our own race all day, like it was back and forth early on with a couple other guys. And, we got a text across our Garmin that said, we had a 35-minute lead. We were just kind of cruising and made a driver mistake, just dropped off a rock a little too hard and broke a heim on the lower link in the front, and drive shaft comes apart, and we jumped out and got the tools out and got it back to work. And the leader said, we maybe they went by 2 or 3 minutes by the time we belted back in, so we were able just to kind of keep up with them. And in Spooners, there was some traffic, and in Outer Limits, there was some traffic, and we kind of just got lucky, smashed a new Baja Designs light up pretty good, getting around them. But got around, I think, Jimmy Jack's car. I'm not sure who's driving it, but Jim Artisan, badass, yeah. So, yeah, there was a couple cars stuck, and he got caught up in that, and we ended up getting around him and then just tried to – I knew he started behind us, so I knew we had to make every second count on the way back, and here we are.
Exactly. Here you are. You're up here unofficially in that number 1 spot. Who all would you like to thank for getting you out here?
Nobody. No, just kidding. Obviously, couldn't do without this crowd here. My family and my friends, they've been supporting me for a long time. Falcon Tire. We've got Fox Shocks, Rock Jock by John Curry, Kurt Curry Axles, Vision Wheels, FK Rod Ends, Maglite, PCI, and Summit 4x4 Company in Prescott, Arizona.
Well, congratulations. We're going to let your whole crew come over and take a picture, but Shad, congratulations on your unofficial number 1 spot.
Thank you so much.
Back to the booth.
All right, so thanks very much, Pam. We're jumping back into some more action in Chocolate Thunder right now. This is the 46-28. Miles had a little catch-up with him earlier. I apologize. No, not yet. We got Miles. Miles, you're too busy. We got second place 4,500 getting back in here, so Miles, take it away.
Duane Garretson, number 26. Out of Alma, Arkansas, with Come Get You Some Off-Road, just unofficially gets second place in the Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. What a great run by Ricky Bobby. Duane Garretson in that Jimmy's car. He's been racing 4,500 for a very long time, heavily involved with everything to do with this modified class. Duane Garretson with such a great run. I'll be honest, I don't know split times on it, so everything is unofficial, but second place goes to Duane Garretson, physically finishing. What a great run. Unofficial second place for Duane Garretson, and his car still looks like it's in great shape out here. First and second place in the 4,500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. We're still in great shape, and such a heartbreaker for Jim Marsden racing for Jimmy Jack. Wow, so much action going on there. We had 5 cars finished within 1 minute, all of them 4,800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, except for Duane Garretson, unofficial second place. Ian, back to you.
Thank you very much, Miles. It's good to have you down there bringing these guys home. All right, so right before Miles brought that finisher in, 46-28, we had Miles catch up with them a little bit earlier in the week because the boys at Sherpa Motorsports have had a tough week.
With Sherpa Motorsports, part of the 4600 Curry Enterprise stock class, and talking about Everyman Challenge, it sounds like you had every man down here helping you with this engine. Your engine went down on you yesterday, huh?
Yeah, so we wanted to do the Desert Challenge over the weekend, and during the prologue, we lost our fan clutch. So we kind of figured it's a Toyota motor. Hopefully she'll take some heat. And after we got her up to 300 degrees on water temp, the radiator popped, and soon after we spun a bearing. So
Bummer. I hate to hear that, but again, the Everman Challenge attitude. You're here. You got a new engine. You're putting it in, and you're ready to go race the 4600 class.
Yeah. As soon as the engine went, I was literally still in my race suit, helmet on, sitting in the car looking at Facebook Marketplace. We found a motor, and everyone here on Yukon Row was offering help, and we had more than enough hands in here, and everyone was smiling, and we were cranking away on building the new motor. So
yeah, and it's here, it's ready. So we'll see how it shakes out on qualifying and then race day. It's gonna be fun. And again, I just love that everybody's here to help everybody.
Absolutely, yeah. We were bummed to miss the race today, but we still have a lot more racing to do this week, so we're really excited.
Well, perfect. Well, Alex, best of luck. We'll see how it shakes out.
Oh, Miles, great to see you out there catching up with them, and it's good to see them, even though they had to change that motor, getting back out here and racing. But I think he's right, though, Tom. I think 300 is a little high on the old engine temp.
You're definitely not coming back from 300.
Yeah, I mean, those Toyota motors are tough, but I don't think they're 300 degrees tough.
Maybe if it was a 22 or a 20
Good old
R,
school
it would take it like a
22
champ, but I don't know about those Lexus motors.
Oh, that's good. Good old school 22 RE turning 300 degrees would have no problem at all. But that's only because they have all that extra bearing clearance in them. All right, but I hear Pam has another one of our finishers up on stage. Pam, take it away.
Thanks. I'm here with Jesse Lee. You're out here at the finish. You're relaxing for just a moment. How was your day?
It was awesome. Considering it was not the day we wanted, we became those guys. We were the reason for the big traffic jam up in Turkey Claw. We lost all power coming through, and we had to winch out, and it set us back. We broke the sway bar, but we fought on. I had an awesome team out here that's got us fixed and kept us going.
Well, you just said you were the one that caused the traffic jam, but you're out here at the finish. That's what it's all about right now. Congratulations. Who all do you want to thank for getting you out here this weekend?
Oh, there's a long list, but I'll first start with my wife. Without her, I wouldn't be able to do this crazy sport. I love you. All my friends, family. We got people coming out here from all over the nation just to, as you can hear, right, all over the U.S. They came out here to support us. Big thanks to Nitto Tires. They kept us going all day long. ADS Racing Shocks. The car was fast in the desert, even without the sway bar in the rear. Trail gear, tough rims. We put your orbital to a test. It's King of the Hammers proven. Yukon Gear and Axle, Warren. Dan Backer Construction, and I think that's it. Everybody else who came out here, and Toyota V8, baby. Just saying.
Well, congratulations. We'll let you celebrate. You have a great crowd out here. Congratulations on finishing the 2024 King of the Hammers.
Thank you.
Back to the booth.
Thanks, Pam. Yep, huge crowd out there cheering for him back into Hammertown. It's good to see them get that car back in here. And, well, here's some news. So it looks like whatever the issue, we know what the issue was. Miles went down and checked with the pit. And they said there's definitely an issue with the power steering in Bailey Cole's stock class Bronco. But we did see him stuck earlier, but now he's moving again.
He's moving, Ian, but that front right doesn't look happy.
Nothing in the front of that car looks happy at all. We saw him pretty bound up earlier, trying multiple winch points, but it is at least good to see him past that one section. It looks like he's got the car at least a little bit further down the trail. Miles ran down to see what was going on, but right here, we got a little bit of in-car action going on, and we got that's in-car. I believe that's Chocolate Thunder, unless I'm mistaken. Oh. All right, I can't tell if that is Chocolate. Chocolate Thunder or Turkey Claw, but I've been told that Pam has another one of our finishers up on stage. Pam, take it away.
Thanks. I'm out here with Dustin Eisenhower. You're out here, finished King of the Hammers. How was your day?
We had a fairly well day. Didn't really have a lot of problems. We took a really big hit on about 3/4 of the first lap, and about bicycled it and landed on the front corner. It ripped the shock reservoir loose, so we had to get out and put that on, and after that we just motored down all day long. We didn't stop.
Well, you're here at the finish. It's got to feel really good to be out here at this finish line right now. What was your least favorite part about the course today?
Some unsportsmanlike conduct.
I wasn't expecting that. I was expecting a rock trail, but sorry to hear that for sure.
No, it's all good. Everybody gets a little excited out here. One of the biggest things that we got to remember is safety. If somebody's trying to get into a car, there's no purpose to ram them. Yeah. Take your time and get everybody through the trail so everybody can be here to celebrate.
Well, who do you want to thank for getting you out here this weekend?
The biggest person I got to thank is the guy right beside me. He helped me thrash for the last 3 months. We built this car in 7 months, never tested it, put it on a trailer, undriven. Came out here, pre-ran, broke a transfer case, changed it out. Didn't run any other rock trails other than Chocolate Thunder, and we're up here right now.
Well, congratulations on your finish. You're up here, you're all safe, you're all good. Congratulations on your finish out here, Dustin Eisenhower.
Thank you.
Back to the booth.
Thanks, Pam. Appreciate that. It's good to have Dustin back here into town, as right now on your screen we are watching some of our stock class cars pluck their way through our trails out here in Johnson Valley. This is the 2024 Progressive King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto, powered by Optima Batteries. Today it's all about the Everyman Challenge. So far we've got our top finishers through 4,800. We're starting to bring our 4,500 cars home, and we're waiting on our 46s, but we'll be back shortly, live from Johnson Valley.
You know, when I take the bike out like this, all my stresses just melt away.
I hear that. This bad boy can fix anything.
Yep, tough day at work. Nice cruise to sort you right out.
When I'm riding, I'm not even thinking about my painful cavity.
Oh, you shouldn't ignore that.
And every time I get stressed about having to pay my bills, I just hop on the bike, man.
Oh, come on, man. You gotta pay your bills.
You don't have to worry about anything when you're protected by America's #1 motorcycle insurer.
Well, you definitely do. Those things aren't related, so...
Ah, yee! Oh, that is a vibrating pain.
Whatever you drive, however you drive. AMSOIL specially engineers lubricants to maximize power, performance, and protection in your vehicles, so you can work hard and play hard with confidence. Order online at amsoil.com.
Boggs on top of the box, baby.
Everyone wants to know how to join the King of the Hammers YouTube channel to access all the premium content. Here's how it's done. Log into YouTube, go to KOHUltimate.com and join. That's how you get all the good stuff. Enjoy unlimited race coverage, live production multi-view, and additional live camera feeds.
All right, everybody, welcome back. We are live here in Johnson Valley. This is the 2024 Progressive King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto, powered by Optima Batteries. Today, it's all about the Everyman Challenge. What we got going on field right now is 872 coming in off the course. So that'll be another one of our Legends cars finishers for today. We don't have all of our 4500s in yet. That is the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. We have had probably our top 7 or 8 4800 finishers in. But the issue that we're dealing right now is Race Ops is trying to figure out, as we mentioned earlier, there were some time penalties. Right now they're working through that. As soon as we get some official times and official finishers, we'll get to you. But this is Kimberly Sparrow coming in 872, and then we'll get her up on stage shortly. This is the crest of backdoor. This might be our next 4500 car right here. I'm just trying to get a good look at it. If I can see the front axle, I can figure it out. All right, and as I said, Pam has another finisher for us up on stage. Pam, take it away.
Thanks, Ian. I'm here with Andrew Gorman. You're up here at the finish. You have quite the crowd behind us here. Your other car finished a couple in front of you. How are you feeling right now?
Feel great. Feel fantastic. I wasn't sure. You never know from the first minute you start to get to the end if you're actually going to get it done, and we did. So we're very happy.
Well, you've raced this race many, many times. What do you think about the course that Dave Cole has put on for you guys?
It gets harder and harder every year, and this was no exception. I mean, it just beat the living crap out of us. But outside of rolling the car once or twice and a few mechanicals, we never had to winch, which was the best part.
What do you think was the hardest rock trail for you out there?
Oh, God, I don't know. Where was that? I don't know. All of them? None of them, yeah.
Well, you're here at the finish. Who all do you want to thank for getting you up here?
Well, most importantly, Ryan Rupsich over here on my right-hand side. First time ever in the car together. Got me through. The most positive co-driver you could imagine. The guy's just on it. Jesse Lee, my buddy down there, who just finished a couple spots in front of me, right? Preps all the car, does all the work and repairs. He's going to be very busy in the next 60 days. Most importantly, Nitto Tire. They've stuck with us right from the beginning, and they've been fantastic. Raceline wheels, same thing, just a phenomenal product that you can't go wrong with having that combination on your street, your daily or your race car. Litha Graphics, Rock Ready Rig, help me out.
Rock Solid Rig.
What's that?
Rock Solid Rig.
Yeah, Rock Solid Rig. Check their videos out on YouTube. Those guys are awesome. They came up from Texas. In fact, I met them 3 years ago. They rescued this car 3 feet underwater out in Oklahoma. So,
oh, wow.
Yeah. And then, of course, the crew, the Pit 1, Pit 2, Main Pit. These guys are fantastic. There's so many of them to mention. And, of course, I will mess it up. So I will say blanketly, everyone, you know who you are. I love you to death. I would never do this again without you.
Well, congratulations, Andrew Gorman, on your finish out here at the 2024 King of the Hammers.
Thanks, Pam.
Back to the booth.
Thanks a lot, Pam. All right, so it's good to get another finisher in. We are still waiting to see our next 4500 class winner get in here, unofficial winner. We've only had 1 and 2 across the line. We had some heartbreaking news earlier that our good friend Jim Marsden out there on course ran out of fuel about 5 miles from town. And then the other class that is still shaking it up out there is our stock class, and that's the 4600 Curry Enterprises stock class. Bailey Cole was carrying that class for the longest time leading it. The issue that we have now is we see Bailey with no power steering, and he's out there fighting, trying to finish the course. I am hearing in my headset that we may have had our third 4500 car across the line. We're just waiting to get confirmation on that as to what's going on. But still lots of racing to happen today because, as I said, we still have our stock class cars still out there. According to the tracker, it looks like we've got Rick Levezzo close to resolution right now. We'll hopefully be able to pick him up. All right, but right now, Pam once again has another one of our finishers. Pam, what do you got?
Thanks, Ian. I'm here right now. Duane Garretson, you just finished King of the Hammers. How was that course out there?
Oh man, it was pretty gnarly. It was a good course. We had a lot of fun.
Well, you get a lot of seat time with us. You race with us in our series as well. So that course out there, everyone keeps saying Dave Cole put on a good one for y'all. So what was the hardest trail for you?
The hardest trail for us was probably Spooners and Outer Limits and two-wheel drive high range.
Well, you still always have a great smile on your face. Who do you want to thank for getting you out here this weekend?
Oh man, first I'd like to thank Brent Motorsports and Maximum Transmissions for getting us the parts we needed on the lake bed to get us going. I'd like to thank all these guys up here that are fixing to come on stage and my crew. I'd like to thank my co-driver, my marketing partners, Raceline Wheel, Yokohama, Yukon, Steinjager, Tom Woods Drive Shafts, Spider Checks. Man, I don't even know. We got a bunch of great sponsors, and if it wasn't for them, we wouldn't be here.
Well, congratulations on the 2024 King of the Hammers finish. We'll let you celebrate, get some pictures with your team, and congratulations, Duane Garretson.
Thank you very much.
Back to the booth.
Thanks, Pam. Appreciate that. Another finisher coming in right now. But as I said, we are still waiting for our third 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle modified class car coming in. I'm getting the odd update from some competitors. Looks like we have right now we're chasing 4812 through that one desert section that we've been kind of chasing everybody through right now, and we're waiting to see what is going to happen in our stock class right now, because the stock class could be in for a big shakeup. It did look like Bailey Cole was basically running away with this race, but we did get confirmation from Miles from their pit. They're having a problem with the power steering. Last time we saw his truck, they were in the rocks trying to winch all the way up, and they pulled out a lot of winch line. And when you pull out that much winch line, that means you don't want to do a lot of driving. So pushing up behind him, the next stock class we saw was Mr. Loren Healy himself. Vaughn took the desert lap this morning. It looks like Loren's out in the rocks. They did have a broken half shaft right outside town, and it looks like they got it fixed and back racing. So that would be our second stock class car. But there's still a lot of rock trails to tackle out there for those guys. So it's going to be a long day for them, and we'll be waiting for them to get back home here in Hammertown. Right now but as I said, right now we're still waiting for that third 4500 car. We're kind of posted up on the top of Resolution. Will be the next time we see them as they head down into back door. All right, so while we wait for Rick Levezzo to come up through Resolution and back door, we're going to take it over to Pam on the stage. She's got another one of our finishers and a whole bunch of people out front cheering for him.
Thanks. I am here with Steve Crawford. You're out here at the finish. Your car looks really good. It looks like you have had no issues.
We had a pretty clean day. We had a couple of tires, and that's it. That's it.
Well, nothing is scratched on the panels. We've seen quite a few of them come in like that, but you're all clean and good. How was that race course for you?
It was good. Good. We did our homework, did some good pre-running, had a pretty good idea where the gotcha rocks were, but other than that, we felt really good about the day.
Well, that's awesome to hear. I know it takes a whole entire crew to get you out here, and they're all right here patiently waiting to come take a picture with you. Who do you want to thank for getting you out here?
All those guys right there. All those guys right there got us right where we're at. We needed some work in the pits. We need to get the car prepped after having some issues in pre-running, and those guys stepped up and took care of us. So I want to thank all those guys. M&S Fabrication Chassis, this is my second run in this car. This thing is dialed. dialed.
Well, that's good to hear. You have a smile on your face. We'll let you guys go celebrate, but Steve Crawford, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pam. Right now we are watching on our main screen. This is the all right, that's 4,800 Eric Brinker of 312. Yeah, right behind him should be Rick Levezzo. We should see Rick really. That might be Rick right there. Let's see what's going on. That does look like a 4,500 car. We can get. I believe that is Rick Levezzo right there. Trying to get. All right, that is 45-49. That's Rick Levezzo. That would be our next modified Yukon Gear and Axle modified car to come in. Looks like there's something going on possibly in the left rear. It's kind of hard to tell. The bodywork on that car is not happy whatsoever. But that will be our next. Yeah, that left front tire is not. Oh, and here's some good news. Here's some actually great news. This is our stock class Bailey Cole, still out there moving. Looks like he opted to, as Dave said, lighten up the car. That right front door has been partially removed from the vehicle, and but they are still moving, and that's the most important thing, because that is your stock class leader right now. All right, we got Pam up on stage with another one of our finishers.
I am here with Justin Miron. He is a part of our rookie program. You are our first finishing rookie of the day for our EMC class. How do you feel right now?
Oh man, I feel amazing. Super excited to finish. We came out here. King of the Hammers is such a just wild event. You know, we're from Michigan. We don't have anything like this. Our big goal was to come out and to finish, and we accomplished that. So
how long have you been watching King of the Hammers to want to come out here and race it?
So I've been watching King of the Hammers for about the last 2 years. Matter of fact, last year during KOH, me and my co-driver Jake were in my garage welding this chassis out, building us a car.
Well, and here you are out here finishing your first King of the Hammers. In one word, how do you feel?
Amazing.
Well, that's awesome. The course out here, you just told me you came out here in October and did some of the trails and with the rookie program and everything. The rookie program is definitely an awesome thing for the up-and-coming drivers, and you feel like it helped you quite a bit for everything?
Yeah, I definitely have to thank Courtney and Dave for everything that goes into the rookie program. It's definitely a huge help, you know. To come out here and never have seen this would make it so difficult. So being able to come out in October and run around and kind of get a lay of the land and see the trails was, I mean, a huge help, huge.
Awesome. Well, who all would you like to thank to get you out here?
You know, first off, I have to thank the Lord for keeping us safe. I have to thank my wife at home, all of my family and friends, everybody here that came to help me. Team North Shore Raceworks, we came out with them. It was huge help. Detroit Axle, Mickey Thompson tires. These new tires are amazing. We didn't get a single flat all day. Fittipaldi wheels, ADS Racing shocks, Tom Woods custom drive shafts, AK Motorsports, ATD transmission, Holley EFI and Race Quip, Patent Paint and Automotive, Off-Road Anonymous, Donks Design, Rugged Radios, Yukon Gear and Axle, TSM, and Dynamic Motorsports, man. We've put a lot of great companies together to make this happen, and it wouldn't be possible without them.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. We'll let you go so you can do some celebrating, but Justin Miron, congratulations.
Thank you.
Back to the booth.
Thank you very much, Pam. And while you're doing that interview, Dave and I have been in here watching our current stock class leader, Bailey Cole, literally drive the doors off this race car out in the desert.
Yeah.
So, Dave, while we watch Bailey basically go through the desert, we just had our first rookie EMC competitor finish, And, the rookie program, that's new, a couple years old now.
Yes, sir.
It's you guys came up with this idea to really help these introduction guys who want to get into the sport. So let's talk a little bit about, I know they get introduction to Johnson Valley, they get the information from some past Kings and some drivers, but also I think he got some really good media training based on how well he answered Pam's questions up there.
I think even a bigger thing, and not to get too deep on it, but I had another rookie come to me. The rookies that were in a UTV yesterday that burnt down, we did fire training, part of our thing, getting out of the car, blindfolded, getting out of the car, upside down, that kind of stuff. And evidently that played a role. That was the team owner camp and said that was the thing.
That's awesome.
And that's the whole point, is just to make sure, give them an opportunity to succeed, do the right things, and have fun doing it.
Yeah, I mean, it can be a daunting task to come out here and race, especially nowadays, this being such a spectacle, to get out here. If you don't have a family member that's got you out here to help you, introduce you to Johnson Valley and everything else. But yeah, that rookie program, if you have never raced King of the Hammers before and you're thinking about doing it, definitely come out here, sign up for that program. It's definitely worth it right now to get some extra training. But right now, once again, as we have another finisher coming in our modified class, Pam has another.
That's Rick Levezzo right there.
That is Rick Levezzo. We've been watching him come into town right now. Yeah, so that's unofficial fourth.
Unofficial fourth.
Yeah, watched him come through. But Pam's got another finisher up on stage.
I am here with Kimberly Sparrow. You're out here finishing the 2024 King of the Hammers. Feeling good right now?
I am really sore and really tired, but I am really happy to be back.
Yes, it's good to see you back up here for sure. What's your thoughts on that race course today?
Oh, it was so fun. That was awesome. That was probably our best run through the desert, and I would have to say my fastest run through the rock trails. Tough. Lots of people stuck out there, but it was great. It was a ton of fun.
Well, it's good to hear that you had fun out there, and that it was tough, but you still had fun.
Yep. Yeah, it was great. I appreciate the courses that everybody puts together and all the course workers, and yeah, we had a great time.
Awesome. Who do you want to thank for getting you out here today?
Oh, so many. Yokohama Tire is awesome. Yukon Gear and Axle, JE Reel, Redline, Raceline. Andrew Brown here jumped in with me at the last minute to run the rock trails so that Hunter could go get his car ready. So huge thank you. Really appreciate that. And all of our friends and family, Drew Broughton, Kelly Broughton, Nate, Corey, they all come out here. And of course my husband, Hunter Sparrow, for building an absolutely amazing car. And also helping me prep it and keep it going. So,
well, congratulations, and we'll see Hunter out on the course tomorrow. So congratulations, Kimberly Sparrow.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much.
Back to the booth.
Thank you very much, Pam. All right, so as we just watched Bailey Cole hauling the mail through the desert, we jump back here. This is Loren right now.
Loren's crossing over from Outer Limits into Spooners, and one trail behind, runs second place.
So second place stock class, but quite a gap between the two cars.
Well, not as big as the gap as it was an hour ago.
No, that is true. We watched Bailey struggle through a couple of rock trails, and I'm just glad to see the car moving again. There was a point when we were kind of looking. We had sent Miles over to the pit to find out what was going on. He said it was a power steering issue. Based on how much winch line we were watching Bailey pull, I was worried that he might be dead in the water, but it's good to see him out there moving. And his day.
So it's not power steering, it's CV.
Oh, it is? Okay, so it's a
Looks
CV.
like it's a front right CV, and now he's down a co-driver because they left the co-driver in Spooners, it looks like, when he left the co-driver's door in Spooners.
Co-driver, so he left the door, the CV, and the co-driver out in the desert. So
It goes back to lightening the car.
Lightening the car, yes. Dave made that joke earlier when we saw the grill coming off. But the car is just getting lighter and lighter as he brings it back into Hammertown. But he still is leading our 4600 Curry Enterprises stock class. And right now on screen we're watching Loren Healy, who was second. And the part that's interesting about that is Dave said Bailey's down to CV. Loren broke a CV half shaft earlier in the day in Turkey Claw, and they went ahead and fixed it. So both these vehicles suffering the same catastrophic failure, but still moving down the trail. Pam is on stage right now with another one of our finishers.
Thanks. I am right now with Greg Neff. You're out here. You just told me that you're ready. You're excited to just be back in the daylight.
Woo! Yeah, we are so excited to be back. Yeah, really rough day. You know, we had right off the bat, we got stuck in Turkey Claw with a transmission problem that got us hung up. We were a bit of a trail plug for everybody there. And then we got going again, had a brake line issue in pit 1. And then pit 2, we broke a rear drive shaft, so we were able to make it there, but beat our pit crew. So we got the pleasure of changing it ourselves. And and after that, no issues, just kept going. We got out and winched a couple times. So Eric here worked his butt off a couple times to get us off a few rocks, but yeah, happy to be back.
Well, that's awesome to hear. I know you have a great group of people behind you, so tell us all who you want to thank for getting you out here.
Yeah, first definitely wife and kids back home watching, mom and dad, and then this guy in the passenger seat, because he worked his butt off. He kept his cool all day and kept me sane so that we could make sure that we got here on time. So sponsor-wise, Sherpa Equipment, awesome group of folks. They help pit for us. They sponsor the car. I don't know any other 4,800 cars out here running a rack, but toughest racks in the business for sure. And then Kenda tires. These are the same tires that we started on, so no flats all day, and we hooked up. The traction on these things is just completely amazing. So we love the crap out of them. And then everybody else that helps and supports us. So Warren Winch, Raceline Wheel, Rough Stuff, Redline Oil, Yukon Gear and Axle, Coyote Enterprises. Happy to have their support, and yeah, we'll see you at the next one.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. Let's give it up one more time for Greg Neff.
Thanks, Pam.
Thank you very much, Pam. Good to see another competitor coming back into Hammertown as we have amazing onboard camera footage once again with Bob Humanchuk out there on the course. This is amazing, Dave, to see this in-car. Oh, and there, now we're going to cut. That is Loren once again on that rock trail.
Still moving up spooners, yes, sir.
So we basically are keeping an eye on both Bailey and Loren, because those are the two that are in the mix. Next first stock class cars that will be coming in across the line.
Yeah, I would think that barring more issues coming down resolution, about 20 minutes for Bailey and about 30 for Loren, 25. But Loren's going to be much quicker, much quicker.
Yeah, as we said earlier, unfortunately, Bailey has suffered a failure of a CV on the car. That's why we saw him struggling earlier and running the winch line. Loren also suffered from that same issue, but early in the day out on Turkey Claw, and they went out there and fixed it, I believe is what happened to them. That's why we saw them stopped early today, but it looks like they're pushing hard out here on lap 2. Basically, those will be our first two stock. Both of these cars will be our first two cars, as Dave said, pending anything catastrophic happening in the near future. All right, once again, I'm loving this onboard car footage. This is Russell Jensen.
I wish you could see his GPS speed there. Can you read that?
I was trying to, Dave. The best part is sometimes we can get that GPS, but I actually also got an update from Miles. We have Jim Marsden's co-driver has made the 5-mile hike back into town, getting gas to carry it back out to Jim out on course, who ran out of fuel just outside of town earlier today. He said, "We're not done yet. We're getting fuel. We're going to keep on racing."
Fantastic. Good fighting. You didn't come all the way over here from England to stop 5 miles.
No, I mean, yeah, you've made it that far. It's just, and would it really be a Hammers race if we didn't see someone making the hike for fuel? It's a pretty. We see it every year.
I got a text saying that I had gone soft because I didn't point out the fact that Jim didn't convert miles to kilometers. Well,
I'll do that all day tomorrow in the booth, Dave. Don't worry. I'll bust him on that. All day. Both Miles and I have been storing up our gym teases.
You know what? We can tease him all he wants, but tomorrow he's been sitting here and he got to race today, and we just sat here and watched him.
That is true. Absolutely, Dave. Yep, he did get to do that. I know he was.
You've raced it.
Super excited. Yeah, I have. It is. It's one of those things that it's a bucket list for everybody. All right, so we're gonna throw it back to Pam on the stage. Pam, what do you got?
I am here with Eric Brinker. You just now said it was a perfect day for racing. The conditions were great. We had a little bit of rain yesterday. What'd you think of the course?
Man, it was great. As far as the course goes, I think it was Rick Mooneyham said way too many rocks, way too many whoops. That's still accurate today.
We had a great race. We started 98th after a week of problems, unloaded the car off the trailer. It wouldn't run hardly at all. We spent 5 days trying to diagnose that. Big shout out to Chris at Maximum Transmission, loaned us shop space to try to get that sorted out. We had all kinds of other teams stopping by, bouncing ideas off the wall, trying to figure out what was going on. Finally, a big shout out to our engine tuner. He was actually not at home in Alberta, Canada. He was in Florida with another customer. Still took time to remote tune us and get the car all running properly again. We missed our qualifying time because of it. Started at the back, 98th, and had the most perfect conditions for a rear start that I think the world has ever seen. A little bit of rain yesterday, a little bit of wind today, no dust, and probably the most fun lap one we've ever had, just picking cars off left and right.
Well, I love the energy and you saying how much fun you had out there. Who all do you want to thank for getting you here, out here at King of the Hammers 2024?
Yeah, absolutely. We got to thank Max's Tires. The creepy crawlers, I can't say enough good about them. We deserve way more flats than what we have ever gotten since switching to these. Got to thank again Neil at Horsepower Solutions for all that he does for our engine program. Also got to thank Vivid Lumen Industries for setting us up with some lights. I'm super stoked that I didn't need them today. The biggest shout out has to be to my team though. They busted their ass like you can't believe all week long just to get the car running, and then busted their ass again to get it prepped for race day. And the car was just flawless all day long.
Well, that's awesome. And you're sitting here talking about so many people, stopping by to help you out and everything. We're all one big family out here at Ultra 4. Congratulations on your finish. We can't wait to see you up here again next year.
Thank you so much.
All right, let's give it up one more time for Eric Brinker.
Thanks, Pam. Lots of it's just going to be nonstop cars coming in at this point. We have we're watching them on the tracker. There was a big group that were sort of piled up out there on the trail, and now they're going to be slowly working their way back into town. We do have all of our, well, at least the majority of our 4,800 field top 10 is in. We're still waiting on race ops to come out with a final decision on our top three finishers, so we can let you know. Same with 4,500. We have our unofficial winners coming in right now, so as soon as we hear from race ops, we'll be able to sort those out for you as well. And we're still waiting for our stock class cars to get into town right now, but right now we're only really watching two people. We're watching Bailey and Loren because those are the two that are kind of running away with that class.
Yes, Sydney Stevenson's is, let me check real quick. She's going out on, I'm sorry, she's on compaction. Loren stopped in, no, he's still moving in Spooners. I see John Williams looks like he's moving in third place coming down Full of Hate right now.
All right, so there you have it. Based on what we're seeing on the tracker, those are our 1, 2, 3. And this is John Valadez right now, co-driver out of the car. Can't really see what's going on with them. But it sounds like Pam's got another finisher up on stage right now. Take it away, Pam.
Thanks. I am here with Rick Lavezzo. You're up here at the finish line, but tough day.
Yeah, it was a real tough day. It started in Turkey Claw with an absolute, I don't even know. I mean, it was carnage in there. And we had to take a line that we didn't practice, and we popped the tire, and that kind of set the pace. And so we finished the desert loop pretty clean after that, and we came in and we went out to the rocks, and all of a sudden I realized that we were actually probably in first place because we passed everybody. And then that really happened. Broke the front end. We only have three-wheel drive, no brakes. And then it was just carnage after that. Duane and I and Rance were just battling, and all of a sudden Garretson locked up the brakes, and there's the front end right there. But we finished, and I mean, it was just an amazing day. And I can't thank my pit crew, my wife, my family, my brother here, Shad, that put up with me all day. We lost comms about halfway through, so it was hand controls to talk to each other. And then, Yokohama Tire, King Shocks, Raceline Wheels, Warren Winch, I'm forgetting somebody, I know I am, Factor 55, AMSOIL, But yeah, we finished, and I've been trying to get a top 3, and I think I might have got a 4th, and so there's always next year.
There is always next year, but you did finish. That's all that matters with the little bit of issues you had today, but congratulations to your finish of the 2024 King of the Hammers.
Thank you, ma'am.
Let's give it up for Rick Levezzo.
All right, thank you very much, Pam. But right now, this is what we've been waiting to see. This is Bailey Cole right now. This is our current stock class leader. This is him coming down through that trail that's above backdoor resolution. We said it multiple times all day that if you recognize this, it's because this trail's been used for every single part of the race all week. This is a top of resolution. It was used for all of our qualifying yesterday in the UTV. Now, the unfortunate part for Bailey as he makes his way down through here is we have found out he has lost a CV in the front of that car, but certainly seems to be doing... he seems to be plucking his way down through here quite well. So, Dave, we've been waiting to see him get to this point.
Yeah, I haven't been able to tell if it's the front right or the front left CV that's failed. It'll be interesting. I would assume without a CV, he would take the bypass around back door, and it does look like it's the front right that's pushing.
Dave, has Bailey ever won this stock class?
Not King of the Hammers. He won in stock NA. UTV, but not in the stock class 4600, I don't believe.
Not in the 4600, but in the UTV, he has been aware of his. He has podiumed here before, but never brought home the big iron.
That's correct.
So this will be, I'm sure, Bailey's excited. As we said a few minutes ago, he has literally driven the doors off this car. That Bronco is not coming back. Miles, if I hear you say down in that pit that Bronco looks like it's in great shape, I'm going to call you on that all day tomorrow because it does not look to be in as good a shape as when it left. We saw him originally this morning, that little dent in the hood, but there's been a lot of body modifications made to the rest of that car.
Sorry, I'm leaving you hanging. You're carrying the whole show by yourself, Ian. But I guess I'm a little verklempt.
It's okay. I understand completely.
Proud of the kid.
All right, so while we watch Bailey make his way down through this section of resolution, we're going to throw it to Pam. She's got another finisher up on stage. Pam, what do you got?
Hello. Hi. I am here with Buddy Carlton. You were up here at the finish. You came in with a flat here, but you know what? You just told me Turkey Claw was a little bit of a mess up there today. It seems like everybody, that's where it happened.
It was bad this morning. There was probably 50 cars piled up in Turkey Claw, but we started 102nd. We had a really bad qualifying, kind of put it on the lid. Scared me and my co-driver a little bit, but we got back out here and give it a shot.
Well, you're here at the finish, and you still have that smile on your face, which is awesome to see. Did you have a blast out on that course, or what's your thought on that course?
Oh, it was a great course, really rough. I have to say there wasn't as many traffic jams this year as we ran into last year. The course went smooth. I only had really one flat on course. We punched this one. That was my fault in resolutions, but co-driver kept us on course. We didn't get lost this year. Everything was great. Our pit crew, they changed the tire, got us back out on course really fast. Everything went great.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on your finish, and have a couple people to thank.
Oh, I would like to thank Carolina Driveline. They keep us in drive shafts. Nexon Tire, my hat's off to them. It's the toughest tire I've ever had. Randy's Ring and Pinion, Yukon, Jimmy's chassis for making one of the toughest chassis out here. Warren. Didn't have to use the winch but once today, but works great every time.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on your finish out here for the 2024 King of the Hammers.
Thank you.
Let's give it up for Buddy Carlton.
All right, Buddy, welcome back to town. Right now, full screen right there. That is the person that we have been watching for the past hour or so battle his way to the finish. This is Bailey Cole. He is current leader in the 4600 stock class. He has made it down resolution. Dave called it. He said with that bad CV, he's probably going to take the bypass, go up over the sandhill, which he did. He just has a short amount of racetrack to get through here. He's going to come up through the Bronco Arch, and then Miles will be bringing him home into Hammertown. Let's put it together, everybody out there, because this is your first stock class vehicle to bring it across the line. Miles, it's all yours.
Thank you, buddy. And Bailey Cole through the Bronco Arch in his Bronco, entering the Ford Performance Short Course, about to win unofficially his 4600 Currie Enterprise stock class. What an amazing day of racing he's had. It hasn't been easy. He has earned every single bit of this. He is about to unofficially win for the first time in this class. Great run by Bailey Cole, number 13 in that Jegs Bronco. Just a couple more turns to go, and we do know Loren Healy's a little ways back, so I'm pretty sure on time he's got it sealed up, pending any penalties and whatnot, but I haven't heard much chatter through the PCI race radio, so I think it's looking good for Mr. Bailey Cole that's been around this sport literally since he was born. So cool to see him out here doing so well. We get to see him racing again tomorrow afternoon as well. So unofficial winner, Bailey Cole, one turn to go here in the Can-Am corner for the 4600 Currie Enterprise stock class. Bailey's about to hit the Yukon launch, and that's where the checkered flag is flying as he gets a little hang time. Bailey Cole unofficially winning his class here for the Everyman Challenge for the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tires, powered by Optima Batteries. Bailey Cole is here in town, making great work. And I'm going to say mechanically it doesn't look too bad there, Ian, but obviously, yeah, he's missing a grill, he's missing the right front door. Like you said, Ian, he literally drove the doors off this thing. His whole crew is out there giving him some high fives, and we'll send him up towards Pam. But what an amazing run by Mr. Bailey Cole, and one of his teammates, Brad Lovell, who he was racing earlier today, gave him some big thumbs up. And double thumbs up from Bailey Cole. What an amazing run he had today. And this body is beat up. And Dave Cole, his dad's over him, all smiles. This is what it's all about. Absolutely love it. Big smiles from Dave, big smiles from Bailey. Dave, how proud are you right now, man?
I'm proud of him. I am. I'm proud of him. He's earned this. I'm proud of him.
Absolutely. Love it, Dave, and love it for Bailey. Absolutely amazing. And I know that Mama Joanne is at home right now watching. This is the first King of the Hammers that I haven't seen her. I miss you, Joanne, but Bailey brought it home for you. What a great day. I hope you guys at home have been having just as much fun as we have. If you're whether you're here in the Hammers or back home, it's been one heck of a day. And like I said, this Bronco's beat up, but it took the licking. So while we get a few things checked out, Ian, I'm going to send it back to you, buddy.
Thank you very much, Miles. Yep, great to see Bailey bring home the unofficial podium win here in that Jegs Bronco here in Hammertown. I know he's going to be super happy to be sitting in that #1 spot. Dave, of course, ran out of the booth as soon as we saw Bailey in the short course. Fully expected that. While we have Bailey bring in, we're still waiting, obviously, for the rest of our stock class finishers. We haven't rounded out our podium. We did get a quick look at Loren Healy is still out on course. He should be the next vehicle that we expect to see come across the line here in Hammertown. Both these guys fought hard all day long, and as we jump out, this is our 45-31. Looks like this is right at the top. I believe this is right at the top of back door, or it could be the big drop at the bottom. I can't tell how we're, no, I believe this is the second drop. Unfortunately, this is one of our modified class cars. He is over on his side, obviously took a bad drop right there. I'll do Pam. All right, so what we've got right now is Pam has another finisher up on stage, and after that, we'll have some more information for you here on the race. Pam, take it away.
I am here with Jacob Pacheco. You were up here at the finish. You were having a great run going on for you today, but here you are at the finish. What happened with you for not being up there in that top, 5 positions where you were at?
Driver mistake and wrecking ball. I had a bad line, got bound up, got the winch out, started the winch. Guy tried to go around the high side of us. He flopped it right in front of us, spilled a ton of gas in front of us, so we had to wait for a while. Winching, we put it on its side, so we had to self-recover, couldn't get the motor to start. Finally got it started, got back to, I don't even know where, we ended up breaking the throttle cable, got a pair of pliers, ran it into pit 2 for the last time, changed the cable in the pit. Now here we are at the finish. So we had a great day going, just a couple little mistakes here and there. We'll be back next year better.
Well, you know what? Being at the finish, though, after that kind of day is a win in itself, so congratulations on that. Who would you like to thank for getting you out here this weekend?
My co-driver, Mike Murphy, he was put up with a lot today. I was a little frustrated. My family, crew, my wife, I love you, my kids. My daughter couldn't make it today, Savannah McKenzie. Caden's here, all my crew, love them. AccuAir came on board with us this week. Mickey Thompson Tires is the first time we ran them, and we love them to death. Axle Pro, they helped us. Their gears worked out really, really well. Race Line, I'm sure I'm forgetting people, but at the end of the day, we had a great day.
Well, congratulations on your finish. You've been out here for a while racing, and Bailey Cole just came in right behind you for his unofficial first place, and you were saying you used to race with him, and here he is. You've been the previous class winner for that.
Yeah, so Bailey Cole and I raced way back, and I don't know when he came in, 13, 14. We were the original 2012 group running the stock class, my buddy Ben Verosa and I. And in 17, we won King of the Hammers in the stock class. So it's satisfying to see Bailey Cole finally win the stock class. I know he won a bunch of other races, but I think this is his first King of the Hammer, so I'm excited for him.
Yes, and I know Dave Cole is walking by. You're giving him a high five and a handshake, but congratulations, because right now it's about you on finishing King of the Hammers.
Yeah, I'd like to thank Dave Cole and all the Hammer King production people. They put a hell of a course together. Last year I thought was tough. This year was insane, but it was a great course.
You know he likes to hear that.
I know he does, because if you complain it's too easy, it's going to be 4 times harder next year. So Dave, this was great, really hard.
All right, congratulations. Let's give it up for Jacob Pacheco.
All right, thanks, Pam. As we get Jacob Pacheco out of his car up on stage, we were just watching the recovery crew at the bottom of the big drop. There it is. It's back on its wheels. That's the 4531 of Sean Rance. That's another one of our modified cars. Looks like they just took a bad tumble coming off the big drop at the bottom of back door. Now, we were watching Sean for the longest time, because in that 4500 class, he was in the lead. But it looks like he just took an unfortunate drop coming out here. There was a lot of mix-up with the leads in that 4500 class. They were kind of all running together here, there, and everywhere. But now we have a few of our finishers in, and we are just kind of tallying up some results. We're waiting to hear from Ben Napier, our Event Motorsports Director, and he is going to join us here shortly in the booth to give us an update as to what is going on with every single one of our classes. But that is Sean Rance coming out the bottom of the backdoor trail. That was the big drop that you saw all the 4400s jumping off 2 days ago in qualifying. But right now we're going to take a little break from the action here in Johnson Valley. All day today it has been the Everyman Challenge. This is the 2024 Progressive King of the Hammers presented by Nitto, powered by Optima Batteries. We'll be back shortly, live from the lake bed here in Johnson Valley, California.
You know, when I take the bike out like this, all my stresses just melt away.
I hear that. This bad boy can fix anything.
Yep, tough day at work. Nice cruiser sort you right out.
When I'm riding, I'm not even thinking about my painful cavity.
Oh, you shouldn't ignore that.
And every time I get stressed about having to pay my bills, I just hop on the bike, man.
Oh, come on, man. You gotta pay your bills.
You don't have to worry about anything when you're protected by America's #1 motorcycle insurer.
Well, you definitely do. Those things aren't related, so...
Oh, that is a vibrating pain.
Since day one, American Outdoors was built on providing active people quality products at reasonable prices. Our original soft-sided AO coolers are known for being convenient, durable, and keeping ice for over 24 hours in extreme heat. Over the last 30 years, AO has expanded our product lineup with high-quality coolers to fit any adventure as well as a variety of marine, outdoor, and off-road products to complement your high-octane lifestyle. So whether it's the next trail run, the next fishing trip, or anywhere in between, be sure to AO and go.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
Everyone wants to know how to join the King of the Hammers YouTube channel to access all the premium content. Here's how it's done. Log into YouTube, go to KOHultimate.com and join. That's how you get all the good stuff. Enjoy unlimited race coverage, live production multi-view, and additional live camera feeds.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Everyman Challenge race. We're coming to you live from Johnson Valley, California. This is all part of the 2024 Progressive King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto, powered by Optima Batteries. And right now, we have Pam on stage for another interview with somebody pretty special. And Pam, just a quick tidbit, it goes like this. Jigs. Actually, I'm going to steal it back from you, Pam, because right now we have our second stock class car that we're expecting to see come back into Hammertown. This is Mr. Loren Healy. He's coming down through Resolution. Joining me in the booth for this little section is our event and motorsports director. Did I get that right, Ben? Mr. Ben Napier in here.
Well, at least you remembered my name, unlike Miles did.
Oh, that's bad if Miles forgets your name. It could get exciting up here, you know. So right now we're watching.
So he has to run up and down the pits.
He gets tired. He does get tired. Yeah. So all right. So Ben, we're watching Loren Healy make his way down through Resolution right now.
Yeah, it's awesome that we're getting a couple of stock finishes in daylight, and these guys have battled hard all day. I've been watching them from up in race control, and it's pretty amazing what they've put these vehicles through.
Yeah, you know, we watched it earlier, and definitely, you know, we were watching Bailey, who was doing so well, and then it just sort of seemed to be, it was a domino effect of problems for him in the back half of this course. So I'm super happy to see him get that car back in. We saw Loren have trouble early in the day out on Turkey Claw with his car, but right now we're watching him make his way down through Resolution and into back door.
Loren was kind of the opposite. Bailey was able to clear Turkey Claw pretty easily this morning and checked out on everyone. And Loren had some issues and had to repair things in Turkey Claw, and these guys have battled back through the field all afternoon.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. It's like two very opposite days for the two of them. Bailey had super good, a really good morning, and then it just sort of seemed to fall apart at the end, whereas Loren left and at mile 2, it looked like his day was just over. But kudos to those guys for basically battling to keep that Bronco, put that Bronco back together out on the trail, and then get it back in here to finish.
Yeah, you sort of look at it and you go, Loren and Vaughan have both got the big race tomorrow, but they didn't give up on this, and they've persevered and pushed and got themselves a great opportunity to finish well.
Yeah. Yep. It just goes to show you that the race is never over until it's over. If you had asked me earlier today if we were going to see Loren bring this Bronco in, I would have said there's no way. They were so far behind and having to repair it out in Turkey Claw so early. But it just goes to show you that if you're going to get out there and race, just keep on digging. And speaking of digging, our good friend Jim Marsden is basically digging his way back out through the desert, carrying fuel back out to his car because he said he's not going to quit either.
Yeah, I'm going to imagine Jim's going to be pretty tired tomorrow, so lucky he gets to sit down here with you guys. But I think it'll be a well-earned rest with all that hiking.
Yeah, it was a shame 5 miles out of town, leading his class, running out of fuel in that car. But as Dave said, even though Miles and I both agreed that we would make fun of him for a good amount of tomorrow with liters versus gallons, kilometers versus miles, jokes for the next few days. As Dave pointed out, at least he got to spend the day racing, so eventually he was the winner no matter what.
Absolutely, mate. I miss it, and watching these guys, I wish I was out there, but it's pretty cool what they're getting to do today.
Yeah, great course out there for everybody.
That Bronco just eating up that torn up sand wash there. It's taken a beating, that wash. We've been qualifying through it and racing all the Desert Challenge through it, and it's just getting rougher and rougher.
I actually quite enjoyed it up here, and I think the fans at home would enjoy it as well, because they've gotten so used to seeing that one section of course. Even if you're watching this anywhere on the globe, you know that when you see that one section of rocks, yes, that's Resolution, that their person's coming back in. They have that decision at the top of back door, and then they're going to be headed back down into Hammertown. So it's nice to see them, nice to see that same section of course being used over and over again. I don't know if the drivers appreciate it as much, but I know we as the announcers, and I know the fans at home do for sure.
Absolutely. The first and last sections of this course are getting more and more brutal as the week evolves, and it's definitely testing the teams.
Yep, and right there, that is Loren making his way through the Bronco arch in his Bronco. He'll be dropping down onto the Ford Performance short course right here. He's going to make this quick turn, come up over that little tabletop jump into the Can-Am corner, and when he makes that turn, I'm going to throw it down to my good friend Miles down in the infield to bring Loren home. Take it away, Miles.
Thank you, Ian. And Loren Healy is in town. It's looking like it's going to be back-to-back Broncos 1 and 2 for the 4600 Currie Enterprise stock class. Vaughn Gittin Jr. started in the desert. Loren took over and went through the rocks. Right now, it's looking good for Ford Bronco up front. We've got Vaughn Gittin Jr. right here. How pumped are you right now for your teammate?
I am super pumped. That man is unbelievable in those rocks. I can't believe the amount of time he made up. And, yeah, just pump for him, pump for our team, and pump for Ford. You know, they're so committed to off-road and coming to own it, and to get Hammers 1 and 2 is just amazing.
Absolutely. So Loren Healy grabs the checkered flag, unofficially second position in the 4600 Curry Enterprise stock class. They had a little issue out the gate, but they were able to fix it and overcome, and they are here in town. So Bailey Cole, unofficial 1, Loren Healy, unofficial 2. And he's got both doors on, has his co-driver. The body on this one looks a little bit better than the last one, but great job. Big thumbs up from Loren Healy and Jesse Amix right here in town. He does have a right rear fender hanging off, but if that's all that's going on, he's having a great day here at the Hammers. So Ian, back to you, buddy.
Thanks, Miles. Yes, you can say that that Bronco is in great shape. I'm glad that you did not say that for Bailey's Bronco. But speaking of which, right on stage right now, Pam is out there. Remember, Pam, it's Jags. All right, Pam, take it away.
Thanks, Ian. I am right now right here with Bailey Cole. You just won unofficially in the stock class. First time winning in the stock class. How do you feel?
Oh, cloud 9 right now. Everything is awesome.
I mean, you literally drove the doors off this thing today.
Oh, yeah. No more passenger door, but we got here.
Well, we were just talking about how pretty she was when you started out, but you know what? You just drove an amazing race, unofficially in that #1 spot. Huge group of people behind you. Who all would you like to thank?
Oh, so many amazing partners. Obviously, Jags, probably going to need a little parts order after this one. Yokohama Tire, Vision Wheel, Yukon Gear and Axle, Fox, Ford Performance for putting on an amazing program, Optima Vision, Baja Designs, ARB, Spider Tracks, so many amazing partners. Thank you all.
Well, Bailey Cole, super stoked for you. The crowd is stoked for you. Congratulations.
Thank you all. And thank you to my co-driver who had to pull winch way too many times today. Thank you for working your ass off.
Thank you.
And thank you, Jack, for always putting together an amazing car. Thank you.
Awesome. Let's give it up for Bailey Cole.
All right, thanks, Pam. Good to see Bailey back home in Hammertown. Right now with me in the booth is Mr. Ben Napier, our Motorsports Director. And Ben, do we have some official results yet? We're waiting all day for some official results and an explanation as to what went down out there.
Yes, Ian. I do have them in my hand. Jason Smith just literally handed them over the booth here. And I have the official first 25 finishes as results.
All right.
And our podiums for our Brannick Motorsports Legends class and the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. So, to set the scene, we had some penalties applied based on missed VCPs. We also had penalties applied based on missing some trails. And what they do is they do, USAC look at them and assess if there's a gain. They do 5 times the gain. We also had a competitor review board, CRB, due to an on-course collision. And the competitor review board resolved that it was a racing incident and no further action to be taken. So now we can have official results. Sorry it took that long to get through that, but we have to make sure everything's done right and that we get these results right and celebrate them.
All right, so what do we got?
Okay, so first in Legends class and overall, 4848 of Randy and Mike Slawson. Second, the number 22 of Woody Rose Jr. Third, 4837 of Jeremy Jones. Fourth is the 1949 of Nicholas Allegri. Fifth is 896 of Bryan Trempe. Sixth is the 4862 of Cody Young. Seventh is number 75, Scott Foley. Eighth is number 707, Michael Kelly. Ninth is 1470 of Jeff Martin. And 10th is the number 224 of Brent Dixon. Following them in 11th, 417 Justin Barth. 12th, 4853 Andrew Gorman. 13th overall and first in the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class is 26 Duane Garretson. Second in class and 14th overall is number 29 Shad Kennedy. 15th overall is 48.19 Jesse Lee. 16th overall and third in class in the 16th overall is 44.72 of Dustin Eisenhower, and 17th overall and third in the Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class is the 45.32 of Steve Crawford. So we have our podiums: Randy Slawson, Woody Rose Jr., and Jeremy Jones in the Legends class, and Duane Garretson, Shad Kennedy, and Dustin Eisenhower Steve Crawford, in the modified class.
So there you go, everybody. Those are our official podium finishers right now in our 4,800 class race, as well as our 4,500 class race. Thanks so much for getting us up to speed on that, Ben. Now, the VCP, that's the same VCP problem we saw with the Can-Ams yesterday, correct?
Yeah, we see a variety of VCP issues, and we did see a lot of them on one of them that a lot of the Can-Ams missed yesterday. But we also saw a bunch of new ones, so it shows that our tracking system is keeping these guys honest, and we're making the race really, really well officiated and well scored, and keeping it fair for everyone.
And I think that's the most important part. As we said, we basically have these racers out there. That's what these VCPs are for. That's why it does take us time to come up with these official results, and that's why we kind of hold you guys off and make sure that we hit that unofficial. Ben, thank you so much for stopping up here in the booth and keeping us up to date on what's going on. But right now on the stage, I have a new member of our team today, Miss Emmy Hall. Pam's laid out for a little bit, so Emmy's going to step in there and take over the next interview. So, Emmy, what do you got?
Thank you so much, guys. I'm here with Sean Rance. Sean, welcome back to Hammertown. Now, I saw you maybe had a little bit of a problem out there on backdoor. What happened?
Well, we didn't talk about it in the drivers' meeting, whether or not you could do the bypass. We had a broke front axle, and we knew we were going to have heck on the back door if we did it. We went out there, couldn't find the barrel, and didn't want to get disqualified. And so we just went ahead and dropped back door, and it didn't work.
But you know what? You made a decision and you stuck with it, and you've made it all the way back here as a finisher of the 2024 Everyman Challenge in the 4,500 class. I bet you feel pretty darn good.
Yeah, it was a great day. The desert was amazing. It was great, and the rocks are just like always. The rocks are tougher than heck, and we broke an axle coming up the last climb, and had to winch a few times. We helped Bailey. You guys probably, I don't know if he talked about it, you couldn't see he was missing the right door. It was cool. It just came right off.
Yeah, we all saw that. We thought that was pretty great. Is there anyone that you would like to thank for getting you here?
My wife, my family. I got boys here, and Chuck Richardson, my co-driver, Milestar Tires, Rough Stuff. There's so many, I can never remember. It was great.
Well, Jeff and Sean, I'm so glad that you guys are back here safe. Please go enjoy the rest of your time in Hammertown. Have a frosty beverage. Have a fun rest of your King of the Hammers weekend. We're glad that you're here.
Yeah, I'd like to also thank Ford. Ford has been a big part of our group, and everybody that's here. Let's just all give everybody a round of applause, because we're all having a good time.
That's right. It's all about having fun. Let's get a big round of applause here in Hammertown. Thanks so much, you guys. Back to y'all in the booth.
Thanks, Emmy. Good to have you back on stage this year. As we said, we just had Ben in here. We now have our official results in for our two classes that have had three finishers or multiple finishes across the line. But we have our podiums set now by Race Ops, which is good. We kind of were waiting for that to happen for a while. They had some VCPs and some other items to deal with. But now we know who our top three are in both the 4,800 Legends class and the 4,500 Yukon Gear and Axle modified class. Now we still have cars out on race course coming back into town. Most importantly, a car like that one right there. You see that 4645? That is a 4600 stock class car. We've only had two stock class vehicles come across the line so far today, and those are obviously unofficial results. And so we're waiting for that third 4600 stock class car to make it back into town. But you can see right now that we have the sun is coming down in Hammertown as these cars are in these canyons in the shade, which is going to make it a lot longer for them out on course. And right now I'm being told that we have an update on course from Jim Marsden. Man, he's the hardest working guy in motorsports today. He's racing a car and working as an announcer. So Jim, what do you got?
Okay, update from King of the Hammers. Right, I'm stood in the desert with my coat on over my race suit, and there's a car. It's a really good car, but it's not very good without petrol, and we don't have any. So, yeah, schoolboy error. We've got our fuel calculations wrong. We based them off of what Jimmy and Amy have previously done, and I've obviously got a little bit of a heavier right foot. So, ho-ho. We're about 5 miles from the finish. Car's epic. Love it. Had a great day. Love this place. Absolutely love it. Helder's out there at the moment. He's trying to get some fuel for us. So hopefully he can get it here and hopefully we can get into town before the cutoff. Frustrating. Started 81st. Don't know where we finished after lap 1, but we were kicking ass. And we were doing okay on the rocks as well, I think. And I'm guessing here, I think we were leading our class when we ran out of fuel. But hey ho. Right, fingers crossed we can get some more fuel. Fingers crossed we can get back. Catch you later. Okay, up.
Oh, thank you very much, Jim, to hear that. It's great to see him still out there trying to get back into town. I'm sure probably the biggest thing he's going to be worried about running out of fuel is the fact that we're going to be teasing him all day tomorrow about this while we call the Nitto Race of Kings. So I'm sure he's probably looking forward to get back to town, but not looking forward because I'm sure Miles and I are both going to sit down tonight and come up with some good zingers for him tomorrow. But right now we're back. Emmy's got another finisher on stage, so Emmy, take it away.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Dan Wyrick and Paul Wolf in the 218 vehicle. Sounds like you've got some fans, my friend. You've got some fans.
Oh, man, we couldn't do it without them, that's for sure.
Now, you were telling me just when we were seeing Jim's update that you were doing a lot of battling with him out there. What was that like?
Well, I think Jim drives a little hard, and we were trying to drive harder, and we kept going back and forth. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, but guess who's here first?
I'm surprised because he kind of pointed us in the direction to go, and we saw him catching a flat. So next thing you know, we returned the favor. So.
So how was your day out there? Was there any big surprises on the course?
Turkey Claw really clogged up fast. I mean, we probably lost a half hour in Turkey Claw. That was probably our biggest struggle besides losing a few tires, but we were on a stellar pace today. Honestly, this guy killed it in the desert, handed it over to me in the rocks, and I think we both killed 2 tires apiece. So.
Hey, but only 2 tires out here. That's pretty darn good.
No, we did good. We did good. I mean, the pit crew and everybody changed everything pretty fast. I'm lucky to be here before darkfall with the day we had.
All right. Yeah, Jim ran out of fuel, so he had to run back.
Oh, man. I would love to see that.
Well, you can watch it on the live show later because it's always available on YouTube. Is there anyone here that you'd like to thank?
First of all, I got to thank my wife. She came out here this year and supported me. My beautiful wife, she's out there somewhere. Hi, baby. Thank you. I mean, honestly, she is the biggest supporter of coming out here and racing and doing all this. And without her, I mean, I wouldn't want to be here without her. So, and then, Team UFO, everybody there's got their hands in it. It's an awesome team. The Gomez brothers, Jaron, all these people that are running the UFO cars. We all kind of pit together and hang together, and that's a great team. Raceline Wheels, honestly, we ran probably 16 to 18 miles on a wheel to get back to pit, and they held up the whole entire time on a piece of rubber. It was awesome. So besides that, FK Rod Ends, they've been helping us out. Maria, she's a Niner fan, so go Niners. Love that. Anyway, Jason, my pit guy, he's my right-hand man. Everybody that showed up, there's a ton of guys that showed up to help us out, and without them, we can't do this.
Absolutely not. This is not a 1-person or a 2-person sport. This is an entire crew sport. We're so stoked to see you back here in the 218 car. Paul and Dan, congratulations on your finish. Go out there, have yourself a frosty beverage.
Thank you very much.
All right, back to you, Ian.
Thanks, Emmy. Thank you very much for that update. Right now, what we're watching on screen is the 951 car of Jet Hatamaki and Joey Weber. This is Team Angst Racing. We just saw them come down through Resolution. They did take the big sand hill and take the bypass around back door. This team is all the way from Kelowna, British Columbia, Canuckistan, out here racing with us down here in Johnson Valley, California. So I know they'll be happy to bring that Miller Motorsports chassis back into town. They should be maybe 2.5 minutes out of Hammertown. Another one of our Legends cars coming in for the finish. You can see the crowds out there at back door. There's a Jumbotron out there as well to watch the race. All these competitors out there. Great spot to watch the race. Also, you can get up to Chocolate Thunder and watch the race. There's a lot of spectator spots where you can go and watch the race from, which is awesome to see out here in Johnson Valley, California. But there's a huge crowd down here around the Jumbotron because we've had multiple finishers finish the race, and they're all coming up on stage for Emmy to get there. Tell us their stories of the day in the Hammers. I can hear them cheering right now as our next finisher comes up on stage. You can see that the sun is setting in Johnson Valley. You can see those harsh lines in the desert. And trust me, I've been out there when the sun goes down and it gets really, really cold. So finishing in the sun makes the world of difference for these guys. All right, as we watch Jeff come up through that Bronco arch, we're going to throw it out to Emmy on the main stage. Take it away, Emmy.
All right, I'm here with Sean Batchy in the Legends class. Sean, you have a whole cavalcade of people. I'm sorry, Caleb. Caleb. It was Caleb. 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 I told you had a whole bunch of people here. They corrected me right away.
There's a lot of people here.
What was your favorite part of today?
Rocks. Yes, the rocks. Rocks were the favorite part.
Well, you certainly had a lot of those.
Yeah, we did. It was tough. It was a tough course. It took a while. So, I mean, as you can tell,
it took us 9 years to cross this finish line. We got it.
All right, tell me a little bit more about that. 9 years, is that how long it took you guys to build this program so you could make it here to the Everyman Challenge?
No. So we started in the stock class in 16. We had a Grand Cherokee, and then we've been racing the Legends class now this will be our 5th year racing this. So, and this is the first finish out of all of them.
Well, then I have something very special for you, my friend. I have the King of the Hammers finisher placard. Unfortunately, I can only give you one. I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
But it is, of course, just such a great accomplishment just to get here. Forget about podium. Finishing is a win in this class.
Absolutely, and it takes quite a few people. You know, first I just want to thank God for blessing us, allow us to do what we do, what we love. Second, my twin brother and good buddy Matt back at home they're the ones that, besides me, put in all the work and time on this to keep it going. We got the best crew down there anybody can ask for. Those guys, they stop at nothing to keep this car going. Warren Winches, they've supported us from the beginning, and they're amazing. Nexen Tire, as you can tell, same set of tire all day long, and had not one flat. And we used them.
That is awesome. I'm so stoked for you guys. I'm so glad to see you here. You've got all your friends and family here supporting you. Caleb Bocci, co-driver, do you have any words?
Ultimate Engine Solutions, building some endurance engines. I'm a machinist builder. Let's build a couple more out here. Yep, thank you.
All right, you guys, listen, have a great rest of your time here at Hammers. We're stoked to see you. So glad that we're getting all of these people coming back into Hammertowns, having a great time. Back to you, Ian, in the booth.
Thanks, Emmy. Yeah, it's good to see more finishers coming in. We still have one last podium position to fill out, and that's going to be, we have one more stock class car still out on course. It's going to grab that third place spot, and we're not really sure who it is quite yet. Is it going to be another 3 Bronco sweep? Well, we don't know. Right now it is Bailey Cole sitting in the top spot, followed by Loren Healy. Those two have finished out those 2 spots right now. And we do have our rest of our podiums were Randy Slawson, Woody Rose Jr., and Jeremy Jones bringing it home for the 4,800 Legends class, and then in the Brannick Motorsports Legends class, I should say. And then for the 4,500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, we had Duane Garretson, Shad Kennedy, and Steve Crawford. And as I said before, we do not have a third place finisher across for that stock class car. We are still waiting to have that stock class car come home and round out that podium for us, but we still have lots of competitors out on course. We're going to bring them all in. We will be racing until, I believe it is 6 or 7 o'clock tonight. I'm not 100% sure when we're closing the course. Okay. All right, so yes, I did just get clarification. We will be closing the course at 6 o'clock plus the start time. So that's about, we had 160 cars, about 80 minutes. So we're going to call it about 7:20. We'll actually be calling it a night tonight. But we've got lots of action still out on course. And Emmy's got another finisher up on stage. Emmy, what do you got?
I have got Derek Summers here in the Legends class. Derek, what was it like out there?
Oh, it was actually great. Great course. The desert section was great. The rocks were really fun. The first desert section we were going good. Threw a belt pretty much right away and then kept throwing the same belt. So the belt would fly off. We'd walk back, find the belt, put the belt back on. That was like 6 or 8 times. But we made it back to Maine, changed the alternator, put an air belt on it, and then from there we just went rock crawling and cruised the second lap.
That's awesome. It sounds like after you got that belt fixed, it was a pretty clean race for you. Is there anyone that you want to thank that got you here today?
Yeah, absolutely. I could never do this without Jason DeAngelis in the right seat. Keeps me calm, kills me actually get going faster when I start falling asleep and in the rocks. Egg and Fab Works for prepping and get me a absolutely perfect car all day long. Weird belt issue, could never predict that. It was just, we did everything right. Just one of those things. Jeff Ginter Racing Engines, just put a new Ginter engine in it. Thing ran flawless. It's a monster, ran all day. Eric at West Tech for doing the tune. Car runs like a stock car, just super smooth in the rocks, and everything works out great.
That's awesome. It's so good to see you here. I hope you guys have a great rest of the Hammers weekend. Thank you so much for being here. Everyone, this is Derek Summers finishing the 2024 Everyman Challenge. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Emmy. Yes, it's great to have these finishers come in, and we've got them stacked up right off of the starting line, but we're going to get this car off, and then we'll be getting ready for our next interviewer. So don't go anywhere. There's still lots of action. As I said, there's one of our stock class cars plucking their way through the rocks, and we still have one more podium spot to round out that stock class. So if you're in those stock cars, keep bringing them back home into Hammertown. But right now we're going to take a quick break from the action. Now, this is the Everyman Challenge race that's been going on all day today, part of the 2024 Progressive King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto, powered by Optima Batteries. We'll be back shortly. Remember, if you have that premium feed, you won't miss any of the action, coming to you live from Johnson Valley, California.
King of the Hammers Edition Bronco isn't just a graphics kit. It was developed for well over a year. Myself, Fox engineers, and the Fox Factory Performance Vehicle Development Design Team worked to build the ultimate trail conquering Bronco.
Hey, old man, where'd you buy that monster hat?
What are you guys doing?
We're just trying to figure out who this old guy is.
You're asking the wrong question. It's not who he is, but how he got here.
Wow, no way. What the? Okay, that didn't really just happen.
And that's how he got here.
Okay, I guess he's pretty cool. Yeah, for an old guy.
Straight to the top, 'cause I was steady. I will never stop, 'cause I was born ready. We're going straight to the
Everybody, welcome back to Johnson Valley, California. We are live bringing you the Everyman Challenge race. And as we are watching the 4675 of True North Racing out of Fort McMurray, Alberta, Canada, that I believe is the truck that we saw break the front axle in half at the end of their qualifying run. So it's good to see them out there still tearing out the rocks. But we do have our next finisher up on stage with Emmy, and it's someone pretty special, and it's good to see them get that Bronco back together and back into town. Emmy, let's hear the story.
All right, now we're working with gas. I've got two of my favorites here, Mr. Loren Healy and the fun haver Vaughn Gittin Jr. Unofficially second place in the stock class. Let's hear it. All right, so Vaughn, you took this car through the desert first. Tell us a little bit about what happened.
Well, what happened was we got into Turkey Claw and there was a yard sale out there. Winch lines everywhere, huge backup. So went to go up one of the more wild lines and I got a little Western on it and broke a CV, or broke an axle, front right axle. So unfortunately, Jesse had to lose all of his energy just getting us through Turkey Claw. But then once we got in the desert, the Bronco was just absolutely ripping. We ran a two-wheel drive all the way through the desert just to save the last axle. We got the remote pit one. Team did a great job getting us the replacement axle in. Got back up, made a ton of time up in the desert, and did what my true goal was just to give Loren a clean car so he could go work his magic in the rocks. I think at that point he was about an hour from the leader and about 25 minutes from second place. And I just, gave Loren the truck, and I looked at him. I said, "I love you, man. This is still our race. Just go be smart." And he went out and put a ton of time on. It was so exciting to watch. I was here with the whole, Ford Performance team out here, and it's just awesome to see their commitment to what we're doing, what Bronco is doing, and the passion of owning off-road. And so it was rad to watch from the sidelines, and I just tears of joy and big smiles when Loren came around coming down back door. So really proud. It was just first and second place for Bronco 3 years in a row. It's just unbelievable.
Yeah, that's really, really awesome. All right, so then, Loren, you had a job to do to make up some time. How did you do that?
It was an amazing day of wheeling with one of my really good friends, my co-driver, Jesse. This is what we do as our passion anyways. We go to Moab, we go to Sand Hollow, we go to all these places and go wheel. And that was kind of our attitude. I got in, we started joking together, started picking off cars and just having a really fun, good time. Being down an hour at that point, you kind of know it was really important that we made sure that there was another Ford Bronco in case Bailey had some serious problems. And so, I went out to set the world on fire and earned a well-deserved flat in the first rock trail. I was like, I'm going out. We're going to catch them right now. And I had to check my pace a little bit, chill out. Guys got me taken care of in the pits really quick, and we just cruised all the rocks. Everything went really well. Had to winch in a couple spots that have gotten really tough, but otherwise really clean race. Going down King's Vito was one of the toughest things I've ever done in this Bronco. You can see that all the doors are caved in on it. It is so impressive what this thing does in the rock.
Well, did you hear that Bailey Cole lost a front door?
I did. I heard that he was missing a door, so at least we got both our doors.
All right, now, Jesse, I would like to ask you a question. What is it like co-driving for two completely different drivers?
Well, they both drive totally different, right? So we're really good in the rocks. We're cruising. Vaughn kills it in the desert. He's super, super fast, but you can tell the difference on the way we hit and everything. But it's so fun to drive with both of them. You learn more experience with both of these guys.
And Jesse he's unbelievable. He's stepped in for me multiple times throughout my career in this sport, and he's just unbelievable. And he's an amazing driver himself. We actually had a Bronco Raptor and Raptor F-150 out the other evening and ripping some of the funner, faster stuff out here, and he's right on my bumper. So it's nice to have a driver in the passenger seat too.
Yeah, absolutely, because they know exactly what the vehicle can do, what you're capable of as a driver, and to really, really push you. All right. Loren, is there anyone that you would like to thank for helping you guys get here today?
I mean, everybody that's a part of this 4600 Bronco. I mean, it won the last 2 years. Now we're still here up on the podium for the third year in a row. I'm so proud of all the fun hours, my family, everybody that's down here that helps us get here. They're so amazing and supportive of when we tell them we want to come spend a week out in the desert. We have such an amazing team, and even though we had some adversity today, the perseverance of this team got us back here. We're here before the sun went down, which I was kind of questioning when I got into the truck. So we're very grateful for our team, and now it's time to get ready for the big trucks. I think we got a little bit of a cheat code getting to see this track just now, and it's time to get my third win.
Absolutely. That is the thing. If you persevere, if you don't quit, you can come up here and you can podium in this race because it's all about grit and determination. Loren, Vaughn, Jesse, we're so stoked to see you guys up here. Good luck tomorrow. Have fun. Good win for the Bronco. Let's give them all a round of applause, all your friends and family out here. All right. Back to Ian in the booth.
Thank you very much, Emmy. We're going to jump back onto screen right now because, as I said, we still have one last podium spot out there, and this is the stock class car that if they can make it back in here and keep the pace they're going, what you're seeing on screen right now is Mr. Alex McNeil out of Fort McMurray, Alberta, Canada, which is pretty far north in case you didn't know. But yeah, he's up here. This is True North Racing. This is a 1998 Jeep ZJ Mopar Magnum 360 stroker, 46 RE transmission, Atlas transfer case. It's good to see a car like this still being competitive out here in the stock class. And right now we're watching him make his way up this rock trail because that is, if everything works out for him, our third place finisher in that stock class. Been a great day of racing out here in Johnson Valley all day. Here we got another one of our stock class competitors out there, unfortunately not moving right now. That's the 4653. Of Tom Biddle at a Longmount, Colorado, in a very, very, what used to be a very common sight out here in the Hammers is a raisined up Toyota. You can see the roof isn't even flat on that car. They're doing their best, obviously, to keep plugging away out here on that stock class. But as I said before, that 4675 is right now on course your third place stock class vehicle. All right, so Emmy's got another finisher up on stage. So Emmy, what do you got?
Well, I've got Jeremy Brown here and his co-driver that has a mullet that is from the gods. That mullet is amazing. But Jeremy, I want to ask you, what was your race like today? What was your favorite part and what was maybe the hardest part?
The favorite part was the fast pace. I'd say lap one. What do you think, Bryce? Yeah, lap one was fun. We kept a pretty good pace, hitting. I think our top speed was like 95 out there, something like that, until things happen. The hardest, I don't know. There was a rollover over in what place was that?
I would say it was Jack North where they rolled over. Jack North where they rolled over and plugged about 4 or 5 rigs up. We spent about 40 minutes getting them back over.
Yeah, but after they cleared it, we made quick work of that and just kept plucking them off, and here we are.
And here you are before the sun goes down. That's even better.
That is a change for us, actually.
Man, you have got so many people here hanging out at the Jumbotron in Hammertown. Is there anyone that you want to thank?
Oh, yeah, if you don't mind. There's actually quite a few. Sorry. We've been chasing this dream for many years. Like I said, I'd say probably 6 or 7 years or so. First and foremost, the friends and family that help us out, put this together. It's been a long dream come true, finally. And the friends and family come together to make this thing happen. Everybody travels from far and wide to come. Hell, Bryce over here is from Tennessee. He flew in for it. Yeah, but I really wanted to bring you guys some live feed today, but apparently I lost something off the roof.
Oh my gosh,
yeah. Yeah, there used to be, unfortunately. So, but qualifying went pretty good. We gave you guys a show there. But the guys over Scherer Gear and Axle, they really help us out. They've been our #1 sponsor since we started 6 or 7 years ago. Mickey Thompson Tires put some new shoes on for us, and let me tell you, these tires in the rocks, I mean, truly amazing. Truly amazing. For a DOT tire, they worked out great. And then still more people at home supporting us. The Grateful Ones Motorcycle Club, they really help us out. We would not be able to have the camera system in the car in order to bring you guys the show, what little show we're able to do. And then, of course, Warren Winches. They really helped us out. We had to use that winch a few times today. Not going to lie. Sorry, Bryce. You had to get out and work a bit. Yeah, and then, we got a brand new engine in here. Mass Motorsports. Those guys really came through. I couldn't explain anymore. Everybody knows with this rock racing stuff, anytime you put a new engine in, you have that worry in the back of your mind. And look, there's still daylight out when we finished. So that's a big... Yeah, thank you. And then if you don't mind, 2 more. Gower Construction, if Harley's out here, I don't know if he's still out pit 2, but that dude, I really lean on him a lot, and he really helps us out. And then Pioneer Feed. Where's Richard at? Is he in here? Love you, brother. Yep, that's it. Appreciate you guys.
All right, Jeremy and Bryce, congratulations on finishing here in the 4800 class. And y'all, it sounds like there's a Starlink out in the desert somewhere. So 50 points if you can find it. Bring it to Jeremy and Bryce's pit. They'll give you a couple of beers. Thank you so much, you guys. Have a great night. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you very much, Emmy. We are here in the booth as we bring more competitors across the line. Joining me once again, is Mr. Ben Napier, our event and motorsports director, because he has some more official results to give us here in the booth right now. Ben, what do you got?
Yes, Ian, I've just come back down from USAC Race Control and our King of the Hammers control room, and I have official results for first and second in the stock class.
Okay.
So first place is Bailey Cole.
Excellent.
And second place is Loren Healy, so there are no changes from the finishing order. Great racing, those guys.
Good to see. Good to see. Now, it took us a while to get the 4,800 and the 4,500. Were there any penalties to assess or to look at in that stock class, or did they come in clean?
They came in clean, but we definitely assessed everything, had a look at their courses, checked everything, checked route compliance. The team have worked through that throughout the day, and both those vehicles and teams are clean.
And that's the hardest part, because what you don't, well, some people understand, but if you look at the map, the stock class has a lot of optional lines that they get to take out there on the racetrack, correct?
Yeah, there's 2 stock bypasses during the course, and that means that they did come down King's Veto as well.
That's very impressive.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
There was a bit of worry from some of the teams before the race about that, but Bailey and Loren have showed that it's entirely possible in a stock vehicle.
That's right.
Maybe
now,
not with your doors on, but...
Yeah, well, Loren, I think, gets the prize for keeping doors on the car. Bailey, I think, gets the prize for leaving a door on course right now.
Absolutely. I hope his co-driver hoofed it off on his shoulder and carried it out of course.
There was a grill and a door and a few other things I think that co-driver was left in charge of.
I'm sure there'll be a few bits hanging on people's shop walls.
There will be, yeah. I think those are definitely prizes for sure. But right now we were just watching the 4675. That is the other stock class car that we have been watching out on course, because we've been watching the trackers to see who's going to come in next and round out our podium in that stock class.
Yeah, we need one more finisher, and then we can tee up our podiums and prize givings and get Pam up there and make it all super official and celebrate our winners.
Yes.
So don't go too far, because when we get a third finisher, we'll be lining that up.
Yeah, and we still have lots of racers still coming through the course right now. That is the 489 on course right there. That is Bass E Racing. That's Christian Fish Bass coming into, that's the big drop in back door.
Yeah, just easing himself down. I'm going to duck back up to race ops. This event finishes at 6 o'clock plus adjusted time, so we've still got a couple more hours for some more finishes. Be awesome to see a few more stock cars get in. I'll be eagerly waiting to see people get back to town.
All right, Ben, thank you so much for stopping in the booth and giving us these updates and giving us our official winners, because I know everyone's been waiting to hear that. And so there we go. We got the official winners of so far what we've got across the line, and now we're just waiting for one more stock class to come on home.
Absolutely. Thank you, Ian.
All right. Well, while Ben steps out of the booth, we're going to throw it over to Emmy on stage with another one of our finishers.
All right, I am here with Jeff Howdamuki in his 951 Legends car. Yeah, and something exciting about these guys. They came all the way from America's Hat. That's right, they're from Canada. And I got to ask, how do you practice for a race like this in Canada?
Well, we have our own race series put on by Brinkfab, and we go down to Yellowstone Off-Road in Montana, and then this will be my fourth time racing this race. So we get a little bit of seat time down here, but certainly not like the locals.
So what was your favorite part of the course today?
I think when we got into the rock sections where this car really shines, and that was where we were able to start picking some guys off and having some fun. So I think all the rocks were great.
All right, now when you guys came in, I thought that maybe you were the cleanest gentlemen that have crossed this line. I mean, how many times were you actually out of the car?
I had to work pretty hard for it today, actually. Jeff had me in and out maybe 7 or 8 times. We had 2 quick tire changes, helped recover a few other competitors on course, and physically get a few guys out of race course and out of the way. I feel like we earned this finish for sure.
Well, listen, we're so stoked to see you here. Do you guys have anyone that you would like to thank?
Absolutely. Firstly, my wife, Demi, she's watching back home. All the guys from Team Angst Racing and all of their wives that have to also give up their time. The guys from Brinkfab, they put together the axle housing for us. Top Grade Tire, Toyo Tires, JBDR Fabrication, Gen 3 Speed built the motor. It's been flawless. Night Rider LEDs. And obviously my co-driver, Joey, he worked his ass off today, and I love him for it.
Well, listen, we're so glad to have some of our Canadian friends come across the line. Enjoy the rest of your weekend here at Hammertown, and congratulations on the finish.
Thank you. Joey's back out here tomorrow at 4,400.
All right, thank you so much. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Emmy. It's great to see another finisher across the line, and it's great to have Ben out here giving us our live official update. So now we basically have all of our podium spots filled out, as I said, except for that one stock class car that we're waiting to see get back into town. Now, it's only 4:30 right now. The course will be live until 6 plus adjusted time, and based on the cars that were out there, it's about 80 minutes on top of that. So it's probably going to be close to 7:20 before we call it a night. So the sun's going to be down. It's going to be cold here in Hammertown. Hopefully they can stoke up the fire. Hopefully Jim Marsden finds a can full, or a jug full of petrol for his car out in the desert, and he can get back. I don't think he wants to spend any more time out there in the desert at all. All right, so while we watch these two competitors make their way through the trails, Emmy's got another one of our finishers on stage right now. Take it away, Emmy.
And the finishers just keep coming in. This time I'm with Josh Sowell. Josh, you are a rookie.
I am.
And you brought it in the daylight, my friend. Nice job.
Thank you so much.
Looks like you've got a lot of friends and family here. I mean, did you think that you were going to be able to do this well, finish this race in the light?
That was our goal, was to finish and hopefully be in the light. That's why we took the light bar off when we rolled on the infield.
Right, because you know what? It's not even an option. You can't even do it, so you got to get in.
We had to get here. We had a lot of problems along the way, me breaking wheels and all that fun stuff, but we wanted to get all the rookie shit out of the way today so we could race tomorrow.
So was it everything that you expected it was going to be?
It was everything and more. It was amazing, and I can't say enough about my co-dog Martin. He got me through all those rock trails with a flat tire. We did not have another spare. We changed it out twice. Martin Castro is A1 #1 rookie, co-dog. He's so amazing.
Well, you know, the co-dog really is the boss in the car, right? And the co-dog, there's so much that depends on you having a good co-driver. So how did this rookie do?
He did all right. He tried to kill the car right from the get-go. We flipped it back over, and then he just settled in and just kept hitting it. We were picking people off. And then second lap, we started picking off parts around the car. So we did like a little roundy round on that, but there's no problem. There's no quitting either of us. And I think he realized just what it takes in terms of stamina, mental fortitude, because it is a challenging race.
So as a rookie, you know, what you have to do is you have to make sure you've got all your sponsors in your head so you can thank them. So this is your first test, my friend. Who are you going to thank?
Number one, we'd like to thank Freight Factory for bringing us to the race today. We got to thank Milestar Tires for hooking us up with all these amazing tires that we tried to destroy every chance we got. We got so many people. We got PRP seats. We got Willwood Brakes, Torco Fluids.
We got
Fox Shocks, and Mike Kim. That guy is a ninja with shocks. He knows exactly what he's doing. Ibach Springs. We can go on and on. Warren Winches. Justin, Casey Highlights, Randy. They did. They made the highlight reel with the flips, so we got them on the highlights.
And that's what a good driver does for their sponsors. They get them on the highlight reel.
Oh, and we got to thank Chris over at Maximum Transmissions for building us a transmission that did not break. We killed 2 of them in pre-running, and he put one in the car that did not break. Oh, and the shout out, we made a rookie mistake, and we didn't take the right socket with us to run our jack. And Chuck Crossland, the fellow competitor, gave us his socket to keep us in the race. So Chuck, wherever you are, thank you so much for getting us here.
That is awesome. It's so great because you've got competitors helping other competitors, making sure that you can get around the track, because that's what's the most important. Thank you so much, you guys, for taking the time to talk to us. Enjoy the rest of your evening here. And Ian, back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks a lot, Emmy. What we're cutting to right now is some action of our stock class cars that are still out on course. We still have one podium spot to fill here in Hammertown, and we're waiting to see who's going to make the move into that spot. We're waiting to have one more 4600 Curry Enterprises stock class car come home and collect up the trophy for third place. Once they're in and we get the official results, then we can get to dealing with some of our awards here in Johnson Valley. I know a lot of people are still gathered up here in Hammertown waiting to see these stock class cars come in. We still have lots of time out on course. As I said, the course will not close until 6 o'clock plus adjusted time. So that's going to be around 7:20 this evening, and right now it is only 4:35 here on the Pacific time zone, so we have just under 3 hours to get a lot of these drivers off the course and back home to Hammertown. What you're seeing right now is the 4693 stock class, another one of the Broncos that is out there right now. That is the 4693 of Atterbury Racing. Josh Atterbury of Atterbury Motorsports. Josh, we used to see Josh racing around here in Grand Cherokee with a rooftop tent. Now they've changed over to one of the Broncos. But he's now out here in one of these stock class Broncos. All right, well, while we wait for our next stock class finisher to get into town, we're going to take another quick break from the action here in Johnson Valley, California. This is the 2024 Progressive King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto, powered by Optima Batteries. Today it has all been about the Every Man Challenge out here. 3 different classes racing. We have our winners for 2 of them, but that third class has still got 1 empty spot on the box, and we'll be back shortly.
You know, when I take the bike out like this, all my stresses just melt away.
I hear that. This bad boy can fix anything.
Yep, tough day at work. Nice cruiser sort you right out.
When I'm riding, I'm not even thinking about my painful cavity.
Oh, you shouldn't ignore that.
And every time I get stressed about having to pay my bills, I just hop on the bike, man.
Oh, come on, man. You gotta pay your bills.
You don't have to worry about anything when you're protected by America's #1 motorcycle insurer.
Well, you definitely do. Those things aren't related, so...
Ah, yee! Oh, that is a vibrating pain.
A name synonymous with severe duty work. Born from the need for equipment that would withstand the forces of off-pavement travel. Made to get you in and built to get you out. 75 years later, we walk the same path, innovating an industry forward. Because when you go worn, you go prepared.
You know, the thing that people don't realize about ARB is that they have been developing the parts as our series and our sport has grown to these new extremes. They keep evolving as the sport has evolved.
Curry Enterprises has over 60 years of off-road knowledge. From the harsh deserts of Baja to the extreme rocks of King of the Hammers to the Jeeps we drive every day, Curry has the right axle set up to fit your needs. Curry Enterprises, passion for performance.
King of the Hammers Edition Bronco isn't just a graphics kit. It was developed for well over a year. Myself, Fox engineers, and the Fox Factory Performance Vehicle Development Design Team worked to build the ultimate trail conquering Bronco.
Whoa. Hey, they tryna block all my blessings. They thought I lost the snapping. I bet on me and my team. ISO is what I'm rapping.
Built for those who answer the call. Made for those that push boundaries. This is the all-new, Get It Done Minnow Recon Grappler. A true all-terrain tire for the job site, the campsite, and everything in between.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2024 Everyman Challenge here in Johnson Valley at the King of the Hammers. And I'm here with Rig 361 in the modified class with Miss Kim Madsen coming all the way from the East Coast, finishing this race in the daylight. Kim, I know you really want to give your crew a thanks. I know that's the most important thing for you, so let's give them a shout out.
Oh, God, I'm not going to remember everybody's name. Garrett, crew chief. Chris Pointer from the East Coast, Brennan Miller from the East Coast, Dave, motor tuner. I know, Mitchell. The guy that starts with a D. Bosley. Mike Bosley. I can't remember them all.
Chris Duger.
Chris Duger, that's it, Duger. Yeah.
And these are all of them right here behind me. You guys rock. You guys got her here in one piece. They told me, well, I'll let you tell them how their race was. So how many times did y'all get out of this car?
We didn't. No winching, no flat tires. It was good.
That is amazing. No winching, no flat tires for Kim Madsen in the 316. And I've got to ask you, how is it co-driving when you don't really have a job to do?
This woman is a badass, so I don't have to worry about anything.
Well, Kim, what is the first thing you're going to do when you get your car back to pits and you get out of this vehicle?
Probably take a shower. I need to thank Matt Moore, my husband, my family, and especially all these guys back here. Yeah, Matt prepped the car. He's my usual co-driver, but he's home having baby number 2, so.
Well, listen, we're so glad that you are back here safe and sound before the sun goes down for the Everyman Challenge. Congrats again on your finish. I'm glad to see you all up here. Have a great rest of your night, and back to y'all in the booth.
Thanks, Emmy. I appreciate that. It's good to see another finisher come in across the line. Lots of people still out there on the race course. And as I said before, we are still waiting for one more stock class car to get in here to round out our stock class finishers. And there's a few people in the mix right now that could bring that home. We saw 3 of them right before I went to break. And this is another one of our stock class cars. This is 4663. This is Mean Street Racing. Chris Menely out there. This is in Chocolate Thunder. They still have a long ways to go to get through back into Hammertown, but they're still out there racing right now. We're seeing a lot of our competitors still racing. The stock class guys are usually ready to race up into the night because it's a pretty tall order to bring a stock car in to finish this race out here in Johnson Valley at the King of the Hammers. And as we cut away from that stock class car, we're back now looking at one of our, I believe this looks like it is probably one of our Legends cars. Hung up in an awful position. So they just center punched a rock with that front axle, and they're trying their best to figure out the best way around it. I think they were hoping they'd be able to push it down into the dirt, but it's certainly not looking like it's going to be moving anytime soon. So I think the best thing for them to do, obviously, here is going to be to back up, get reset. Hopefully they can back up. Numerous times out in this race, we have people lose their reverse in the transmission. But right now, we have Emmy back up on stage with another one of our finishers. Emmy, take it away.
Thanks so much, Ian. I'm here with Jeffrey Bradford in the 4777 Legends class. And Jeffrey, oh, you got some fans out here. I noticed you got a little bit of road rash over there on the hood. You want to tell us what happened?
Yeah, we were going up with Wrecking Ball. We're going up Wrecking Ball, and we made a wrong turn. We wound it up upside down, and we had some really cool guys behind us help us flip us back over, and we're very, very appreciative of that.
So were there any surprises out there on the race course?
It was all a surprise. I've never been in anything like that in my life.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It was quite a little trip.
So this was your first Everyman Challenge?
Yeah, last year we did it, and we broke a lower front link. I believe we would have finished, but this is our second one that we finished. I have a lot to thank Nathan Churchill, my co-driver. The guy's incredible, really is, and my friends and family, my girlfriend Teresa, and Mojab, Warren Winch, GY6, Trent Fabrication, especially Derek, giving us such a fine car to run, and again Warren Winch. I mean, they're the reason why, and I wish we had a tire sponsor to thank, because no one gives us tires.
Oh, it sounds like Jeffrey's open to a tire sponsor, everybody. Milestar Nitto, what you got? All right, Nathan, I want to ask you a quick question. How do you feel about coming in here in the daylight?
It's really fun. I've never finished personally, and I'm really happy to help Jeff finish and do the best I can to get this car across the finish line.
You know what? A finish is a win. JFF is what I always say, just effing finish, and you guys did that. So congratulations. Have a great rest of your weekend. We're so glad to see you here.
Thank you so much. You guys
All
are
right.
fabulous.
Oh, well, we know. We're so great. Ian is even good, and he's in the booth. Right back to you.
Thanks, Emmy. I appreciate that. So we've got another finisher back into Hammertown as we are watching one of our stock class rigs make its way through the trails here. But I'm told that someone got a prize out on course today. Little memory there, right there. That's one of our course workers got himself. There's Bailey Cole's door. So Bailey, if you're looking for your door, you know where to find it. That is Fast Eddie, one of our course workers. Steven sent us that picture of them out picking up Bailey's door. So Bailey, you owe him a high five and a thank you. Or maybe you should just sign it, let him take it home. I'm sure it'd be great garage art. I think you can pick up a new door. All right, we're seeing a little bit of traffic here on course right now as we watch the 4695 of Jesse Burnett from Reno, Nevada. Looks like his co-dog's going to be getting out. And in front of them is another one of the stock class Broncos. Looks like both co-drivers are going to get out. But who we're waiting to see on screen is the 4675. That's another one of our stock class racers on tracker. They are still moving, but moving slow, and that is who we expect to see round out our podium if everything works out well for them and they come back into town. That's the 4675 with Alex McNeil and Jordan Bailey out there on course. All right, sounds like Emmy's got another finisher for us out on stage, so let's throw it to Emmy.
Thank you so much. I'm here with Chris Bassi. Chris has got a plethora of fans here, and he also has his catheter hanging out of his race suit. It's just what we like to see. Chris, what was it like out there?
It was great till it wasn't. We had a pretty good pace through this desert for what this rock crawler is, and got through there clean, picked off quite a few people, got into the rocks, and we're just running our pace through the rocks, and got through Chocolate and up into, what was that, Wrecking Ball, Jake?
Yep.
Yeah, up into
Jack North.
Jack North, and got a little hung up, and the car stalled out, and we found the starter hanging halfway out of the car, and it wasn't working anymore, so made the executive decision, head back to Hammertown and grab a starter from pit, and made the hike all the way back out there. And just by the time we got back, I got back to the car, he stayed up there helping people winch and everybody rolling over and getting hung up. I got back, he threw the starter in the car. We had to make a jumper wire because the connector was the wrong one. He jumped it, and he hopped back in the car, and we took off and just figured try and get back before dark.
And yet here you are. That's amazing. You had a hike and a drive.
Yeah, good drive. Nice trail ride.
So what's it like co-driving for this guy?
Up and down. They can get a little wild and a little out of hand, but for the most part, it's pretty good. Listens to me pretty well.
All right, is there anyone that you'd like to thank for your finish here today?
Oh, I've got a list. Everybody on this car. Sasquatch Motorsports, Red's Radios, keeping us in communication with our pits so they know what's going on. Jesse Haynes Portals, Pimco Transportation out of Texas, Triton Engineering, Triton Race Coolers, Triton Manufacturing out of Hurricane, Utah. Battleborn Wheels, held together all day. Who else is on here? Driveline Tech is a big one. These drivelines had a workout today, and they didn't miss a beat. The 40 helping us out with what we need when we get here. I think that's all.
Well, listen, we're so glad you're here. I'm going to move you in here to the center for a photo. Thank you so much. Let's give them all a round of applause for finishing the Everyman Challenge. Right back to you guys, Ian.
Thank you very much, Emmy, and we've been looking for this car out on course right now. Once again, this is our 4675 Alex McNeil, Jordan Bailey, True North Racing. According to our tracker, this should be our next stock class car to come in and finish here at King of the Hammers. And if everything checks out on their track, that would be our third place finisher for that class. Now, there's a couple big things here. We got to check a few historical data points before we can make it all official. But right now, we are assuming that if this car comes in and finishes this race and he gets a podium, this may be the first Canadian to obtain a podium here in Johnson Valley. So he's just out for a rip with the boys there. We'll bring him in home soon, and hopefully he can keep that car together, bring it across the line. Racing into that, he's just feeling that American sunset with his Canadian blood. He's used to In my headset, there's nothing but Canadian jokes flowing, which is awesome. So there he goes. So when we get close to him getting back into Hammertown, I know we have a lot of Canadians out there. So if your blood, I'll do the call of our people to come to the booth. They must have run. I got it back from the crowd. So if we see him coming down Resolution, then we're going to have to get every Canadian here around the fire pit, because we're going to have a lot of fun if he comes in and grabs that podium spot. There is another one. Now this little Suzuki, this has a fun story as well. Another one of our stock class cars. You see a lot of these race teams out here, they got their big tow rigs, they got their toter homes, they got their motor homes. This rig right here of Callan Myers, he drives it here, races it, and drives it home. Or at least he hopes to drive it home, I should say. But he did drive it here this morning. He's out here in the dirt in Johnson Valley. All right, right on screen, this is another one of our modified class cars. That is the 4558. Of Billy McAllister, but Emmy has another finisher up on stage. Emmy, take it away.
Okay, this is Colin Hornack in the 680 rig, and he is solo. His co-driver went off to find a bathroom. So, Colin, you told me that you were a little bit tired. Like, what took it out of you at this race?
We just kind of had a rough race. The two driver errors got hung up where we ended up winching, and then our sway bar came apart and eventually took out our brake lines. We had to sort of work through that out on the trail, but we were able to get the car moving again, and it was just made for a long day, kind of in and out of the car a little more than we would have liked, and slowed us down quite a bit. But other than that, I think everything else went relatively smoothly.
Yeah, I mean, you are here even with having some brake line issues, some sway bar issues, and yet here you are before the sun goes down.
Yeah, very happy about that. This being our second time out here at King of the Hammers. Last time we weren't even off the trail when the sun went down, so marked improvement over last year.
All right, so you got better this year. What's your goal for next year?
Well, we've figured out how to finish, so next step is figuring out how to win.
Exactly, right? You have to go and you have to figure out how to play the game first. No one's going to come into this race and win right off the bat. You got to figure out how to play the game.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's definitely it's an undertaking, and it takes quite a large team of people behind me. I've got a good pit crew here that's helped out quite a bit throughout the week, and we couldn't have finished without them.
Is there anyone else that you'd like to thank?
I'll start with thanking my wife, Rachel, and then as far as companies that helped us out, Black Rifle Coffee came in behind our team, gave us some coffee to keep us up those late nights fixing the car, and then Tom Woods Drive Shafts and AccuTune has done a good job for us.
And so, Colin, what's the first thing you're going to do when you get out of this car?
Probably drink something other than water.
Colin, we're so glad to see you here. Please give our congratulations to your co-driver as well. And this is Colin, a finisher of the 2024 Everyman Challenge here in Johnson Valley. Ian, back to you.
Thanks, Emmy. Colin, welcome back to Hammertown. Right now we're seeing a little bit of action out. This is in that section of Chocolate Thunder where we saw a lot of people having to winch previously. Unfortunately, we have Richard Fenton out there right now. He's got the hood off of his 4800 car. They look like they're doing a bunch of work underneath. I don't know what happened. We can only speculate at this point, but they're definitely having to do a little bit more than a trail repair. It's no fun when the helmet's off at the same time as you're out of the car. It tells me that they're doing a little bit more work than they wanted to do out there in Chocolate Thunder, and that is they still have a few rock trails to get through after that section right there. But we'll be waiting for you here. If you get that car back together, you still have a good two hours to get back to Hammertown, which will be good for him. We're still waiting for one, as I said before, one more stock class vehicle to come in for the finish. We'll see them shortly, hopefully. What we're pacing right now is the 4675 Alex McNeil. We're waiting. Probably the next time we see him, hopefully, we'll be dropping down through Resolution. As we cut back out into the trails, you can see the sun starting to go down in the background there. As the 5169 makes its way across that section of desert. That is Brandon Goodwin and Kyle Phillips, Goodwin race team out of Washington. We can only, based on the pace they're going, I think there we saw them earlier struggle with the car. They had basically centered a rock. All right, this is another one of our finishers coming in. Oh, no, for a minute there I got excited, but it was not. We're still waiting to see our good friend Jim Marsden come back to town. They're having to hike some gasoline out there. So this is Sean Radke coming back into town. He's going to drop through that Ford Bronco Arch, drop onto the Ford Performance Short Course, and then he'll be back here in Hammertown after a long day of racing. Over 160 competitors left the line this morning at 8 a.m. and we've been racing all day long with 3 different classes. We've got the Brannick Motorsports Legends class, the Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, and the Curry Enterprises Stock class. We've already rounded out our podium for the first 2, and we're waiting on one more stock class car to get in here and finish that up, and then we can officially start working on some awards and maybe some giant fake checks. All right, as we chase Radke back into town, officially finishing here at the King of the Hammers Everyman Challenge. We'll keep pulling these guys up on stage, as I said, until we close our course later tonight. We still have a bunch of time. Oh, and this is awesome. We got another one of our in-car camera shots for you guys. This is Bob Humanchuk out there. It's absolutely amazing. We've been watching these all day. As Dave Cole mentioned when he was in the booth earlier, with the Starlink ability that these guys have, we can get a camera in the car, and we can ride along with them while they're out in the desert. Good mix of cars out there working their way through, I believe that is Outer Limits. Looks like that's a couple of our Legends cars up front, and that's obviously a stock car down near the back. Oh, look at this. Scanning the lake bed, and we can see that proud maple leaf peeking out behind those little bushes. All right, so this right here is who we've been watching out of Fort McMurray, Alberta. True North Racing, 4675, Alex McNeil, Jordan Bailey. This could be our 3rd place podium finisher in the stock class. We watched him break the front end of that car completely in half during the qualifying course. And now he's out here finishing up the race. Very impressive. They basically have to get across these open desert sections Then he'll do the climb up into over the top of Resolution, drop down Resolution, and then come back down through Backdoor. And as we watch him fly through the desert like the true north, strong and free, we'll cut to Emmy on stage with another finisher.
Thank you so much. I'm here with Sean Reisky in the 866 Legends car. And I got to tell you, you guys look whipped. What was it like out there?
Rough. It was rough. Yeah, it was a long day. We killed a drive shaft early on, and that took a while to get fixed. We killed, I think, 2 tires. But we started 97th, and when you're that far back, there's a lot of traffic, and we had to push a lot of people out of the way.
But starting in the 90s and you're here before the sun goes down, that is a huge accomplishment.
Yeah, we were cooking. I mean, everything felt really good until we smashed the drive shaft. I didn't have power steering much all day, which made it really tricky in the rocks. So a lot of backing up, and I think that's what killed the drive shaft. I had to back up over a rock and it slid off. So having no power steering, my arms are cooked.
Yeah, you should take some leave tonight because your shoulders are going to be crazy sore. So what was some surprising moments out there?
Nothing super surprising. I just wanted to keep on pushing on. Just wanted to finish. I didn't finish last 2 years, so I wanted to finish today.
That's awesome. You got to finish. Sometimes that's all you can hope for. The attrition rate on these races is really, really bad. So congratulations for getting here. Is there anyone that you would like to thank for getting you here and helping you out?
Oh, yeah. Mom and Dad and my wife and my kids and all my friends and Team Indiana. We all race together, and it's pretty awesome. They help a ton. So, and then all these companies, JKS and Brannick, my shop, Mickey Thompson, Dirty Life, Steinegger. I'm forgetting a bunch, but it takes a lot. And Team Indiana is pretty awesome to race with. It makes it a lot easier.
Listen, I know it's really emotional just to get a finish out here. We are so glad that you're back, Sean. I'm stoked for you guys. Please go enjoy the rest of your time. Have a frosty beverage. Sean Reisky in the 866 car in Legends, an official finisher here at the Everyman Challenge. Hang out, they're going to do a picture for you. Back to you, Ian.
Thanks, Emmy. Right now, this camera, we just lost it right there. That was our camera out in Resolution waiting for our next stock class. Now, I just got grabbed by their team, and we were told that's actually Eric Miller's old car. Clayton Off-Road built that car years ago for Eric Miller, and it was out there racing. So this car has a lot of miles on it. But yes, here he is right here, 4675 True North Racing out of Fort McMurray, Alberta, Canada. They are coming up this climb. They got to drop off this ledge, and that's the section that leads into the top of Resolution. So what we're looking at on screen right here is our third place vehicle in the stock class here on the Everyman Challenge. And yes, that is the truck that we watched break the front axle in half during qualifying right at the Yukon launch. So if you were watching and qualifying, this truck launched off the Yukon launch and broke the front end completely in half. His team basically did everything they could to basically patch it back together to get out here on the race course. And now he is sitting in the third position in the stock class. Now, apparently I was wrong. He is not going to be the first Canadian to podium because guess what? He's already podiumed in that car quite a while ago. But we'll still celebrate him when he comes in across with some true Canadian high fives. You just got to wait to see what those are when we get him in here. All right, making his way down through Resolution. We saw a lot of traffic in here before and a couple cars upside down, but looks like he's going to make quick work of it. Good for him. He's got to basically come down to the bottom of this, and then comes the decision that we've watched everyone make on every single race and in our qualifying so far this week. They have the, whoa, there, good job, good save. Stressing us out over here while we watch you bring this thing in. All right, we got some, I see a whole bunch of Canuckistanians gathering around the fire down here, waiting for this car to come in. All the True North Racing crew is pulling in here and getting everybody revved up as we watch right now our third place stock class finisher come into town. Now, as we said before, this is the car that we watched in qualifying break that front axle completely in half and still get it patched together and back out there on the race course. So we're waiting for him to come down through resolution. This is still some tricky rock trails right now, and then they'll have to make the decision as to which way they go when they get to the bottom. All right, this is where we saw some excitement before, and we have a pass going on right here. Now, this obviously isn't a pass. I believe that other competitor is on a previous section of the course. But all right, he's working his way down through. All right, Alex McNeil making his way down through resolution. At this point, he's sitting there. He's going to hold on to that third place finish in the stock class. I don't really think there's anyone who can challenge him at this point. We've had a few people out there, but it looks like it's basically his race to bring home. We have to get him down through resolution into the sand wash at the bottom, which is basically right in front of him. If he turns left, he's going up and over the sand hill, which obviously he's doing. So really, there are no serious rock trails between him and the finish. So he's going to be back into Hammertown, I'm going to say 2.5 minutes when we'll see him pulling in here. So if you have any Canadian blood pumping through your veins, maple syrup in your socks, ketchup chips in your toter home, coffee crisps and Kit Kats and a bunch of Cadbury eggs, get down to Hammertown right now because we want to have you around the fire pit as we watch Alex McNeil come in to Hammertown in True North Racing fashion. Now, as we said before, talking to the True North Racing team, this is the old Eric Miller car. Clayton Off-Road built this for Eric, or assisted building this with Eric years ago when Eric first jumped down into the stock class, and the stock class was really, really new. I remember that because it was big news. Eric was one of those very first 4400 drivers who came down and decided to also take off in the stock class and almost act as a pre-run for the course. And here this car is still out racing here in Johnson Valley. As his teammates have said, it's pretty wore out, but it's done its job today. It's going to come all the way back into Hammertown and basically come in and hopefully grab that third spot in our stock class. All right, so here we are, Alex McNeil coming up through the Bronco Arch. I'm hearing that they got ketchup chips. Let's think of all the Canadian things that we could have waiting for Alex when he comes in here. We'd have some ketchup chips, some poutine, some beer with actual alcohol volume inside of it. Hockey sticks, the ability to fight on skates, back-to-back World Series championships. All right, so as we bring Alex McNeil home into Hammertown, there it is. All right, so there he is, Alex McNeil crossing the finish line here to round out our stock class of the Everyman Challenge. We're bringing him in. For those of you that don't know, if you don't watch hockey, that's the Canadian national anthem that was playing there. So there we go. We're bringing him in out of Fort McMurray, Canada, all the way down from the true Great White North. Brent coming down here to race with us here. We're going to bring him up on stage here shortly, and after we check his tracker, we'll get the official results from Ben to make sure it's all good. But if it is, then that will round out our top 3 finishers in the stock class. All right, we see some action still out here on back door. We're waiting for one of our Kelsey Gosser to get recovered out there, trying to do a self-recovery. That car on its side. They've got the Warren winch pulled up around that rock. All right, Alex, so here we are at the finish. I had to step in and take over for Emmy because, you know, I'm still half Canadian. So I get to come in here and interview you guys all the way down here from Fort McMurray, Alberta to race in the race. Let's talk a little bit about your day. So we've been watching you for a while because you've been kind of dancing that unofficial third place spot. So how did your day out there in the rocks go?
It was a long day, but I can't really complain. The car was pretty much perfect except for a couple flat tires. Pit crews were on point. They got us in and out real quick. And yeah, we were just able to keep moving. Nothing held us up too long. So it was a long day, but it was a happy ending.
Absolutely. Now, this is the car that you broke the front axle in half in qualifying, correct? So I think you should probably throw some thanks out to your team for welding that back together for you.
Blaine and Scott right here, that's all them. They put that back together. They had it back together the same day. So can't buy pit crew that well. So.
All right, well, that's good news. So next question is, who do you got to thank for getting you up here and finishing this race here in Johnson Valley?
Well, first and foremost, my pit crew. all of our teammates. We're all standing in the front row here. Could not have done this without them. This was a huge team effort. My co-driver, Jordan, my family sitting at home, my wife, Lori, my 2 kids, Noah and Anna, and all of our sponsors. We've got a bunch of great sponsors, TMR Customs, Dirty Life Wheels, Nexon Tire, Northridge 4x4. I'm going to forget a few of them, I'm sure. ADS Shocks and Yukon Gear and Axle. And Andrea's Financial Services. She just came on just before we came down. So, yeah, that was a mouthful, but yeah.
That's good. Now, you're a co-driver. How was it out there for you out there today in the rocks?
Oh, it was a blast. We were running up and down the hills just trying to make a line work, trying to keep the car together. Lots of broken cars, lots of broken parts, and we broke our fair share of our own parts. But at the end of the day, we got it done, and we're stoked to be up here. So,
I just have one more question. Is this a ZJ or a ZJ? That's a Canadian thing. Yes. Très bien, mon ami, c'est bien. All right, guys, welcome back to Johnson Valley here in California. Unofficial 3rd place. Thank you so much. It's good to have you guys home. We'll have you guys take some time with your fellow Canadian brethren here, celebrate your win. Welcome back to Hammertown.
Thanks, Ian.
All right, there we go. We now have our unofficial finishers out here in Johnson Valley. So now we basically rounded our box. We'll have to get our motorsports director, Ben, to make sure that is 100% official. As soon as we hear from him, we'll let you know. Then we can move on to some awards, because that, as Alex comes across the line, in his, I'm going to call it a ZJ just for fun, in that old Eric Miller car that has many, many race miles on it. They have come all the way down from Alberta, Canada, to race with us, and it's good to see them round out that stock class win right there. So with that, we are in a good position. We've got 1, 2, 3 in every single every single class, I should say. And as I said, as soon as I get word from Ben Napier, we're going to basically bring in our official results, and then we'll know what's going on in every class. We can hand out some awards. All right, so we are back with in-car action right here with Bob Humanchuk out there racing. Love this in-car footage that we're able to bring you guys live from Johnson Valley, California. All right, and I guess Emmy has another finisher for us up on stage. Emmy, take it away.
All right, I'm here with the 45-58 Billy McAllister and his co-driver, Raul. You look really happy to make it here before the sun goes down behind those mountains.
Yeah, it was an extremely difficult course. Hats off to Dave. We had just about 90% of the rock trails out here, and we persevered through. Rolled on its side once. Lost a trans fan. The boys changed it in the pits and got us out and got us a finish.
This is always an emotional time seeing you guys come across the finish line, but I see you've got all of your friends and family here being supportive of you. It takes a village to get one of these rigs across the finish line.
I want to thank all the people that helped me. Old Glory Beef Jerky, good friend of mine. Jason, Steve Hastings, Jason Bunch from Tri-County Gear, Steve Hastings, Dave Brinker, all the boys on our team. Jeremy, he's a man. He was my co-dog a week ago. He was in the hospital. And to get the finish for him is just awesome.
That is amazing. I am so glad that you guys are here. I'm glad that you've made it and you're safe and sound. I really want you guys to enjoy the rest of your time. Do you have any final thoughts for us here in Hammertown?
I can't wait for 25.
That is amazing. The racers come across. They're so emotional. They're so tired, and they cannot wait to do it again.
We work on these cars from October, at least October, all the way through the Hammers, just to get them here and get them across the finish line. And it's cool when it pays off.
It does. It always pays off. Congratulations, you guys. Please go out, enjoy the rest of your time, have a frosty beverage, and have a good time with your team. You guys are the stars. Thank you so much. Back to you, Ian.
All right, thank you very much, Emmy. I appreciate that. As right now we jump back out onto track. Looks like we have some recovery going on. We have a few of our Legends cars still out on course right now. I believe that's Jason Scheerer's old car at the back, waiting patiently for the 4877. I'm gonna grab my notes here. I'll tell you who that is. Rob Graham, that's who that is. 4877 of Rob Graham is on his side on that section. He's being recovered by a fellow competitor. But we're just waiting to hear from race ops. We're doing one last check on our stock class before my good friend Mrs. Pam Hall gets all set up for awards up here on the main stage here shortly. Looks like they're trying to drag him back and get them flipped over. All right, looks like they're getting that car almost onto all four wheels. There it is. It's back over. Good job. So now they'll have to figure out what's going on. Looks like maybe they just took a bad bounce. If I had to guess, I'd say they maybe just clipped that rock. It looks like they may have a left front flat as well. It's hard to tell from this angle, but that's kind of what looks like is going on out there right now. Still lots of competitors out on course. We had 163 cars leave the line this morning in our 3 different classes. That's the 4800 Brannock Motorsports Legends class. Oh! All right, so right now, this is Keith, this is Keith Silva, so this is big news. So for those of you that follow along with the with what is going on with Keith Silva, this is Evolve Racing. That is our one and only entry in the EV class, and they have been out there battling. It looks like they have finished their first lap, and they are back into Hammertown. That means that we have one more finisher for our other class. When I talked to him earlier this week, he said that's all if they had the batteries, he felt like he could do the whole race. It'll be interesting to see what happened to him out there. But that will be him finishing their one lap. The EV class, I believe, only has to do that one big desert loop and a couple of rock trails to get back into town. So it's good to see him back in the town. We'll get him up on stage shortly here, and he can tell us all about his day as well. All right, as I said before, with that EV car coming in, that means that once we check tracker, and that'll be that we have a finisher in every single class that left the line this morning. We really haven't talked very much about the EV class, but the EV class is a 100% electric entry. That particular vehicle using a Tesla main motor being driven into a gearbox. As we see more of our competitors come here back into Hammertown, you can see that amazing drone shot of that basically wide open desert section with an entire city built into the background that gets created here in Johnson Valley every year for the King of the Hammers race. All right, we have another car coming through the Bronco Arch right now. They will be coming down onto our Ford Performance short course. That is Daniel Gutenberg. Oh, I'm hearing cheers from the crowd. So obviously some people waiting for him to get back into town. He's now through the Ford Performance short course. Couple of turns. He'll come up over the Yukon launch. That will end his race day out here in Johnson Valley, California. All right, so we have another finisher with Emmy out here on stage. Emmy, take it away.
Okay, it's Bob Human Chuck. Just like the human and the Chuck, you guys are in here. You're looking mighty tired, my friend. Tell me what happened today.
It's been a long day. It started off, we killed a drive shaft and turkey claw like first thing. But after that, it's been kind of smooth sailing, you know. Just keep plucking along, keep moving forward.
So were there any surprises out there today on course?
Not really. We pre-ran as much as we could and took pretty good notes. So, I mean, there was a couple of lines that we saw that the UTVs burned in that, like, all right, that looks like a lot better than what we decided.
You know, like you're from a generator actually, and turn that into the DC power that the battery needs. So you guys did use a generator out there. Unfortunately, that's where this battery technology and charging is at, where we still have to use generators, although we do have renewable innovations down at the Optima tent, which is doing some green hydrogen. But who cares? I want to hear about what happened. Melissa, last year you had to run back for the computer. What was it like co-driving this year?
Well, this year I got to take a nap at pit 1, so that was wonderful. No running this time, but the last 5 miles I think was the most stressful 5 miles of my life. The car kept shutting off, but we made it through, so very, very proud of him. He's a great driver, great husband. We're allowed to be married again now, so it's all good.
Now, we had Ford out here with the Lightning switchgear, which they had made into kind of a desert runner, but that's something that's been done by a manufacturer with all of the money in the world behind them. You guys built this in your garage.
Oh yeah, I'm a farmer by trade. I run a backhoe for a living, but we did all of one lap thinking about that on 10 miles of gas. On 10 gallons of gas, we did that whole lap.
Yeah, because you spent 10 gallons of gas for your generator, right? So what kind of powertrain is in here? Where'd you source the battery and the motor?
So the motor's a Tesla Model S, the batteries are all from a Tesla Model S, and it's direct driven to a 205 and Magnum drive, so it's still traditional four-wheel drive underneath.
And how much range do you have when you're coming in here to Hammertown?
Right now, we're probably down to maybe 2-3 miles left, if that.
Well, that's good, because your pits are right over there, so you should be solid.
Oh, we're good. We can go out and do some donuts still.
Oh, please, let's go do it. Melissa, is there anyone that you would like to thank on behalf of the team?
Absolutely. Obviously, you know, Hammers for putting this on and letting us have an EV course, but we couldn't have been here without our sponsors, Radial Dynamics. They've been huge for our hydraulic steering pump. We've got Rugged Radio on board, Yukon Gear and Axles, AEM, Holly. We have a lot of great people on our team this year, and we couldn't do it without them.
Ryan Kilowatt.
Yeah, Ryan Kilowatt. We can't forget Ryan. He's been a huge part of programming this truck. We miss him dearly, but we know he's on the great path to recovery, and we love him very dearly.
Yeah, I'm sure that Ryan is watching right now. Ryan, we miss you. We wish you were here, but your baby made it.
And we couldn't do it without our Mickey Thompson tires and Raceline wheels this year. They held up great.
Any flats?
No flats.
Awesome, awesome. All right, so I want to talk a little bit about why you guys decided to do this. I know that you're not particularly EV people.
No, this is the only EV we own. This is the first EV I ever built. Some guy with a Nissan Leaf and a 4Runner that's sitting over there talked me into it. So that's what happened. He said he wanted competition, and yet he hasn't raced me.
Oh, Kyle, looks like you need to come back next year, my friend. So, but I mean, like, what were some of the challenges that you guys faced? I mean, aside from the trying to find the money to get all of this together, I mean, are you an electrician? Do you guys know how any of this works?
No, we're learning as we go. There's 5 CAN buses in this thing. I don't know how to program any of them. I couldn't do it without my team helping me program it and work it, and we're learning as we go. You know, the whole thing with EV is learning as you go right now. It's all new tech, and putting it through the paces we're putting it through is unheard of. So it's all learning. It's all fun.
So, Melissa, what do you think an electric powertrain, like, why is it good out here in the desert?
Well, we've had a lot of good luck with the rocks with that instant torque crawling through. We've made it a lot easier. We're able to regenerate power back into the truck. So when we're going down some bigger, steeper hills, we're able to bring power back into it, which no one else is able to do with a combustion vehicle. So we have a little bit of a benefit in that action, but you know, it's a learning curve. We're finding out the pros and cons along the way, but again, we barely made it in, but we did it.
You know what? Barely making it in is still making it in, so that's pretty rad. I am so stoked for you guys. You guys, I can't. I'm speechless. This is so amazing. Thank you so much for taking the time. I'll come by and see you guys later on. Congratulations again. Keith and Melissa Silva in 2412 electric vehicle finishing their lap for the Everyman Challenge. Back to you guys, and oh wait, here comes Ian. If you guys are curious about some of the charging options that they have down at the Optima Oasis, they've got a Renewable Innovations charger that's running all off of hydrogen, which is pretty cool. I'm sure you've seen a lot of the EVs around. There have been some Rivians. I got to drive in the Cybertruck today, which was really fun. So don't discount EVs. That instant torque is really the most fun that you can have on 4 wheels. Listen, I love a V8, but I do love instant torque. It's really fun. All right, Ian, are you back in that booth? What do
you
got?
better believe I am, Amy. Thank you very much. Thanks for that. Thanks for that interview. It's great to see that class basically bringing that win home. That is so awesome. So that rounds out all 4 classes that left the line today. We now have winners in every single class, which is great to hear. And you can see another one of our stock class cars finishing just as the sun goes down here in Hammertown. You can see that big wide shot, all the lights strewn across the desert as we bring these guys out of the trails and into Hammertown. Now, just so you guys know, Mrs. Pam Hall, my good friend, she's going to be taking over awards here shortly, probably around 6:30, I believe. And then we're going to get all of our racers up here and we'll be handing out some laser nut trophies. All right, so we'll just keep bringing cars in. We'll throw a few All right, I hear Emmy has another one on the stage, so Emmy, take it away.
All right, it's gotten a little bit colder. I got my silk sleeping bag on, and I'm here with Kevin Condon and his co-driver. Look at y'all, Matchy. You're looking good. You're looking happy. How was the race today for you?
We had a great day. We faced a lot of adversity today. It started with losing our front third member. We were able to limp it back to Maine. Our pit crew, Jimmy's 4x4, Casey Motorsports pit crew teamed up together and just absolutely crushed it. We got a new third in the car, fueled the car, took off, and not long after that, about 5 miles in, we lost the power steering pump. So thankfully we had a spare mount in the car. We got our new PSC power steering pump mounted in the car, got it filled with oil. Our buddy Rich Fenton actually passed by and gave us a thumbs up, tried to stop and give us some help, but we were good to go. And we ended up breaking a sway bar arm, catching on fire, losing a motor mount, and we lost comms. But throughout it all, we kept a great attitude. JT and I were a great team. We communicated well. Our Yokohama tires, these are the same 4 tires we started the race with. So huge shout out to Yokohama. They've been a massive support. Paul Algren in specific has just been a huge supporter of our program. So all same 4 tires we started with. The same 4 Vision wheels we started with. Our PRP seats kept us extremely comfortable. Obviously, our Jimmy's 48P car is just unbelievable. The maximum transmission Turbo 400 was absolutely unbelievable. The Grom Racing 427 was perfect, and Total Racing Solutions tune was on point. So our sponsors absolutely came through for us. And a huge shout out to Randy Rod at Jimmy's 4x4, Mike Miller, Chris Voagli. We have the whole Jimmy's 4x4 team. We got Grubbs, we got Kalen, we got Lil Kev, we got my wife, we got my mom and dad, and then all the loyal photographers. Curtis is the man. They always support us and make sure we get good pictures. So thank you, Dave Cole, for another awesome King of the Hammers. We got to finish today, and we kept a smile on our face the whole time, so thank you.
All right, so I have to ask, when you guys have all of that adversity, all of those things that are going wrong, all of the work that you have to do just to get that finish, like, how do you guys keep that positive attitude?
It helps when you get back in the car. Yeah, that's it. That's about it. And then a couple tough bounces, and you're still moving, a couple stuck spots, and then get back in. And no matter what, it didn't seem like anything was going to stop us today, so I'm just glad to be here, glad to have the opportunity.
I mean, it beats working, right? It beats working. Well, listen, we're so glad to see you guys here. You've got your friends and family here. I want to give them all a big yeah, buddy, because you guys made it here. Finishers of the Everyman Challenge here at King of the Hammers. Congratulations. Have a great rest of your night. Back to you, Ian.
Thanks, Emmy. Good to see another finisher coming across the line here in Johnson Valley. Just a quick reminder to everyone who's watching. Basically, we're just going to keep bringing finishers across the line. We have awards at 6:30. We'll be handing out all of our laser nut trophies. So we want to see, if you want to check around, make sure you stick around to see that. But right now, we're just going to basically let the sights and sounds of Hammertown entertain you until we have another person up on stage.
I am here with Jacob Peak in the 4895 car, and Jacob was just telling me that this is your first finish.
Yep, first year. Took us 6, but we're here.
And it sounds like some of your family and friends are here. They've all got their iPhones going. What do you want to say to them?
I want to say thanks to my wife for letting us come out here and race and sitting in the pits all day with 2 kids. And all the guys right there for every year coming out here and helping us in the pits when we don't even make it there. But this year we made sure we were going to push through to the end and dealt with all the stuff, and we're here.
And sometimes just being here is the absolute best thing. Jacob, I have to ask you, I know you've got a lot of support, a lot of sponsors. Who do you want to thank for helping you out here at the Everyman Challenge?
I want to say thanks to WFO Concepts, JR's Transmission, Legacy Welders. Huge thanks to Max's Tires, Not One Flat All Day. Poly Performance, Kick Rocks Apparel, DV8 Wheels, Rooker's Collision Center, PRP Seats, Off-Road Addiction, Warren Winches, Schaefer's Oil, DMP Converters, Yukon Gear and Axle, and Factory 55, and Hall's Towing.
Oh, were you done? Okay. You have a lot of help getting this thing around the course. We are so proud of you. Your friends and family are proud of you. Let's hear it for Jacob Peak in the 4895 car. All right, Ian, let me know what you got.
Thanks, Emmy. All right, well, while we wait for our next finisher to get up on stage, we're going to take a look at some highlights of this amazing day of racing out here in Johnson Valley, California.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2024 Everyman Challenge here in Johnson Valley at King of the Hammers. I'm here with our next finisher. It is Daniel Gutenberg. Daniel, you guys came in here looking pretty tired, especially your co-driver. Why don't you know what, co-dog, why don't you tell me what happened?
Yeah, so we left remote pit 2 and got a flat, so we had all of the rock trails left with no spare tire. Made it through about 90% of them. We had about 2 or 3 rock trails left, and came up to the top of one, and we had a flat. So car was already pretty beat up, so there was no going on without getting a tire. So basically from about 200 yards from King's Vito, hiked all the way down to remote pit and rolled the tire all the way back up the hill, back to the car and put it on. And now we're here. We made it to the finish.
And that is why you want a good co-dog, one who is going to roll a tire that is pretty much just as big as he is up King's Vito. All right, so Daniel, I know that you got a lot of people that helped get you here. Tell me, who do you want to thank?
Oh, my pit crew for one. They helped a lot. Bender Construction, big plus this year, getting the car where we're at. ADS Shocks, Maxxis Tires, Driveline Services of Sacramento, Raceline Wheels, Phil Liccardi for shock tuning, my family, and all these awesome guys right here.
Daniel's getting a little emotional up here, and I cannot blame him because just getting a rig around this Everyman Challenge course is such an accomplishment. So proud of you guys. Your friends are so proud of you. Everybody out there watching the live show is so glad to see you back here safe and sound. I want you to get off this podium. I want you to go have a frosty beverage with your friends and enjoy your success. Right here. Mountain Dew, baby. He runs on Mountain Dew. He says, couldn't made it today without Mountain Dew. Congratulations, you guys. Have a great night. Ian, back to you. Congratulations.
Thanks, Emmy. Appreciate that. As we get another finisher across the line here, we're going to jump back to some more highlights from today's day of racing here in Johnson Valley. Here we go. I've been waiting for this interview all day. Jim, so first of all, I want to give you a little piece of information that I guess no one gave you. There's 3.78 liters in a gallon, not 4. All right, so now that that's out of the way, we got lots of them stored up for tomorrow. Let's talk about your day. Jim, how was your day in the Jimmy Jack machine?
Wow. Just wow. Do you know what? Sitting on the left doesn't suck as bad as I first thought.
It feels pretty. You know what we call that? The Liberty seat.
Explain that no, I can't say that. Anyway, no, we've had a great day out there. Team absolutely rocked it. I mean, this is like a 10-day prep we've done on this car. We're trying to work out how many miles we did on it before, including qualifying, and I think we're something like 16. And we haven't done any of the rock trails or... Enough of the excuses. We went out there, we had a great time. We started in, I think it was 80 seconds, something like that. Put down some really good pace. Got into passed a few cars before Turkey Claw. Got into Turkey Claw. Got a few lucky lines. Got around a few people. Got out into the desert and yeah, sent it. Absolutely sent it. Got a flat tire out there somewhere. But I don't know where we came back in. I think we passed around like 40 something cars out there. Kai, the team killed it on the pit stop. Got us all sorted out. Give us some peanut butter and jelly sandwiches,
Those are called Crustables, also part of being free.
Then the best thing about that is my girlfriend went, "You can't have those at home. I'm allergic to peanuts." No. So we did that. Got out into the rocks. Had some. I've got to ask, who was driving Dan Warwick's car on the desert res section?
I don't remember. I can tell you this. Well, as we were watching on the tracker, when you ran out of fuel, we were all worried in the booth because you were actually going to win it. And we were worried about what our day tomorrow was going to be like if you actually won this race.
Well, yeah. I mean, this is the problem you got is we put this thing together in the last, literally last few days, and the only fuel ideas we had were from Jimmy and Amy's previous experiences. Turns out my right foot's a touch heavier than Jimmy's, so not by much, I might add, only by 5 miles, but enough that we didn't get here. But no, I mean, I am so proud of the team, Amy and Jimmy, for giving me this opportunity to get in this incredible Get Bent Fab machine, to their sponsors, BF Goodrich, who have really hooked us up well, to King Shocks, who really looked after us as well, and also and to the guys and girls who've been supporting me. So I've got to talk about this guy.
I was going to say, sooner or later, you got to stop talking because I got to talk to the guy. I always say it's not a King of the Hammers until we see someone carrying gas through the desert on their back. So I appreciate you for making my life fun in the booth. So what was it like having to hike all the way back into Hammertown and carry that fuel out there?
I have to exercise every day, so I came here for that.
Did you hear that, CrossFit Sally? That's a whole new thing you can add to the workout regimen, carrying fuel 5 miles into the desert.
This will make you die. I meet him, I see him, he's about 250 meters away, so I run out to him, I grab the...
That is about 750 feet for those of you in... Jim, I think we've found the problem.
No, that's about 250 yards. Anyway, I run out to him, I grab the fuel can thinking I'm being a hero. I make it about 100 yards and I think I'm going to die. He takes it back off me.
I can run. No worries, I can run with him. I saw the car, so I know I can run.
But either way, Jim, it's great. There's never give up attitude. We always talk about it in the booth every year. You guys did it. Oh, Jim's got more. We're going to be here all night, but that's okay. We're good. We're filling time.
I got to do this one. We get the fuel in, so we put the fuel in, and we think, yeah, we're home and dry now. 5 miles. We start the car. We're going to put it in gear. Nothing. Can't move the gear lever. It is absolutely seized solid. What's happened is the gear cables come down, hit the exhaust, and when it's cooled down, the plastic is set like concrete. So we've then had to remove the belly plates so we can then undo the gear lever, wedge it into first gear so we can get here, which is why you need to get out of the way when I pull away.
All right, Jim. Well, as I was just saying, we always talk about this in the booth every single year, that never give up Hammers attitude. Yes, you were 5 miles from town. You guys could have packed it in, called it a day, and it would have been fine. But to make that hike all the way back in here for fuel and then out there and finish it, congratulations, Jim, on being a finisher here. And I'll stop making fun of you for running out of fuel because I think Miles has got like a good 15 jokes stored up for tomorrow. It's going to be a long day for you in that booth, I'll guarantee that. But congratulations, Jim. Good to see you home. All right, there he is, Jim Marsden, official finisher here at the King of the Hammers here in Johnson Valley. There you go. All right, so we have another finisher coming into Hammertown right now. We're struggling to see the number in the dark, but we have another finisher coming across the line, going over that Yukon launch right now. Gonna make this last turn come through the checkered flag. Long day racing out there in the desert. But as soon as we can ID the car, we'll let you know who it is. All right, from the looks of it, that is John Schaefer coming in the 4688. You can see his crew super happy to see him getting here. Another one of these stock class finishers coming into Hammertown. And as we get him at the end of the Ford Performance Short Course, we're cutting up into, although it's dark, that is another car coming through the Ford Bronco Arch. They'll drop down into the Ford Performance Short Course. Making the Russell Gamble, I believe it is. Russell's coming back into town as well. And Emmy has another finisher up on stage. Emmy, take it away.
Yes, I do. I've got Ross Glaive here in the 4802 truck. Now, Ross, I saw on Facebook that you were looking for a co-driver like yesterday.
I was, and then I got fortunate enough to find Jesse from Maxis.
So have you guys ever driven or ridden together at all?
First time I ever met him.
Okay, what co-driver, what's your name?
Jesse Ludford.
And Jesse, what made you want to get into a vehicle with someone that you don't know? You don't know how they drive. You don't know anything about them if they're any good. And go tackle one of the gnarliest race courses in the world.
I like to party.
Hammertown, Jesse likes to party. All right, well, tell me, like, did you guys have a learning curve in your communication, or did it just click right away?
No learning curve. I just told them, you know, if the comms go out, we got driver, passenger, forward, or stop. That's it.
And Jesse, had you ever co-driven before?
No.
You guys are amazing, and yet here you are, an official finisher and not too far into the dark. That's awesome. So what kind of surprises did you have out there?
Everything was a surprise. I just built this car in the last 6 weeks. This was my first time driving it. So the whole thing was a surprise.
Okay, brand new car, never drove, like no testing?
My testing was straight from tech to qualifying with no brakes.
You're out of your mind.
You have no idea.
All right, well, I do have to ask you about your Laser Cat Eye livery. What can you tell me about Laser Cats?
Oh, well, the Laser Cat was my 3-year-old daughter Jade's idea. She was been in with me in the shop the whole time while I've been building it. I asked her, what should we do with the wrap? She said, Laser Cats, Dad, so that's what we got.
I think Jade's got a future in graphic design for sure.
She's going to be a driver. She already wants to drive the car.
Yeah, buddy, that's what I like to hear. Do you have any people that you would like to thank for getting you guys here today?
A ton of people. Jason, I'm so sorry. Dave at Nexon Tire. You got Greg at Raceline. You got Warren Winches. You got Nacho Lights. I'm probably missing a whole bunch of people, but that's the gist of it right now. But I got to thank Phil at Liberty Fabrication and David Alva too. You know, those guys made me the chassis. They actually delivered it to my shop. That's what gave me the head start in order to put this car together so fast. But I want to tell you to go check out my YouTube channel, Rosclave 4802. You can watch the whole build online.
That's awesome. And, you know, we love seeing people that are building this stuff in the garage, coming out here, no testing, no pre-running, just run what you brung with a dude you don't even know. That is some everyman challenge shit right there. I'm so stoked for you guys.
Thank you. We also had a couple mishaps. We had 2 flat tires, and then we actually lit the whole engine bay fire at mile 40. A fuel line came off. Sad to say, the recertified fire extinguisher, it didn't work. The pin was lodged shut, and we had to use another guy's extinguisher to put the fire out. I thought we were in serious trouble.
Yeah, that's some safety 24th shirt stuff.
That's right, but I got to thank the other guy. I don't even know his name, but he gave us an extinguisher, and it kept me racing. So thank you so much.
Well, listen, we're glad you're back here safe and sound in Hammertown. I know you guys are going to have a really fun time tonight because you just finished one of the gnarliest races out here, the Everyman Challenge here in Johnson Valley. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, and thank you for Dave and the rest of the staff for putting on an excellent race for us.
All right, Ross and Jesse, get off this stage. Go have a good time. All right, we're going to...
All right, thanks, Emma. Good to see another finisher come across the line. Right now, we're going to take a little bit of a break from the action here in Johnson Valley, California. Today has been all about the Everyman Challenge, all part of the 2024 Progressive King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto and powered by Optima Batteries. We'll be doing our awards soon, so make sure you stay with us and come back shortly, because we now have finishers and people sitting on the podium of every single class that left the line this morning. We'll see you shortly.
You know, when I take the bike out like this, all my stresses just melt away.
I hear that. This bad boy can fix anything.
Yep, tough day at work. Nice cruiser sorts you right out.
When I'm riding, I'm not even thinking about my painful cavity.
Well, you shouldn't ignore that.
And every time I get stressed about having to pay my bills, I just hop on the bike, man.
Oh, come on, man. You gotta pay your bills.
You don't have to worry about anything when you're protected by America's #1 motorcycle insurer.
Well, you definitely do. Those things aren't related, so...
Ah, yee! Oh, that is a vibrating pain.
A name synonymous with severe duty work. Born from the need for equipment that would withstand the forces of off-pavement travel. Made to get you in and built to get you out. 75 years later, we walk the same path, innovating an industry forward. Because when you go worn, you go prepared.
You know, the thing that people don't realize about ARB is that they have been developing the parts as our series and our sport has grown to these new extremes. They keep evolving as the sport has evolved.
Curry Enterprises has over 60 years of off-road knowledge. From the harsh deserts of Baja to the extreme rocks of King of the Hammers to the Jeeps we drive every day, Curry has the right axle set up to fit your needs. Curry Enterprises, passion for performance.
The King of the Hammers Edition Bronco isn't just a graphics kit. It was developed for well over a year. Myself, Fox engineers, and the Fox Factory Performance Vehicle Development Design Team worked to build the ultimate trail-conquering Bronco.
Whoa. Hey, they tryna block all my blessings. They thought I lost the snapping. I bet on me and my team. ISO is what I'm rapping.
Built for those who answer the call. Made for those that push boundaries. This is the all-new Get It Done Minnow Recon Grappler. A true all-terrain tire for the job site, the campsite, and everything in between.
All right, everybody, welcome back to Johnson Valley, California. We're finishing up a long day of racing here with our Everyman Challenge. I believe Emmy has another finisher up on stage, but coming up shortly will be our awards ceremony as well, so you're not going to want to miss any of that. We have lots of cars still finishing out there. As you can see, we have one more finisher coming across the line right now. Lights punching through the darkness as the sun has set here in Johnson Valley. These guys have been out battling the rocks all day long, fighting their way back into Hammertown. All right, Emmy, let's take it away.
Thank you so much, Ian. I'm here with John Williams and his co-driver in the Bronco in the stock class coming across the line. Man, it looked like it was rough out there. How was your day?
It was a fantastic day. Just like the guy before us, this thing had a mile on it before we got here. We're super happy with the Ford Bronco platform. I got to give it to my brother over here. He built this car in 7 weeks, got us here, gave everything. It's awesome to be here.
So building a car in 7 weeks, like how many nights were you in the garage until 4 a.m.?
Not many till 4, only a couple till 4, but like average of 14 hours a day since Thanksgiving. So it's a lot of work.
Yeah, that is a lot of work, and it's so wonderful that you guys are racing together as brothers. We had your kids up here earlier. I mean, this really is a family sport. How many people did you have out here supporting you?
We probably have about 20 of us out here. The Glines Motorsports team, Spindler Racing team. There's a lot of people that are here helping us, making sure we're able to get here. BF Goodrich Tires helped us. Fox Racing shocks were phenomenal. Best shocks we've ever been on. And again, the Ford Bronco, the Ford Performance Racing School, fantastic supporters, and we're just grateful to be here and able to represent them.
That's awesome. We're so glad to see you guys here back safe and sound. What was it like finishing in the dark?
Normal.
Listen, congratulations. We're stoked that everyone is here, that the Bronco performed well. Congrats on the build. A 7-week build is nothing to sneeze at. And the fireworks are out here at Hammertown. So I'm going to let you guys enjoy the rest of your evening. Congrats on the finish.
Thank you, and thank you to Hammer King for putting this on, for everybody that's out here, for the BLM, for just letting us live our dream.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And back to you, Ian.
Thanks, Emmy. Good to see another finisher come into town. As I said a few minutes ago, we are just getting set up on our main stage for our awards. We have had 3 different classes racing today here in Johnson Valley, and we have podium finishers with every single one of them. But I'm just hearing in my headset that we're going to do one more interview with Emmy before we bring out all those trophies, all those beautiful laser nut trophies, as you can see in this shot of one of our other stock class Broncos pulling off our stage here in Hammertown. It's been a great day of racing all day long. Multiple classes out there, 4,800 Legends class, 4,500 modified class, and then that 4,600 stock class, which that Bronco would be racing in. It's pulling off that stage right now. And we also had a finisher in our EV class just come across the line in their Test 10 combo of a Tesla and an S10. That's always good to see those guys make it back into town. As a matter of fact, there it is right there. Hopefully it has enough charge left in it to get back into camp for them. If you're in Hammertown, make sure you check everything out. There's lots of things to do while you're walking around Hammertown. You can pop into the KOH General Store for anything that you might need. We have everything that you would want to make your life a little bit more comfortable on the lake bed. We're just waiting for Emmy to get set up here, getting ready to do her interview on the stage. As we pull up and see, so you can see it is dark, dark, dark out in that desert. But yes, we do still have cars out there trying to finish this race. Emmy, take it away.
Thank you so much, Ian. I'm here with Kelsey Gosser. Now, Kelsey, we saw you on the Jumbotron. I think it was in back door on your lid. What happened?
I lost power steering and it just went over.
And were you guys able to self-recover pretty quickly?
Yeah, pretty quickly. He did an awesome job of getting out and winching, and we flipped it back over and kept on going.
You know, that's what's amazing about these cars. They just roll over and they just keep going.
Yes, definitely.
So was that the only problem that you had?
No, we sheared off some wheel studs twice. He had to walk 10 miles back to pit to get wheel studs and bring them back out to me to keep racing.
So was that 10 miles one way?
No, overall.
Okay, 10 miles round trip. That still is a lot. That's a lot of walking / running to get a set of wheel studs.
We just wanted to keep running. We wanted to keep going and getting the finish. That was the goal, and I'm happy to be here.
Yeah, and here you are at a finish here in beautiful Hammertown. Everyone here is stoked that you guys have made it safely across the finish line. Who do you want to thank?
I definitely want to thank Jason Bishop, my co-driver John Hall, TMR, Method Wheels, and Nitto Tires. Anybody else? Holly, Simpson, and everybody that's come together to help me with all this.
That's great. And I see you're running the Jessie Combs bandana. She was such a great inspiration to all of us women that were out here racing. So I'm stoked that you can be representing her and the foundation as well.
Yes, Jessie was amazing, and it's awesome to be able to represent that.
For sure. Well, listen, glad you're here. Please enjoy the rest of your evening, the rest of your weekend here in Hammertown. You have earned it. All right, back to you, Ian.
Thanks, Emmy. Yes, while we get prepped for the awards ceremony that's about to kick off here shortly, let's take a look back at a great day of racing here in Johnson Valley. Lots of excitement unfolded today over the past, I guess it's almost 12 hours of racing that we're coming up on right now. But here's where it all started. Let's take a look at some of the sights and sounds of today's race. All right, welcome back to Johnson Valley. We're wrapping up a great day of racing, and everyone's gathered around the fire pit in downtown Hammertown because it's time to give away some of these amazing laser nut trophies. My good friend, Mrs. Pam Hall, is up on stage, and she's ready to hand them out. Pam, take it away.
Thanks, Ian. Out here for our Everyman Challenge award ceremony. I know that everybody here is excited for it. Are y'all excited? All right, we are going to start off with our Ultra 4 EV class. We had one racer that started in that class and one that finished. So let's go ahead and bring up Keith Silva. Is Keith here? We can't hear the engine running, so. All right, Keith Silva, if you can hear me, we're going to have you make your way over to the stage. Oh, I hear he's coming. Run, run, run! Awesome.
An electric car.
All right, we're going to get an interview with you guys. All right, so you're up here. You started the race solo as in the only EV, finished the race. I overheard the conversation you were having with Emmy, but how does it feel to be up here in this number one spot?
This is awesome. This is our second year ever racing the truck, second race ever with the truck. I'll take it. This is great, dude. You're driving a giant golf cart. What's any better?
So from last year, this year, what all did you guys change in the program?
We're running a BMS now through AEM EV, and we can max our batteries out, and we lighten the truck about 200 pounds.
Nice. All right. Well, let's see. Let's get your input on this.
You know, it's just great to be here with your husband and supporting him on the right seat. He drove the truck great. We didn't have any issues with the truck except for, battery situation, but we made it through, and we couldn't be more proud.
Did you really take a nap at RP1?
100%.
For an hour.
For an hour.
That's awesome. Well, who all do you guys want to thank for getting you out here and racing at King of the Hammers in the Everyman Challenge?
Let her.
We'd love to thank Radial Dynamics. They did our hydraulic steering pump. It was fantastic. Rugged Radios, Raceline Wheels, Mickey Thompson, Wheel Spec Garage, Rough Stuff, Holly High Voltage, AEM, EV. They've supported us 100%, and we couldn't thank anyone more.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. You guys are going to get to celebrate and take some pictures. Congratulations on that number one spot. All right, we're going to move on over into our 4600 Curry Enterprise Stock Class. In that number 3 position, please make your way up to the stage, Alex McNeil. In that number 2 position, Loren Healy. And in that number 1 spot, Bailey Cole. Do we have Loren Healy and Bailey Cole? Okay, so let's go right on over here to Alex. It was a awesome interview that you guys had with Mr. Ian Johnson, giving you guys a hard time. So, but you're out here in 3rd position in the Everyman Challenge. How do you guys feel?
Oh, it feels great. We had a long day out there, and it was really exciting to see that we actually got a podium out of our efforts, because we've put in a lot of effort and time with the car, and we had a lot of delays and little issues that we thought were going to cost us time, but really excited to be here and get 3rd place.
Well, with that being said, who all would you like to thank for getting you out here this weekend?
We got a great list of sponsors: Nexon Tire, ADS Shocks, our Dirty Life Wheels, Warren, Yukon Gear, Clayton Off-Road. Who am I missing?
Andrea's Financial Services. We're also missing Clayton Ready Off-Road. I'm sure we're missing more, but we have a lot of great sponsors, and we're sorry if we missed you. Yeah.
All right, well, congratulations on that number 3 spot. We're going to get some pictures of you guys, and you get some celebration. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, let's give it up for our 3rd place, Alex McNeil. Congratulations, all the way from Canada. All right, we're moving on to our 4,500 Yukon Gear and Axle modified class. In that number 3's position, come on up, Steve Crawford. In that number 2 position, Shad Kennedy. And in that number 1 spot, Duane Garretson. That is our number 1 right there, Mr. Duane Garretson. He's going to make his way up here. Is Shad Kennedy here? Come on down. So we'll have you guys scoot over here.
Yep. He's right here. He's coming right there.
All right, we're going to start right here with the number 3 position. Steve Crawford, you're up here in the 3rd position, up here on the podium for the Everyman Challenge. How do you feel right now?
Overwhelmed. We were looking for top 20, and 3rd place is money, just money.
Well, here you are. That was awesome. What was your favorite part about that race course out there this weekend?
If I got to say, it's no dust. We got ahead of the traffic jams and not in the dust, and that was the difference for us.
That definitely can make a huge difference. The rain was also a benefit for that on yesterday. But who all would you like to thank for getting you out here this weekend?
There's a bunch of boys out there that put their heart and soul into pitting for me. That's really the key right there. Family lets me do my thing. Jimmy, my co-driver over here. Mike and Sarah Amaral, they built this M&S Fab chassis. It's my 2nd race in it, and the thing's just dialed. Loved it.
I have to say, she did message me earlier, and she wanted me to tell you congratulations, and she's wished they were out here.
Yeah. I hope they're bummed all very badly about it right now, that they are not out here.
Well, I'm sure they're watching. They just heard that, too. But congratulations up here in this number 3 spot.
Thank you.
All right, right on over here. In this number 2 spot, big old smiles. We talked earlier, and here you are up here getting that trophy. How do you feel?
Amazing. Great week. We had just a flawless week, really. Had to send the car back to the dyno, had a corrupt computer early in the week. But West Tech Performance in Mariloma, California, dialed it in, put in a computer, and had an amazing race until we didn't. We obviously our tracker wasn't working. I think we were in the first car on the road, whether we were time in the lead or not, at mile marker 10 or 12, and ran there all day long, and got a text through our Garmin and said we had a 35-minute lead. Didn't know if that was physical or time or whatever. And about a mile and a half later, I broke a lower link Heim. And that took us about 37 minutes to fix. Of course, the drive shaft came out. My co-driver for the Rocks, Jeff Cooper here, we just worked our butts off to get it back together. As soon as we got strapped in the car, the leaders came around, and we just did our best. Didn't know where everybody was. Didn't know where we knew we had every second counted, but we gave it our all, and here we are with 2nd, and we're stoked.
Well, 2nd place, that is awesome, though. I mean, out here finishing the Everyman Challenge, so congratulations.
Thank you so much.
All right, anybody you want to thank?
Oh, we have a ton of people. Obviously, I've got about 30 or 40 people out here that have taken their personal vacation time, whatever, to get out here and support my race efforts. These two guys, Jeff Cooper and Jesse Wassel here from Summit 4x4. You know, we Falcon tires this first year back in a couple years since COVID. So we ran their tires today flawlessly. Vision wheels, FK, Curry axles, Rock Jock, Fox shocks. There's a ton more. I'll forget them. But just stoked to be here. Great to be back.
Well, congratulations up here on the number 2 spot.
Thank you so much.
All right. Right here, Mr. Duane Garretson, you're up here in this number 1 spot. You're no stranger to the podium. How do you feel?
I feel pretty stoked, man. Pretty blessed.
Well, I mean, you ran a great race, so you're up here in this number 1 spot. Give us a little rundown of your day.
Man, it started out pretty good. We qualified, mid-pack, and we were cool with that. Started out 51st. Ran through Turkey Claw, passed a few in the desert. Got out about 2 miles from pit 1 and had a really nasty vibration. Thought we were probably losing a differential. Pulled into the pits. We needed a rear drive line. Guys knocked it out, man. The pit crew kicked some ass. Got the drive line swapped out. We tightened up the front diff, put some fluid in the transfer case. Went back out, kept rocking and rolling, just kept pushing. Felt some weird stuff in the back. Rear sway bar broke. So I pulled into pit 2, took it off, got some fuel. Just kept on going. We're pretty close to the leaders. I think around wrecking ball maybe. Lost low range in the transfer case. Finished the race in high range. So that limitless performance 421 with all the torque. We never would have been able to do it without that and the Warren winch and the custom slice rope. Jeremy had to work his ass off to get us through a couple of those rock sections, but we made it happen.
Well, and I was going to say, this is the race that I haven't seen Jeremy have to run back to the pits and get some parts. So that's pretty awesome. I have to say something because at Disney, you did that. You did that at AOP 1 year. But here you are, number 1 spot. That's all that matters. Who all would you like to thank?
Oh, man, I would like to start with all the guys that, like I said, took their personal vacation time, came out to help us. They've worked on the car, for the past, 10 years maybe. Keeping us going, keeping us all the races. Jeremy for co-driving, and putting probably, the most hours in the car of anybody else. Warren Winch, Brent Motorsports for supplying us with axles last minute on the leg bed. Maximum Transmission, we swapped the tranny yesterday. We pulled up for tech, and we didn't have reverse. So we drove through tech yesterday, drive only, swapped the tranny yesterday. Didn't know how it was going to go. That thing held up like a beast, man, in the high range. I know it's going to need some service. Branding Motorsports, PRP, Willwood, Yokohama tires. We only had 1 flat, and it was my fault. So, I mean, those things are tough, man, super tough. Raceline wheels, Yukon gear and axle, Jimmy's 4x4, Custom Spice, Sign Planet for Killer Wrap, Dave Cole and all the Ultra 4 crew, all the volunteers, all the media, just all the fans and the spectators, man, that took time out of your life to come enjoy this with us. All the other racers, all the other spotters, everybody, man. It takes an army.
That it does. And congratulations up here in this number 1 spot. Let's get some celebrations out of the way. Congratulations, Duane Garretson.
Everybody look here real quick.
You guys have something in your pockets. Come on, open it up. Let's celebrate.
Yeah, so my phone's not working. I tried touching it.
All right, let's give it up one more time for our 45 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. Duane Garretson at number 1 spot, Shad Kennedy 2nd, and Steve Crawford in 3rd. So we have Our rookie program that Courtney has been doing for the past couple of years here, we have a highest finishing plaque that we give to our highest finishing rookies in each class. Courtney, this is all yours.
So our highest finishing rookie in the 4,500 class goes to Bob Humanchek. There you go. I'll let you take it. Look at him and smile.
I didn't think this would happen.
All right, we are on to our 4,800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. We need to come on up here in that third position, Jeremy Jones. In that number 2 spot, Woody Rose. And in that number 1 position, Randy Slawson. All right here, Mr. Jeremy Jones, you're up here in this number 3 spot. You are the 2023 EMC overall winner last year, but right now in this third position, it's all about today. How do you feel?
It was a good day. You know, I made a couple mistakes. I dropped us into a hole. We had to winch once, kill the tire. So, I mean, we could have probably been faster. We decided to run the tire out. We've been kicking ourselves. Should we have changed it? Should we have not? So, you know, it's kind of one of those things. What do you do? But we decided to run it out. We actually made it in. Didn't hurt the car too bad. So I guess it all turned out pretty good. We're still up on the box, so we like it.
Yep, that's all that matters is that you're up here right now. But who all do you want to thank for getting you out here this weekend? I know you have a list.
I got
Is it your
Well, shoot, let me think. Don, my co-driver, my crew. Sorry, I lost my list. My whole crew here. Adam Fitza and his crew for pitting for us. Let me think. Race Line, Wyotech, who else? Mickey Thompson for sure. That's a bomb-proof tire. We only killed one all day. Gosh. Legends Trucking, Melissa, Chris Schumann Motorsports. Gosh, I can't think. There's a bunch of people we're probably forgetting, but I lost my list. Sorry, guys. Everybody here that supported us, the media, the staff, volunteers, fellow racers, I mean, everybody. So thank you very much.
Well, congratulations up here in this number 3 spot, Jeremy Jones.
Thank you very much.
Okay, moving on over here to the number 2 spot, Woody Rose. Here you are. You were kicking butt out there today. We thought you were going to come in that number 1 spot. Randy Slawson got you almost towards the end of the race, but Woody, great job out there. Give us a little rundown.
It was a great race. We ran our hard pace all day. Elvis was awesome on all the notes. I thought I had it in the bag too after coming through Maine, and Randy stopped for a while, and I was like, okay, I think I got a pretty good lead. And then the last trail spooners, I saw him pass me on the left, and I was just like, gosh darn it. But all in all, a good race. I'd like to thank Nexen Tires for holding up so well. Had no flats all day. Raceline Wheels for taking all the impacts. I'd also like to thank Derek Trent and Trent Fabrication for building an amazing car, and it's awesome to see that 2 of them made it up here this year. I'd like to thank Brannick, Yukon Gear and Axle, Mechman Alternators, ATO Transmissions, FK Rod Ends, and my mama, of course, and my sister.
You can't forget your sister.
No, you can't.
Well, congratulations up here in this number 2 spot. Maybe next year will be your year up here, but second place is awesome for the 2024 Everyman Challenge.
Yes, hoping to have an actual rock pre-winner next year, so I'm dialed in the rocks. And if I have that, I have a pretty good shot of winning it next year.
There you go. Mom's over there laughing. So congratulations, though, in that number 2 spot. Okay, Mr. Slawson, here we are in this number 1 spot. Great race out there. Here you are. You obviously are no stranger to this. So out there, you had a couple flats going on, and then you made up so much time to catch up to Woody. So give us your tricks.
Give us the tricks. More seat time. Just run more trails.
Seat time, but you also come down here and you test your cars that you build. I mean, you're down here quite a bit practicing and pre-running and everything. You know these trails very, very well. So that's definitely an advantage out here for you, correct?
For sure. Shock tuning, having everything tuned, you know, the motor, the trans, having everything work together properly is huge.
Definitely. Who all do you want to thank for getting you up here in this number 1 spot?
I can't remember them all, so I've got a list here. King Shocks, Freight Factory, Trail Ready Beadlocks, BFG Tires, JE Reel Drivelines, PRP Seats, Baja Designs, Pella Motors, Bulldog Winch, Factor 55, K&N Filters, Spider Tracks Axles, Steinjager, ECU Masters, FTA Inc., PSC Steering, and I'm sure there's probably a few others, but that's the big list.
Well, you not only got first place in your class, you also got the overall Hammers trophy. So let's give it up for our 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, Randy Slawson, Woody Rose, and Jeremy Jones. All righty, congratulations. We do have one more rookie award to give away. Courtney, I'm going to give this over to you. Is Justin Miron here? Justin Miron? Well, Justin Miron is the one who did finish highest in the rookie class for the 4800 finisher. So, Courtney, you'll get that to him whenever we see him. But congratulations to everybody for finishing today. It's an awesome race. Dave Cole definitely put on an amazing race, but tomorrow morning, 8 a.m., we will start our Nitto Race of Kings. You guys want to make sure you tune in. It's going to be another exciting day of racing. Can't wait to see who's going to be our king of this year, so stay tuned. Make sure you're watching on YouTube. Make sure you're sharing it, and we'll see you all tomorrow. My mic is hot.
I just got pulled over. Hi. Thank you.
All right, so we do have a few things to wrap up here in Hammertown. The course officially has gone cold at 6:55. We've handed out our awards, but we do still have a few cars that came in during awards or right before it that finished inside official time. So Pam Hall is up on stage, and these are official finishers for our Everyman Challenge. So we want to make sure that we get them some time on the mic for all of you out there who spent your day with us here in Johnson Valley. I'm just waiting to get the thumbs up from Pam to let me know that she's ready to go, and then we'll have our first. All right, so actually I was wrong. It is Emmy's back on stage taking care of these to bring our last few finishers across the stage. Emmy, take it away.
Thank you, Ian. I'm here with Jesse Bennett in the 4600 class. Thank you so much for waiting as we had our awards ceremony. We want to make sure that we give you the attention you deserve because you guys finished one of the toughest races out there. How do you feel right now?
I feel great. We had a great race. It was rough out there, and we just kept moving, and yeah, really enjoyed it.
Now, where did you start this morning? Were you starting at the beginning of the pack, at the end of the pack?
Yeah, we were dead last. We were like the fourth from last off the line, and we just passed everyone in our class.
I mean, that's awesome, right? You're at the end, so you know that every single person that you passed, you've beaten.
Exactly. No, it was good. We just kept moving, had no issues, just kept a consistent pace all day, and here we are.
All right, are there anyone that you would like to thank to help you bring you to this finish line today?
Yeah, definitely. The tires, first of all, Mickey Thompson, we're running the new Baja Boss XS, and we hit some rocks out there just dead on that I thought we blew the car apart, and we never got a flat all day, the same 4 tires that we started on. Phil Licardi tuned our shocks, rad flows, and we were running really fast all day. Hutchinson wheels, again, never had a single flat or a wheel failure all day. And Silver State, the guys, Field Team 6, giving us the pit support. Yeah, it was a great day.
Well, it sounds like you've got a lot of help. You've got some friends and family out here in the audience. Jesse Bennett in the 4695 rig, an official finisher here at the Everyman Challenge at King of the Hammers. Congratulations and have a great night. Thanks. Ian, back to you.
Thanks, Emmy. Great to see another finisher come into town as we're watching highlights from a great day of racing. As I said a few moments ago, the course has officially been turned cold at 6:55 p.m. Everyone who could possibly finish in the allotted time is now back into Hammertown, and we're bringing them all up on stage for an interview with Emmy. Pam just finished up our awards. It was great to see a good full podium across all 3 classes. Today was a great day of racing. We had our 4800 Legends class, 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, and the 4600 Curry Enterprises Stock class all come across the line. And even our EV class was actually able to complete that 1 lap that they are required to do and get back and get that finish for them. Super happy to see all of our competitors out today. Now, tomorrow it is all about the big race. This is the Nitto Race of Kings. These are the 4,400 cars that we've been waiting to see take off all week long. We've seen them rolling through Hammertown today for tech and contingency. They're all getting taken care of, and we will see them lining up here first thing in the morning tomorrow. We'll be going live all day tomorrow with a pile of racing again. And right there, that on screen is your winner of today's 4800 Legends class. That was the car of Randy Slawson. All right, we're going to throw out to Emmy with another finisher out on stage. Emmy, take it away.
Thanks, Ian. I'm here with Dawson Allington in his modified car crossing the finish line here at the Everyman Challenge. Dawson, What was, let me see, what was your like choice moment today where you thought, I'm so good?
I wouldn't say I'm so good. The choice moment for me was lap 1. That was a lot of fun, driving lap 1.
Yeah. What was the moment where you said, oh, I suck?
When I hit the rock leaving for lap 2 and broke my steering box.
So how long did it take you guys to fix up that steering box?
Like an hour or so. Yeah.
So down an hour, but still finishing, still coming across the line under time. That's pretty good.
Yep, we lost the steering box and the rear brakes going through Wrecking Ball. So I had most of the downhill rock trails to go through with 0 brakes.
So how did you mitigate that and not, go crazy and roll all the way down the hill?
I had a good co-driver that kept me calm.
Co-drivers do rule the vehicle. They know exactly what's going on, and they help keep drivers safe, calm, and tell them where to go. Co-drivers don't get their due, so co-driver, thank you. He looks exhausted. I'm going to let you guys get off the stage, go have a refreshing beverage, have a great night here, and congratulations again on your finish.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Ian. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Emmy. Great to see someone else coming across the line. As I said before, we have wrapped up our racing, but tomorrow is our Nitto Race of Kings. We'll be coming to you once again live all day long. I want to thank everyone for sticking around with us today here in Johnson Valley. We've had tons of excitement, lots of cars out there racing all day. We are knocking on the door of almost 12 full hours of racing today. So it's good to wrap today up. Tomorrow's going to be another long day. We'll leave the race course, I think, open even a little bit longer tomorrow to bring all those finishers across the line. All right, Emmy's ready with another finisher on stage. Emmy, take it away.
And they just keep coming by. This is Eddie Oliver in his modified rig. And I've got to ask you about the logo on your hood there. It says flyingapple.com, but it's actually a pineapple. What's going on?
So it's actually apparel. Flying Apple is a big crew help that we have. So we want to represent them as much as we can. But hats, shirts, they carry it all.
That's awesome. One of your sponsors. Who else do you want to thank?
Comp Cams. Well, first, importantly, my wife, because I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for her. Didn't that?
Get up there. Come on over here, my side, this side.
Yeah, if it wasn't for her, there's no way I'd be racing. So, I mean, to have the help and support, yeah, we wouldn't be here today. So, yeah, it's Yukon Gear and Axle, Rough Stuff Specialties. Have to say a big thank you to the crew because all the struggles that we had getting to this point, it's just been, overwhelming. But Off-Road Toy Outfitters, Northwest Engine and Machine, Milestar Tires, and then, of course, my co-dog, Justin Lyons. He was great, yeah. But, we're just happy to be here.
Well, we are happy you're here, and I want to tell folks at home, he's got all of his sponsors and the name of his co-dog right here on his A-pillar, so he doesn't forget that is a smart driver. Congratulations on the finish. We're stoked you guys are here. I hope you have a great night. You have a wonderful crew here. I'm sure they all want to grab a photo, so we'll let them do that, and you'll have a great night here at Hammertown. Ian, back to you.
Thanks, Emmy. Knocking out those interviews here in Hammertown. Still have people hanging around the fire, and we still have drivers out on course, even though the course has now been officially closed. Lots of highlights playing right now from today's race. It's been a great day of racing out here in Johnson Valley. But as I said, tomorrow will be the Nitto Race of Kings with our 4,400 cars. One extra lap in the mix tomorrow. So today we had our what we refer to as our desert loop lap and then the rock lap. Tomorrow there will be a third rock lap that they're going to have to tackle here in Johnson Valley. So it's going to be an exciting day of racing. Make sure you tune in tomorrow all day long. We'll have action coming to you live from the lake bed.
And I'm here with John Schaefer from the stock class. John, your rig looks pretty good. What happened out there?
I mean, we had a pretty good race. We just kind of took it easy. This old girl's been around for a while, so I just wanted to get her back across the finish line one more time. But we had a brake line leak, tightened that up, and had a couple little power steering leaks. Other than that, no flats. It was just Sunday drive.
Yeah, just a trail drive. Is there anyone that you'd like to thank to help you get here to this finish line?
Yeah, I mean, first I want to thank Old Orange for getting us up here one more time. She won't quit. We were supposed to retire it last year, but it's 2 years after retirement, so we'll keep doing it. And, Warren Racing and Factor 55, we had to pull winch a few times, a couple times on our own, a couple times to get around some people. The Falcon tires, no flats. I mean, it was just grabbing everywhere. I mean, it just worked awesome. Rock crawler suspension. We broke our tie rod in qualifying on that first big rock, and he overnighted me a prototype tie rod, and we put that on, and that worked awesome. So, and I want to thank my team and RPM Extreme for getting the car ready and doing all that, and I think that's it.
It just goes to show you that if it ain't broke, don't fix it. This car is across the finish line here at the Everyman Challenge here at King of the Hammers. Congratulations on getting this little gal across, and have a great rest of your weekend here at Hammers. Back to you, Ian. All right, our friend Ian has had a really big day in the booth, giving you all of the news and adventure here from the Everyman Challenge. So we're just going to hang out with some highlights here on the Jumbotron as we bring the final finishers up here on the stage so we can get them their interviews, find out how their race went, and tell you all what a great time they had here at the Everyman Challenge at King of the Hammers. Okay, I'm here with Russell Gamble. Russell, you have finished the Everyman Challenge. Tell me how your day went.
It was awesome. Just a little trail ride with 161 of my closest friends.
Did you see anything out there that surprised you?
Surprising, no. The car on fire was kind of sad, though.
Yeah, that's always a bummer to see that. Co-driver, what's your name and what was the best part of your day?
My name's Justin Kircha, and the best part of my day was getting yelled at and having to jump out and winch, but we made it to the end.
This young Russell, he yelled at you? I don't believe it.
Just a couple times, but we're here and we got to the finish, and that's all that matters for us.
That's true. A finish is often a win. Do you have any sponsors you'd like to thank to help you get here?
My wife, because she financed all of it. And then we got Reed's Triple T Trailers and Kircha Kitchen Service and my dog Penske.
Oh, that's so great. We're so glad that you guys are back here. I hope you have a really fun rest of your weekend. Get some rest tonight, take a shower, have a beverage. You guys have definitely earned it.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, have a good one. We are looking at some highlights up on the Jumbotron as we get the last of our finishers up here on the podium so that we can find out how their day went in one of the gnarliest races on the face of the planet here at King of the Hammers in Johnson Valley. And our next finisher here is Mr. Don Stein. Now, I couldn't read your name here because you're a little scraped up. What happened out there? Now he's laughing. He's like, I don't want to tell you.
King of the Hammers is what happened.
No, really, what happened?
This is last year's scratches. The caved-in panel over there is from this year when we flopped over at Wrecking Ball.
Yeah. How long did it take you to recover?
Only about 10 minutes. Oh, it was longer than that. But we recovered, that's the main thing.
Yeah, exactly. You recovered, and you're back here at Hammertown. Co-driver, what's your name, and did you have to get out and winch a few times?
My name is Dylan Stein. Yes, I did 4 or 5 times today going up through Wrecking Ball, and shoot, where else did we winch? Couldn't even tell you at this point. There were some funky lines, some cars abandoned on the side of trails in the desert. There was just some really weird places where we had to winch. It was a good time, though. It was a really good time.
And I'm assuming we've got a father-son here team. That is just so awesome, seeing families being together, racing. You as the son, you're the boss in the car, so I'm glad you got to boss around your old man here. That's pretty awesome. Listen, you guys deserve this finish. I know it was really hard. Thank you so much for waiting, coming up here, spending a few moments with us here on the podium. Everyone on the live show is so stoked for you. Have a great night here at King of the Hammers in Johnson Valley. All right, a father-son team there in the 4807 car. We've got highlights going on. Bailey Cole up there getting winched up. A rocket obstacle in his Jegs number 13 vehicle.
They're just cheering about the noise.
All right, I'm here with Jeff Watson, who probably has the biggest fan club out here in Hammertown. Around the fire in the 1776 car, possibly the best number I have seen so far. Jeff, tell me about your day.
It was quite wild. We started from the back, and we rolled in the desert pretty good, but we landed on all fours.
Perfect.
And then we kept going. And then coming into the rocks, we found out our front locker wasn't working again, just like last year. Tried fixing it, couldn't, and we just kept on going.
So you made it up all the rock obstacles with no front locker.
That's right.
So in the front, are you open or limited slip or what?
Yeah, it's just like limited.
Okay, well, at least you had a limited slip, but still, that's some driving to be able to get this up with just a rear locker up some of those rock trails.
Yeah, plus Warren. They help us out a lot.
How many times were you out winching?
Oh, man. I was out almost every rock trail doing something, either winching or spotting them through, making sure we weren't catching diffs. But, the car handled great through all that stuff, even without me getting out there winching. We somehow motored through most of those rock trails without me getting out, so it was good.
Well, listen, you guys came in here. The rig looks pretty solid. You're going to drive it up on the trailer. That is amazing. Congratulations on finishing the Everyman Challenge. This is no joke. You guys have something to be proud of. I am stoked for you. I hope you guys have a great night here in Hammertown.
Thank you.
All right, now get off this podium and go enjoy yourselves. Jeff Watson, ladies and gentlemen.
Chance fate. I haven't shut it off.
All right, I'm here with Bryan McNamara. You Bryan or Sean?
Bryan.
It's Bryan, Sean. Bryan's in the driver's seat. Sean is in the co-driver's seat. Couple of brothers here. Could never tell. It's not like you guys look exactly alike. Here's your finisher medal, and you would come up here, and it sounded like maybe you haven't turned this car off all day?
Yeah, no, we've been fighting a little bit of electrical gremlins, and we were scared to turn it off, so every time we were stuck in a trail or we were in pits or anything, it idled all day. We didn't shut it off sitting in line waiting to come up here because we might not get off the stage, but we'll find out. So.
Now, did that mess with your fuel strategy, anything at all?
Nope, not at all. We plan to take full fuel here at Maine. We took fuel both times we stopped at 2. We were prepared for it. So
We're getting probably 7 or 8 miles to the gallon right now, so we were good on fuel all day long today.
Yeah. So did you think that you would make it here as the kind of last official finisher here at the Everman Challenge?
We had jokes that, the trail list was really hard this year. And on 35s, we were just like, man, there's no way we're going to do this. So if the car's, in good shape and we roll up to Chocolate Thunder and it doesn't look like we're going to make time, we're going to turn around and go home. But, that time limit kept playing with us all day. It's like, oh, man, we have exactly the amount of time to get in here. So we kept pushing it until we came in and, it is what it is. Do hard things, have fun times. It's what we did all day. So.
Exactly. The course is cold now, but we still have competitors out there, and you guys have beat them all here into Hammertown. So congratulations on that. We're glad to see you here. We're stoked. Hey, little guy, how you doing in there? This future driver right there. But thank you so much. Let's see if this car is going to fire up. Here we go. And it starts. That is amazing. The McNamara brothers going off of the podium here at one of the most gnarliest races in the world, the Everyman Challenge. But of course, tomorrow is the big race, the Race of Kings. That is going to be even crazier with 2 laps. Oh, wait, what is happening right here? Oh, my Lord, it's the Samurai. we're gonna hold for just. All right, again, thank you very much, everyone, for watching us here on the live show at the King of the Hammers. Tomorrow, we are going to bring you the live show at 7:30 a.m. Cars will be going off the line for one of the craziest, messiest, most killer races in the world, the King of the Hammers. We've got Amber up here on stage. Unfortunately, she didn't make the time limit, but we love this Sammy, so we're going to let her take a few pictures. I am Emmy Hall. On behalf of everyone here at the live show, all of the staff and volunteers at King of the Hammers, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow morning, 7:30 a.m.